Yeah, that's why there's a gravity machine. Holds everything down, glued to the earth.
Nah, dude, if gravity was real, you wouldn't need ratchet straps to hold a car down on a brake horse meter on a rolling road. Doesn't
Selective
exist.
gravity.
Yeah.
2025, you can pull whatever you want.
What do you mean 170, officer? The planet's moving below me. I was only doing 30 miles an hour.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Wouldn't it be the same if the Earth was flat? You know, we would still be in the Earth next to a vacuum, floating
No.
in a space.
No, bro. I don't know how you've been here for this long and you still think that you're still trying to put the flat Earth inside the globe model, right? You're trying to fit the flat Earth inside the heliocentric concept of the universe, which is a big giant space vacuum. The flat Earth does not reside within the fantasy heliocentric model of outer space.
No, I'm generally talking about the space, you know, the space, the stars, the sun, whatever we see may not be whatever the scientists are trying to tell us, but they do exist, right? I mean,
Yeah, but why is it a vacuum? Why, we don't know what they are. We don't know if it's a big, giant, vast vacuum. In fact, it's not possible for it to be that, and there's no evidence of it as that. Okay, that's just a story that we were told growing up about what we're seeing in the sky. And it came from a whole bunch of assumptions made by ancient philosophers and cult leaders like Pythagoras and whatnot, based on crazy ideas, right? Based on just guesswork, right? Not actual empiricism. So yeah, if you want to claim that there's a big giant space vacuum in the sky and that the Earth is an object inside the space vacuum, that's a crazy claim, right? You're going to have to back that claim up. Like the image that you posted yesterday of the disk in space, that's propaganda made up by the media.
the images I uploaded,
Yeah, like the disk. Yeah, you put it in the chat yesterday. You asked us if this was flat Earth, and it was like a disk floating in space with a dome over the top.
Oh, it was not yesterday. It was, I think, 2 weeks or maybe.
No, it was just a day or two ago.
Either way, you know the meme that he's referring to, or the image that you posted. You do recall that, right?
I mean, yeah, in that time, I thought that was the model all of the flat earthers were agreeing on. But later...
He's explaining to you that that's propaganda. That comes from the Flat Earth Society, which is a group that tries to propose that the Earth is accelerating upward at a certain speed, and that's what causes things to fall. Okay? That's not what we propose here or promote or think. And if I may add, because I have been listening for a quick minute, as far as all your space stuff there, you know, the theory that's proposed is a Big Bang, a little tiny dot of pure energy that exploded and started expanding outward, and everything started becoming into existence, whether it's Mars or Earth or anything that they tell you. Backup theory to that is the Big Crunch. that eventually one day it's going to stop expanding and it's going to start falling back in on itself and crush back into that small little dot of pure energy. Seriously? Like, these are people telling you stuff they have nothing to back it up with. They pull it out of thin air. In fact, the Big Bang Theory itself was proposed by a priest. Like, the guy just thought it up, spewed it out, and everybody went with it. Yep, that's what happened. Nothing, bang, everything. So I just want you to chew on that for a little while. Big bang, big crunch. It's moving outward. One day it's going to move inward. I don't know who came up with that, how they came up with it, what evidence or any research they have to back any of those statements up, but that's where we're at with the mainstream NASA, astronomy, Neil deGrasse Tyson stuff. You know, we're going into space, people. Sure we are. Screw the homeless. Screw the problems here. You know, the sky, the stars, the moon, the sun, what we're observing up there is just what we're observing. To claim that it's raining diamonds on one of those lights in the sky, I have no right to say that. Nobody has the right to say that.
No, actually, that was not my problem. Actually, a few days ago, one of these flat earthers actually explained to me that there is no certain model that every flat earther agrees on, and I accept that. Okay, it's okay. I was just saying that regardless of the shape and the situation of the Earth, okay, we are living in some kind of condition with a huge amount of oxygen and gas around us, and whether the Earth is flat or ground, I mean, it is going to be like beside a vacuum or space. I know you want to say that the space is fake, yeah, but I mean, what the shape of the Earth has to do with it? See what I mean?
Okay, no. The shape of the Earth, what the topic is it is observably flat and stationary. We are told it's curving and spinning. We do not observe that. The only time we observe it is when we're given an image from NASA, or when we look through a fisheye lens, we might see the horizon bending left to right. But we don't see it moving. Any experiment done to prove that it's spinning or moving has failed. We don't see it bending left to right, front to back, no matter the height we go to. We see too far. There's no drop over distance. Whether it's the Bonneville Salt Flats or a large body of water. Water doesn't bend or curve. You want to go to waves? Okay, yeah, waves bend and curve, but long distances, large bodies of water, it doesn't drop. Okay?
Yeah.
We're being told the Earth curves, it spins. We went to the moon, we're going to Mars. We're being told things about space that we can't verify. Right? The topic was space, wasn't it?
Yeah, I see where are you coming from, but the thing is, I am beyond this, okay? It's been about 1 or 2 weeks that I'm in this channel, and I have been explained all of the things that you
So where are you at?
trying to explain. No, just DJ was, saying to the guy that just left the channel that about the vacuum and the non-existence of the container, and how the gas is not being spread into the space, so the space is fake and stuff like that. And I was just wondering and asking him that even if the Earth was flat, or even if it is globe, like this atmosphere, this gas must go somewhere, right? So I just am struggling hard to understand what it has to do with because if debunks the globe Earth, it must debunk the flat Earth too. See what I mean?
Well, no, I'm not following you there. I don't know why you're saying it has to go somewhere. And if the Earth is visually flat, I don't know how it can debunk that it's visually flat. It's observably flat. You don't see it curving. You don't feel it's moving. You don't see it spinning. Any experiment done to prove it's moving has failed. So it's stationary. In other words, the airplane can take off and land on a solid surface that's not moving. If it was moving left to right, up or down, it'd have a bit of an issue getting off the ground or landing back on the ground. It would either have to land in the direction it's take off in the direction it's spinning, or failure. You'd always have to be landing and taking off in that one direction. You couldn't land north to south, whatever. You couldn't have runways running in different compass directions: northeast, southeast, north, west, east. You couldn't have runways running like that. They'd all have to run the same direction. So it's not moving. It doesn't curve left to right. That supposed boat you saw disappear while you were standing at the edge of the ocean, it disappeared pretty quickly. It should come up behind you pretty fast. That's a pretty small ball you're living on. And if you take out something such as a telescope or a camera that can zoom in beyond where our naked eye saw it disappear, lo and behold, we can see the whole thing further out. So it didn't go behind any hump. It's not gone behind a curve. So it's visibly flat. Space, as far as up in the sky, Mars, Jupiter, Pluto, all that stuff, it's all what we're told and shown. Either from the European Space Agency, NASA, Elon Musk and his SpaceX stuff. It's all visually shown to us on screens. You know, Hollywood fakes it better than NASA does. I believe Hollywood movies and films that I watch about space more than I believe NASA's footage. And Hollywood admits that's all, smoke and mirrors. It's all special effects. None of it's real. We did it all down here on the ground, but we made it look like we were floating out in space. Yet for some reason, the average taxpayer and hardworking man or woman seems to accept all of this stuff. Yeah, we're growing lettuce on the ISS. We're really going into space. And, gas went up another $1 a liter? That's okay. I don't know.
Yeah, I have.
I'm not sure where you are with all of this, but space, what we're told is just that, what we're told. We can't go and confirm it ourselves. Earth is visually flat, not bending, not spinning. It's not a disk in space accelerating upward. When you are thinking on the flat Earth topic, you have to remove your heliocentric paradigm altogether. You can't think of the Earth the way you did when you're thinking of your globe spinning water ball. You have to have a new perspective. Open your eyes, open your mind. Mind's like a parachute. It won't open if it's closed.
Actually, no. I have seen the videos too about the NASA, like the famous astronaut guy who is brushing his teeth in a satellite or something, and the video goes in fast mode, but the background, the second layer, the objects were not in fast mode. So I have seen those videos too, and I'm here to just increase my vision and increase my.
Yeah, Mohammed's very good faith, flat man. He's been here for quite a while, and he's just going through the different thought processes that are required to come to a conclusion. He's doing the right thing. I think at the moment he's a little bit confused on the gas pressure argument, right? And the outer space, right? And how Earth, like how the atmosphere would work and that kind of thing. Right, Mohammed? Or wrong?
I mean, I know that asking you about a model or anything would not be right, because that's not even the subject. But could you please give me your perspective about what is keeping this amount of gas toward the Earth and
Okay.
avoiding it from like spreading into the outer
Yeah.
space or something?
Yeah. So there is no outer space, right? That's why it's not spreading into the outer space, right? There's no outer space as you're taught in the globe model. Okay, so outer space in the globe is a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, right? That's it's about 100,000 times more powerful than any vacuum chamber that we can create on the Earth here, right? So to have an ecosystem, to have gas pressure in itself, you need to have a container. Do you know what a terrarium is, or a vivarium?
It must be some kind of container or something, right?
Yeah, it's like when you have like a big glass tank or something like that, right? And it's got like an ecosystem on the inside where you have like plants and animals and a little pond and fish, and it's completely enclosed, but it's a self-contained ecosystem. It looks after itself. Essentially, you could just keep the container closed, and you don't ever have to open it. Okay, and it has all its own systems inside of it, condensation and gas cycles and things like that. Let me show you an example. This is an example of a very small one in the side chat that I'm going to post. Just give me a second. I was just looking for this to show you.
Meanwhile, you are searching.
I've got it. All right.
Yeah. I just want to ask that, so the air is, getting thinner and thinner the more we get high. So
Yes.
it is like it must get stopped at somewhere or something.
Well, there's only a certain height that we can measure the pressure up until, and it's not that high. I think it's about 40 kilometers high. Okay, because you can't use a barometer above that height. Okay, and we can't really get up higher than that as well. Okay, so once you get to what they call the mesosphere, nobody has any pressure readings, right? It's just done on a computer model based off the globe model. So they're going to tell you that it's a certain pressure once you get up higher, except we can't validate that. Okay, even the meteorologists admit that you can't use a barometer above about 20 kilometers. Okay, you can get a special type that can go up to about 35 kilometers. But above that, you can't use a barometer. Okay, they're not calibrated for that, and they're just not able to. They don't work above that height. You can look that up. But this is the thing. You look up the definition of gas pressure in the first place, okay? Gas pressure, the definition is the force that the gas particles exert on the walls of their container, okay? As kinetic energy makes the gas particles move, right? And the gas particles move in all directions, okay? And the gas pressure that you're reading is when the gas particles are bouncing off each other and off the walls of their container. You need to have the container or the area to be able to have the gas pressure in the first place. I'll get you the definition. Yeah, do you need the definition? I can pull up the definition for you.
No, I have searched that before, like yesterday. I just understood about this concept.
It's an antecedent. It's a requirement to be able to have gas pressure. For example, if you have a car tire, okay, or if you want to have any gas pressure higher than the atmospheric gas pressure, you need to have a container. So if you want to have like a balloon or a car tire or a soda can or something like that, obviously you need a physical container to contain the pressure. You can't have it without having a container. Now, what happens when you put a hole in a car tire? The air is going to rush out of the high pressure system every single time, right? Because that is a gas, that's a natural law. That's what happens. The high pressure will go to the low pressure and the gas particles will try to fill the available space. So very quickly, it will equalize with the outside pressure. Like that's why stop me because I want you to understand it. So if I say something that you're not sure about, just stop me and
clarify.
The
thing is, I had been watching some debates on the YouTube. Like right now, I am watching this guy Whitlist. I'm sorry.
Whitsitt,
Yeah,
Austin Whitsitt.
yeah,
Yep.
versus William Harris. And a term that I am hearing so often is collapse of the gas. Is it the same as like what you are trying to say, like feeling the empty space, empty
Yeah. So
space?
the reason gas particles move is because of heat, right? So as soon as they have any heat, they have kinetic energy, and that's what makes them move, right? And then they will move in straight lines. Okay, they'll move in a straight path, and they will only change that straight path if they bounce off of each other or off the walls of their container. Now, they don't have a directional bias. Okay, they don't have like a downward bias or anything like that. They'll just move in random motion. Okay, and as long as you have heat, then the gas particles will continue to move very, very quickly in random motion, and they will try to fill any available space. Okay, so have a look at what I posted in the side chat. Okay, and don't hit play yet. Can you see what I posted?
I have seen this like multiple times in this channel.
All right, well, just let me explain it one more time, okay? Well, can you explain it? Do you want to try to explain the argument here to me?
Well, I think the point you were trying to make, and what is actually obvious, is that when we give the gas some freedom and it is in a container, it will automatically fill any available space that it has any access to, right?
Yeah. So what would the top container here in the demonstration? What does that represent? It's a vacuum. What is a vacuum? Okay. If we're gonna associate this with the thing in question, which is outer space and the Earth and the gas pressure that we have here. So the top chamber will represent outer space, right? Which is a vacuum. Okay. So above us is supposed to be a big space vacuum. Okay, and then the chamber in the bottom, that would be represent what we're breathing right now, which would be the gas pressure here on the Earth. So we have a high pressure system, and then we have a vacuum, okay, above our heads. Okay, and now the only reason that the gas pressure is staying in the chamber at the bottom is because there's a physical barrier stopping the high pressure from doing what gas does and filling available space. So you'll notice that when you hit play, as soon as he releases the valve, the high pressure is instantly going to equalize with the low pressure system. Now that's a big problem for the globe because they're telling us that we are a very, 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 on a universal scale, we're just a tiny little ball covered in gas inside a giant vacuum chamber. Right, and they're saying it's with no barrier, no physical barrier. When we put this to the test in a lab, it doesn't work, right? Gas laws apply, and obviously the gas will fill the available space. Now,
sorry for cutting you right there. I asked this from artificial intelligence, like 2 days ago, and he answered me that for keeping the gas in a space, you must have one of these two conditions. One, a physical container, or some kind of two, like a force that keeps the thing downwards. Like as you said, I'm just trying to say what you said, that we have to give a term to justify this behavior. See what I mean?
Right. So this is the globe's explanation, right? They say gravity acts like the container, and gravity is stopping the high pressure from equalizing with the low pressure. That's the claim on the table. Notice that magical gravity comes into play once again, right? It's the same thing that's going to be why we can have water sticking to the outside of a globe and all of these things, right? It's say the word gravity, and that's just the explanation, right? So it's an explanation that doesn't have any scientific backing through experimentation. Okay, it's a theoretical mathematical concept. It's something that's required to be able to have the globe Earth work in the first place. It's not something that's been validated. Now, this is the problem. If it's also contradicting the definition of gas particle movement. Do you know the definition of gas particle movement?
No, I don't.
Just look up the official definition, but it's basically gas particles. Okay, so gas particle movement is defined as constant, random, high-speed motion in straight lines until collision occurs. Okay, so gas particles don't have a directional bias. Gas particles move in all directions. Okay, they're not being pulled down to the Earth by gravity. Okay, and that's when we ask people right now, show us a test anywhere on the Earth, right? Or anywhere in a lab where you can show us gas particles being pulled down to the Earth by gravity. It doesn't exist. It goes against, like, why would they say that gas particles move in straight lines until a collision occurs? Okay, so if a gas particle is going upward at 45 degrees, for example, or any degree
even,
up, it's going to continue. It's going to continue going in a straight line.
Yeah, and not even
until
like gravity, any kind of force to keep the gas not, filling the empty available space. I don't think that any kind of experiment exists in that subject.
It doesn't exist, exactly. It's one of those things where you just have to have faith in the explanation. Okay, you can't ever test it. This is what they'll tell you. It's impossible to test because you'd have to have a test that's as big as the Earth, right, and replicate the whole system, which is impossible to do. So they said that basically there's no way to test it. You just have to believe it, right? Because you can never empirically verify it. Any time that we try to do it on a smaller scale, obviously it completely destroys the explanation, right? It doesn't work. There's not a single experiment where we can show gravity pulling gas pressure downward. Okay, you can have, just say you have a container, right? Let's say we have a tank, a glass tank that's enclosed, and it has a lid on the top. Okay, and it has a higher pressure inside the container. Okay, and then we take the lid off the container. Gravity doesn't hold any of the higher pressure down in that container. It all will just equalize. It will just fill the available space, and within no time at all, it'll just be the same pressure as the surrounding air, right? Gravity's not holding any of that gas down. Even if you take a heavy gas, like sulfur hexafluoride, SF6 gas, it's a very, very dense, heavy gas, right? And you put it in a fish tank, within about 20 minutes or something like that, it's all going to be gone. Gravity's not going to hold any of that SF6 in the tank because all of the gas particles are going to be doing what gas particles do. They're going to be bouncing around and they're going to mix with the surrounding air, and everything's going to blend in together, and it's just going to become all as one big medium in the room, right? There's not going to be anything left in the tank except for the same air that's surrounding the tank. So I think you were saying something earlier about why is there a gradient? Well, just before we get to the gradient, are you still there?
Yeah, of course. Just listen.
Okay, just look at the image that I put underneath that example there. I'll just read it out quickly, right? So it's the guy, he's got like a big glass bottle. Okay, thriving since 1960, my garden in a bottle, seedling sealed in its own ecosystem, watered just once in 53 years. Okay, so 53 years ago, he put some water in there and shut it, and he's never opened it. Okay, that system has continued to thrive by itself, right? It's a self-contained ecosystem. What do you think would happen if you got a big vacuum chamber and you put that inside the vacuum chamber and then you removed the container, you removed the glass? Everything would die, right? The water would boil, everything would die very quickly, right? Obviously. Okay, because if you put water in a vacuum chamber, it boils. Okay, so you can't have an ecosystem inside a vacuum. chamber. Obviously, you need containment to be able to have the gas pressure system, to be able to have the dynamic system that he has here, where it has all of these cycles and whatnot. Now, there's bigger versions of this as well, and they're freaking amazing. Like, if you look up vivariums, like the world's biggest vivarium, I'll post a video in the side chat because it's really cool. Giant vivarium.
I'm sorry.
Right.
Meanwhile,
Hold on, I am getting to a point.
Yeah, I just had a question about the picture.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, like, he poured some water in the bottle, and how that water is not being consumed by the plant species. See what I mean?
Well, it's everything's being cycled. Everything's being cycled inside of the container. Okay, it's being consumed, but it's cycling just like what happens here on the Earth, right? You have evaporation and all of that kind of thing, which is going to make
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, you can just, like, that's what you can do in your house as well. Like, just say you have a completely sealed room, you can have put plants inside a room in your house and keep it completely sealed, and the plants will be able to feed themselves, right? Because they're using the oxygen, and everything's being cycled. Okay, so have a look at these two other examples, right? This guy puts like little crocodiles, and he puts like fish and animals, and it's just kind of like a little world inside these big giant vivariums that these people make. And you don't have to open them, right? It's a self-contained ecosystem. The Earth behaves just like this, right? Obviously, it doesn't work if it's in a vacuum, but it works in a sealed container. Now, these ecosystems have a gas pressure gradient as well, because guess where the gas is being produced, right? And we can use the Earth as an example here as well. Where is the gas produced, right? Most of the gas is produced at ground level, or in the ocean, or under the ground, right? Like 80% of the oxygen in the air is created by ocean plankton, sea plankton. And then we have all of these other complex cycles in nature where we have nitrogen cycles and all of that kind of thing. It's called a dynamic system, right? It's a big giant ecosystem that has all of these different cycles going on, which works in perfect harmony to keep the system going. That requires containment, right? To have the gas pressure in the first place requires containment, right? To have a gas pressure gradient in the first place requires containment as well. And there's no evidence otherwise that you can have anything other than that, other than a container to have gas pressure. Now, we don't know exactly how the sky works. We don't know exactly how this place is contained. All we know is that there are gas laws, there are natural laws, we have thermodynamics, and we can test all of these things over and over and over again, and we get consistent results. Right? None of them match with what they're telling us is happening in relationship to the heliocentric model and the vacuum of outer space.
So, just curious, okay? If such a thing as a a vacuum, and the space we are being told doesn't even exist at the first place, so would you say that like our atmosphere is like going on and on, like without any limit or something? I'm just trying to understand.
I don't think so. I think that we can only speculate about what's too high for us to test. Okay, so what we don't need to speculate about is that we have gas pressure, right? That the gas is created at ground level, where we have more gas, right? Approximately 14.7 psi at sea level. And then we have a gas pressure gradient, right? It also gets much colder as you go up as well, which is going to affect the movement of the gas particles as well. Okay, we also have these terrariums and vivariums like I'm showing you now. They also have gas pressure gradients inside of them. Not as large of a gradient change as we have on the Earth, because because they're very small, right? The bigger you make them, the more of a gradient that they have. But yeah, what do we know? We know that there's gas laws. Gas pressure needs a container. Okay, all of the ancient cultures all depicted a contained system. Okay, so that's not proof, right? But that's interesting information to take into consideration. All of the ancient cultures all thought the same thing, right? A flat Earth within a contained system. And we don't know exactly how the sky works. We don't know exactly what medium is up in the sky. We don't know how the containment works. We know how we can, you need a physical container to be able to have gas pressure. We know that on a smaller scale. That's how it works. Okay, but above a certain height, we can't keep measuring the pressure. It's not being done. There's no gas pressure readings when you go up 50 kilometers high. Right, where they say the mesosphere is. If you look into how they know what the pressure is up there, they just use computer models.
So, all the answers that, is going to be said from Globers or scientists would be gravity, refraction, gravity, refraction.
Yeah, gravity and refraction. That's right.
But I just want to analyze one kind of logic with you. Okay, I have been watching some YouTube video, and the guy I forgot his name said that, as you said, nobody is explaining gravity. Nobody is explaining what gravity is actually at the first place. They say that it just exists. Okay, but the thing is, he said that when we see the effect of one phenomenon like gravity itself, if it exists, okay, that's their claim, on different objects, and we see the results over and over again, we can confirm that such a thing exists. Okay, so
yeah,
do you kind of agree that's logic, or it kind of not?
Okay, so this is the case. When we put things in a vacuum, they're going to fall at roughly the same rate. Okay, not exactly. They're going to fall at roughly the same rate. But then,
would you repeat
gas
sorry.
Yeah, so when we put things in a vacuum, they fall at roughly 9.8 meters per second squared, 9.81 meters per second squared. That's roughly the speed at which things fall if you put them into a vacuum chamber. And that's where that comes from. It's an agreed upon average that things fall at roughly the same rate if you lift them up and then drop them in a vacuum chamber. Okay, that's an effect. Okay, that's something that we can all observe. And that's what a lot of people refer to when they say gravity. They think that that's what gravity is, right? Just the effect. But on the globe Earth, they're claiming the cause of the effect. Okay, that's where you're running into the pseudoscience. That's where you're running into the make-believe, or the mathematical concept of gravity. When you start trying to claim the cause of the effect, we all agree on the effect, that things fall at roughly the same rate in a vacuum, unless we have gas, right? They say gas has mass as well. That's what the mainstream says. But gas particles don't fall at 9.8 meters per second squared. They should if gravity existed, but they don't. Okay, gas particles don't have a downward bias. So it seems gravity's forgotten about gas particles, but you'd need gravity to be affecting gas particles to be able to have this ecosystem that we have here on the Earth in the heliocentric model. So there's big contradictions. Huge contradictions. But yeah, the effect of gravity, if you're referring to gravity as just things falling at a certain speed, sure. But when you're starting to claim the cause of the effect is mass attracting mass, or the bending and warping of space-time, right? That's when you start getting into the weeds. That's when you start getting into textbook definition pseudoscience. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, when you try to explain such a thing, such a phenomenon, you have nothing except giving an assumption. See what I mean? Like gravity, and that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
So
Yeah, they'll say like the Earth somehow, like an object somehow generates gravity. How does it generate gravity? Where does the gravity come from? What is the gravity? They have no freaking idea. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous when you really ask them questions. It's like, what is the gravity, and how does the mass, the massive object, how does it generate gravity? What is the gravity? They don't have an answer for any of that at all. They'll just say, oh, we have no idea. It just has to be there to have this globe model.
just trying to be fair, okay?
Mhm.
Can't we like resemble this to your situation? Like there are things that you flat earthers cannot explain neither, right? So there might be that some explanations that they cannot explain either. Am I right?
Like what? Yeah, like what? We don't claim to be able to explain everything. We're not claiming a be-all and end-all model of the entire system that we live in. We're not claiming to know everything. Okay, we're claiming that the things that we can test empirically debunk the globe, and that there's no empirical evidence of the requirements to have a globe in the first place. But we don't. Falsification is independent of replacement. We don't have to have a replacement answer to some bullshit, if you know what I mean, right? If they say that they claim to know how something works, okay, and then we say, oh, well, you can't validate that at all empirically. That they can't turn around and say, oh, well, now you have to explain it. You have to explain how it works. It's like a burden of proof reversal. We're not making the claim. Okay, we can explain why things rise or sink very easily. Okay, we don't have a crazy claim here. Okay, we're not claiming a ball covered in water inside a vacuum, a giant space vacuum. We don't need to make crazy claims like, to have that, you need to have gravity. You can't have the globe without gravity. You can't have gravity without the globe. They go hand in hand. It's kind of like the Band-Aid for all of the logical holes in the heliocentric model. Okay, you just say gravity. Oh, gravity takes care of that. Gravity takes care of this. Oh, refraction takes care of this. Refraction takes care of that. It's nonsense. But we don't have that claim, right? We can say, well, why does a helium balloon go up? Because it's less dense than the air. Okay, why does something more dense than a helium balloon go down? Because it's more dense than the air. Okay, why does it go down in the first place? Because it got lifted up, it got displaced. Okay, a rock sitting on the ground isn't ever going to move unless some outside source of energy displaces it. Okay, it's already on the ground. It's never going to go anywhere else if nothing else moves it. Okay, if I come along and I exchange some of my energy to displace the rock, it's just going to re-seek its natural place of rest in the medium. Okay, because it's more dense than the air, it's just going to sink back down to where it was. Or if I push a tennis ball down in the water, it's going to go back up to its place of rest, right, which will be at the top of the tank of water because it's less dense than the water. It's very easy to explain this. It's something that we can test and repeat anywhere, anytime, and we get the same results every single time, and it explains why every single thing in nature goes up or goes down.
I mean, I would like to give this to them, to the scientists, that yeah, okay, we should not expect them to like demonstrate what actually gravity is, because they don't have the literal experiments and tools and technology to like experience the center of the earth. It kind of is impossible. But the thing is, when you are trying to justify a thing, by you I mean globers, okay, I mean scientists.
Yeah.
When you are trying to justify a thing, you cannot just like justify it with an assumption. See what I mean? That is what is kind of annoying. But because just to make my point, as I have been in here like for 2 weeks or less maybe, all the conclusions and the lines that cross each other between you guys, you flat earthers, and globers is like just refraction and gravity. Okay, that's it. These two things, and sometimes
Yep.
religion. Okay, just these
Mhm.
two things. It is not much more. So yeah, as long as we do not like demonstrate gravity, we cannot like go further in the discussion.
Well, yeah. So until then, it's just a concept that they come up with. It's pseudoscience, right? Because they're claiming it as a scientific, something that's been proven scientifically, but it hasn't been put through the scientific method, and that's the definition of pseudoscience: a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly being regarded as based on the scientific method. That's the definition of pseudoscience. So yeah, space science, a lot of the heliocentric model is based on pseudoscience. Okay, we can back up everything that we claim. Okay, we can back up that everyone's experience, even the globe earthers' experience, is just a flat Earth, right? A flat stationary Earth. That's what we experience. Then we can back up that there's no curvature over distances where there would have to be curvature. Now that debunks gravity at the same time, because if gravity is real, then the water has to be curving at a certain rate. Has to be. Have to have 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles on a globe. It has to be there. And if it's not there, you can't have gravity and flat water at the same time. Impossible. So that debunks gravity. It debunks the globe. Flat water debunks the entire heliocentric model from the start. Okay, because that's the requirement for any of the heliocentric model to be accurate. Now, we can back up what we're saying about gas as well. Okay, so any test that we do backs up what we're saying about gas. All of the mainstream science regarding gas, right? That also aligns with what we're saying. So, then what is their motion? Even Einstein said there's no way to prove if the Earth's moving, orbiting around the sun. There's no way to prove that. He said there's no optical experiment to prove that. It's impossible. So there's no proof that the Earth orbits around the sun. It doesn't exist. It's just a model, theory, a concept, whatever you want to call it. It's not really a model, especially not a scientific model.
In reality, Einstein did talk about the orbit of the Earth around the Sun. That was explicitly said, but in reality, he's talking about any type of motion, because for him, all motions are relative. So not just the orbit, it will be the spin of the Earth around itself too. So for him, you can't distinguish between a real stationary Earth, not orbiting, but it's still spinning around itself. No, a complete stationary Earth, and the one that is moving. So you can't tell which one you are in using relativity. So he explicitly talks about the orbit of the Earth around the Sun, but implicitly he talks about every type of motion that the Earth can do.
And even worse than the gravity, the lack of scientific validation for their gravity claim is the refraction claim. The refraction is the worst nightmare for the globe earthers, right? Even though it's one of their copes, right? It's the only thing they can say. It's the only way that they can try to resolve these observations where we can see orders of magnitude further than you would be able to see on a globe. They're forced to have to use mental gymnastics and spit out a word like refraction when most of the time, they have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to refraction. Absolutely no idea what they're talking about whatsoever. They learn how to say that word with their mouth, right? Most of them don't know anything about it for beyond that, right? And then you ask them to define it, they'll just say, "Oh, the light bends," and then that explains, right? That explains the observation. It's debunked. We debunked it by saying refraction. They have no idea what they're talking about. As soon as you start questioning them, it's like, what's the mechanism behind it? What's the formula? Who accounted for it in a single observation throughout all of history? And then that observation matched up with the globe. Not one. There isn't one. It's not even possible to account for in totality to say that we've accounted for this particular observation's weather conditions and it matches up with the globe. Now, if we just assume the Earth is a globe, right, and use refraction as a hostile witness, based on what the mainstream globe earthers claim about refraction, it still debunks the globe. Okay? Because standard refraction is 7/6R, right? So they're presupposing that the Earth's a globe in their calculation, in their formula, right? It's also calculated by the refraction coefficient, whereas 0 would be making an observation and it matches up perfectly with the globe geometry, right? As if you're looking through a medium that doesn't have any refraction at all, like a vacuum. Okay, so if you're 1 foot high, the horizon would be at 1.225 miles every single time. Now, then they say that we apply standard refraction, okay, and that increases the size of the globe, right? That's how they it's kind of like a fallacious way of talking about refraction, because they're pre-assuming a globe, and then they say, okay, standard refraction is 7/6R, so it makes the size of the radius a bit bigger. Okay, and with the K factor, right, I was just talking about the K factor of 0, it's the same thing. Now, all of a sudden, standard refraction would be a K factor of 0.17, and it would mean that you would be able to see like 15% further. So instead of the horizon being at 1.225 miles from a 1 foot observer height, it would be at like 1.3 or 1.4 miles or something like that because of standard refraction. They're just inflating the size of the globe by a little bit. Now, there's also not one observation that matches up even with standard refraction. Okay, so you can account for standard refraction, and they say it's standard, right? This is like the average. This is like what it's like most of the time. Okay, so you make an observation, and then you can apply for standard refraction. Okay, account for standard refraction. So, now the horizon should be at 1.225 miles. We'll account for refraction. Now it should be at, like, say, 1.4 miles or whatever. I don't know the exact amount, but it's just a little bit further. But that doesn't exist. There's not one observation where the horizon is at that distance, accounting for standard refraction. Okay, so where's the standard refraction? That's another thing that doesn't exist either. Okay, we're seeing consistently orders of magnitude further than you would be able to see on a globe. We're seeing the horizon 500% further away. Not 15% further away, not 20% further away, but usually a minimum of 500%, usually thousands and thousands of percent further than it should be on a globe. There's not one observation that matches up with the globe to prove that the geometric horizon exists at all in the first place. So refraction is the globe earther's worst nightmare. They butcher it, and they don't even realize that they're shooting themselves in the foot when they say the word refraction.
May I ask you a question, DJ?
Mm-hmm.
So, are you sure about what you said? Because I don't know. I never researched that. So, about refraction, standard refraction. So, when you use standard refraction, instead of, like, for 6 foot observer, 3 mile point 4 or 6, it will be like 3.8 or 0.9. So that will be the difference if you just take account of refraction?
Standard refraction, yep. It's 7/6R, or it's like it's usually 8 to 15%.
Okay. And have you ever tried to verify about extreme refraction? What would be the difference?
Yeah, so with extreme refraction, once you start getting more extreme conditions, you start going into miraging territory. Okay, you start getting obvious inferior and superior mirages. Okay, because what's right, so let's go over atmospheric refraction. Okay, we don't even need to talk about flat Earth. This is just using it as a hostile witness, right? This is the mainstream definition of atmospheric refraction in the side chat here. So essentially, the light will deviate towards the denser medium, the denser portion of a medium. So it's similar to Snell's law, okay, that the light will deviate towards the denser medium, except we have a different situation where we just have a gradient inside a single medium. Okay, so instead of instead of it just deviating at that sharp boundary layer between the two mediums, it slowly deviates right towards the denser portion of the single medium. All right, and that will cause these small effects when you don't have much of a gradient within the single medium. You just have a tiny little change in the refractive index, and you just get very slight effects of like a little bit of looming or sinking. Right, but once you start getting a steeper gradient, which would be what they consider like more refraction, strong refraction, super refraction, these kinds of things, that's where you have like a very steep gradient change, where you have an inferior mirage, for example. The easiest one to test, you get a hot piece of concrete and then you look across it. You get down low and you look across it. And because the hot concrete heats up the air just above the surface, right? The air, it goes from very hot to very cool very quickly. And the light will deviate upward towards the denser medium. Okay, and that's when you'll start getting that inferior miraging effect. And it will cause things in the distance to look like they're displaced downwards. And you'll get total internal reflection because the deviation of the light, it goes over your head. Okay, it doesn't go into your eye, it goes over your head, and that's when you see that mirroring effect on the ground. So once you start getting beyond this standard refraction, you start getting miraging effects. Okay, we're not presenting observations that have these miraging effects.
Yeah, and the point of my question was because I was surprised by that small difference between no refraction, and if you account for standard refraction, it would be that small difference from 1.2 miles to like 1.6 or 5, something like that. So it's just small difference. So we may say that, yeah, we accounted for standard refraction on those observations that are magnitudes farther than that that horizon and where it should be with that standard refraction. Like, for example, with our black swan observations. So if they say that, it didn't account for refraction, we can say that, yes, we accounted for refraction, standard refraction, and that's magnitude farther than where it should be. Accounting when refraction is there. So 10 miles is not like the 1.6, or even you can give them 2 miles with standard refraction, but that's not 10 miles like in the black swan.
Yeah. So 1.2 miles plus strong refraction, say 20%, right? That just makes it 1.47 miles. But we see the horizon way beyond 10 miles.
Yeah. So,
yeah, it's over 1,000% in that situation further.
So if someone says that you didn't account for refraction, so are you denying refraction? We can say that, yes, we accounted for refraction. So with refraction, it won't be that far, 10 miles. It will be this and this, those specific distances that they give in the proper model.
Yeah, it's atmospheric refraction just in itself has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe. The definition doesn't say anything about the Earth being a globe, and you can demonstrate it in your living room, like Skyfreeze observations. Okay, you can set up some blocks across your flat floor, and then you can manipulate the temperature conditions in the room, and you can make it look like the blocks start to go over a horizon. The only thing that was manipulated was the temperature, and that's that fits with the definition of what atmospheric refraction is. Has nothing to do with the globe. The globe earthers, they take that and then they hijack it and then they try to bake their radius value into it. That's when it starts getting into the fallacious territory, right? Because they're begging the question and they're trying to account for certain observations by including the globe in, and they're just basically trying to increase the size of the globe. Now, this is the crazy thing. So that's why I was saying earlier, we don't need to worry about flat Earth. We can just say, if we assume the Earth's a globe, to explain the observations that we have, you would have to have so much refraction that the Earth would look flat. Okay? Because you can use Walter Bislin's calculator, and it has a refraction slider, uses the refraction coefficient, and it has a scale between 0 and 1. 0 meaning that there's no refraction at all, and 1 meaning that there's so much refraction the Earth would look flat. Okay, so that means that if you've got something hidden in the distance that's 15 miles away, something visible in the distance that's 15 miles away, it should be hidden by a certain amount of Earth curvature. Okay, you need to slide that refraction slider up to 1, or just close to 1, to have no hidden height if the Earth were a globe. And that's the case in nearly all of the observations, right? Like the Great Salt Lake, the windmill ones with Dr. John Dee, the 3-inch lake observation in Canada, the Black Swan, right? You have to slide that refraction slider up to the point where there would be so much refraction that the Earth would just look flat anyway. That's how ridiculous it is. Okay, and then you start looking into how is that possible? Has anyone ever measured that? And what sort of meteorological conditions would have to be present to have that much refraction on a globe? Okay, and it's impossible. And especially impossible to have such consistent results of being able to see too far.
By the way, I watched the Black Swan, video, and I was like analyzing it sentence to sentence, and I even like checked the numbers and the calculations for the hidden heights needed to be applied to the turbines in the distance for each of them, like 8 mile, 8.3 till 11 miles. Okay, and I know that any kind of considering any kind of refraction to justify the non-existence of that hidden height on those turbines would be kind of ridiculous. Okay, I admit that. But the thing is that lady that was explaining the whole theory, she herself told that there is a big mirage, like in some of the in some distance. But I'm just curious why she didn't imply it in her calculations.
There's no miraging effects between the target, right? So the wind turbines don't show any sign of any mirage that exists whatsoever. It's crystal clear. It looks the same as what it looks like from close up. The right out, really, really far out into the ocean, you're going to start getting some disturbance because you're looking through a really, really thick air over a huge distance, right? Like you can see the boat that's 14 miles out. Okay, if the Earth were a globe, you wouldn't even be able to see that boat at all. Okay, and then in some of the footage, there's another boat that's even further out than that. Now, there's so much air between you and that boat, you're going to get some effects. You're going to get some atmospheric effects that happen over that distance, right? That's such a long distance, and you have all of that air, right? So over huge distances, you're always going to get some effects that are going to be taken into account. But looking out at the turbines that are 11 miles away, it's extremely clear, right? There's no waves. There's no wind, obviously, because there would be waves and ripples and things like that. So there's hardly any wind. Okay, and then there's no miraging effects on those windmills. Okay, the windmills look the same from 12 miles away as they do from close up.
Yeah, you can bring up.
So what miraging effect? Like, what miraging effect is there? Like, look, I'm going to post a close-up. Right, here we go. Just a second. I've got it right here. Okay, so this is what they look like close up. And
You can
This is
bring
what-
up types of mirages, and you can see the observation that won't align with any type of mirage. There is no mirroring, no upside down image, no nothing.
yeah, so have a look at the images here. Okay, so look at the pole on the right-hand side of the first image I posted, and then look at the poles from 12 miles away, 11 miles away. Looks the same.
And besides,
There's no-
you can't have a mirage on a ball. You can only have them on a flat Earth.
Yeah, Dr. John D actually goes into detail towards the end of that video about how mirages, inferior and superior mirages, are impossible on a globe.
In the same video?
In the same video, yep.
I have
Towards
to
the
see
end.
that.
Oh yeah, it's really good information. He shows examples. He goes over it step by step. So yeah, I don't see any mirage here. Like, there's a list of different miraging effects. Okay, so we can count them off one by one. Okay, so Fata Morgana. Okay, obviously this is not a Fata Morgana. Doesn't have any of the characteristics. Okay, cross that off the list. Superior and inferior mirage, right? They both have total internal reflection and they're super obvious. Okay, superior mirage will have things look like they're floating in the sky. Inferior mirage will have things look like they're sinking, cut off bottom up. And both of them will have total internal reflection and just optical chaos, right? Okay, so we can cross off those two, right? So now we've crossed off the three main types of mirages. Okay, after that we have towering and stooping, which is when things look stretched out, being towering, and when things look squished and compressed, which is the opposite of towering, it's called stooping. We don't have that in this either. Okay, so that's most of the mirages crossed off. Now, what do we have left? We have super mild versions of inferior and superior mirages called looming and sinking. Okay, so those are very, very minor effects. Neither looming nor sinking is going to flatten out 11 miles of water and allow you to have no obstruction of things 11.2 miles away, right, from a 3.5 foot observation height. Impossible. Okay, that's pretty much it. That's all of the mirages accounted for, right? So, yeah, it's wouldn't be a
Flat
good rebuttal.
Earth is impossible.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, why did you put your NASA badge as your avatar, Josh? Do you think that's gonna?
No. I just dusted it off. I thought it was funny because I got accused of lying the other day.
You were lying about what? You worked at NASA?
Yeah, someone was saying I was lying about that.
So you had to dox your NASA badge on it, dude. That's crazy.
Oh no! I edited the photo. I took the badge number off. It's just my name on there.
Okay, I was gonna say
Yeah.
that's pretty crazy.
No. I censored it.
Anyway,
Hey,
from your-
send me that file. You can take your face and name off of it, but send me the rest of it. I gotta do something.
What are you gonna do?
We're all gonna get NASA badges.
I'm going to NASA.
Oh, he's gonna go. He's gonna wear
I'm
it.
gonna copy that onto a blank one and then walk into NASA and I'm gonna start using a computer system.
He's gonna be like, "Earth is a globe." Am I right? Try to high five everybody. They're gonna look at him like he's crazy.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna wear a big NASA hat, all kinds of shit. Earth is a globe. Don't tell me anything different.
Well, if you ever end up in the San Francisco Bay Area and you want a tour of Ames, as long as you're a U.S. person, you can get a tour.
Wow, really, Josh? That's amazing.
I mean,
Well, if you're in Ohio or near Cleveland, I'll give you a tour of Glenn Research Center.
I mean, what do people usually get out of like? Are they? What is it, like a spiritual experience or something? Wow, look at all these computers. You guys actually work on these computers? That's awesome. What are you guys studying? Like outer space stuff?
I mean, Ames has like huge wind tunnels and a ton of like aerodynamics work as well, because that's where
name is Glenn.
Yeah, that's true. Glenn does a lot of electric propulsion and microgravity research as well.
Wind tunnels, and they've got a gigantic, the world's largest vacuum chamber.
Yeah, I mean, there are offices with just computers in them, but there's a lot of hardware labs too and test chambers.
Just another day at the office, huh, Josh?
No, I'm avoiding the office today. Amazon just laid off a bunch of folks.
Why? Because the government shut down?
No, because we're automating everything.
Yeah, they're telling us to use AI more, and they cut a bunch of jobs.
That's right.
Dude,
we're taking your jobs away, dude.
You knew this was coming, Josh.
Dude, I've been telling you guys that I'm one of the people that is doing this to you guys, and you should have been ahead of the ball game a long time ago. So you can't stop us from automating everything. It's just going to happen. Just don't fuck with my house. I don't want shit automated here. Only thing, I have Alexa turn my lights on and off. That's it.
So, I mean, overall, what kind of reduction are we talking about? What percentage do you think in the company of Amazon?
About 5% of all corporate employees, about 15K.
Jesus, dude. I mean, do they ahead of time give you the guys notice? And
they have full boxing line. They have full boxing lines in Cleveland. There just no people running them. Gets the items, puts it in the box, makes the box, closes the box, puts the address on it, moves it down the line to a truck. We have a prototype plants here, and the prototype plants here in Cleveland are doing perfect. They don't need people to run them.
Much cheaper too, huh, than labor?
Yeah, no, these are corporate employees like HR and program managers and engineers.
Oh God, them guys must have had like lengthy, time there working for the. Yeah,
it varies.
I don't know.
It varies. Like I've been looking. There's folks with like 8-9 years of tenure. There's folks that just got hired like 6 months ago. But my department is exempt. So none of our. Just because we're much harder to hire than most other corporate employees.
Okay, well, at least you're in a bubble.
Due to ITAR restrictions and other things like Kuiper, the past like 4 or 5 rounds of layoffs, Kuiper has been exempt.
I was going to tell you the other day, man, you were sounding like Elon Musk, like the way he speaks. You had the same cadence in your voice, the same and all that shit.
I'm somewhere on the spectrum, it's all good.
Seriously? I didn't know that.
That's weird.
No, honestly, you can't really talk.
No, not ASD. I just have an auditory processing disorder. So when people are asking me questions, I have to. It takes me a second to get my ducks in a row.
Well, isn't that what he has? I have
no idea.
No,
he has Asperger's.
He has earpiece burgers. Listening That's why he stutters.
I was gonna say I've met Elon a couple times. He definitely is like that all the time. It's not. It's
Yeah,
interesting.
it's
It's
who
kind
he
of an
is.
asshole.
Yeah, it's who he is. You think? He really doesn't care what people's opinions are. He's just gonna say what he's gonna say. Like, it's just about how it's gonna be done. I've heard him. I've heard him in like certain talks where people are trying to talk about, him getting certain funding or taking their, their funding away from him because like companies that support him. And he's like, "You can go f yourself." Like I'm like, "Golly, man." Yeah, I don't know. That's not professional, but it's just who he is. He doesn't really care.
Who's this? I missed it.
The money bag with eyeballs. Elon Musk.
Which? Oh, yeah.
I was gonna say which one. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Like I don't know, man. Like he might
No,
be a
he
little bit
cares because
intelligent.
every time he whines a lot, dude. Every time like something happens to like SpaceX, he's whining, so he does care. That's just a front.
I don't know. As far as his intelligence goes, do you think he knows more than the people that work for him? I don't know about that.
No, I think he's a fucking idiot.
He knows a good amount for a CEO about rocket propulsion and like satellite operations, but like he definitely leans on his. He's more of like a vibes guy. He definitely leans on his direct reports and his execs, but he knows more about the technical side than most CEOs.
Right? Would you want him teaching at university?
For a business school, yes. For an engineering school, no.
Okay.
As far as like how to break into an industry that
what makes him a great business person?
Oh, just understanding government appropriations, product market fit.
Yeah, I agree with you. He understands government appropriations very well. He knows how to grift like no other. I'm serious, dude. Like all his businesses depended on government largesse.
I mean, they do,
and they would have all failed if it wasn't for some government freaking tit he wasn't sucking off of.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But here's the thing, dude. At what point? Like, how do those deals even go down? Do they happen like at a specific power meeting, like at a luncheon, or like where does this?
I can tell you. Yeah, you're not supposed to be wandering the halls as a contractor trying to gin up business deals with government employees, but that happens all the time.
Yeah, dude, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, isn't that like not the right way to do it? And then that's how it happens. Like,
yeah, you go wander around the Capitol building and go talk to the representatives that are on the committees that you're interested in.
Dude, that's not how they say that it's supposed to be done, though, isn't it? Like, I mean,
people get paid to do it.
These meetings are supposed to be formal, aren't they? Am I getting that wrong? Like,
yeah, but you never go into a formal meeting unless you already know what the person is going to say because you've had a bajillion informal meetings ahead of time.
Oh, for God's sakes, dude! Like, what can
that's how it works.
Okay. But that almost sounds like you have to be in a club to even talk to those guys.
AB.
Yes, you're correct.
Washington, D.C. has the highest average income in America. The average income is $250,000 a year. That should tell you something. That's the average income. Average.
But most of their dollars don't come from their specific job.
I'm just talking about people that work in the D.C. area. The average income is $250,000 a year. The average income. They're doing some dirty ass shit. There's no other way to explain that. It's more than New York City. New York City's like half of that. Think about that, dude. New York City, the most expensive city to live in America, is half the average income of Washington, D.C.
I think Yoda was even talking about like that's partly the reason why he wanted to get away from that whole scene because there's a bunch of corruption when it gets up. You have to be a part of a special group, and that group has to invite you to certain like meetings and soirees and all this other shit. And then you have to be in bed with certain groups. And like, dude, it's
I think of it like this, dude. It's like raisin bread, right? Most of the time, you're gonna bite into the bread, but sometimes you're gonna bite into a raisin, and there's corruption sprinkled, and you never know where it is. It could be around any fucking corner.
but they sell us on this idea of how things are supposed to be, right? Like, in order for you to get to this position, you have to work hard and be a diligent, a person to like study and do this. It's all fake. None of it's real.
Well,
Like,
I will also say this: we're starting to run out of bread, and there's a lot more raisins than bread at this point.
yeah, exactly.
I was gonna say like Loudoun County in Virginia where I live, median household income. So not average; it's lower than average, but like 50th percentile is like 180K. And like I'm bottom bitch on my team, and I clear 350 a year. So like it's kind of nuts. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, but yeah. He's better got 2 nickels to rub together. It sounds like.
I mean, that's.
My VP made like 1.2 last year.
He took that as salary? Is he retarded?
Okay.
No. It's a lot of it's stock. I think probably like 4 or 500.
Mm-hmm.
And then is that how your compensation? Is that what you're including in your 350? 350 on your base, right?
No. Base is like 250.
Oh, okay, because then that kind of fucks you because then if you want the whole thing, you're paying capital gains. Which is more capital gains or income at that point?
Capital gains if you hold on to the stock for a year after it vests. You pay the 20% as opposed to the whatever the 27 or 32.
Yeah, they're raking you over the coals with that.
Nah, it's fine.
It's just coming right back.
No, it's it's fine because you don't mind it. You're still getting a payout, but at the same time, man, like they're getting their cut.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more than happy to pay my taxes.
Amazon makes most of their money off the government, so it's just a circle jerk. Government pays Amazon. Amazon pays him. He pays the government. Government pays Amazon. It's just a circle jerk.
So the same $20 that you paid them, they're going to give it right back to you. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, yeah, they give us a 10% discount on everything on Amazon.com, and it's like, oh, cool, I got discount at the company store, so I can take my salary and give it right back to them.
Yeah, that's like the olden days where they had the corporate towns, and they have a store, and they pay you in script.
16 tons, what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. No, I mean, Kuiper's awesome.
Isn't Amazon's largest revenue source of government from the cloud computing shit?
I don't know if it's the government from the cloud computing, but AWS definitely props up the rest of the company.
That was like 30% of their revenue or something. Last I looked, which was a long time ago, but I thought you know what Tesla's major revenue stream is? Fucking carbon credits.
Yeah, for a while. I mean, they're clamping down on that.
This shit is not maintainable. You realize that, right? A system like this is not maintainable.
Agreed.
I mean, the pandemic was kind of like the writing on the wall. When nobody goes to work in the whole world, the whole society doesn't collapse. That means there's a lot of people doing jobs that don't mean anything.
Yeah, that's what's his name was talking about. Elon. He's making everybody go to work.
Yeah, but his job, we could give her his job and nothing would change.
He'll still be a money bag with eyeballs, bro. And the thing is, once you get to that level, like you can't. He's somebody now. You can go and talk to people that are in political positions.
Well, from my understanding, is he runs his day-to-day lifestyle off of debt, right? So he just borrows money against his stock and then pays back the debt. That way, you don't have income. Right? You never actually have any income because you're living off of debt, loan proceeds. And this is the money is debt, dude. Debt is money. At that level, at least.
And we got Alex Max that just joined us. Alex, welcome. And other new people that are joining, if you want to chime in, go ahead and if you have any questions about the globe flat Earth conversation, let us know. take that as a no.
No, y'all are right about the soirees and the invite-only events and things. You have to be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and shake the right amount of hands, and then you'll get what you know, whatever you're funding for your project or whatever. It's just funny that it operates that way, and it's not the formal way that everybody thinks in their mind the way it should work. You get what I'm saying? Like if
Like
you're gonna have a business or like there's this projection of how it's supposed to be, right? Then there's this whole other side of how it really is, and it's not what you've been told. Like if you're learning at, you know, if you're going and you want to become someone in that specific, you know, area, like if you wanted to move up, right? Don't you have to be a part of some group of like people that, you know, then you go meet somebody else who's gonna you're gonna shake, and he's gonna be like, okay, well, yeah, I like what you're saying, I like what you're doing, and you know, you're proposing it to him. It's informal. It's not something that you go into a, you know, room perhaps and have a real formal, you know, kind of sit down and everybody's listening to what you're saying. It's not. I don't know. It's not. You never see. You have a lot of people saying it's that way, but it's never. Is it really? You're up there. You know what's going on. You know what the real transactions happen are at informal meetings.
It 100% happens like that.
I don't know. That's the other side to like why people say, well, why would they? Why would they lie? Why are they? It's like, well, then if nothing's going up, if nothing's
you think that if the moon is a sphere, it wouldn't. You couldn't cast a sphere. Wouldn't cast a circular shadow on a sphere. It would get distorted because the surface would be curved. Right? You're projecting a circle onto a curved surface. It's not going to stay a circle.
Wait, why would the shadow section get distorted?
Because
only an arc section
the
you
moon
get.
would be curved, right? It's a curved surface. It's not a piece of paper. I mean, if you want to say the moon's flat and it's the shadow of the Earth, that would work fine. You mean the flat moon society?
I mean, I guess
how are you going to work it out anyway? How are you going to work it out anyway? You only have an arc section, unless you think that the Earth's shadow is perfectly fitting the angular size of the moon.
Yeah, and this is where the empirical evidence comes in, right? So there's observations that are made in nature that falsify the three-ball idea of an eclipse. Namely, there's eclipses that are observed. Yes, so Over the Fence is posting the chat demonstration. So there's eclipses that are observed that are geometrically impossible. namely that the sun and the moon are both visible above the horizon, and the shadow of the moon, the quote-unquote shadow of the Earth, is moving down the surface of the moon toward the horizon. But the sun is also above the horizon. So how can the object that's casting the shadow be coming down when it's under your feet? It's coming down towards you, but the Earth is under your feet. That's geometrically impossible. There's sunset eclipses that have been recorded, which is also geometrically impossible. There's all sorts of problems with it. They don't tell, like, the globe. You got to think of the globe as kind of like someone selling you a used car. They're like, freaking, man, it has a great engine. Freaking, the stereo's freaking awesome. They don't tell you that the brakes are going, that the clutch is gone, right? That freaking smells like cat piss in the fucking trunk. They don't tell you all that. They're selling you the good points. They don't tell you all the things that don't work. There's a lot of things that don't work. And that's kind of what we did. We say, hey, we're not trying to convince you there's a sweat. We're just going to, like, they say the Earth is a globe, and then they say there's certain things that observe in nature, and we checked, and it don't check out, bro. Like, that's all we're saying. This shit don't check out.
I see. Okay.
I mean, we take it at face value that it would check out if we checked. And nobody checks, right? We just assume, like, you know, like Eddie Bravo used to say, Google, what's the distance to the sun? 93 million miles. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How'd they do that, right? No one ever asks how'd they do that in checks. They just take it at face value that it's true. And I mean, I understand. People are also taught that to figure this stuff out, like, you have to be some sort of freaking super genius nerd astronomer and freaking buy a freaking 10 by 10 blackboard and 10 boxes of chalk.
Well, I'm not a scientist.
Oh, yeah, I'm not a scientist. Yeah.
Well, we're here every day. I'm not a scientist. I couldn't possibly know that.
Yeah, you can't figure it out because you're not a scientist. But then on the other hand, you're dumb for not believing it.
Yep.
How does that make sense? How can you be dumb and not, like, dumb and just like ordinary at the same time?
Yeah, and they say that too in the same breath, right? Talking outside two sides of the mouth. You're just too stupid to understand.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a scientist, so I couldn't possibly know.
Only smart people automatically believe smart people.
Yeah, you got to be smart to believe smart people. Dumb people don't believe smart people because they're dumb.
But you're not as smart as the smart people. That's the other thing.
Are those smart people smart because they believe other smart people?
Yes.
Infinite progress.
Yeah, it's human centipede.
Oh, God.
There's some psychology for your ass, cowboy.
Oh man, nice choice of words.
I mean, you want to do a psychological frickin'. You want to have a. You want to see some psychology, man. Chill for a fucking week in here and watch the people that come in here in the absolute absurd psychotic rage this topic brings them.
Oh no, I know. I used to host Crit knows we were on this server together, and I used to host these really large talks. Like we get like 300 people in on these like things called stages, and then these I'd have people come on like a couple at a time. We might have 6 or 7, maybe 8 people on stage at once, and I would allow, like, let's say we're doing flat earth, I'd allow like 3 flat earthers on, 3 globers on, and then we'd all talk. And there's some pretty interesting discussions. I kind of get lost when the flat earthers like go down the whole the dinosaurs were placed there rabbit hole, and like the Catholics are incubating a bunch of babies and trying to and miseducate everybody, like shit like that.
I get it, dude.
That's science
like what we call esoteric flat earthers. We're not in that group, bro.
I told him that earlier. I was saying that
we were
too.
talking about that earlier. Yeah.
That shit infuriates me. All of that.
But I like to come to it. I'm like, okay, what do we
listen,
know?
Cowboy, on interrogation, you'll find out they're not actually flat earthers. They're just they're just fucking edgelords.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because if they cared anything about information being told, they would care more about how it's investigated, how people know what they know. Like, is it something that could be substantiated, that could withstand scrutiny?
Mm-hmm.
That's something you should be looking for if you have a talk with somebody. Be more concerned with how they got to the point of a conclusion of the information they're presenting you. And if they can't do it, then what are they saying? They just have another belief system? You know, like, that's not going to work. Yeah, we're trying to get people out of the muck and mire of just believing everything, you know, and not putting things to the test. So in order to do that, we need to have some sort of foundation for them to begin their journey, not just give them another thing to believe in. Well, there's a map of the Earth on the moon, guys. You know, like, that's stupid. Why the hell are we going to do that for?
A lot of people come into Flat Earth with other ideas, right? Like ether or like aliens. So, like, how do I plug all this in, right? Like I'm not letting go of that stuff, as it's got to work with Flat Earth now, right? So next thing, you got outer lands that the aliens come from instead of other planets. Right?
Yeah, we'll move the reptilians underground, guys.
Yeah, the Masonic reptilian overlords. Dude, I swear, I don't know.
Yeah, it's infuriating. I think Nathan Oakley nailed it when he calls it the feast of nonsense. If you're interested in flat Earth, there's a veritable feast of nonsense out there being perpetuated by people who call themselves flat earthers. And they might be more numerous than us here in 24/7, sadly. So the general public sees all this crazy bullshit and thinks that that's what we think. So Globers come in to argue, and they're surprised to find out that we don't subscribe to any of that nonsense. And they think we're supposed to. And then they think we're being disingenuous. Like, what the fuck?
That's crazy.
This is your map, and you're supposed to believe in the ice ring Antarctica and lands beyond it, and toroidal ether and all of that. What do you mean you don't believe any of that?
Like Professor Phil.
You're supposed to believe that gravity's electricity.
Professor Phil, after all this time, we've been saying that that's not what we're saying. Will still come in here and repeat the very same thing he does, like the same antics he did the last time. So you guys are saying that the ice wall, and it's like, dude, we've been over this. I don't know how many times with you. We're not saying that. Like, it's doesn't change.
Right. I mean, there may be some weird shit going on beyond our realm of knowledge. And that's fine if you want to speculate, but I mean, to hold yourself out as a flat earther, and then these are the things that make you a flat earther, is just absolutely batshit crazy to me. Yeah, Indio nailed it, man. These are edgelords. At the end of the day, you talk to them, you find out that they're either here trying to rage bait people and win online arguments, or they're here to try to be a guru and offer some really mind-blowing perspective on a new cosmology. And then meanwhile, 24/7's hanging back here, and we're like, no, man, we just want to talk about what we see and what's real.
They've uncovered the secret maps that are hidden in the basement of the Vatican. So they're here to kind of like tell the world about it. They come in here with like this little angle or secret knowledge that no one else has, and like, yeah, well, you guys never thought of it. Like, that's dumb.
Have you guys ever interacted with an individual who goes by Pickle? Or Newt?
Yes, dude.
I want to see what you guys think about him because he had good things to say about y'all, and I love Pickle. Like me and him go back and forth.
Dude,
or at least we used to.
Let me say this: they were touting him as the debate god before. When we got into this channel here in politics, everybody's like, "Dude, you need to watch out for Newt, man. He's like the best of the best. Like that guy is top tier when it comes to debating." And we were like, I was like, "Yo, okay." Really like to have a chat with him to see what he's like. I mean, dude, that was far from like the expectation that I had because of the way they built him up. They built him up to be some sort of like superior, like debate king. You know, it was not that.
Yeah, isn't that where Heretic is like, hey, our plumb line straight lines, our plumb line straight lines? Was that the guy that he was doing that with?
No, that was Great Angelo, and he's an entomologist. No, that's not him.
Okay, never mind.
It's like, fuck you.
But it's like...
No, Newt, I have recorded with him a conversation. He thinks that there could be a container, but it's probably like a membrane around the Earth. I have him on a recording. He thinks it's like a ferro fluid kind of thing. The way he was describing it. I don't know what he thinks about now, but that's what he was saying back then.
I know that he's very into the esoteric stuff, so that's why I asked.
Perhaps.
Wait, is Newt the guy that says that he's building a large language model and he comes in here and he's trying to get flat earthers to add to it because we're kind of like an element of chaos and random elements that he needs to make his unique?
I don't know, maybe. I've never heard him say that, but he does have like this knowledge that he feels that he's more superior than another Glober that comes in here speaking. And he'll tout his knowledge in a way like that, like, "Oh, that you got it wrong. That's high school knowledge." Like he'll say it like that.
Yeah, but yeah, you're thinking of the right person. He was drilling a hole through the event horizon or something.
Yeah, I remember that. That was Newt drilling a hole through the event horizon. I remember.
That's funny. Are you doing it now, Newt? Like, ask him, like.
Well, I guess, when you're smart enough to be paid by a private foundation to do anything you want on the internet, you can come up with ideas like that all day long and have fun.
When you speak, sometimes the last thing that you say is cut off. I think that you might need to hold down the push to talk a little bit longer, or give it a second. I don't know why. It's like the last word, word or two, it's left off.
Okay, yeah. I mean, sometimes Discord lags. Like I press the push to talk and it doesn't immediately activate, and the other opposite happens.
Yeah, I know, man. That's why I'll kind of hold it for a kind of a millisecond longer after I finish saying something, just to make sure it gets through.
All right, cool. Thanks for the tip. I got to go now anyway, so time to get into this office environment.
Yeah, I'm going to be supposedly about 35,000 feet. I just wanted to see if you had any way for me to prove the dip direction on the airplane.
Correcting to what?
You know, where since it's got to bend down for the humpy curve of the Earth, so I figure the 2-hour flight, it ought to be dipping down about 6,000 miles.
You need to somehow like lock a gimbal to your initial reference point and use that as an absolute frame of reference to measure angular change over time against.
Yeah, I'm only saying in jest, but yeah, I'll be in the air here in about an hour and a half, somewhere in that vicinity. 2.5 hours.
Cool, man. Yeah, so a pitch reading that is a pitch reading that is not against an absolute frame of reference, but a local frame of reference only is not going to show any curvature deviation over a globe, even if it did exist, according to the globe.
Oh, there's no way. No, I was just teasing because it's a bad argument. But anyway, have a good day, and I'll wrap with you soon.
Okay. All right. Have a good time. Have a good flight.
Yeah, I'll be back near that restaurant, not really far, that we talked about. So, talk soon, my friend.
Okay. See ya.
Stay blessed, man.
I've uncovered a lot of crazy information about avionics and the airframe gyro itself. It is just insane. So there's actually like CFR 49 is limits NTSB or any government's authorities in fully releasing the unprocessed raw gyro data from the ADARU. This data would include what is said to be the initial calibration alignment with the axis of the globe that is supposedly done on the runway, or on the tarmac rather, before they push off.
Fascinating. Why do you hypothesize they're not able to release that?
Well, I go based off of what they say, and they say that they're not in the business of releasing what could be considered extremely valuable trade secrets to these companies that develop these devices, because the uncompensated raw data would allow engineers to potentially back engineer how the device works, to include identifying flaws within the device itself, and then make a more competitive copy of it without doing their own research. That's just one thing. I mean, it goes into potential national security concerns.
So, protection of trade secrets versus passenger safety. Yeah.
Precisely. Yep.
Well,
I pay for 2 large language model subscriptions.
It's dumb.
It is dumb. It's contradictory to what the whole purpose of NTSB is for, to investigate crashes and malfunctions of equipment for public transportation. So it's bonkers, dude. So I've got a subscription to SuperGrok, and I've got a subscription to Google Gemini Pro version, and I've used both of their research agents to go find me raw uncompensated gyro data, particularly at the initialization of the gyro, which is supposedly detecting Earth curvature rotation around an axis. And both of them have continuously come up empty, saying this doesn't exist. And it probably doesn't exist for these reasons. Now, what it did find was simulated data and some NASA document and some simulated data for like a university class on this. And then it found related technology data that's not the same thing as the ADARU, and not the same thing as some INS on a boat, but something else. I forgot what it was called. But it too was only able to obtain second and third order data and not original unfiltered raw data So I'm coming up empty. I mean, I'd really like somebody out there to go find this stuff and even validate that it exists.
I need to interview some people in person in order to get those questions answered.
Well, it's like, okay, let's go into commercial industry and let's go pull up some examples. I want to see like field testing of these devices. I want to see a meta study on a bunch of these devices that have been compared to each other. I want to see what kind of data they're spitting out, what kind of errors are also being put out, how errors are compensated, and so on and so forth. But none of this exists in the public domain anywhere.
Somebody once told me that if we knew how chaotic aviation was, we'd never fly or go anywhere.
Right. I'll tell you what I have found. Based off of their own claims, they claim that during the initial inertial alignment phase, where they are recording Earth's rotation with the airplane around the globe axis, that they use that data to then subtract it out of the attitude readings and velocity readings of the aircraft. And this subtraction then is delivered to a computer that goes ahead and adds in WGS84, and goes in and adds in Earth transport rate rotation, and adds in Coriolis, so that the output could be matched to GPS systems and other navigation conventions. So they claim that they take it out, that they zero out the instrument based off of physical readings of globe rotation, and then they add in a model afterwards. I find that to be pretty silly. I mean, I've got like a PowerPoint presentation describing this in my stack of stuff. I've got so much crap that I need to organize.
Should put it through the AI. Yoder, put it through the AI. Let it do it, the sorting.
I did in Google Notebook and SuperGrok.
Then you're gonna have your own. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, like, would you consider yourself to be pretty knowledgeable about like prominent flat Earth explanations and models for like weather and stuff like that?
There we go.
Oh shit, okay.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat.
Yo, Crit, are you still here?
Please try to remain civilized and cordial.
Yeah, it was fun listening to that Aussie guy fumble and stumble with Indio. Yeah, that was good. I think he was out of his element. He was out of his league.
Yeah, dude. Fish out of water much, huh?
Who is this Aussie character?
Roadhouse on Twitter.
Roundhound.
Oh,
was he
sorry,
the one that was doing the debate?
Roundhound, yeah, sorry. I got Roadhouse.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard about that earlier. I was curious. I guess he was coming from like a debunking flat Earth type of view.
They all do.
So, like,
they all do.
When people try to debunk flat Earth, do any of them come from a like weather standpoint? Like,
nope.
How does flat Earth explain the weather, cloud formations, blah blah blah? No.
Nope. They don't know half of the most of 90% of the stuff that they say they don't know. So if they even start talking about anything, it's mostly mainstream information.
Okay. So like, because usually, like, well, not usually, like, one of the main things that I understand that like Globe Earth has, like, one of the best arguments for Globe Earth, at least from my understanding, is like weather patterns, and explaining how like different storm systems can have different like pressure outcomes on part of the world, and then as the Earth spins around and as the sun heats different parts of the ocean, then like we can explain weather patterns that are going to come up based on that heating and rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, but
and blah, blah,
what does the rotation have to do with the weather pattern? Can you correlate that for us here in the room? Like, how does it make sense that the Earth spinning is going to cause some sort of fluctuation in weather?
Well, depending on like the rotation and the position with Earth and the sun, there's going to be different weather patterns because the sun will be heating more intensely by different parts of the ocean.
That's the explanation you've been given. How can you prove that is actual truth? It's a truth claim. Like the truth of the claim that you're thinking about. How do you know that it's true?
Well, like outside of flat Earth, like I don't believe there's a lot of things that we can know for certain, right?
Are you certain of this thing? Are you certain of this one thing that you're saying that will solidify the point that what makes you think the Earth is a globe based on weather? Like, if you are, I'd like to hear it. I want to know how you made the connection to like weather patterns and the Earth being a globe. I want to hear it. Do you? I mean, does anybody else? I do.
Well, I'm not certain, but I would say that it would make the most sense.
That's not a good. That's not a good place. That's not good, bro. You can't say that. Like, you either know or you don't know. And if it's something that you don't know, intellectual honesty, I don't know.
Well, where I'm coming from is like, I don't think there's a lot of things that people can be certain of. It's just like with the models that that we're told are like the most likely. Like, there's certain bits and pieces of evidence that make more or less sense, right? Like,
based on what though? There's no standard though. There's like you might think you have some sort of standard by saying, "No, well that seems to check out in my mind. That works out," but you don't have something that you can put it against. Like, you don't have something to say, "Okay, I know that's true about the weather pattern and the Earth rotating because I have a base of understanding of how the Earth rotating would affect these things." There's nothing you're putting it against. You're just accepting some sort of explanation that gives you a confirmation bias on the worldview that you think you have right now. It's not true, is what I'm saying. Nothing that you said actually manifests that information into the physical world, except for that you believe it. That's the only thing. I mean, the logic is sound here, Cowboy.
Yeah. So like, I guess like, could you expand on like what your position is with regard to like weather systems and whatnot?
Right. That has to do with pressure and temperature. And depending where the sun is, in accordance to like your geographic position, weather patterns change and or fluctuate. So, and there's systems that are caused on the earth due to currents. The currents that run on the earth, like currents in the ocean, currents in the air, like the jet stream that they talk about. So there's a lot of currents that this earth operates off of and changes and fluctuates. So these weather patterns are cyclical in nature, right? They repeat.
Yeah.
And some are stronger, some are weaker. I mean, but either way, we don't need a spinning globe earth to actually talk about weather. You know, we can use just pressure and temperature to actually have a better cohesive understanding about what weather is and how it works.
But like, how would you then explain like seasons?
Well, like I said, the sun actually motivates a lot of the weather patterns that we have. So depending on what time of year it is for you and where you're located, the sun will be farther closer to you in your area. So as it approaches and it moves away, there will be a fluctuation in weather that you would see. Like, you know, the rainy season or the hot season or, you know, the cold season, you know, like just depends. So its proximity, its proximity to your geographic location usually dictates the fluctuating patterns in weather. I mean, that's apparent. That's what we know. So outside of the worldview that you need a spinning globe Earth, you don't need that. You just need the proximity of the sun. So you could think of it like a globe, but there's no evidence that the globe itself is actually attributing the weather pattern changes. You know what I mean? Like, except for you believing it. That's it. The only thing that you have is a belief that it does.
Some things still don't even make sense to me. Like either way, I mean, it's 11:45 p.m. for me right now, and I'm in a t-shirt and shorts. It's dark. That's great. Like it's so moderate. It's just lovely. But 2 months ago, this time, I would have been freezing my butt off. Like that's just.
Oh, is it becoming summer for you guys in Australia?
Yeah. I mean, but it's like it's summer already, bro. It's like it's summer already this year. I mean, it's crazy, but like, how does that work? Where's the sun to give me this warmth that I'm experiencing right now? It's gone. It's not here.
Yeah. So, yeah, regardless, I mean, you could think of it like a globe, but it doesn't affect you can't tell me how the weather is modified by the Earth being a globe and is spinning. You get me? So yeah, it works fine on the horizontal plane. I mean, I'm gonna have that. Unless, like I said, you have some knowledge that's superior that I don't know about, and you're going to tell me. But other than that, all I know is that you've been told a story that the Earth is spinning and it's a globe, and I mean, we got fluctuating weather patterns based on the sun, where it is on the tilt of the Earth, and how much sunlight it's getting. You know, that explanation. But
gotcha. So, like under your model, like the sun can change its relative distance to Earth or position to Earth, rather than the other way around.
Just what reality? Just reality, man. Just what you see in reality. You can only make because those things we don't know what they are and how they function. Right? The mechanism. All we have is like correlation to an experience of those things.
Yeah, this is true. It's true for several fields, you know. I'll say, what time is it?
I mean, here's a question to ask, right? Because it seems like somebody that's very knowledgeable about the Earth being a globe and that does weather, they could tell you how the Earth being a globe would affect weather. Like a meteorologist. I think that's a question for one of those guys. And when you ask them the question, tell them, what direct information do we have that the Earth, because it's a globe and it spins, that we have fluctuating weather patterns that, affects the weather? Like, then they could give you a direct answer, and then you could actually build off of a case that from them studying weather, they could tell you. Because it doesn't sound like it's a solid case for the Earth being a globe, as you might have thought. Because it doesn't sound that way to me. Not from what I heard, anyway.
I see, yeah. Yeah, my knowledge only goes to like I know about the different like latitudes and longitudes. There's like these I don't know if you want to call them vortexes or like streams that are deemed as being responsible for like large scale weather patterns. So like there's a reason why hurricanes tend to form off the coast off of Africa and then move west until they keep moving northwest into the Caribbean and then into like, the Florida Keys or whatever. There's like these explanations for that and how like the ocean warming coincides with these vortexes, and then it pushes the hurricanes and several different types of weather formations. And this happens too off the coast of Japan when they get monsoons and typhoons during their hurricane season. And I know about stuff like that. And I was in a climate change lab for a little bit as a researcher, so we got to learn about
good.
Different seasonal weather patterns and shit like that.
Now tell me,
those affect.
Well, it's important, right? But now tell me, from that study, what can you glean off of that you can really directly correlate that has to do with the Earth's rotation and or the Earth being a spherical, planet? Like, what can you say from those studies that ties directly into that?
Well, I don't know if there's too much of anything that'll tie into like the shape of Earth or rotation. I mean, we were studying how seasons affect snow melt and how that snow melt affects plant and animal life, and with supposed increases in heat and decreases in ozone, how would that affect the plant and animal life, and would it increase diversity? Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying though is, in those conversations and the study, was the globe Earth being a ball spinning? Did it affect that in any way that you had to talk about it? Like it was a factor, in other words.
Well, I guess with assuming like the seasons and the way they work, I guess to that extent, but not really.
Right. I just want to make it make sense to you, because if it was something that you directly experienced with a study, and you're like, we needed to talk about the spin of the Earth right here, or the Earth's rotundity, like you would have mentioned that and been like very adamant about that position. Anybody would. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I just wanted to elucidate that so that you can actually be like, okay, I know that I've talked about this, so here's what I know about it. And it seems like the discussion was more on the fauna and flora and wasn't like really based on like the spin of the Earth or the Earth's rotundity.
Yeah, I mean, I think I vaguely remember us talking about the way that birds move, like between the hemispheres, and how with increased snow melt it could lead to changes in their migration patterns where you're seeing them migrate much sooner and staying in places for longer. And that would then change the food webs where, birds are preying a lot more and staying longer in these areas, preying on insects and whatnot. And they're increasing their populations. And that would change to much more larger migration patterns between the hemispheres, and it could change up the food webs. With the bird migration patterns, it's super interesting because like as most people are taught, like they move from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere. I think it's like every 6 or 7 months, and they do that to stay in ideal hunting conditions and weather conditions and whatnot. And I don't know. I guess like a non-globe model would be able to explain that well as simply like, with because we already talked about like the weather patterns and seasons, like, they wouldn't need to be on a globe in order to navigate.
Yeah, exactly that. But I mean, I always like to strike at the heart of the matter, right? If somebody thinks that there's some type of relationship that the Earth has, being that it's spinning and it's curving, let the person actually describe in what way they interacted with that information that corresponds to the one that they know, like studying the animal behavior, like it interacts with it, Because it would make sense to you, right, at some level to say it with assurance. Like, yeah, I know how the spin of the Earth would affect bird migration or whatever. But it's not really being mentioned or talked about because it seems inconsequential when it comes to like that discussion. So thereby negating the fact that it did have a relevance.
Like, what do you mean?
So if bird migration had something to do because the Earth was a globe that was spinning in the vacuum of space, don't you think that would have been something that you understood was a true fact that you discovered? Or at least be happy to talk about it,
Well, like, I don't know. I guess I view facts as a little different because it's like one of the coolest classes I took in college was called epistemology. It's basically the study of knowledge, and it's like, what can you know for certain, right? Is like a really big question in that field. And when you dig deep into it, you kind of realize there's not a lot of things you can know for certain. There was one philosopher, Rene Descartes, who, and stop me if you know what I'm talking about, but he basically remarked that the only thing that he could know for sure is that he existed. Because in order for him to be able to think of these things and ask these questions to himself, he has to exist. Because he was thinking to himself, like, okay, what exactly do I know? And this was a dude who was like in the 1600s, right? He's thinking to himself, do I know that a chair is a chair? Like, what are objects? Do I know that? How do I know whether or not anything that I'm seeing is real? Like, there could very well be an evil little demon that is fucking around. It's basically the Matrix, where like, how do you know that you're in the Matrix, right?
Exactly.
Direct
the only thing you can know is that you exist.
Yeah, direct realism. I don't know, Yoder, were you going to say that?
Yeah, I was going to say we're direct realists. We deal with these kinds of questions every day in here and talk about epistemology, epistemics at length. Totally.
Mm-hmm.
And we ridicule people who say that they're unsure if they have hands. Because
some of them are unsure if they have hands.
Oh yeah, or unsure if they had breakfast this morning. Who don't know how they feel if they didn't eat breakfast. We talk to people like this all the time. and we make fun of them.
Yes, we
Yeah. I mean,
Okay,
at
so there
some
was a
point,
debate. Me and AB talked to a PhD in mathematical physics. It devolved into epistemology, where he said, "I can't even prove I don't have hands." Meanwhile, while he's saying that, he's live streaming on TikTok, typing on his keyboard. I don't know what he's typing with because I don't know. He wasn't typing with stumps.
and his hand came across the screen at least once. So Clipcord got an image of him doing it. His hand was big, like went in front of his face. But it's the same mindset that you would. I don't know. Do they teach this in like the collegiate level, Indio? Like, is that why Cowboy?
Yeah,
he's got like this like epistemology where
for like 100 years, at least 100.
It's like a brain worm, dude. Once it gets in your brain, like you can't get it out. You gotta. I mean, unless you're able to like rationalize with it, like, okay, let me see if I know if that's even true. Thinking like that, because what it sounds like, Cowboy, you're borrowing from a logical worldview, bro, just to make sense of a incoherent worldview. You get me?
I guess so. I mean, I was gonna say, like, at least in that class, like we kind of got past the even the professor brought up that example of how can you know that you have hands.
Oh God, was it him? It might have been him.
Well, no. The professor was making fun of that. He's like, and I like to respond to these dumbasses by saying, if you're really gonna say you don't even know if you have hands, like, don't even try to open doors. Don't even try to wave to people. Because you clearly don't know if what you're doing is even like making sense, or and so like he was a really cool professor because he's actually the guy who wrote the entire Stanford encyclopedia on epistemology. He's a really cool professor. Ooh. And he basically gave us all these different types of schools of thought for epistemology. And my favorite one was evidentialism, where they think it's only okay to believe in something if you can justify the evidence for that belief. So, we went into all these different schools of thought. The hands one is really stupid, and the evil demon one is stupid too, because he basically was telling us how if you do actually believe these things, you might as well be a solipsist. And no one ever gets anywhere with solipsism. There's no point in having other conversations with other people who you believe like they might not exist. And there's no point of
nothing is coherent. It's an incoherent worldview. But and it doesn't listen. It's because it's self-contradictory. It's inconsistent, and just to even espouse it is a performative contradiction. Right? Who are you talking to? Yourself?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you're talking to yourself? Like, if you're just a brain in the jar, dude, and you don't only are a mind,
the brain
every reference at your ideas, chairs, books, what is your mind acting upon? Where like, the initial ideas, right, are they self-generated? Did it come from nothing? No, they come from the external world. Right?
Yeah.
The fact he even knows what the chair exists, so he can wonder, is the chair just in my mind? Well, where'd you get the idea of a chair in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
From the external world. The idea, so here's something you probably didn't quite. So Thomas Reid refuted all these guys at the time, though it's not well taught in philosophy courses. He wrote, Inquiring into the Human Mind on the Principles of Common Sense. These people don't actually believe what they're saying, because if they did, like you said, they'd be solipsists. They wouldn't bother writing books. They wouldn't bother making arguments or philosophical arguments about, I can't know anything except my mind. They wouldn't bother doing these things if they actually believed it. They don't actually believe it. They're just doing mental masturbation.
Yeah.
It sounds cool and it's edgy. Oh, I'm edgy. What if we're all just brains in a jar? I'm so edgy.
Yeah, it gets ridiculous because there was a couple of people who would bring up these solipsist
something,
points.
Dude. They think it's like some deep, profound
come
fucking
on,
idea.
dude. Yeah. It's just like, this is some like low IQ shit, like
Hell
That's a
yeah.
new phrase that I like bringing up in the middle of like debates or like conversations. Like, this is so low IQ, you know?
It really is.
Like,
So low.
Well, like Indio's
We run
conversation
into
with
it
the lad
because
yesterday.
yeah. I just want to say this. So we run into this brain in a jar thing all the time because when they come in and they fail to prove the Earth is a globe, they try to blow up reality itself. If the Earth's not a globe, then we can't know anything at all because my entire identity and worldview is anchored in the globe. So if that's not real, I don't know if anything's real.
mm-hmm.
So we deal with it on a daily.
Yeah, I think Indio, you hit the nail on the head. You did say it was an existential crisis, but I layered it with the identity crisis as well because they don't know who they are anymore, and also they don't know what world they're in. So they're trying to figure all this out, and it's too much for the brain to handle all at once. So then they just
is true.
They go to the fact that they can't even know if reality is real as an escape hatch. They're like, oh, I could, if I say this, I don't have to be held accountable for knowing anything. That way I can feel safe. It's like a, you know, you want the mind to retreat to its little safe haven where it doesn't have to feel like it's stressed out by thinking of these things.
That's a natural response, though, that they've found in psychology. Like, this happens to a lot of people who come across evidence that their religious beliefs are bullshit. And, you know, they'll either become more religious in their beliefs after dealing with the cognitive dissonance, is what it's called, or they will have to go through the cognitive dissonance and basically disavow their previously held beliefs. So
Go through
they'll
the stages of grief. We see it all the time, dude.
Yeah.
It's literally the stages of grief. They're going through the stages of grief to their old identity. They're literally burying themselves.
Yeah, it happens to people who get out of relationships. They're like, well, now how can I trust anyone? I trusted this one person and they ruined my life. And now I just, you know,
Oh, there's songs written about it. There's songs that Michael Bolton, how can I live without you? Like, people, they go into this. I mean, we see it throughout history, right? Like, in order to cope with that, you have to find some sort of way to deal with the issue. And that's how the mind forms this other epistemology of like escapism. Well, maybe we're just all in the matrix, you know, like nothing's real.
But when you really think about the implications of, say, Christianity being entirely false, or flat Earth, like, you know, a globe Earth being propaganda, like, you have to think, okay, not only is it just the case that the Earth isn't a sphere, but I have been lied to by many people. Many people believe this lie. Many people have perpetuated this lie. What is the reason for them perpetuating
It's not a lie if they
this lie?
believe it.
Huh?
It's not a lie if they believe it. Lying implies intent.
Well, yeah.
If they
Once
believe
they
it,
stop
then they're
believing
telling the truth. They're just wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, but once they stop and then they start to think to themselves, well, you know, like, there's all these crazy lies about the shape of the Earth, which is like a crazy concept, you know, like holy shit, people have been lying
I don't
about
see them as lies, dude. They're just wrong. Nobody's lying, really. To lie, you'd have to know the truth that the Earth is flat and then start telling everybody something else. And then when you actually drill down and who would even know enough to even lie, that it's an exceedingly small amount of people. It's just more like a Western tradition, like Santa Claus. Everybody just says it.
Yeah.
Earth's the globe, and just nobody's lying. It's just they all believe it, so they're not lying. They're just all wrong. There's a bunch of people that all in an echo chamber telling each other Earth's the globe. That's all it is. Echo chamber nonsense.
Well, so what would you say, like, about the people who've, like NASA astronauts, or like people who've, like, you know, launched rockets into space or launched satellites and whatnot to get satellite imagery of the world?
Well, I mean, that goes, first of all those quote unquote imageries, they're computer generated nonsense. They even admit it, that they can't take a photograph of the Earth in the entirety. The only ones claimed to have taken the photograph of the Earth in the entirety is the Apollo astronauts. And in fact, they're the only ones who even claim to have seen the Earth in its entirety. So that's like 27 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everybody else, including people that go to the International Space Station. You know, from the International Space Station, you'd only see 3% of the Earth.
Yeah, it's pretty close to the Earth. I do know that the Amazon.
So they couldn't tell from
doing-
their vantage point if the Earth was a ball. And contrary to the pictures they showed, they wouldn't see Earth as a ball. And in fact, astronauts are on record as saying that the Earth looks flat from the ISS.
Well, like
Also,
I
Chinese
have
Space
seen,
Station shows a flat Earth.
I've seen live streams from the ISS that kind of make it look like a globe. Like you can see
Yeah,
the
I know, but it's
curvature.
nowhere near far enough.
You
That's the
haven't
problem.
actually.
Yeah, see, that's a problem. So no one goes, hey, the geometry don't work out for that to look curved like that. No one even thinks about it for a second. They just accept it. Hey, it's not close to high enough. It's 250 miles above an 8,000 mile diameter ball. Okay, it's barely above the surface. Go ahead, Tito.
Right. No, just beside the math, right, that you're pinpointing. We've never had anyone come in here and show us this so-called live stream footage where at the bottom of the screen it didn't say offline.
You're meaning like you want to see live footage?
What they show even if it's a pre-recording of what was allegedly a live stream, right? At the bottom when it's showing the so-called curvy horizon, right? It says offline.
Okay.
When it's not offline, it's just the nadir aspect.
Yeah, they're pointing it straight down. So I just posted in the text chat, the side chat. So this is the geometry. So if you look at the top one, this is Paul Larson. He's he runs at a planetarium. This is a scale model. This is a presentation on flat Earth, and he said from the ISS the horizon would look flat. Okay, even from that altitude, because it's not high enough. And this is a scale model he made, physical scale model. This the white circle, that would be the entire horizon from left to right. So if you were barely above the surface looking at it, it would just be a line because it's all equidistant. And the bottom one's a diagram showing the relative size. So this is in kilometers. So you have to ask, it begs the question, why does it look curved? You should see some of the stuff that's posted. You have to think about it like this. Okay, say you scale down just so you can think about it in a way that's on your size. If you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, right? The diameter is 6 feet, so the ball is as high as your head, assuming you're 6 feet. The ISS could only be 2.5 inches above its surface.
Yeah,
super close. It's not even. You would not see. Now, next time you look at an ISS image or photo, go. Does this look like a viewpoint of 2.5 inches above a ball 6 feet in diameter? And no, it don't. It looks like you're freaking, would be a foot away from a ball 6 feet in diameter.
I gotcha.
What I have to say about NASA and all those things, only a small fraction of people, even that work at NASA, would have any knowledge. We have a person that comes in here. His name is Josh Ingersoll. He works for Amazon. They're trying to compete with SpaceX, though. They're supposed to be sending satellites into space to have internet connectivity. It's called the Kuiper. He comes in here, and I got him to admit the other day that he has no special knowledge that the Earth's a ball. Even though he works in the satellite industry and he sells, sells satellite technology to other companies.
I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, The closest I've gotten to proof of like direct proof of the Earth being a sphere is like I happened to meet through like a friend, and then this guy lived in the neighborhood, and they had like a family meeting. Like it was a whole bunch of like rich people in this rich retirement neighborhood out in Virginia. He worked on the NASA commission, the funding committee or whatever for the original Apollo mission. And he's very old now. But I got to talk with him about all sorts of different spacecraft and theories, and like what was the actual logistical planning, what were some of the hardest parts about planning on getting to the moon and whatnot. And I think the most interesting thing he told me was about how the planning was originally for the SR-71 Blackbird to be a spacecraft, but the main problem was that they couldn't actually get it out of, I think, the stratosphere because of cooling issues on the engines. So they weren't going to be able to get that thing, over to the moon without losing all the coolant and, yada yada. Like I personally love the SR-71. I think it's like one of the coolest aircrafts ever made. But
so let me read something to you. The Apollo flight director Gene Kranz recounts, in the late 1960s, our simulation technology had progressed to the point where it became virtually impossible to separate the training from actual missions. The simulations became full dress rehearsals for the missions down to the smallest detail. The simulation tested out the crews and controllers' responses in normal emergency conditions. It checked out the exact flight plan, mission rules, and procedures with the crew controllers for the use of later flight. Now, hold on. I'm going to read a very important part. The simulations were so real that no controller could discern the difference between the training and the real mission. So your old dude, he don't know anything. At best, he saw a simulation, which nobody could tell was different. Now, I'm not saying there wasn't a real rocket. There was a real rocket. But what they said to go to the moon, when Wernher von Braun first wrote about it, said it would take 3 rockets the height of the Empire State Building.
Wernher von Braun said it would take 3 rockets the height of the
you wrote a book
Empire
about
State Building to get to the moon?
To get to the moon, that's right. You would need to transfer from one rocket to the other. But this is before they had rocket stages. So I've heard that used as an excuse. But there's all sorts of people that have made some widget for the Apollo program. There were 300,000 companies that made some little thing, right? Oh, we're going to make the sticker for their, we're going to make the little logo that goes on their suit. We're going to make the zipper. We're going to make, you know what I mean? The money was spread all over America. Now you have to remember, simultaneous to this, the Vietnam War was going on.
Yeah.
So I'll give you a little anecdote. I know a guy, he's passed away now. He passed away like a year and a half ago. He was in Vietnam during the Apollo mission. So when they went to the moon, he was in Vietnam fighting. Okay. He said he was a radio operator. He said he used to make a phone call home, okay, to Boston, and the two-way delay was 18 seconds. And now this is called the Mars Auxiliary Radio System. Okay, so these are radio bounces. This isn't a wire. This is radio bounces. And it took that long because of all the switching. If you look at the Nixon's moon phone call, have you ever seen it?
No.
It's a landline phone call. So supposedly they picked up the signal in Australia, ran it through undersea cables across America to Richard Nixon's phone in the Oval Office where he had a conversation. There's literally no time delay in the talking. None. Zero. Nothing. The moon landing is phonier than a $3 fucking bill, bro. Did you know they lost everything? All the tapes, all the evidence is all gone.
For the moon landing?
Yeah, the Apollo tapes. They actually had an investigation into it. They lost, allegedly lost, probably never existed in the first place, 2,600 bankers' boxes of tapes of telemetry data. Now, the telemetry data would have proven where the rocket went, but they don't have it. And you know how much 2,600 bankers' boxes is the equivalent of 33 pallets. You couldn't even fit it in a semi-truck. You would need to get a second one to fit the last freaking 5. That's a lot of freaking tapes to lose in the couch. The greatest achievement of mankind, they lost the actual evidence for it. I mean, it beggars belief. I mean, there's other issues. The easiest thing to prove is fake is the fucking Apollo mission. But that's way off topic. Whatever they did, so what? The fact of the matter is, nothing NASA says we can confirm. Right? We would just have to trust them. And then that goes, why should we trust them? Remember what earlier I said? We're not into trusting. We're into evidence. We're not into the trusting thing. You know, we could trust them, but they've given me no reason to just trust them at face value, especially when they say crazy shit like I went to the moon. It would be less ridiculous to say you saw Bigfoot riding a fucking unicorn. Okay, that's more plausible than going to the moon. When you think about it, how crazy that is.
Yeah, it's the greatest.
They burn you at the
feat
stake
of
1,000
humanity.
years ago. I'm going to the moon. Fucking tie him up, right? They fucking. In fact, Kepler wrote. Johannes Kepler wrote about. What do you call it? It was a work of fiction in which a witch rode a broom to the moon. In the first science fiction was written. It's called a True Story. It's the first work of science fiction is written during, I think, by Tacitus during the Roman Empire. It's a story about how the people of the moon fight the people of the sun. Now they thought the sun was included as a planet back then, right? They just thought the sun was a planet, it was just a bright planet or something. So they didn't make a distinction between the moon and the sun as far as what it was. So the whole story is about people on the moon fighting people on the sun. You know what I mean? They had a war. So I alluded to this earlier, like these ideas of space and all, they way predate the evidence. People have been fantasizing about this shit for a long time. I mean, every culture has had some story about the stars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, why do you think we're the ones that are right?
Yeah,
Everybody else was wrong, and now we are right. Even though whatever we say, whatever anybody says about them, can never be actually verified. Too far away, right? Stars made of helium. Okay, fine. How can you check that? You can't. You can make inferences about what the light does, but they claim not. This is what they claim to know by looking at the light, by looking at the rainbow. Right, so they look at the rainbow and know how far away it is, how fast it's moving, what it's made of, how old it is, how big it is, how fast it's spinning, all this shit. They say that they know this from a little pinpoint and looking at a spectrograph. That's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Like, to me, it is, dude. Like, I mean, imagine just looking at, like, and analyzing the light and saying you know all this stuff about something. I mean, that's like a magician's trick, right? The Amazing Kreskin, he goes in the crowd and he's like, your birth date's, 1927, 6 o'clock. Your mother's name is frickin' Rita. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's guessing all these facts about people. Psychically. It's on par with that as far as I'm concerned. But I mean, when it all comes down to brass tacks, whatever that is, we can't verify it. What they depict, the images they depict, we can check that if that exists in reality. That's all we can do. The same way that if you went somewhere, like say you went to 10 miles north of frickin' Houston, Texas. And took a picture and said, hey, look at the picture of this building. And then someone goes there and there's no building there. They know your photo's fake. They don't need to know how you faked it or anything. If the building's not there, what's depicted in the photo, your photo's fake. Assuming they didn't rip the building down in the time period, say it's the freaking 2 hours later. Obviously, they didn't rip the building down. So they take images and they say, hey, this is what the Earth looks like from space. Well, it has certain things in the image, like curving oceans and things like that. Can we check that? Can we check the features in that photograph, purported photograph, to see if they exist on Earth, where we are, right? Because we should be somewhere in that photograph, right?
Mm-hmm.
They just don't have the resolution to pick us up, but like wave to the freaking camera, right? We should be somewhere in there, right? And since we're somewhere in there, we can check the Earth to what they took a picture of and see if that picture matches reality. And I hate to tell you, it don't. It's just a faith-based. That's the way a lot of us think about the globe idea, is that it's just a religion. It's just a religion without a deity. It's promulgated the same way. It's got a creation story. It's got a creation of man story. It's given to you by these, quote unquote scientists, but they're the equivalent of priests. And what they say, nobody can check, and they know better than everybody else. And like, only a special group of people gets to commune with God, as in go to his space. You know what I mean? It's the whole thing that the structure is like a religion.
Yeah, there's several structures like that
maybe that's just a human thing where we make structures like that. But like creation story, Big Bang. Creation of man story, evolution. The fundamental claims, can you check them? No, you're not a scientist. Just like when people couldn't read the Bible, right? They did. The priest interprets the Bible for you. What does God say? I don't know. You got to ask the priest. The Pope will tell you what the God says. He communes directly with God. Oh, what's the Earth look like from space? Oh, you can't go there. These special fucking astronauts got to have the right stuff. They go there. You got to just
shout out to Sunny in Philadelphia, right? I love that.
Yeah, word.
Yeah, it's almost 7 o'clock where I'm at. So I'm going to get off and go to bed, but I'm going to hop back in here tomorrow probably.
All right.
Yeah, all right. What's your name? Indio? Gotcha.
Indio,
I'll talk to y'all again soon.
Yeah,
man. Thanks for checking in.
For sure.
Man, thanks for showing up, bro. You're cool, man. You're cool beans. Thanks for not melting down, getting triggered, and having a psychological episode.
No, I've known Crit for years. We used to talk back in the day all the time. I saw him in here chilling, so I wanted to catch up with him. Yeah, I've known plenty of Flat Earth folks and had some good conversations.
Yeah, well, you're welcome back. So,
yeah, I'll join back in. All right, I'll see y'all. Good night.
Later, man.
Take care.
Good night, man.
It's good to have a chat like that every now and again to cleanse the filth of the nasty Glovers that come through here.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah, man. They must be sleeping because nobody ran interference.
I wanted to know who that, Crit, do you know who that professor is that he was referring to?
Yeah, I think he's talking about if you remember, you might not. He used to go by Purple Elephant. Or Big Purple Elephant. Like hold on a second, see if I can find him.
If he's a man of his word and what he teaches, then yeah, I would like to have a conversation with him, but also to kind of test the middle as well. Because if it's like one of those things is rules for thee but not for me kind of thing, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's the guy I'm thinking of. He came to 24/7 to the check-in, and we checked him in, but he didn't want to go on the live stream. And then we went to like a chill chat or something like that. I can't remember which one, but one of the non-screen chats. And Cyclone talked to him for about an hour, and at some point evolution came up, and then kind of like people were skeptical. I'm skeptical of evolution too. So he's like, nope, fuck it, I'm out.
Oh, he's evolutionist?
Yeah. So they're like, why? I thought that everything was cool. Like everything's going good. And he's like, yeah, but everyone's got their sort of sacred cows, and I can't be on a server that's going to deny evolution. And everyone's like,
crazy.
Yeah, I'm like, wait. So everything else you're good with? Let's talk about it. Let's do. He's like, yep. Nope. Fuck you. Bye.
Oh, and he did come in here. The purple.
No, this is the 24/7 main server.
Yeah, but we had interaction with him.
Yeah. That's what I was hoping. Like, if Cyclone comes by. If it's a guy I'm thinking of, it might be someone different though, because there was a lot of characters, on that server, who were all kinds of things. If I think that's the guy I'm talking about. I'm trying to find his. It might not be. It might have been Pachyderm or something like that. Or I'm trying to find his name on 24/7 to see, because it would still show up, even though after he left the server, unless he didn't type at all. But then the bot would show when he joined, or a separate account.
I've taken no actual collegiate courses in any of this epistemology, understanding. But to me, I think when logic is sound, it's very coherent. It transcends having to sit there and listen to a lecture and just be like, "Oh, that guy's full of shit." You could actually hear the logic in what they're saying. It's coherent, right? So it would make sense to somebody listening, and it's not just something you're accepting because there's somebody that's intellectual speaking of the thing. But it would just be true, that's the way I view it anyway. That's how I hear information. When somebody says something and it does make sense in the realm of physics or some way that you can have it manifest in our physical world, something that just rings true would be true no matter what. It can't be moved. So I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you feel like when it comes to epistemology that you have to be
I think you're lucky your brain ain't tainted.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're just like a normal person, right? So it's normal people don't doubt how they know things, but epistemology is the philosophy of how you can know anything. What is knowledge? Yeah. What even is it, right? And while it's a freaking entertaining intellectual fucking exercise, that's all it is, right?
Yeah.
In practical terms, how are you even having a conversation with me if you don't know anything or know how you know something, dude? What are you talking about?
There's foundations of order that everything is built upon. And if you don't have that, then there's no coherence. And that's also in the physical world. It's the same way. We see what is order manifest in the ecosystems that we see. So that to me, it's just if there wasn't any, if it was just all random, there would be no coherence whatsoever. Communication would be difficult. You know what I mean? You couldn't relay information.
Well, so to me, amoebas. Why don't we talk to amoebas? Because they don't know anything. Yeah. Okay? Yeah. When you don't know anything, you can't communicate.
Yeah, and it's weird too, because it's almost I think about that, Indio, just looking at organisms and the way they operate and the function of them. They might not have eyes and a brain like we do, but they operate in some sort of realm where things they eat other organisms, and you know what I mean, the microorganisms. They're doing things as if it were some sort of societal structure. They don't attack certain ones. They choose to mate with certain. It seems there's a whole other world that's happening there that we don't understand. But we do understand it to an extent, but we don't know why. What makes the
organism do what it does? Why did it choose to, eat this other one? And then it turns it into some other, like a protein, or you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like how do ducks like know how to swim? Like all of these, how do birds know how to fly? Like,
yeah,
with these instincts the animals have, we call them instincts because they just do them, and we don't have like another word. But there's nothing that human beings just do, right? That makes us. We don't actually. I mean, we do have like impulses. I wouldn't call them instincts. I would call them impulses.
Impulses.
But we don't have no instincts like I'm gonna freaking drag my ass on the ground like a dog. We don't do shit like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We have logic and reason, and that it motivates us and guides us. But like, I don't know, man. Like, I just think that there's a lot of the world that we seem to want to just say how it is, and we don't fucking have a clue, bro. Like, they just like, I mean, I'm just saying what's fascinating to me about the realm that we exist in is I see organisms like, I'll point one out, like a jellyfish, something that's you could see clear straight through. Where the fuck is a brain in that? Like, how does it know what direction to go?
Is a brain, according to science. The whole thing is a brain.
Yeah. I mean, but
the
like
disembodied brain, man, floating around in the water. They say that that is basically just like its cells are very close to like neurons.
Yeah,
in structure. Yeah.
What I'm saying is like it's so fascinating to me that something like that can choose to go someplace and decide is the wrong word, but like it's motivated to do something and not another thing. Like, and it chooses to mate with a certain, it's like, what's guiding that thing, man? Like, what's the hand behind the puppet?
Be fruitful and multiply. I don't.
Well, I mean, even the Bible describes, right? They're like each animal is kind of like a pre-programmed, almost like a computer, right? It executes its program, right? Dog executes its dog program,
but it's not only executing.
Even the Bible describes ants as being a curious people.
Yep.
Yeah, dude.
People.
Honestly, like if we remove all the like studies that people have done, and they put like this label on things, and if you could just examine everything outside of what we like who we are, dude, we're like a giant multi-organism. Like we're put together by like an enormous amount of different other small organisms. Like we're a compound like of all that, and each and everything is working in unison to make the other thing work. Otherwise things would break down, and you know what I mean? Like
an entire ecosystem.
Yeah, we're a walking entire ecosystem. The mitochondria that's in our stomach that breaks food down to turn it into energy, and like the process by which that happens, and how we can optimize ourselves. Like, dude, it's so like my mind when I start thinking about it all, it's like there's no way that you can tell me that all of this from an evolutionary standpoint that came from an incoherent thing of like non-living matter. Like, it's just no way possible, bro. There's no way you can convince me that all of this complex, organisms that seem to be moving with some sort of, motivation without like, some sort of, thing that's moving.
The ironic thing, right?
Like, I don't know how to put it. How do you put that into words? Like,
isn't that so funny? That like that's an ironic thing. What you just laid out, and you're like, that's impossible, right? Random chance can't make this complex freaking systems. Like, it's not just one complex system; it's a complex system of systems that are all interlinked.
Exactly.
The people that advocate it is possible are the same ones that say they can't fucking know anything.
Exactly.
Which is the craziest shit to me, like, bro.
That's the brain screw up. Like, to me, it's like, and then the guy left because he, like, the way Crit was outlining, he left because people started talking about evolution. It's like, dude, that's what tipped you off? Like, are you kidding me? Like, don't you see that you're just a walking
cowboy?
Not him. The other guy. The professor were trying to figure out if what his name was, and it was like pachyderm or purple elephant or whatever it was.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, that guy. Like, why he left because of evolution. If he was like logical and everything about like not being a brain in a jar made sense to him, Like, and then he turned around and he was like, well, evolution, man, that's where the line in the sand is. Like, I gotta go. It's like, bro, what? Like, you mean to tell me that the coherence of life itself doesn't give you the inclination that there is a greater process and a greater entity that's behind all of this? Like, to me, that, I don't know, man. I fall out with people like that.
He thinks he's a complicated rock.
Well, yeah, but how did the complicated structure of the rock even exist? Like, there had to be some transmission of information to input. You know, I don't know. Yeah, I'm getting too far in the weeds, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Man, if a guy would let me get 5 sentences out, I'd say this. How is it evolution created something that created something called a theory of evolution? So evolution made some self-referent organism. How did that happen? Right? Fucking.
Yeah.
It's retarded. On its face, it's a snake eating its tail, as it always is with these guys. And like,
exactly,
I am perfectly fine with snake eating its tail. Seems normal to me.
Yeah, and that's where they draw the line. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You're drawing the line in the sand where you want there to be some sort of like no cause for all the cause that we see. Like, non-living matter just automatically sprang from. Living matter sprang from non-living matter. It's like, wow, bro. Like, that to me seems more like a fairy tale. And then how all that incohesiveness, just randomness, like, kept together, like in these ecosystems that are so perfectly designed to keep together. You know, like, even if we say like the body, it's, people are deformed and they're not born, like, but still life persists, right? It still continues. And then we see that you're a walking, organism factory, ecosystem, whatever you want to call it. And it's like that thing, however it's put together and working, it's still held together throughout a lifespan. Like, it doesn't just come apart or come undone. Like, the organisms don't decide like, I'm taking leave of this thing. Like, it's, I don't know, man. Fuck. I sometimes it does my head in, man, because it's like, how does somebody like have a hard stance on that whole, evolution side? It's just beyond me, man.
Yeah, me too. I don't. To me, it always comes to the problem of sentience, self-awareness. Where does that fucking shoehorn into evolution? And how would that even be possible? Like, it doesn't make sense on its face.
That's the one thing that when I asked Perplexity AI, I asked it, what's a question that you don't know the answer to? And it said, the origin of consciousness. It was like, it's the greatest mystery.
Yeah, it was a freaking muddy pool, man, and bolt of lightning freaking hit it, and then, rocks became people. Fuck.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, those rocks that became people were able to reason like, I'm hungry. I want to go eat that thing over there. Like, dude, what the... Like, that doesn't fucking make any sense. You wouldn't be able to... The organism would...
How is that different than the fucking any creation mythos, right? Zeus molded fucking mortals out of clay, right? And fucking... God created Adam out of the dust of the earth, right? From the dirt of the earth. Like, how is that any different? There's no difference in the story. It's the same story. They just go, well, this is science. No, it ain't. There's fucking no science in there at all.
Einstein said... Go ahead, Tito. No, you're good, Tito. Go ahead, man.
Well, I was just gonna build on that because it's the same thing. They say there was no Noah's Ark flood, right? But then they'll say, well, a few billion years ago, the Earth was completely covered in water, right? And then they'll say, there's no such thing as flying dragons. Next minute, they're showing you a pterodactyl. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
Einstein said that George Lemaitre's physics was abominable because he didn't like the idea of creation.
Yeah, well, you think about it too. It's like even the creation story and what it was like, where like India was saying, if the creator made people out of the dust of the earth. They're like, that's fictitious nonsense. Don't believe in that. But we're made from rocks and stardust. And like, well, isn't that the same shit? Like, you're talking about the same thing, bro. Like, what, you're not saying anything different. If we're made of the same compounds as dirt is, then you're basically saying exactly what they're saying in the narrative of creation. You're not saying anything different.
They're saying that the periodic
table is it made itself. That's the difference. There's no outside agent. It made itself.
Yeah, they want to claim the table had its primordial soup orgy, and all of a sudden life just happened.
No, actually, dude, I've heard this, and I don't know if you guys, like, when you talk about like the origin of life, they were saying that it rained and rained on the rocks, and then lightning struck, and all of a sudden that was the first that ignited the first organism to become. So there was a
lightning bolt.
Yeah, there was a there was a point at which there was a crossover from like non-living matter to matter that's animated. So it's people are trying to always come up with a reason to explain, the origin story. But either way, it was a complex process that it's like telling that complex process to a child. How could you relay that? There's no way. You couldn't tell them like the intricate way that the body was woven together, because we know anatomy, the way it looks, like it's still complex to us. We don't understand it. Like, can somebody tell you the mysteries of the brain? They don't know that. Why it houses what it does in language and certain areas of the brain. If you affect it in a certain way, it like turns somebody, it changes a person, Yeah, it's a giant mystery, but at the same time, I don't know. It just evolution is never the key. It's never the answer.
I think the key takeaway is that academia won't allow a conversation like this to even happen.
But that's another thing, Indio. Why? If they're all about like furthering, knowledge and trying to have, they say that don't they say that they're all about these types of discussions? They want them to happen. Like, oh, we live off of like people disagreeing with each other. Well, that's not what I don't see that, bro. Like, and now you come from a more collegiate standpoint, and some other people do, but you could also be like, because you've experienced, yeah, but I'm saying haven't you experienced the same type of environment? Like the individuals were saying about the same thing. They're like, oh, we thrive on diverse conversations, and that's how we come up with new things. Like, but it seems like that's an illusion. Like, I don't see that like being the case when you talk to people that are from, the academic, backgrounds. They sound like they have a worldview that's all there is, Oh, the cosmos is this particular thing, and it's fine if you disagree in the like minute details within it, but the overarching, understanding is still the same. It's the cosmos are the cosmos. We all agree on that. Like,
I mean, when I went to university, it was okay to bring up like metaphysical topics and religion as long as you didn't get cuckoo.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It wasn't. I remember my philosophy class, the guy started it by bringing a fucking Buddhist prayer bowl, like dong, and like that's how we'd start the class. So it wasn't like it is now. It's totally different right now from my understanding. That there is no metaphysics. That there's only the material world, and that's how like the vast majority of it. I think part of it's political in the sense that they want to promote the materialist atheist worldview, because then everything becomes like a pragmatic freaking nightmare where there is no objective morality, right?
Yeah.
You can just like, stick your dick anywhere, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, actually. That's a good way to put it. There's no repercussions. There's no accountability. And then the only way you ascribe accountability is based on what a certain group of people feel like ascribing accountability to. Well, these guys over here made up some laws, and we live in the area, so we abide by those laws because the body of those people, the majority of those guys, would agree that that's wrong. But if you move to this other place over here, now this group of people over here, they agree that you can do the thing that these guys disagree with. So you can do the thing that they don't agree with, and that's okay once you move to that area. So you're fine. But if you don't want to if you want to live in a place where you can do the thing that you say you want to do, then just move to that other area where the body of people over there agree that it's okay to do. Like, that's how they reason with themselves. Like, everywhere, there's no standard. Anywhere you go, so long as the group of people agree with your behavior, it's okay. That's fine where you live, they don't agree with it. Yeah, that's okay. They don't agree with it and don't do it then. It's against the law. But when you move to that other area that those guys are doing the thing that, you want to do, then it's fine. There's nothing wrong. You're not held to account. No one's holding you. There's no sky magic up there. There's no one no deities looking at you. Don't worry about it. You can do that thing because that's where those guys say it's okay to do. That's how they do. It's a hot mess, bro.
I know. That's why I say the globe and flat Earth they're an existential question. So it's one of the bottom bricks of the house, and then if it's a globe at the bottom of the bricks, they can build one type of house, and it's a flat Earth at the bottom of the bricks, another house is built. But the globe house can't support the flat Earth house, and the flat Earth house can support either one, right? So, I mean, you could take a materialist atheist worldview with a flat Earth if you wanted to, with no problem. But the goal, to get you to the point where you're in this subjective morality thing, they have to build from fundamental principles. The only thing that exists is the material world. We're just the consciousness like an emergent property. There's no objective morality. Freaking religion and metaphysics, they're just mythos. They don't actually matter. All that matters is what works, right? We make models and we call it science, and they work, therefore they're true. And that's all we care about is whether they're useful, and all these pragmatic arguments, which are really just selfish arguments, right? Does this make me feel better, or does it make me feel worse? Okay, makes me feel better. It must be true. That's really what it boils down to. But they have to build, right? They have to build up the identity, right? The identity is built from the first rung, and it's just stacked on top of it, like it's a big layer cake.
And they defend that position as if it's some sort of thing that if you take that away from them, it's like, dude, well, then if you're saying that this isn't the case, then what do I got? I mean, what am I left with? If you're saying that things have to be coherent and be in a way that order is about the rule of the day, then all the disorder that I see happening doesn't, how can I make sense of that if I can't ascribe to, if they're not being some sort of hand behind the glove, So they're trying their hardest to try to make it seem like there isn't a hand behind the glove because they don't want to live in a world where there's something else that's motivating them to do the thing. Right? They don't want to be I think that's all it is. It boils down to they don't want to be held accountable to the shit that they talk about, bro. It's no standards whatsoever. It's well, why do you think that? I don't know. I get too far in the weeds with it. You know what I'm saying?
That's a common thing. If you look at scripture, dude, it's a common thing. The scripture, man's always trying to avoid accountability. That's what we do. That is really the fall of man. We didn't want to be accountable. Think of what Adam said. That bitch gave it to me. It wasn't me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love using that. A weasel. He weaseled. Instead of he just stood up there and said, "What happened, Adam?" Well, I know you told me not to do it, but I was a little pussy whipped, and I did it anyway. But it's on me because I should have been in charge of Eve and told her not to do it. And then after she did it, I should have punished her myself. But now that I'm a weasel and a wimp, and I tried to blame her and not take responsibility, looks like both of us are going to get kicked out. He's like, damn right, Yeah,
I don't know. It's but today, what does that look like, as an individual that comes in here? Isn't it the same thing? when you tell them about the worldview that they can't explain is what they've been think that it is, like what are you, Earth's not a globe, like what are you guys nuts? Are you crazy? And you're like, well, show me the way that that information is true. What can I hold you accountable to that you say in anything that you're saying? Well, I'm not a scientist. Easy escape, easy way out. I'm not a scientist. They're not held accountable there, so there's their escape card. And if you question them on anything else, it's like they don't want to be held accountable to anything. The new word of the day is being agnostic to the shape of the Earth. Have you guys heard it? That's a new trend. I'm agnostic. I'm not either one, or I'm not for or against. I'm just here to ask questions. Yeah, but why? What the fuck is motivating you to ask anything if you don't even think of the reason to know it have any meaning? Like, it doesn't have meaning to tell you anything because you don't give a shit. You're not taking a position one way or the other. It's not going to matter.
Well, there's the other thing too. I think that they have some of these guys have a perception of accountability, and that's to the scientism cult, right? Because they always appeal to the cult. You go, oh, all the scientists, all the people, all the 9.5 billion people in the world think the Earth's a globe. You know what I mean? They appeal to some social structure, right? That approves the way they think. And they don't approve of the way we think because we're not agreeing with all those other people, right? And disagreement in a socialist society is that's the worst sin, right? You got to go with the herd. Don't run the other way, cow. Like, run with the herd. Stampede if you have to. And that's really that. I think there is an accountability, but it's a different type of it's accountability to their freaking herd mentality. That's why they come in here and lie, and they go, "Well, I saw a curve from an airplane." That's a blatant lie. It's like a weird, like, how many people come in the other server and they just come in just like Earth is round and then leave the server. It's like a fucking weird virtual signal, psychotic thing, dude. I don't even understand that.
Yeah,
imagine going in a server just typing Earth is flat and leaving.
That's so fucking fascinating to me. That's why, like, more than just like AI, we bring the facts to them. We're showing them things that they didn't know. When we show them that, how do you know what you know? And like, oh, that's what I've been told. That's the way it is. And you're like, yeah, prove it. Well, I mean, I'm not a scientist. So it always falls back to the no accountability thing. But at the same time, there's this like reaction in their brain that they can't get over. It's like, fuck, I can't be stumped. A flat earther, a guy who rejects what I've always known to be true. Like, they keep coming back. It's just like a cycle. It's just like I'm examining these individuals coming. It's like some type of psychosis, like breakdown, dude. Something's happening to these guys, bro. And either we've caused it, like in their conversation, or I don't know. Like,
you mean like Scott Mackey, who's in here saying it's fascinating when flat earthers tell each other how smart they are. I don't remember us telling each other how smart they are. I don't even know why you would bring that up.
He hallucinated.
Do you feel intimidated or something?
No, he's suffering from hallucinations.
No, because nobody else can be smarter than Scott Mackey. He's.
Well, I mean, no one was even talking about that. Like, what? Like, where did that come? Because you're doing it right now. No shit, I'm addressing your fucking stupid comment.
Yeah, you think about like Crit, what he always says to, like, these guys love to punch down because it makes them feel special.
Yeah,
they know that Crit nailed it, bro. Like when he said it, I was like, dude, I've seen this type of behavior, but I see it more prevalent with those who feel like they're in some sort of academic hierarchy. They've come from a collegiate standpoint. They're just like, well, I have a bachelor's in science, and you guys are simple-minded flat earthers, and they're coming in here, right? And I'm pretty sure he feels the same way. He's like coming from some sort of psychology background or whatever he says he does, and then he's coming in here like looking at us like with a microscope. Oh, well, look at these guys. They say they are acting like they're all smart, but look at me. I'm even more intelligent than that. So he's punching down, and it makes him. It kind of puts him in a state of mind where he feels good about himself. He can go about his day,
Yeah, Twitch.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Oh yeah, I'll say when I was on Chimpanzees one time, and they're fucking around with the roles, and they gave me a role that I could see some of their back chats and what they're up to. They're always kind of plotting shit, which is what the guy who originally owned the server was Mr. Memer, and it was really meant to kind of organize raids against other servers. But when Discord changed TOS, you can't do that anymore. They just kind of set the space for them to kind of sit in their own shit. So what you generally see is about 49% of them want flat earthers to either shut up. Your two choices. Like if they've got power, if they have control over anything, because they really only have control over themselves. Because you see how they just react to stuff. Like there's a conversation between people, and he's in the side chat hallucinating and triggering. So he wants you to either shut up or die. Go away. As a flat earther, you don't get a voice in society. You've lost that. And many times you've even lost your humanity. Like you are dehumanized for wrongthink. And there's another 49% who think that they're here to teach you or help you. All they need is
to save you, to convert you back to the globe.
You. But they also are in a contradiction because they'll tell you that flat earthers can't learn also. So they're in this like back and forth ping pong where they're trying to teach somebody, but they know the person.
Here's another one, man. The one where they go, you don't understand physics, and then they call you a liar afterwards. Well, what am I? If I don't understand it, then I can't be lying. I should just be like,
yeah, that massive cognitive dissonance where they're like, your answer is a wrong answer. It's also a lie answer, and it's no answer whatsoever. Like no answer was given. You're like, really, dude? How? Like, show me the mental gymnastics you did to adjudicate an answer you think is not an answer. Then the person was just wrong, but they also lied. So is it now back to like a right answer?
Dude.
Yeah, you're wrong and lying somehow. I don't know how that works.
And you didn't answer at all. Yeah, and no answer was given.
In a third one, no answer. You didn't answer the question.
Yeah, so I didn't answer, but my answer was a lie, and it was wrong at the same time. And they're like, yeah, and in their worldview, that makes sense. Like they really think that's possible. Like in the grand scope of things, that's how it works out for them. That they can use different like targets, like say that like call them balls or strikes, like an empire. Say that fits this sort of Venn diagram, but you try to ask them to explain it, and they can't. They can't explain their worldview. And then the last, like say 2% of these like sort of anti-flat earthers, they're just tribalistic assholes. They just picked it. They saw a debate, like kind of like a Rob Noxious. They saw a debate, they saw a topic, and they just wanted to be on the winning team for some reason.
I converted a flat earther in real life, and it was good.
You can write a book, bro.
And now we talk about actual conspiracies, and he doesn't think the whole world is lying to him. He's better at discerning what's a lie and what's the truth.
Neither do I. I don't think the whole world's lying to me.
There's a lot of positive reason, There's it felt good. He thanked
me. You don't know,
so.
Then like you tell somebody something and you actually don't know what it is. You just believe it. You're not lying. Like you'll tell me the Earth is a globe, but you're not lying. You believe that. You're wrong.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to say there's maybe some people that are arguing because they want better.
You got to ask your question. Lars, you got to ask a question though. What did you convert him into? If he's converted, what was he before, and now what is he now?
He thought the Earth was flat. He got the TikTok algorithm. He didn't have a why. He had a lot of questions and
he had
incredulous.
There was no why.
He had incredulity. He couldn't believe it.
Lying unless you start substantiating shit, bro.
What's the question?
Yeah, if you don't start substantiating shit, I'm gonna ban you for lying.
You want me to substantiate? You want me to bring the guy in that now thinks that Earth is a globe?
I do. I'm gonna interrogate him. Yeah, I do. Bring him in.
I'd like to know what he's got to say. Yeah, bring him in there.
The point is,
yeah, it looks like you might want to.
You're a liar.
He thanked me. I said, "You're welcome." Hey, Let's talk about actual fun conspiracies.
You're a fucking liar, dude. What? This is so funny. You
it's just true,
are the person you say doesn't exist.
Yeah, I think you should rephrase it. You didn't convert someone. There's somebody who was sort of bi-curious.
Yep.
And then you brainwashed them, or you.
You'd be assuming assumption.
Why do you thank you? Why do you thank you, Ars? What do you thank you for?
He said thanks. I mean, most of the conversation was
what do you thank you
details
for,
about.
dude?
I don't know. I don't think he detailed. I think he just said thank you. I didn't say why. I said you're welcome.
Yeah. In what context did he thank you?
Because you gave me a cup of coffee or something.
You give him a reach around? Lars, you're the very person you just said doesn't exist. You came in here, you just told us a cock and bull story. You know it, I know it, we all know it.
He's only doing that so that he can make it sound to the audience that's listening. Oh, somebody got converted back to the glow?
Are you
by
free
this
to be
guy?
so sure that?
What did you say to him that converted him?
I am sure.
What did you say to him?
I bet $100 you're lying, dude.
Yeah, Lars, what did you? Yeah, Lars,
there's $100 on the table, Lars, to bring that dude in here. $100 on the table.
Let me
right
talk.
now.
For you
Go
to
get him.
assume that I'm.
Go get him.
All right. What did you say to him that converted him? That's what I want to know. What was it said to him? Let's hear your little conversion speech, Lars. Tell me what you said to him.
Okay, so for you to assume I'm lying, you'd be assuming way too much that you can't know. So don't call someone a liar.
I'm not assuming anything. You haven't substantiated anything.
All right, I'm going to ask you again. Hopefully you heard me this time. What did you say to the guy that converted him? Tell us the same thing, and let's see what you said.
I told him Google Maps works. And he's good at math. He's good at math, and he figured out that if it works on a circle, it cannot work on a flat. And for you guys to assume that not one person has ever been changed their mind from flat to globe and to call me a liar shows your character, because it happens all the time. It's a big world. You can't know that I'm lying. Makes you look stupid to call me a liar. Thank you, dude.
Cool story.
Happens all the time. It happens all the time. It's a big world. Billions of people. You can't know someone's lying.
Oh, no doubt. There's people out there.
Google Maps converted him. Google Earth, Google Maps.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, he's always been good at math. He understands geometry. If point to point works on a sphere,
yeah,
convert that flat. It can never
what
work.
Mathematics did you show him? Tell us. What mathematics?
I didn't go over any mathematics. He figured out the mathematics on his own. I didn't.
Really?
I asked him the questions that led him to globe. I didn't. I guess I didn't convert him.
The guy that's good in mathematics heard from somebody who doesn't know mathematics and got converted just as easy.
I mean, maybe he wasn't as deep into it as you guys, but he was bothering me for a while about it.
You think it could have been like what Crit said?
What'd he say?
That he was just curious about flat Earth, but he didn't really commit.
He was more than curious. I brought up stars and shit, and he was like, "You really believe that?" It was many weeks, probably months of us arguing till I got through to him. At a certain point, you get deep in enough. He wasn't deep enough into it to not change his mind. You know, if you're years into something, you may as well die with that mindset. But
you're not saying anything substantial, man. This is getting annoying. No specifics.
I wasn't gonna say anything
something
except,
specific.
Hey, I
you
converted a guy. All I was saying is it can be positive. I converted someone. There's other reasons.
Bullshit.
There's some positivity, and you're the one asking for all this. There is no.
Yeah, we're asking for the evidence you converted somebody.
Yeah, okay.
Same way we ask for evidence for any claim anybody makes. Every time they make it, we ask for the evidence. So we're asking you for the evidence.
All right, I'll have him make a Discord. I'll text him.
Go have him make a Discord.
Yeah. You want to hear?
I'm going to interrogate your friend. I'm going to interrogate your friend, dude. I suppose you as a liar.
Yeah, he'll follow me around like a little puppy now. I can get him to make Discords and cook my dinner.
He said, look at Google Maps, and it works. And that's what convinced him the Earth is a globe. Is the biggest horseshit I've ever heard in my life.
That should be enough to convince everyone in here.
Why?
Because if point-to-point distances work on a sphere, they cannot work when converted to a flat object.
Google Maps isn't a sphere. Google Maps isn't a sphere.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is, and that guy whooped your ass.
No, it isn't.
Night. You just kept
It's a
interrupting him
cylinder.
like you're interrupting me.
It's a cylinder. The Mercator
No,
map is a cylinder.
It's a sphere. It's a sphere.
No, you can say that all you want. Google says it's not a sphere.
You can look at the North Pole and the South Pole.
That's
You can get
cool.
on a
You
cylinder.
can look at, but listen. The calculations done in it are done on a cylinder. It's a Mercator map. That's what Google says. Do you think Google doesn't know what its Google Maps is?
Could you substantiate that?
You could have substantiated it yourself before you thought it was a sphere.
It is
What
a sphere.
gave you the idea it was a sphere? Nobody told you that.
It is a sphere.
Did it? Okay, then now apologize. Now apologize, dude. Say you're wrong. Concede. Here's the question, though. Why didn't you check? Now, think about it. If the person did believe you because you said Google Maps was a sphere and it works, now he believes you because you were wrong. Right? So now he believed you on a false pretense. Yeah, Lars. Congratulations, you brainwashed someone with erroneous information. What do you got to say about that?
Okay.
Follow me.
Yeah, I guess you weren't listening, right?
Yeah, conveniently had background issues.
Yeah. Hey, Lars. Side chat.
It looks like you're right, and the Google.
Goddamn right, I'm right. Why didn't you check beforehand before you brainwashed your friend? Why'd you brainwash him with wrong information?
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to.
Yeah,
you
Now
did.
Go back and tell him that I'm sorry I was wrong. Go back to being flat earther. Fucking clown.
You just hoodwinked the guy, man. I would go apologize to him if I were you or Lars. I would. That's the honest thing to do right now. So go
Actually,
tell him
say we're
yeah, you're
trading
sorry.
places. Tell him you're going flat earth and you're leaving him on the globe.
I talked to him a lot. I'm going to tell him about the cylinder thing. Look more into it, but
Yeah, and admit.
that is pretty shocking that it's a cylinder.
Yeah, but you also have to admit to him too that you were wrong. That's also going to be something that you got to do, man. If you're an honest Joe, you should do that.
Yeah, I just did to you guys. I didn't know it was a cylinder.
So, Lars, what you should admit to yourself is that the idea that they use a sphere, you literally just made it up in your head. That's where it came from. You made it up in your head. Nobody told you that. You didn't read it in a book. You didn't read it on the internet. You didn't. Nobody told you that. You just assumed that to be the case. And you know what assume means? It means make an ass out of you and me.
But if you zoom out, it's a sphere.
Yeah, I mean, really, I didn't want any negativity. I just wanted to tell you that I told someone that the Earth is round, and he believed me, and it was a positive thing. I do talk to him often.
What bollocks is this?
I'll let him know that the one biggest thing that converted him was
Was a
untrue.
lie.
Yeah.
Why would they lie? Well, this is a good reason.
No, we're not unaware of people saying, like having previously said that the Earth is flat, and then turning around and saying, I was wrong. It's a globe. It just happened recently. With Jaron, Antarctica. Then some of his peers Rob Davison.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to convince someone about a lie. I want him to believe it for 3 reasons. Another thing, you guys didn't get into it. I was listening for like 30 minutes. The evolution thing. Something interesting is, I agree. You guys have good questions, and I think you mischaracterize academia or scientists, because I think a lot of them will say, like, they believe in the fossil record, but they think maybe it was God. There's a lot of agnostic or theist scientists that believe in evolution, but evolution doesn't violate entropy, which intuitively I always thought it would, but it doesn't. That's about all I got for you guys. I'm just gonna go back to listening for a while.
The idea of it doesn't, or the actual process of
it? Because organisms create a lot of disarray in their consumption and waste, and it's enough to offset their.
I said, does the idea
that's entropy
conflict with entropy, or does the actual process, which has been demonstrated to be true, not actually violate entropy?
I always just thought, when I learned about evolution first, then entropy much later. So I thought.
So the idea of it. So the idea of evolution doesn't violate entropy.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what the difference is between the idea and the practice of it is.
Do you know what entropy is?
Yeah.
Okay. What's that?
It's basically the spreading out, the trend towards dissipation and disarray.
Cool. Well done. Okay. And how does this violate whatever you said? Evolution?
Yeah, it doesn't violate evolution. They don't violate each other.
Okay.
That's all. I always thought it would. Goodbye. Going back to mute.
Bye.
Well, that's what they tell me, but now do I believe it or not?
See,
That
you're a
was
smart
pretty good.
dude.
Did you
right
catch
there.
that, or was that?
That's right, dude. Freaking look, bro. You just said like everything that needs to be said in 2 sentences. I fight with these guys all the time. They're like, "Why do you believe a flat Earth?" Like, bro, it's not the situation. The situation is you're running around experiencing a flat Earth, and someone who was like, "Oh, Earth's a globe," and you were like, "Okay, I believe you." And that's the actual situation. Someone. Have you been listening on YouTube at all? Sig?
What do you mean, like right now, or just in general?
No, in the past, like previous to coming here today.
I've probably come across it for a few minutes, but like no one really chats. And I was like, then I saw you guys
Yeah.
talking today, and I was like, I want to get back into where the people are talking.
Oh, cool. Well, I asked these guys, I'm like, if nobody told you the Earth was a globe, would you have figured it out yourself? And they're like, no. Every single person has said no. So it's like they don't realize that it's just like someone just said something to them and they just believe them, and it's really that simple. It's no more complicated than that. But they try to make it some frickin' crazy, convoluted, sociological frickin' web of lies. Like, it's not like that at all.
Yeah, to add to that, it's like it is really true when they say once you see it, you can never go back. It just like frees your mind up. It's amazing.
Yeah, I agree. I had that similar experience. It was like offloading garbage, man.
like I was telling, I think DJ put up a picture of some of them were just poles, some were the windmills or whatever they call those things. And I was telling them, like, now when people, instead of it just being a picture of that and like, oh, look at this picture of these windmills, my mind automatically went to the fact that I could see water going up behind them in the distance. Like it like automatic. It's weird. It's hard to
Yeah.
explain until you experience it.
Yeah, dude, it opens up a lot. Like, you actually start looking at the natural world again with like a little bit of wonder and a little bit of curiosity, you know. Whereas before, I was like, I didn't even notice that stuff. I really noticed the sun wherever it is, dude. I'm all over that shit. Like the angle of the sun, the direction it sets, and the direction it rises, and where it goes. Like I'm always aware of it. I mean, I was always aware of it in a very rudimentary way, but now I'm like hyper aware of it. Whereas before, I kind of didn't even. I only used it really to okay, how long is it before the sun goes down? I could estimate that based on how bright it was.
Yeah, yeah. Another experience I had. It's just my own personal experience because it's looking at the sky type of thing. But for me, like, because maybe it'll help other people, but it's not like a flat Earth proof thing. It's just my personal experience. Because everyone wants to rip your head off if you say something. So I got to have the disclaimer in there that this is just my personal. But anyway, when I go outside and I look at the moon nowadays, if anybody does it, because you just think of the moon like, oh, I just go out and look at it. No, but when you actually, now that you're in this like phase of your mind freeing up, when I look at the moon, it looks like a light. It doesn't look like something like the sun reflecting off it. It looks like a light bulb. And if you really pay attention when you go out there and look at it, you'll probably never look at it the other way again. But like I said, that's kind of like, you know what I mean?
You said
That's
the
my
moon looks like a light bulb?
Yeah, the way I look at the view of the moon now is it looks like a light. Because when you try
Yeah.
and visualize it when you're inside, like, oh yeah, it does look like, but literally look at it like a light, and it's like it's really bright. It doesn't look like the sun reflecting off of it, off of gray dust. You know what I mean?
I actually saw a video. It was probably like maybe a week ago. But it said that if you were on the moon, they're giving their little bullshit story. If you're on the moon, because the Earth is very shiny because it has water compared to the moon, that even in the dark part of the moon, that the reflection of the sunlight off the surface of the Earth, that it would appear as like twilight, even though you're in the dark side. So you'd be lit up and you'd be able to see just like daytime. In the phase part of the moon that we look at, they're saying on that surface, it's bright as twilight, bright as sunset. That the moon never actually gets dark in the first place because of the reflection of the Earth. Other than the side that's not lit by the side that faces away from us. This is their bullshit, dude. This is the funny thing about the heliocentric gold model. They need to just keep adding pieces and pieces and pieces, and then the pieces get more ridiculous as time goes on. So I don't know if there was this is a funny one. You're gonna like this one. So they say they launched something and sent it to the moon, and when they sent it, it was the day of a lunar eclipse. Now remember, when they landed it, right? It was called the Blue Bird or Blue Bug or Blue something or other. And so it's a rover on the moon that a private company launched. And it's on the moon during the day of a lunar eclipse. Now, from the moon, that's a solar eclipse, right? So they showed in their photos from the moon a ring of fire, right? The ring of the sun going around The moon, the Earth, what they said was the Earth, just like we see on Earth, we see the Ring of Fire. Well, here's the problem. The Earth is 1.7 times larger than the sun visually, and there's no way you could ever see a fucking Ring of Fire from the fucking moon. Like, but the thing is, they just make these stories more and more convoluted, man, where they get like, it's like a compulsive liar that forgets their lies. They can't keep track of them all because the machine is too complicated at this point for them to keep track of all to stay consistent between all the claims. It's impossible now.
Yeah, it's like I always tell people, like, goes along the lines of what am I thinking here? Okay, they got this fear, right? But everything keeps changing to try and fit things. Like if it's so perfect, if you have a model and it's so perfect, why is everything changing? Why were the planets going in circles around everything? And then it turned into elliptical, and now it's like the Earth is perfectly round, but no, it's not. It's a little, the whole pear thing. But my complaint with like the bulging at the equator, that doesn't make sense to me. You're saying that even if it's billions of years, like it's insignificant that it's 13 miles or whatever they say, or 30 miles. But if it's spinning and it can do that kind of like pulling out the earth, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be standing on the earth. I don't think people realize if that's what they're trying to claim, that this spin is able to pull the equator out like that, we would not be able to stand on the earth. It doesn't matter if it's 13 miles, that's still a huge force. If that makes sense, like, if you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, it
it
makes
just
sense. Makes sense to me. And well, you know what they do, right? They cope. They go, well, it's not really slow, or it's only, whatever. The Earth is so big, or they come up with all these excuses, right?
Yeah, they put it into like it took billions of years to get it to that point. Then Neil deGrasse Tyson was like, yeah, well, in a billion years, it's gonna flatten out into a pizza.
Yeah, that's what they would
think of. I'm gonna ask one of these guys how many billions of years until the Earth spins itself into a flat disc.
That'd be a good one.
just be like, well, dude, dude, you'll literally see the hourglass. Like, there can't be a flat Earth. No, man, we just got the chronology wrong. The Earth is just freaking 2 trillion years old, man. It's a flat disk spinning in space.
But yeah, I could see them saying that. I could say, well, it's been billions of years. I even kind of figured it out in my head because I try and think what might be said. And it's like, okay, let's say they said it was a billion years. Even if it was a millimeter a year or whatever you would divide that into it or whatever, the point is that the force of it spinning caused that. No human would be able to survive that. It's just common sense.
What I have a problem with is the orbit of 66,000 miles or 67,000 miles per hour, roughly. If some object the size of the Earth is moving at that speed into gas on one side and away from the gas on the other side, there would be compression and a low pressure environment on the other side. It would be unattainable. You wouldn't be able to survive on an object like that.
Yeah, what's the one they use for that? Is that just like atmosphere and gravity or something somehow nullifies that or something? I forget.
Yeah, they don't. I have never heard any good explanation. It's just gravity's magic. It kind of makes sure not to pull too hard on one side and pulls extra hard on the other side, so it all balances out and there's nothing. You can't measure any effect of the motion.
Yeah, and then it's like, I almost think they should have kept up with circles. What was circles, like 1500s, 1600s? I thought I remember in grade school I learned that it was circles, and then high school it became ellipticals or something. But I guess the circle thing was like the 15 or 1600s. But to me, they would have been better off. Elliptical just really screws things up, especially with a 25-degree tilt.
So yeah, the reason why the Earth is a globe is because some so to say some people has traveled all the way up to space to take some pictures of the globe or of the Earth, and it's pretty much round, and it is a globe.
He's got
So,
a point. I mean, back in 1968, this was in the 60s, obviously, so there was no the Photoshop or photo editing software back then, and they took a picture, and
that's not.
Hey Zero, how did people know that the Earth was a globe before they went to space?
I don't know, man. I was not born in that time, so I can answer your question, unfortunately.
So was the Earth flat before then?
Probably not, but who knows?
Oh, and B-Man, could you tell the Soviet Union from that all of their manipulated photos that they couldn't have possibly done those, so they must have been time travelers because they couldn't possibly have manipulated photos before Photoshop was invented. Could you let the Soviet Union know that? You'll have to time travel yourself to do that. Thanks, B-Man.
I don't really know.
Yeah, they've been manipulating photos since shortly after the invention of the film and photography.
By manipulating, they stitched the different parts of the image together.
Yeah, and it looks it can look almost indistinguishable from a normal photo. It's still a manipulated photo.
What do you mean? You're not really saying anything. Do you think they got like Stanley Kubrick to like make some really realistic sculpture and then take a picture of it? Like
No, NASA already has. We have documentaries of showing when NASA made lifelike models of the moon for the moon landings, for instance.
Yeah, that's really cool. But like the pictures there, you can look at it. Everyone knows it's been stitched together. You can't really take a full picture of the Earth because it's fucking huge, unless you want to travel out a really far distance, and then it's going to be hard to take a photo, isn't it?
Hey! I got something for you, bro. Okay, so during an interview with what was his name? What was the guy's name that was interviewing
Buzz Aldrin.
Buzz Aldrin. It was, on this talk show, there was the host was interviewing Buzz Aldrin, and he goes, "I saw you and Armstrong land on," and Buzz Aldrin said, "No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Stop." He's like, "Wait, what do you mean?" I guess my memory's fuzzy. What? He goes, "No, you didn't see us land on the moon. You saw an animation. There was nobody there taking the camera, like with the camera, taking a video. There's nobody there."
Okay, well, this is a different conspiracy.
Okay, so even if they claim that any footage after that, right, was real, do admit that they did forge some footage, right? Not to deceive, but just for entertainment, like for purposes, educational purposes. They couldn't take a photo or video footage of people landing on the moon because they weren't there yet, right? So they made an animation. Just to give them, for the audience's sake, that look, here's what we like. We can't show you what we're doing right now, but this is what it would look like, right? So much so that it fooled Conan O'Brien into thinking that he watched people land on the moon.
Yeah, I have that clip right here. I'll play it right now.
Go ahead.
I remember my parents waking me up, and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. So you associated what you saw with...
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Well, no, but what we saw was we all were gathered around the old curved top radio and listened.
Talking about how many feet we were going to the left and right, and then I said, "Contact light, engine stop," and
It's
a few
exciting.
other things, and then Neil said, "Houston, Tranquility Base. The Eagle has landed.
Man,
how about that?
That was very exciting.
Not a bad line.
Yeah. This was.
They didn't have Photoshop, right?
It'd be nice if you wore a tie. That was a tribute to me.
This is my.
Did he just say not a bad line?
Look.
Oh.
That doesn't really mean anything, but yeah, they could have. Not a bad line doesn't really mean anything. You could say that about anything. I could say something really cool right now, and someone could.
You want to hear him admit to a little girl that they didn't go there?
It was a different culture back then. Okay.
Hold on a second.
You're trying to
Before
use your 2025 brain and project it how fucking 1920s born people talked.
Yeah, that's cool, but I don't really care about the moon landing stuff.
Just say nah. Just say nah.
I don't really care about the moon landing stuff. That's that's another conspiracy, and that one has a bit more merit to it, I guess. But if you're talking about manipulating photos and videos and stuff like that, you could have said the moon landing video could have been a set. We don't know. We've been making movies since what, like the 20s, 1920s?
We can actually know, because you can use stereoscopic image analysis from all because we have so many pictures from the moon landings, and you can use stereoscopic image analysis where you overlay images which are looking in the same general direction but from slightly different angles, slightly different shifted positions, and so that relative perspective shift can show you how far away the distant background is, and it literally shows they're in a studio, and an expert has basically done this analysis, and I can give you a link to it.
Okay, so some guy's done this, but again, I don't really care about the moon landing, because whether that's true or not,
I love how you just turned his expert into some guy.
I don't really care.
Slick, bro. You're not slick.
You're not slick either, Indio.
The expert said, some guy.
Speaking.
Yeah.
So I don't really care about the moon shit, okay? Because that has completely different motives to it, whether that's true or not. That's nothing to do with the Earth being curved. They wanted to land on the moon because of the Cold War and whatever. And if they wanted to fake that shit so they could, say that they got there first, it's nothing to do with the curved Earth. But yeah.
Yeah, but because you started by saying, well, they saw the Earth from like outer space. The only people who've ever gone outside of low Earth orbit, according to the whole paradigm, are the people who went to the moon. And so the rest of them have just stayed in low Earth orbit, according to the calculations. That's too low to the ground to see the Earth as a ball.
Pictures from low Earth orbit. Let me see this. Oh no, you can.
So the only people that even claim to have seen the Earth as a ball in its entirety.
He found the curve. Post it. Post the curve.
Can I post
people on the
images?
ISS would only see 3% of the Earth.
No, they can't post. I can't post, Jimmy. They don't let me.
So, the people on the ISS would only see 3% of the Earth. If they could see the entire circle of the horizon, which they can't. They can only see a section of that, like a pizza slice of the circle. So they see less than 3% of the Earth. Significantly less. Probably like fucking...
I'm looking at some
1/10 of 1%.
From, what space station is this? Let me check. It's not showing me. I'm looking at some pictures from low Earth orbit right now. They look pretty. It looks pretty
I'm
round
sure you
to
are.
me.
You can
exactly
put a link in the chat.
These are pictures from low Earth orbit. I'm sure that's exactly what they said they are. But they're not from low Earth orbit.
1 second.
They can't be from low Earth orbit because they depict a scene that is impossible to be where they say they are. So from 250 miles above the surface of an 8,000 mile diameter ball, we can figure out what that would look like, and it don't look like that.
I don't know, man. He posted a very convincing link. I might be converting.
Hold
on. It looks so real.
I'm gonna pull a picture from that. So here's the picture. Here's the picture.
Wow. It's so real.
So now let's just work this out. So 200, if you rescale it, 250 miles above a ball, 8,000 miles in diameter, is the same as being 2.25 inches above a ball, 6 feet in diameter. Now imagine that you took your little iPhone and you had a ball that was 6 feet in diameter. You took the little iPhone camera and put the little camera 2.25 inches above the surface of the ball. Would it look like that? Of course
they're not using an iPhone
way
camera.
closer to the surface than that image.
So what are you trying to say here?
If that was low Earth orbit, Earth would be tiny.
Okay, what?
Wouldn't look like that, dude. You understand?
They're probably
3% of the surface of the Earth.
They're probably using
If you could
special
see the
lens on
entire
that one.
circle. Now, let's say this field of view is 90 degrees. That would be something like, I don't know, 0.5% of the surface of the Earth.
Okay.
So in the side chat, right? Drace posted that. Now the guy in the image is a professional planetarium director. So he gave a presentation on this about what the ISS would see. This was a flat Earth presentation. Now, obviously, he's not a flat earther, but this is what he showed. That white circle on that ball, this is to scale. That would be the entire view of the ISS. You could see 360 degrees, but you can't. So you would see this, a tiny sliver of that. Okay. Now think about the picture you just showed, bro.
Uh-huh.
You think that little ball picture that I just took from that website would be the same view as the scale model of the Earth that this guy's holding? That those can be somehow equivalent views. So that white, like I said, the white circle is the horizon line. In his scale model, this is to scale, physical model. Just think about it for a second. Could that possibly be an actual image of the Earth? No. But the key thing isn't whether it's an image of the Earth or not. The key thing is there's impossible for you to tell what an authentic image is and what an authentic image isn't. You don't have the reference. You don't have any reference to go, hey, that image looks fake. Hey, that image looks real, because you've never seen the Earth from that point of view. So you have nothing to compare it against except for other images that people also claim are real. You can just compare them to each other. So you're in the realm, completely stuck in the realm of, you can't judge the authenticity by looking at the image itself, because you have no framework from which to judge it. The only way we can test these images is to see, hey, what's in the image? What do they depict? Okay, they depict a bunch of things. So we can go on the Earth, the places that are in the image, and see if whatever that image shows, that thing is actually there. So in the case of these images, we can test if the water's curving. If the water's not curving, then this image is impossible, because that's ocean. If the ocean's not curving, then this image is impossible. It's the only way these images can be evaluated.
The ocean has a bulge.
A water hill.
Water boner.
I mean, just complete the circle for a second. Here, I got a side view. It's even freaking worse than this, man. And the other one Jace posted, that's the this alleged Chinese space station photo, and they're only 23 kilometers lower than the ISS. Their horizon is completely flat. Why is that?
That one definitely looks fake.
They all look fake.
Just saying.
I just think that the Chinese are better at math.
Well, one more, and this is the last thing I'm going to leave. So this is a GeoGebra construction to scale in kilometers. So that little dot above that ball, that's where the ISS would be relative to the surface of the Earth. Now, mind you, that dot is obviously gigantic because you wouldn't be able to see it, but it's barely above the surface of the Earth. But that's not what that looks like.
Yeah,
that looks like if you
because the
pan
Earth
down,
is
you
really
could see
big.
the entire width of the Earth.
No, you can. The Earth is big, and you can take a pretty good photo from that angle. It's a pretty good vantage point.
250 miles above an 8,000 mile diameter ball. How are you going to get that in your field of view?
You're not going to get the whole thing, are you? Yeah, and
Yeah, but you
that's
could,
not the whole
according to
thing.
this image. You could definitely get the whole thing.
It's just the horizon, isn't it? Anyway,
Well, let
I'm
me
not
ask
going
you
to
this.
bother with photos because no matter what photos I'm going to send, and you guys are going to say are fake.
If
So.
they're because you can't, you applied no evaluation to them, dude. You typed NASA.gov, whatever it was on there, you just believed authentic. Oh, it's on NASA.gov, it's authentic. That's your evaluation. Well, how else did you evaluate them?
Tell me this. Can you make predictions with a flat Earth model?
Oh, God.
Yes.
What predictions do you make with a globe Earth model and provide the model,
Yeah, why don't
please?
you show us the
I'll give you one.
model?
You can predict exactly.
Let's make a prediction based
Hold
on
on, let him talk. I want to hear what they can predict. Hold on. What can you predict?
Back in 2017, whenever there was a solar eclipse or
yeah, they don't use a globe Earth model for that.
America.
Next,
they used the globe Earth model
No,
for
they don't.
the prediction. Yes, they did.
No, they do
Provide
not.
the model.
Yes, they did.
They use
Provide the model.
cycle.
Provide the
They use
model. If
something
you
called
said that they
Saros
used a
cycle.
model,
You're doing-
sorry, Indio.
No, you
If
go
you
ahead,
say
Jedi.
that they used the model, provide the model.
1 second.
It's another example of someone having to search for what they already believe to be true. No,
yeah, I'm thinking so.
afterwards they look for the evidence, but they already believed it. That's the crazy part.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Kepler's laws. That's what they use. Planetary motion and the Earth's orbit to the Sun and the Moon's orbit around the Earth, which is tilted at a 5-degree angle relative to the Earth's orbit.
Who told you that?
The prediction
ChatGPT?
process calculates. No, a really easy Google search.
Yeah, go
when
on
three
NASA's
celestial
website.
bodies-
That they're the one. Hold on, all the eclipse predictions that are on NASA's website are by a guy named Fred Espernak. He used the Saros cycle. He didn't use Keplerian orbital elements. They don't actually work because, according to them, there's too many perturbations of the orbit to actually accurately predict when an eclipse will happen. You can just use the Saros cycle, which has been used for thousands of years, to do it. It's very simple. So I'm going to post in the chat a video from a guy that teaches at Cambridge University. He's a mathematician. He goes all through the whole reason on why the heliocentric model cannot be used to accurately predict eclipse times. So they don't use that. They've never used it because it doesn't work. You just think it works. This is another myth that's spread around. Oh, globes predict eclipses. No, they don't. They don't use that shit.
So are you going to examine the evidence, B-Man 92, and concede if you find that that your claim is inaccurate?
You're quite optimistic.
Well, yeah, I mean, you gotta have some.
Every single conversation always ends up to some YouTube video that some guy's made.
He's not just some guy. He teaches physics at Cambridge University. He's a professor.
Where's your source? Where's your source?
Like earlier,
He Googled it. His source was Google.
Like earlier, I gave him a
NASA.gov is a
PhD.
Saros cycle.
I gave him a PhD previously of the Department of Physics and Technology of Kharkov State University in Ukraine.
There we go.
Doesn't the
But you need
globe
to-
model have
hold
a
on.
3-body problem? So how would you
Okay, cool.
predict anything with that?
I don't really
They
know.
can't.
I don't really know what that is. But don't you need to include the?
You
the
can't
Earth's
predict the
rotation
orbits of 3 or
in the
more
Saros
bodies
cycle?
than when you know the initial starting condition.
You need to include the Earth's rotation. Predict
Yeah,
future
but
solar eclipses.
bro, you
In a
cannot
solar
predict the
cycle, the
orbits
one that
of.
you're talking about.
What about it?
No. There's no Earth
You need to
rotation in the
include
solar
Earth's
cycle.
rotation.
So what they do
Yeah,
is
you
they
need to
take a
include it.
plane.
You need to
It's
include
called
it. Predict
Bazillion
solar.
orbital. Listen. It's called Bazillion elements. So what they do is take a plane and then they figure out where the shadow projects on the plane. In fact, Shane St. Pierre, Mortawan, who's a fucking anti-flat earther, had to pay him $1,000 because he said you can't do this on a flat Earth, and he did.
10,000.
It wasn't 10,000. It was 1,000.
It was 10,000.
It wasn't 10,000, dude. It's 1,000. Shane even said so in the
Yeah, it
podcast.
sounds like after the fact exaggeration.
The point is they use the Saros cycle. If you just type on Google, since you're familiar with your alma mater Google, if you just type in NASA Soros, you'll get
Yeah,
the
where do you
NASA
get your information?
Okay.
The same place he's directing you to.
Jesus fucking Christ. Books. You ever read one? Why? What's wrong with
But you
YouTube?
get your information from YouTube. What's
I
wrong
get
with
some of
Google
my
then?
information
Google
from
owns
YouTube.
YouTube. Yeah.
Who cares?
So yeah, exactly. Who cares? So stop dissing Google, bro.
Well, no, but Google, the
Huh?
way Google indexes information has nothing to do with the truth. See, I actually, I can go on Google and go to MIT OpenCourseWare and take entire fucking courses on physics. So can you.
Yeah.
You can't do that on Google. If you could use Google, it's going to direct you to the thing I just said, or I can go right to it. The point is that if you go on,
you can get the exact same thing that you're talking about.
you're deflecting from the point. You're trying to change the subject. If you go on Google, type in NASA eclipse website, it's going to take you to eclipses in the Saros cycle. Tells you all through how they predict eclipses. If you go all the way to the bottom, it says all these eclipses are predicted by a guy named Fred Espernak. He gives talks on how he actually does it. They don't use a globe model. You just thought that. In fact, nobody ever told you that. See, people just fill in the blanks because they're shown a diagram of how eclipses, a diagram explanation of how eclipses are supposed to work. And then they fill in the blanks like there's some 3D model where they're predicting eclipses. They just filled that in their head. But nobody actually ever told you that. None of your teachers ever said, hey, man, they use a 3D model of a globe, a moon, and the sun to predict eclipse times. And that they use Kepler's fucking orbits to predict eclipse. No one ever told you that. They couldn't do it because of the three-body problem which someone laid out. When you actually have a shitload of bodies, because the sun's supposed to be wobbling because of the orbit of Jupiter and blah, 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 it would never work. And they say it doesn't work. Now the question is, does it not work because it's wrong, or does it not work because of perturbations of orbits? That's the question. But the thing is, we know how to predict eclipses. You know you can predict eclipses using nothing but pi? I got that video too. Which is from the same guy, which is a math channel. From a math professor.
Okay,
One
so
of the best universities in the goddamn world. Which you could never get into. You couldn't even get into this university, dude, with an infinite amount of.
I fucking know. I never said I was.
Okay,
I
then why
never
you
said I was a
going?
scientist. I just said, and I just found out there now. They did not use the Saros cycle. They used calculating eclipses done using the ephemeris. It's a mathematical model describing the motion of celestial bodies. Utilizing the ephemeris, we can figure out the position of the sun and the moon at a time and then calculate the angle, separating them to determine if an eclipse happens. For the 2017 North American total solar eclipse, NASA used their supercomputers to predict it. Using their immense computing power, they even account for the elevation data for both Earth and the moon. This is impossible to achieve from the Saros cycle.
Which one are you talking about? Is that the one they changed 4 times?
He's talking about the ephemeris, which is essentially a celestial model. It's about as old as the Earth itself, the ephemeris. You don't need a supercomputer to, decipher the ephemeris, for crying out loud.
You can use an anti-Cytherea mechanism.
Anyone can do it.
And that's a cool story, but I want to see the actual model they used, as in the formulas, the actual model. The model is like the formulas and the calculations and the variables that are plugged into it. I want to see that. Just saying you did that without evidence, right? Yeah, we did it this way. Yeah, show me.
There's
Show
some
me the
source
formula
code that you guys can use. There's some source code.
The source
You can
code for
look
the
through that.
supercomputer? What language is that written in? Lisp?
I think that's Python. Anyone can do
Supercomputers
it.
are using Python. Oh, Jesus.
No.
Christ.
Anyone can do it. I know the NASA used supercomputers for whatever they were calculating, but anyone can use this ephemeris, or whatever you call it, to predict a solar eclipse. Ephemeris. The script uses Pythim to determine the positions of the moon and sun.
Wait, where are you reading this?
Debunking flat Earth misconceptions.
Oh.
Wow.
Well, that's what you guys do. You debunk globe misconceptions.
No, okay. Now we're gonna freaking go all in on this. I want the actual model they used, where they said this is possible. No, I want the actual model, the mathematical model with a globe in it.
Okay.
With a radius of 3,959 miles, all that shit. Orbital distance to the moon, orbital distance to the sun, the projection of how it should look, all that shit. I want all that. I want that model.
NASA uses GPL development ephemeris.
Okay, we don't need you to catch up. Just give us the model you said exists. You said you asked me what's our model to predict eclipses.
Do you want a little
You
picture?
said you
want
had
a
a model to
cartoon?
predict
Like, what do you
eclipses.
mean?
I want you to substantiate that.
Why are you asking us? This is your claim. You should know what it is.
Did. I wanted you to substantiate it, as in put
I
some
just
meat
sent
on
it.
the bone.
They use a mathematical.
Yeah,
fucking
great. I want
equation,
meat,
right?
but yeah, you can claim that, but that doesn't mean that's what you did. So I want
Okay.
meat on the bone. Cowbell? I can jump over the Empire State Building. That's a claim.
Yeah.
We use the globe model to predict eclipses. That's a claim. Now let's see the evidence.
You jumped over the Empire State Building?
Yeah, of course. Do it all the time. Oh, fuck.
Brother, in the link you provided, there's no model in there. You're going to have to do better.
Do you want a little fucking
Where's the
picture?
variable for the
No,
solar
bro.
distance in that?
You
Where's the
claimed a
variable for the
globe
size of
model.
the Earth? Where's the variable for the moon distance? Where's the what are you showing us?
I'm fucking.
Maybe we're asking the wrong question, Indio. Hey, friend, what is the globe model? What is it?
It's a big globe.
You really should read before you post things, dude.
Where is this big globe of yours?
Your measurements are being taken from the center of the Earth. The place observer in the center of the... That's crazy, dude.
Place the observer in the center of the Earth. So, like, what, hell? Is that how you reify your globe into
Oh
existence?
shit! I stand corrected, Travis. It was $10,000. I must have my brain must have not even comprehended that shit.
Good job.
How do you explain the different constellations from the different hemispheres in a flat
Hey,
plane?
you want to bet Shane $10,000?
Yeah, this could be quite lucrative. We need more globers like that.
I mean, I could just repackage it and regift his bullshit, but give 10 G's for myself. Now, what were you asking about constellations?
Yeah, he wants us to explain why when he goes to different places, he sees different things above his head.
Fuck hey.
Well, if we're in the northern
Look,
hemisphere,
when you're in a
I
house,
see
you're under a
different
ceiling fan.
constellations,
When you
so
walk
if you're
around
in
your
the
house, does the ceiling fan stay there? Just follows you around.
fucking stupid, man. If you're in the northern hemisphere, you see different stars to whenever you're in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah.
You're looking at different parts of space.
Sorry, no shit. The ones in the north are circumpolar to the north celestial pole. The ones in south are circumpolar to the south celestial pole. So when you move between the two and when you look up, you see them. When you go here, you see
on a
these
flat
ones,
plane, you
defined as you said, the ones in the north. And then when you go to the south, you see the ones that are defined by the south, by their circumpolar rotation.
Well, if you're on a flat plane, you'd still be able to see the North Star, wouldn't you?
Why?
Really?
Do you understand how perspective works and things above your eye line with distance from moving away from underneath them appear to converge towards the horizon? Right? That's why the clouds appear to touch the horizon at distance. Right? Why the sun looks like to you this convergence of the sky and the earth beneath. That's perspective. How you see the world. So when you move from, let's say, you are underneath the North Star and you move away from being underneath it, you'll notice it starts declining towards the horizon. As you look forward, you see the stars that are in front of you coming upwards from the horizon till eventually you've gone so far that there's one above your head. Well, there's none there, but you get to the south and you look up and there's a celestial rotation. You obviously can't see the north one anymore because it's gone downwards towards the horizon beyond your ability to see it.
We go.
Yeah, like why the ceiling appears to get closer to the floor when you look down the corridor. It's not actually getting close to the floor. The floor's not actually ramping up to meet the ceiling at the midpoint of your view. That's just the way you see the world. That's why those street lights at the end of the street look smaller and lower than the one you're standing next to. So the reason why you see other things is if you've gone to a different location where they do different things.
You literally
defined
said it. You said it yourself, man. The stars, they disappear because they go below your horizon as the Earth curves away.
No, does the ceiling go below the floor when you look down the corridor?
Further south you go, the lower Polaris gets in the sky until it completely vanishes.
Excuse me, do you think the ceiling goes below the floor when you look down the corridor?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Perspective.
What the fuck are you talking about?
How things above your eye line with distance appear to converge to the midpoint of your view. It's why the mountain far away looks smaller, why the street lights at the end of the road look smaller and lower than the one that you're standing next to. You're talking about a star. When you stand underneath it, you look up and it's there. You walk away from being underneath it, and with distance, it starts descending downwards towards the horizon. It's not actually getting lower. It's how you see the world.
Yeah, because the world is curved.
Oh my God, he's just
a flat plane moving south shouldn't make Polaris slide down. It shouldn't make Polaris slide down the horizon. It should always be visible. You're literally watching curvature.
No worries, brother. You made a claim there. Let's get that out of the way. That's kind of the crux of the matter anyway. So can you show us where the Earth curve has been measured?
Oh my God. Fuck me.
Yeah, I know. What a ridiculous question, right? Who would ask such a stupid thing about a globe? Who has measured the curvature of the Earth? How ridiculous.
Now on Facebook, I'm just scrolling through, and maybe I can post that picture. Oh, mad, I can. Sweet. Right, I can post that bit up. Loading. Come on. Do you think? There it is. So this numpty Now, Columbia Sportswear CEO Tim Boyle, who is 76 years old, recently launched a viral challenge promising to give away his $3 billion company to anyone who can prove the Earth is flat. The campaign video invites participants to photograph a literal edge of the Earth, with Boyle joking that the winner receives the entire company. A spokeswoman in the video clarifies that the image must show a real physical termination point of the planet. The stunt is part of Columbia's marketing campaign, using humour and satire to spark global attention and online debate.
Yeah, I heard something about that, Matrix. Yeah, I didn't realise what the prize was. Whole company, eh? Oh.
That'd be nearly worth borrowing a battleship and going for a little bit of a sail. Getting a big ass crane, jumping up on the plateau and going for a walk. But then again, last time someone tried that, quite a few went down and not many came back. Don't know why. There's only penguins there. Maybe they do have laser eyes. Oh. I love some of the bullshit stories that they say, eh? Well, that's right. The social media stupid thing starts today, didn't it? Wow. I wonder how many kids are going out and going to find alternate forms of entertainment, like getting great big firecrackers and blowing up wheelie bins and... Oh, man. Oh, wow. That's going to be great. We've got a couple of cities where there's major youth problems, and these idiots think that by kicking children off of social media or banning them from it because of their underage is going to help our youth crime problems, or it's going to make our kids safe. That's what they said. It's going to make our kids safe. What it is going to do is make our kids bored. They're going to want to seek entertainment elsewhere, and as a result, I can see our youth crime problem going through the roof. But anyways, that's my take on it. Oh, wow. There's a few bites on that one. All right, so one person posted up. So that the pressure is greater in water the deeper you go is a fact. Same as air pressure drops the higher you go. Explain that without gravity. Anyways, the next person gets on there. Gravity has nothing to do with relative density. As world famous physicist Michio Kaku says, there is no such thing as gravity. Now all of a sudden we've got 25 bites on that. So as we all know, it doesn't take much bait to go fishing. The very first clown on there, didn't Cavendish fail? Next one was try to understand what Kaku said. What else we got? Michio Kaku never said that gravity doesn't exist. The way flat earthers claim, he said gravity isn't a force in Einstein's model. It's the curvature of space-time that's not no gravity. That gravity is deeper than Newton's thought. Relative density only works because gravity pulls denser objects downwards. Without gravity, density would just make things different thicknesses. Nothing would fall, so no. You didn't debunk gravity, you just misunderstood a quote from a scientist whose books you've clearly never read. Ooh. I'd like to invite that numpty in here, he'd get wrecked. Oh wow, this dude's even going for more. Also, here's what we get when we search for the Dr. Kaku quote on Google. Dr. Michio Kaku's no gravity comments stem from Einstein's general relativity, which describes gravity not as a pull, but as the curvature of space-time caused by mass. So, objects follow these curves, creating the effect we feel as gravity, with space pushing us down, not a force pulling us. He's essentially saying there's no force in the traditional sense, but a geometric effect, explaining that things like satellites are falling around Earth because they follow the curved space-time path, not because they are pulled by a distinct force. The universe always has gravity or space-time curvature. My God, these people are so deep into it. What else we got? If you're going to quote Kaku, use the full quote, not just the bit that supports your position. Oh, I'll have a cry. What do we got? Yes, yes. Now explain how pressure gradients come to exist without gravity. All right, what other cries have we got? Oh, what's this talk? Hard to explain if the person is an idiot that believes the world is flat. Well, it's not a belief, so you've failed. Next. One person just put in there, buoyancy. Comments incoming. Very good. All right, what other stupid shit we got? Oh, we've got another map tard. Wow. If you assume that the azimuthal equidistant projection used as the flat Earth map is actually flat, then Adelaide goes from 654 kilometres from Melbourne. What? Then Adelaide goes from 654 kilometres from Melbourne to 1,592 kilometres. Can any flat earther explain how I can drive this distance in less than 8 hours? Okay, numpty. Oh, he's got 99 comments. What's this? One of the comments, because flat earth is almost an exclusively American politics issue. Flurfs never anticipated meeting someone from Australia. Oh, shit. That's good. I like that. And there's 5 replies to that. The Flurfs, oh, here's the first dumbass. There are Flurfs all around the globe by their own site's admission. Well, obviously, this numpty has been to the Flat Earth Society. Anyways. Oh, someone doesn't like the Australian Flat Earthers. Amazingly enough, there are Australian Flurfs, and they are arguably the dumbest of them all. Really? Here's an idea for you, kind sir. Get in your happy little car and go for a drive across this little continent. And you tell me how much curvature there is. The first person, another one gets on here. Bless your heart. Gleason's map is the only map with accurate distances. Ouch. Holy shitballs, that is a long post. Wow. The entire heliocentric model is based on esoteric numerology. Every major part of it is built on a harmonic code. Here is the full breakdown they never expect you to see. If you believe the heliocentric model is a scientific framework built on measurement, buckle up, because once you review the full pattern, it becomes painfully obvious that the model is a numerological construct disguised as astronomy. Every pillar of it, not one part escapes the pattern. So let's begin. Number 1, the sun-moon illusion, the 400-to-1 code. Heliocentrism begins with its most absurd coincidence. The sun is said to be 400 times larger in diameter, 400 times farther. which makes it appear the exact same size as the moon. A perfect ratio, a perfect illusion, a perfect number for numerology. This ratio alone would sink any truly random cosmology, but this is only the beginning. Number 2, the 108 harmonic, the skeleton key of the system. Heliocentrism is built on 108, whether you notice or not. 108 moons fit between Earth and the moon. 108 suns fit between Earth and the sun. Moon radius equals 1,080 miles. 1 to the power of 1 times 2 to the power of 2 times 3 to the power of 3 equals 108. 108 is sacred across ancient cultures. 108 stitches on a baseball. 108 beads in a mala. 108 temple designs. 108 is the backbone of sacred geometry and the backbone of your scientific model. Number 3, the cube code, the 216 and 2160 family. Here the pattern explodes in your face. Moon diameter equals 2160 miles. A cube's total angle sum equals 2160 degrees. 6 times 6 times 6 times 10 equals 2160. Processional harmonics tie directly into 2160. Even 4K resolution uses 2160p. 216 is embedded in temple design, musical ratios, Kabbalah, and Saturn symbolism. If the universe is random, why does the moon match the cube? Number 4, solar harmonics, 432 and 864. Everything about the sun lives inside this harmonic. Sun radius equals 432,000 miles. Sun diameter equals 864,000 miles. Day length equals 86400 seconds. Music resonant tuning equals 432 hertz. 432 appears in Viking myth, Hindu cosmology, Tibetan chants, Gregorian masses. 432 and 864 are the signature of the entire solar framework. Everything fits the same harmonic. Number 5, Earth fits the same harmonic set. The random planet Earth just happens to match the same numbers. Earth radius equals 3960 miles. Earth diameter equals 7920 miles. Earth plus moon radii equals 5040 miles. 1 times 2 times 3 times 4 times 5 times 6 times 7 equals 5040. Earth is not an exception. It is part of the coded system. Number 6. The number 6 and the 666 material code. Here, the Saturn symbolism becomes unavoidable. Tilt from vertical equals 66.6 degrees. Orbital speed equals 66,600 miles per hour. Curvature formula equals 0.666 feet per mile squared. Carbon-based life equals 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons. Your entire physical universe is numerically coded with 6s. This says Saturnian symbolism, not physics. Number 7, the Saturn cube religion connection. Saturn is the god of materialism, time, restriction, and form. Now watch how heliocentrism ties directly into it. Saturn's pole has a hexagon that folds into a cube. Kaaba in Mecca is a black cube. Jewish tefillin are black cubes. Christian cross is an unfolded cube. Moon equals 2160 miles equals cube's total angular sum. Material life equals 666. NASA encodes Saturn symbolism throughout their missions. Heliocentrism is not neutral. It is a part of an ancient materialistic cosmology. Number 8. The precession and great year harmonics. Even the largest cycles follow the pattern. Great year equals 25,920 years. Breakdown 432 times 60. Precession equals 1 degree every 72 years. 72 times 30 equals 2160. Zodiac divisions fit the same scheme. Ancient temples encoded these cycles long before NASA existed. Time itself is coded with harmonics. The number 9. Biology matches the same geometry. Your body mirrors the sky. Skull, 22 bones and 7 openings, equals 22 over 7, equals pi. Hands, 28 phalanges with 7th triangular number. Turtle shells, 13 center plates, 28 outer plates, equals lunar calendar. Life is literally built with the same geometry as the luminaries. 10. Technology mirrors the harmonics. 4K resolution is 3840 by 2160. 2160 again, the moon's number, the cube's number. Why does your TV match the moon? Number 11, the 137 constant, the signature of the whole system. 137 is one of the most mysterious numbers in physics. 137 is the fine structure constant. 137 controls the strength of electromagnetism. 137 is the 33rd prime. Masonry encodes 90 plus 47 equals 137. The golden angle in nature is 137.5 degrees. Earth's rotation speed is claimed at 1,037 mile per hour. Drop the 0 and you get 137. National Aeronautics and Space Administration equals 137 in the septenary cipher. 137 is the fingerprint of intelligence, not randomness. Number 12, the variations excuse does not save the model. Globers love to say distances vary, orbits vary, cycles vary, tilt varies. They think variation helps them. It destroys them. The averages always snap back into the same numbers. 66.6, 108, 216, 432, 864, 2160, 3960, 7920, 5040, 86400, 432, 000, and 137. These are the skeleton of the entire model. The variations are camouflage. The averages reveal the architecture. In a random universe, the averages would drift. Here, they converge. Number 13. The entire heliocentric framework in a single numerological system. Distance values, mass values, diameter values, orbital periods, rotational periods, speeds, tilts, day length, month length, year length, great year length, precession rates, chemical structure of life, geometry of the moon, geometry of the sun, geometry of the earth, biological structures, sacred structures, religious symbols, timekeeping systems, even modern resolutions and physics constants. All of it repeats the same ancient harmonic set. The odds of this occurring randomly are 0. The impossible challenge for any glober. Provide one example anywhere in nature where a random, chaotic system produces a perfectly repeating harmonic set across astronomy, geometry, physics constants, time cycles, biology, chemistry, religion, mythology, architecture, language ciphers, technology, all at the same time. Just one. You cannot, because heliocentrism is not discovery, it's design. A numerological construct disguised as science. It collapses the moment you examine its numbers. Holy crap, that was a fair write-up. Hopefully I didn't bore you to death.
That was a good summary. Thanks.
Yes, I don't know if you are interested in numerology stuff, but yeah, there it is. I find some of that interesting. Other parts are like, huh? But each to their own, I suppose. I'm not here twisting anyone's arm. What the? Who put that up there? I recently heard the most absurd thing flat earthers believe, and that is that math is government constructed lie. I don't know any FE guys that would say that. So I don't know if it's just someone having a laugh or what. Oh wow, you must be a newbie. I'm gaining here. Still have some questions. Is the moon real? And if so, is it flat? How far away is it? If it is also flat, how do we explain the light hitting as if it's more or less round? My last question is this. If the Earth is flat, how do we explain the fact I can actually see the curvature of Earth on a beach? Ah, really? Wow. Your eyes have curvature and they lie to you. What's this? So I assume that also applies to high altitude images that are taken from weather balloons where you people crop out the center of the picture and claim that the Earth is flat. Like, seriously, why would flat earthers grab some random photo, crop the guts out of it, and then claim it's flat? Like, what flat earther would do that? Every single flat earther I know would leave the image alone, especially if it shows it's flat. Why would you mess with it? And you'd just go, here data, choke on it. That's it. They just drop it in front of you. Let the data speak for itself. Crazy. Some of these things these guys come up with. Oh, here we go. According to flat earthers, so insert straw man here, boys and girls. According to flat earthers, the sun and moon are local. The distances given by most flat earthers is between 3,000 and 5,000 miles. I live about 5,000 miles from Moscow. I can easily fly to Moscow. Why can't anyone fly to the sun or moon? Why do FEs say no one's landed on the moon if it is so close? What's preventing humans from going to these objects?
Hello, this is Hagi from Kazakhstan, bro. Abu Hamza, bro.
How's it going, bro?
Yes, I'm from Kazakhstan, bro. I'm Kazaki, bro.
From Kazakhstan. Awesome.
Yes,
I'm from
Kazakhstan.
Australia.
Where from you? Where from you? Where from you?
Australia.
Australia.
Oi, oi, oi.
And people are white, and they have the charm and the cool and fat. Thank you. Fuck you, bitch.
Okay. Have a nice day. Wow. You're pretty excited pretty quick. Imagine what it'd be like if we showed him that the Earth is measured flat. Holy shit. Anyways, where were we? Yeah, this guy's right up. Blah, 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 moon, 3,000, 5,000 miles. Yeah, I live about 5,000 miles from Moscow. I can easily fly to Moscow. Why can't anyone fly to the sun or moon? Why do FEs say no one's landed on the moon if it's so close? What's preventing humans from going to these objects if they're so close? And don't give me any crap about Van Allen belts because you believe the moon and sun are local, so the Van Allen belts don't even come into play. Oh. What comments have we got for this? Do you even watch rockets being launched? There's one very recent. You should watch it. Okay. Let's click on comments. Ooh, the firmament is rocket proof. No one enters, no one leaves. Ah, they are not physical. What's this? With the sun so close, would there even be an ice wall? And a little laugh emoji next to it. You cannot go to the moon and watch the sun and the moon interact with the clouds. It is obvious they are not at the distances they claim they are. They just work like spotlights. Oh, someone's redirected him to 200 Reasons the Earth is Not a Spinning Ball by Eric Dubay. You can't land on the moon, it's impossible, because the moon is plasma. Oh, wow, that's got some posts against it. Oh, here we go. What's this one? Flurfism and space denial are trends, and like all trends, it will disappear. Not a single flurf or space denier believes in anything they say. They have just jumped on the latest bandwagon. And all of that was in caps. So I don't know why you needed to yell that out, but anyways, might have been a typo. Some numpty gets on here. Flat Earth gets destroyed again. Yeah, come and visit us, mate. We'll see how you go. Lots of pictures of space posted. Scrolling. Oh, the usual memes. All of the planets and Earth as a flat square thing.
Hi there, can I give you a drive-through code? What's the code? It's going to be 1925.
Hey, you're hot micing.
With no ketchup and no mustard, please.
Yeah, we might.
No, go ahead and add the ketchup and mustard. It's good for you.
Actually, you see a
Oh, somebody muted
no,
me.
it's not a mob. Yeah.
I wanted
What
to
if
hear
he
the
says
rest of
something
that.
rude? Yeah, what if his order goes bad and he flips his shit at some poor person? I don't want to hear that. Anyways, I was reading stupid comments before I go to squash.
And where are you seeing these comments, on YouTube or in the chat?
This is on Facebook. So there's a page on Facebook called Flat Earth Friends. So if anyone else wants to jump in there, they're more than welcome to do so. But most of it is Globers. Just to give you an idea, Matthew, one of the moderators is McToon.
Interesting.
That should say enough. So, yeah. Oh, we've got a poll. This poll is directed at FEs who think every picture showing the entire Earth is CGI, including the ones from the 50s and 60s. I just got to know how old you are. Oh, so they just want ages. Between 10 and 20, you got 1%. Between 20 and 30 is 33%. Between 30 and 40s, there's none. 40 and 50, 33. And over 50s, 33. I have a good reason for asking, but sharing it now would bias the result, so I'll reveal it later. Oh, okay. Fair enough. If the moon is a hologram, how can amateur ham radio operators use it to bounce a signal to the other side of the globe? What? Well, we could test and see if that's bullshit or not. Because what we could do is we could get on Discord and we could talk to our friends in the United States or some other country when the moon is not near me, and we could get the old ham radio out and we could test this. If that shit works or if it does not. Ooh, there you go, ham radio, boys and girls. Something for you to go and check out. Here we go. What do you think is the single most compelling argument for your favoured planetary shape? Please, no arguments against the opposing views, rather a credible, verifiable argument in favour of your position. Something we can look into and learn from. Memes are fine, but please provide sources for any claims. I'd ask that this doesn't descend into name calling and ego stroking, but we all know it will. Okay. And he's got 268 comments. Oh, wow. Photo evidence of a round Earth. Okay, so you got to verify your photos. So you're out. The Tychos model. The Tychos, our geoaxial binary system by Simon Shack. Okay. Globe. We have pictures. Now we've got a hot dog Earther. We can't leave them out. There's no such thing as a flat Earth. We know it's a sphere for over 2,500 years. Obviously, that person didn't read the other bit. No arguments against opposing view, just supply your own. So you're a numpty, you're out. Globe. Gestures at the complete unit available in libraries, the internet, textbooks, models, maps, personal observations, and others' personal observations. So you haven't given us what they are. So you've got models that you've yet to prove, maps that you can't prove. Someone said so in a textbook. Someone said so on the internet. And libraries. Ooh, let's go to the library. This person didn't state which way they are leaning. Leap years. Leap years prove the shape of the ground, everyone. Done. Sold. That's it. Back to Globetardia. Leap years do it for us. What do you think, Matthew? Leap years prove the shape of the ground?
No, they just show that the number of days doesn't fit equally into the number of years.
There we go. Sorry, Mr. Facebook guy. Matthew has shot you down. All right. Oh, this one's got a decent write-up. For me, it's this. Physics tells us about the conservation of momentum. On a flat Earth, where does the angular momentum come from to make hurricanes spin? Well, you're assuming that that's the cause. It has to come from somewhere. Hurricane Melissa this past year released 200 times more energy. Well, that's great. No one cares. What if it's just the fact that heat energy from the sun's path is what causes this? So any storm system that appears on the left-hand side of the line will spin one way, and storm systems that appear on the right-hand side of the line will spin the other due to the heat energy from the sun. Crazy idea, I know, but yeah. Anyways, why do hurricanes always rotate in a specific direction in the northern hemisphere and they rotate clockwise? Well, actually, there's anti-cyclones, so yeah, that does actually happen the other way around. So this guy's out of his depth. All of these are quite. Where are we? Why do hurricanes only form between Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn? Why do they never cross the equator? In fact, they never get within about 5 degrees of the equator. All these questions have simple and easy answers on a globe Earth. Well, actually, you started off on a flat Earth, so you're trying to have a crack at the flat Earth, which you were told not to do in the instruction manual. But anyways, however, the FE model provides no explanation for any of them. And then, oh, here we go. Before you start talking about how hurricanes are man-made, well, I didn't say they were man-made. Here are some facts. The entire region of Earth between Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn can be affected by hurricanes. Okay, so depending on exact area, they can also be called cyclones or typhoons. The area where hurricanes can exist circles the globe. Oh, so you're assuming it's a globe to start off with. That's great. Guess that would be a ring on FE projection. You wouldn't believe it. That's the same ring where the sun travels around its path. That's interesting. Hurricanes and cyclones follow the sun's path. Oh! The area where hurricanes can exist and circle the globe. I guess that would be a ring on FE projection. If you want to believe that hurricanes are man-made, tell me which ones are man-made. Well, I'm not interested in that shit. And which ones are natural. And how can you tell? Well, because the man-made ones have a digital ID number and the natural ones don't. They don't have a jumper on. They're open. They're going au naturel. Oh, man, there's a big flashing sign on it that says it's man-made. Of course they're... God. Anyways, we have written evidence that hurricanes have been hitting Florida since the 1500s. And scientific evidence that they go back 3,000 plus years. Well, that's great. So if hurricanes are man-made, how were they made at the end of it? So obviously you're more interested into knowing how they're man-made as opposed to proving the shape of the ground. But we'll leave you alone. Oh, here we go. I'm a Bible-believing globe earther. Compelling scientific argument for a globe earth. Isn't that a bit of a contradiction there? On one hand, you're a Bible believer, and on the second part, you're going to tell us about scientific arguments. I thought science opposed religion.
I think they're compatible, science and religions, because the way I say it is
Which
all
bit?
truth is God's truth.
Which bit? Anyways,
Origin
back to the
of
story.
life, that type of stuff.
Why this evidence is compelling. Geometry requires Earth to be a rotating spheroid due to this observation. A stationary flat disk Earth, solid dome, would have to have the dome do the moving for the stars, embedded within its interior surface to be seen moving. And according to geometry, what would be seen would be a monopolar celestial hemisphere instead. We do not observe this. That's because it's observer-centric. Sorry, dude. Anyways, likewise, the geometry of the stationary flat Earth model precludes Polaris appearing anywhere but high overhead in everyone's sky. Oh. So you're saying we should have infinite vision and see from everywhere. Excellent. So why is it when I'm looking along an exceptionally long stretch of road, do the lampposts appear to dive into the ground? Wouldn't the sky do the same thing? Due to perspective, appear to ramp down to my line of vision? Food for thought. This is not geometrically possible if the flat disk Earth model is true. Well, you weren't supposed to be arguing against, you're supposed to be putting your thoughts forward. This evidence requires no photographs at all. Oh. So you're not going to back it up with anything? Or you're going to put that there as some kind of well poison? So if anyone says, get photographs, you can put your hands on your hips and go, nuh-uh, photographs not required. This avoids the incessant questioning of the provenance and validity of any and all photographs posted on the internet. Yeah, so straight away you can dodge the, put out the nuh-uh, I don't have to. Plus avoids the need for anyone to go to high enough altitude to directly see the shape of our world within a sufficiently wide field of view. All anyone has to do is go to their backyard on a clear night and observe their portion of the celestial sphere for a while. And neither NASA or anyone else controls the view of the night sky you obtain with your own two eyes. Those who are distrustful... Oh crap, that's a write-up and a half. Man, that's going to take me about 10 minutes. Those who are distrustful of the word of any other people who live elsewhere in the world as to what their portion of the celestial sphere looks like can travel across the equator is the most helpful to those locales themselves and verify firsthand what that other portion of the celestial sphere looks like. Such travel costs something, but is affordable for many people. Those who are willing to trust the word of other people, who can select people they know personally if they wish, but who live on the other side of the equator, can schedule a mutual observation of the night sky in their respectful locales, and then compare notes later as to what they observed. The universal and constant result of such collective observations is that Earth is surrounded by a bipolar celestial sphere. Our knowledge of physics precludes the stars, given their distance from Earth, doing the moving themselves to accomplish the constellations' apparent movements we see from our backyards at night, because that would require the stars to be moving many times the speed of light, which they cannot be doing. So Earth itself is doing the moving. Oh, so you've just assumed that the stars must be travelling at some crazy-ass speed, and therefore it's down to us. Okay. So Earth itself is doing the moving. When the stars trace circular trail patterns in the sky, either seen directly in live time or over the course of hours, or in time-elapsed photographs of star trails, this is direct evidence that they are being seen from a curved surface. No, it's not. That is not direct evidence they're being seen from a curved surface. For anyone with half a brain in their head, they can go, there is three options. Number one, the ground is moving. Number two, the sky is moving. Or number three, they are both moving. How you establish which one after that, that's another story. Anyways, I maintain that the Bible is silent on the topic of our world shape and celestial mechanics because the Bible never mentions Earth, the capitalized name of our entire world/planet, as in flat Earth or globe Earth. The problem with Bible-based flat Earth advocates is that when they see the older, improper noun, Earth, in the Bible, a rendering that translates the OT Hebrew word eretz, which refers to the land, a country/territory/region, or its people. The ground or the soil, they mistake it for the lookalike proper noun Earth. The name Earth refers to our entire world/planet, but the improper noun Earth does not. Such Bible readers are either unaware that Earth and Earth are not the same word, for they are simply unaware that the capitalization difference between these words. So, if they even notice it, exists and means something important. Flat Earth advocates are not the only people who are unaware of or sloppy about the capitalization difference. And it is to an extent understandable because Earth, lowercase, is nearly archaic usage in contemporary English. We say ground or soil or land now instead. Earth has been retained in Bible translation work out of tradition, not out of helpfulness to contemporary readers of the Bible in English. Earth and Earth, capitalised, are easily enough mistaken for each other, except for the capitalisation difference. The two words are spelled alike and pronounced alike. Aspects of the internet, example, texting, case-sensitive search engines, downplay English capitalisation conventions or make them irrelevant. So it's no surprise to me that the internet has occasioned a rise in flat earth movement among fellow Bible believers for this reason. Well, a lot of people are in here not because of religion, so... But I also see other kinds of people being similarly sloppy about capitalising Earth when we're talking about the world/planet as a whole or about the world's people as a whole. Even our English language style manuals, which advise you when to capitalise or not to capitalise words for correct writing practice, are not consistent about Earth and Earth in capitals, but they should be consistent because the capitalised word Earth is a name, and we capitalise names in English with complete consistency. Accordingly, Bible translators have consistently avoided using the capitalised word planet name Earth in their work, which is very clear and telling about all of this. There are 0 flat Earth passages and there are 0 globe Earth passages in the Bible. The Bible being altogether silent about Earth is thus not in conflict with physical science over the shape and celestial mechanics of our world/planet. As a fellow Bible believer, I'm sympathetic with the sense of loyalty to God and the Bible, which the Bible-based flat earthers manifest, but their loyalty has become misdirected due to their misreading of the Bible with regard to Earth and capitalised Earth. Where they are then make matters worse is in telling non-Bible believers that flat Earth is what the Bible teaches, which statement then predictably puts people off the spiritual message of the Bible, which for Bible believers is paramount. So, to summarise all of that, whinge, celestial sphere getting contaminated with terrestrial sphere, whinge, I'm a Bible believer, whinge, someone forgot to put a capital E in there. So that was pretty quick, eh?
If the Earth is not like round, if it's not a globe, can you explain to me like how you believe kind of, you know, Francis Drake, his circumnavigation of the globe? Can you like explain to me how that was possible?
Yeah, he used the coordinate reference system, right? So he used celestial navigation. In fact, most maps today, if not all of them, are derived from the stars. The familiar latitude and longitude system that people think are wireframe meshes being stretched around a globe, that's actually derived from the stars. It's not on the globe, because if you're out at sea, you can find your latitude and longitude. The way you do it is with a sextant, with a clock, and with a good idea of where stars should be and what time of year and time of night it is.
Yeah, let's see anybody try and develop a latitude system without looking at the sky. I love when Indio says that. How do you know?
Absolutely right. You can't do it.
Yeah.
You know, people noticed that the further they moved away from Polaris in one direction, the Polaris started to get lower in the sky. I'm like, pretty much everybody I know can see this in the sky from everywhere on the known Earth. How about we use angle measurements to Polaris? And that'll tell us basically how far we are. If I know that Polaris is 45 degrees north of the horizon, up from the horizon in the sky, and I'm looking at it, and if somebody else says that they're seeing Polaris at 45 degrees up from the horizon too, then guess what? We are at the same latitude. Amazing. And that would be 45 degrees north latitude. See how that works? So people constructed a sphere out of the sky. It's a choice, a perception, a way to try to order the celestials. And then from that choice, they construed this coordinate reference system that was spherical, latitude and longitude. Latitude comes from declination, and longitude comes from right ascension. So sailors are like, well, I'm using the spherical coordinate system, but Earth is flat. Crap, what do I do? You know, and they realized hundreds and hundreds of years ago that there was what's called in mathematics a topology mismatch. If you try to project a spherical surface onto a 2D surface, you're going to have a bad time. You're going to get distortions. So they said, okay, we're going to just start treating Earth as a sphere too. And so you know what they did back in like the 1500s? They took the known surveyed extent of the Earth, the land masses, and they wallpapered it into the celestial sphere. And they called it a globe. And instead of using it as a way of trying to get an idea of where things are in relation to how we perceive the stars, people started believing that we actually live on the outside surface of that. You know, it became so popular, people today believe that concept, and it's a useful concept, right? It kind of works. People believe today that they live on a globe as a consequence of that. So what I want to know is if people believe that Earth is a globe based on the stars, then how come we can measure the Earth flat?
Yeah, exactly. So do you understand that now? That was a great question that was asked and a great answer.
Hi, Sporadic.
Hello.
Hi, my boyfriend's with me right now. He had a question for you, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you think the government spread propaganda about the Earth being curved when it's not?
No, I don't. You know, you'll find a lot of flat earthers, a vast majority on social media, who I disagree with, believe that's the case, but I don't think that's the case at all. I think they buy into it too. And you know what? I think there are good reasons for people to accept it. Good reasons being that it seems to work. I don't know anything different. And I've been basically subjected to this my entire life. Why should I upend my life? Why should I think anything different? I have no reason to, because it doesn't affect my life. And you know what? You might be right to say that. I think people working in government are taking data that they collect from scientific instrumentation and shoehorning it into a model. I mean, you could read about the process on like NASA's website. I was looking at some flow diagrams on NASA's website where they take all this data that they gather from telescopes, from satellites, overhead platforms in general. They feed it into a processing center, and then they start applying globe coordinates to it. They take raw data that they obtain from using Euclidean geometry. That is to say, elevation angles, azimuth angles, which require flat horizontal and flat vertical reference planes. They take that, they start bending them to what they believe the Earth is based off of a 2,500-year-old concept of the stars, the celestial sphere.
I see. Thank you very much.
Right. I mean, that's really what's going on all the time. They take flat Earth angle measurements and they bend it to a ball because they believe Earth is a ball, so they believe that's what it should be.
So there's like some manipulation going on to kind of fit their hypothesis. Like
backfitting. Absolutely. And it's not, I don't think it's nefarious. I think people believe it so much that this is just the right thing to do. Totally. Right. So if you start to think about it, it's almost a scarier situation to think that it's not that there's like a dark conspiracy to hide the true nature of Earth. It's even worse if the entire world is delusional. And I truly believe that to be the case.
Yeah, I'm glad you just said that because it really bakes my potato or, pops my bicycle tire when people come in here and they say, well, I'm not that smart or, don't do that to yourself. The one thing you can't get in trouble for is stealing knowledge. So you can always learn what you don't know. Don't put yourself down. A lot of people that come in here trying to defend the globe or prove it or disprove the flat Earth knowledge and or topic say that about themselves. And it really bothers me when they do that.
Yeah. So, are there people at NASA and other places that know the Earth is flat? Yeah, I think so. I think it's true. And you know what? Could you imagine like working at NASA and let's say you're in Sporadic's world where everybody believes in the globe and you're like the one guy in your office who freaking figured it out. You're like, oh shit. All these people are like NASA globe heads and they love Star Trek. I see what's going on here. I see where everybody's backfitting data to fit an ideal. I see where everybody's confusing the map for the territory. The classic problem for the ages. I see how it's done. And nobody else seems to realize that's happening. Who else has figured it out? I don't know, maybe Bob over there in accounting? I don't know. So there are people like that at NASA. And there are probably also people super high up in compartmented parts of the government that know and just don't talk about it or make a big deal out of it. I mean, the globe is a great idea to have a public. Have you ever heard of something called the noble lie? The noble lie in history and philosophy is the idea that an emperor can unite people. They can dissolve differences amongst different people. Because, right, emperors are in charge of amalgamating people of different cultures that they conquer. How do you dissolve their differences and unite them? You create a common cause, like an American dream, or like maybe a heliocentric globe cosmology for the world to believe in.
Or like Anthony Fauci. Sorry to cut you off there. Don't forget Anthony Fauci with his noble lie. He stated that, didn't he?
Well, in this case, I think there could be people at the top, very few, very, very, very few, who know this, okay? But I don't know for sure. You know what's dumb? It's the fact that nobody can ever experience the globe. There's no proof that anyone ever has, and everybody believes it to be true. That's freaking crazy to me. But What's wrong with letting a little noble lie self-perpetuate? I don't have to do anything. I can just let it go, right? Just let it go. What harm is this? It's not going to cause any problem in anybody's lives. In fact, everybody's getting behind all these ideas. People from India, people from Japan, people from Australia, people from South America all believe that they live on the spinning space ball. You know, that's a good thing. It's uniting humanity together behind a common concept. What's wrong with that? Yeah, I think there's a lot of that going on at the upper echelons. So is it nefarious? I don't really think so. I really don't. And I think the number of people who know the truth of flat Earth who are in positions of power are probably very, very few. You know, and there are some people from NASA who became flat earthers and are quite public about it. I mean, David Beverly Jr. used to set up NASA satellite terminals, uplinks and downlinks, little tiny portable ones in Antarctica. Yeah, he was like former Marine Corps and then worked at this special unit at NASA that did this. I mean, you know, it wasn't nefarious at all. He believed in the globe back then.
There's Jay Tolan as well. There's
Jay Tolan. Jay Tolan says, "Oh my gosh, he's an RF engineer, an expert in optics as well. He's got great videos. Yeah, he's a high-end military contractor, and I mean he's got some excellent bona fides. He's worked on missile guidance systems, among other things, long-range missile guidance systems. He says, right? He thinks the Earth is flat. He's got a whole channel devoted to flat Earth."
And you've got Jesus Freak, Computer Geek.
Yeah, that's who I was talking about, David Beverly.
Oh, right. Okay, that's his name. Okay. You got Math Powerland.
Yeah, an artist for NASA, right? I mean, so are you in the company of weirdos? Sure, but not all of us.
I'm not going to disclose who, but there is actually someone in our server too, from the home server.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yep, there's a guy who has intimate knowledge of things. Yeah, he hasn't been around that much, but yeah, God bless him.
Yeah, true. I haven't seen him around for a while. Yeah,
JP. You know, and there are people in this very chat who've been around the block too. People who know about coordinate reference systems and why they work the way they do. You know, and none of that really matters at the end of the day because you can't hide a flat Earth.
that's true. Not when it's right out there, right outside, right in front of you.
I mean, it totally is a model. The globe, it's not a scientific model, but the globe is a model in a colloquial sense. And people think it's real. It is a self-contained coordinate reference system, and it does make some physical claims about the universe. You know, they're not, there's nothing rigorous about it. But when you understand a little bit about geometry, you understand that coordinate reference systems as reference systems are arbitrary. There are multiple globes out there. People don't realize this. And surveyors who believe in the globe are not thinking about this. When they sit down and they start surveying distances and plugging in coordinates, you know, they can go into settings and they can choose a different globe. They can choose the globe as people conceived of it in 1927, called the North American Data 27. They can choose WGS 84, the World Geodetic System of 1984. They can choose a Clark or Bessel ellipsoid from the 1800s if they wanted. They can also select a flat planar coordinate reference system from any of the states that they work in, because if they're in the United States, their respective state may actually require that they use a planar geometry and not a spherical one. And it's funny, there's academic papers revealing the heightened accuracy of using planar surveying methods, planar coordinates, to get your position fixes and distance calculations as opposed to a spherical one. You get better accuracy.
Right. Yeah, there's like, and all these projections that they claim to use. So they'll like, oh, this projection doesn't work for this purpose. Oh, let's try this one. Oh, this works better. Yeah, it's like, why should they? If they're all the same, if the projections are the same thing, why wouldn't they just work? Like, and why not just why use the projection? Just use the thing you projected it from.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's an ignorance and a hubris at the same time, right? With technology. People who think the globe is real think that we have it all figured out, right? And so they'll think, okay, yeah, I mean, why can't surveyors use a common universal standard that's been proven to be true? That these coordinates are absolutely true. Well, I mean, different countries have different datums. Like, did you know that in China, this is interesting. I've documented this and I can bring the receipts. It's illegal for you in China to conduct surveying as a private citizen. It's illegal for you to basically measure your back fucking yard. And if you make off with your measurements of the earth and coordinates and leave the country without declaring it, you will go to jail. If they can find you and bring you to justice, you will go to jail. If you keep a logbook of your coordinates and measurements, you will go to jail. If you don't use the Chinese government coordinate system, you will go to jail. That's China, folks. Globe or die. So then people say, well, if Earth is flat, how come everybody's, doing the globe thing? Well, in some countries like China, if you don't do the globe thing, you go to jail. Meanwhile, over in Australia, isn't this true, T-Dub? There was some kind of regulation for surveying railroads that required using a flat horizontal plane for all of Australia.
It was for the Commonwealth in general, I think. So, like, it was passed in British Parliament, and yeah, it was a law that they had to abide by, so that the horizontal reference datum had to remain constant throughout the entire project. Yep.
Yeah, no pear-shaped Earth, as Neil deGrasse Tyson would say. Can't use that. Isn't that interesting, right? So in the Anglo-American Commonwealth, you have to use planar surveys, but man, if you go to China, you got to use curving surveys.
Right. Now that means that if they've changed it since, that means that all the railways in Britain and all the Commonwealth countries that were built by that standard back in the day, they all slope uphill at one end.
Oh, funny. Yeah.
If we're on a globe.
You're right. You're right. They'd be climbing in one direction. That's funny. No, so our coordinate reference system's arbitrary. If I'm here talking about planar geometry and plane surveying being more accurate, well, here is the tiebreaker. The tiebreaker is if you believe Earth is a globe, but you are taking flat Earth angle measurements, and by that I mean Euclidean geometry. With your surveys, you're using angles, straight lines, not curved angles, straight line angles, right? Those have an easy way to map one-to-one in Cartesian space where you don't have a curving reference, a curving coordinate system. When you begin to curve it, you produce inaccuracies. And the literature in the field of surveying supports that planar surveying is more accurate than spherical ones. Now, this doesn't mean that they're all flat earthers. how they deal with this is they say, yeah, we know Earth is a globe, but it's so big and complicated, we haven't figured everything out yet. So they've got all kinds of corrections that people who don't look into this have no idea about. So corrections include local changes of the deflection of the vertical, curving plumb lines. Yeah, that's right. They believe that if you were to go like hang a plumb line from outer space down to Earth, that it curves somewhere in the middle. And they believe that it deflects, which means that the pendulum at the bottom doesn't point straight down to where you think the common center of Earth is. It's actually going to be moved off in that direction a little bit. So it could introduce complex curves, not simple curves. You know, curves with, you know, multiple asymptotes, right? So it's really funny. I mean, and nobody's actually seen this or measured it in real life. So if you start introducing curving plumb lines, you've got a curving radius. And if you've got a curving radius, you can take a flat Earth and curve it.
Sporadic. How do you summarize the difference between Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry? And there is a point where they meet at the middle to give you some sort of realist level perspective.
Yeah. So picture this. All right. Let's use an example that Globers love to talk about: the ant on the basketball. This gets into manifold topology. All right, so we're dealing with the shape of surfaces. If you are an ant on a basketball, you might find that the surface is relatively flat in every direction you go. And what would give away the fact that the surface of this manifold is not a Euclidean? And by Euclidean, picture like a piece of paper, XY axis flat. What would give the ant the impression? Well, you know what? The ant might go in one direction and end up right back where he started. Let's say he could actually measure going straight. Straight as a freaking arrow. And he drops breadcrumbs along the way. And guess what? He ends up to his first breadcrumb, his second breadcrumb, third breadcrumb, fourth breadcrumb from going in a straight line. How the hell did that happen? He'll go in a different direction. He'll do the same. The ant will conclude, because he's smart as shit, that this is a flat manifold that has spherical geometry, what's called a two-sphere in geometry. The surface of a sphere is two-dimensional, and what makes it interesting, unlike a piece of paper, is it's got what's called a looping surface with periodicity. The loop, you already understand from the ants, the periodicity is defined by how far the ant has to go before it comes back to where he started again. Now, the ant could be clever and say, okay, well, this appears to be a spherical surface, but how do I know if it's a ball or not? Because the difference between a spherical surface and a ball is the third dimension, the existence of volume, space to fill inside the ball. Without that, it's just a two-dimensional surface. And the closest analogy I can describe for that is, imagine if you take a beach ball, deflate it so it's flat, squeeze all the air out of it, and then basically walk on it like a conveyor belt. Okay? You're going to be scrolling the surface of a flattened beach ball under your feet as you walk, like a conveyor belt or a treadmill. And every direction you go on this ball, you'll end up where you started again if you go in a straight line, but it's flat. So that's the idea of a two-sphere. So the ant will say, okay, maybe I'm on a two-sphere. How do I know if it's a three-dimensional sphere with volume? The ant's going to be like, crap, I'm going to have to go to outer space. Let me launch a rocket and let me see this shit. So funny thing is if the ant could go up into outer space in this magical world, you know what he might see? He might see one of two things. He might either see a ball that he had been walking on, the basketball, or he's going to see a repeating surface. He's going to see multiple instances of this. often on the horizon. Yeah, so which is it? So Euclidean space is going to be straight line XY axis on XYZ axis. You've got like a flat piece of paper is Euclidean. You can draw straight line geometry and you know these lines are straight. You know they're true. You know they're not secretly curving on a big surface that's secretly curving that you can't detect, right? Non-Euclidean space will curve somehow. And whether that's a sphere or whether that's like a saddle shape, like a Pringles potato chip, you know, I mean, it doesn't matter. Those are non-Euclidean spaces where there's an XY grid that you impose on it, but the reference grid itself is not straight and true. It's not orthogonal. It's going to have curves. So what this kind of parlays into Einstein math and something called Minkowski space. So Einstein stole from Minkowski the idea that you could be in space and everything could appear to be Euclidean XYZ axis, just like an ant on a basketball. And in your normal everyday lives, you have no idea if you're actually in a curved space-time or not because you're in it. Because the effects are too small, too unnoticed, and you will conclude that everything is flat. But in reality, everything is curved, right? The only way to prove that is to do actual measurements, to use Euclidean space itself in a non-Euclidean world and see if there's curvature. That's why we say, let's use laser tests. Let's use long distance observations because we know light propagates fairly straight, especially straight in infrared. You know, let's build things true and level to what we know the surface to be throughout all points of our construction. And let's detect curvature, and nobody can find a single thing. Curvature only appears in the math. It appears in the math of airplanes' inertial navigation systems when they use Euclidean geometry of azimuthal headings, flat Earth angle measurements, like on a piece of paper. And the computer systems curve that geometry into a globe Earth that's presented to the pilot on a digital screen. That's actually, yes, that does actually happen. I've looked into these systems. The Boeing 777 Dreamliner does this. It will take flat Earth angle measurements, feed them into the Air Data Inertial Reference Unit, which applies something called a transport rate, which is a fake rotation of the aircraft, as well as Schuller tuning and a fake Coriolis correction. And it will plot the airplane onto a globe for the user to see on a digital display. Now, which is real, the digital display or what the pilot's actually freaking doing? Okay? The pilot will look at the globe and will say, well, Earth is so big, I don't notice it, even though I'm doing this flat Earth thing. But the pilot is unaware of how the ADIRU, how the inertial navigation system is actually accepting these real world measurements and curving them. Okay? So we know in real life that we're using flat Earth angle measurements. And we know in real life that there are systems that are taking those measurements and adding mathematics to them to curve them into curving space, to non-Euclidean space, non-Cartesian space, and presenting that as a virtual reality, a matrix for people's minds to believe in. That is happening everywhere. It even happens at NASA, it happens at SpaceX, happens to astronauts, it's happening everywhere. And people believe in the globe so much that they are doing this thinking that they're supporting the truth. Like, you've got NASA engineers launching high altitude freaking balloons, taking measurements, and then cramming that shit into a globe, even though they measured everything on a flat Earth. It's fucking unreal. Yes, this is actually happening. Yes, we can show that this is happening. We can show the thought process. That's how we know it's happening. We can show you their process that they're following to do this, that they seem to be ignorant of. We are taking their face and we're rubbing their face in the dog shit and we're telling them, look what you did, and they don't fucking believe it. It's freaking asinine. All right. I got to install a new thermostat, so I'm going to step back for a minute. Thanks for letting me rant.
Thanks for that, Sporadic, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, some info, bro. Appreciate that. Rant anytime you like, please.
Yeah, please rant some more.
Yeah, it's therapeutic, mate. So well done. Excellent stuff.
So, yeah,
Excellent.
put the show to YouTube and I'll rant.
Yeah, I do like the bit where the information coming into the plane is then being bent and then it comes up on your display as curvature when it's all happening on a horizontal, linear, straight line. Yeah, I knew that anyway.
Yeah, it's true. We got all the information on that. It's public. It's public, and people aren't trying to hide it, right? It's out in the public because everybody putting out in the public thinks Earth is a freaking globe. It's that shit crazy.
I just want to get a read from the room. Like 10 of us believe it's flat, 5 of us don't.
Why does that matter?
Going for a consensus.
I don't know.
So let's go down the list. The YouTube bots, I don't know what they believe because they don't have minds. 20 Cups is a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. Jesus Christ, obviously he's a flat earther. Kingsley, yes, flat earther. Marcus, unknown. Matrix, positive. Matthew, definitely not. Well, he's a hidden flat earther. He knows it's flat. Just won't admit it to himself. We got the Muses bot. We got currently a flat earther unless we play Goldberg or stuff. Relay Criterion, flat earther. Shan, I don't know what your status is, Shan. SpaceX,
I believe it's flat. I can't prove it, but I believe it's flat.
You can't prove it? Why can't you prove it?
Maybe you're a much kinder audience that I used to have, but I don't know. I've been in Hangouts and people don't agree with you and your brand.
Yeah, but hold on. Those are two different things. Whether they don't agree with you, that's one thing. Whether you can prove it, that's another thing. Proof doesn't matter if they agree or not.
I worked with satellites a bit, and I know we got images that are basically black with different depths, and we got to color them.
We got images that are flat? What does that mean?
No. They were much smaller. There were images of the Middle East, and basically we were doing studies on the River Nile, and the images came fully black, and we had to, like, they say, what did they call it? Like, adjust the data, which is literally we color them. So I know there's a lot of fake data given because we only have a black image with different depths, and the deepest black is the river. You get how editable that is. So I know that there's a lot of room for people to play with data.
Yeah. I mean, but pictures wouldn't prove anything unless those pictures are somehow like verifiable. Like I could show you a picture of like Santa Claus, right? There's lots of pictures of Santa Claus.
Yeah.
But how do we verify there's actually a Santa Claus?
I don't know, but I remember.
And that's not just a guy in a Santa costume or whatever, right?
Yes.
Yeah, bro. Are you from China?
No, I'm not from China.
Oh, you think that's the Avatar?
That's from the movie Kill Bill. Ever seen it? I don't think you're old enough to watch it. I don't think Lime was old enough to watch Kill Bill without parental supervision. But anyway, the only way you can prove what the Earth is measurement. You got to measure it. You can't just fucking look at it. Looking at it isn't good enough. Like you wouldn't like take a house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Build it and take a photograph of it and go, look, man, this house is a square or a cube or something. That wouldn't prove the house is a cube. You'd have to go like take a tape measure and measure it, right? The house.
That'd be hard to do.
Well, that's the only way to prove what it is to measure it, right?
Yeah.
The photograph wouldn't do it.
Yes, you got
Okay.
that right. Perspectives.
Okay, so that's what we're concerned with. We're not concerned of people claiming the Earth looks like that or looks like this, because we could just say the same thing. Hey, I took a picture from the Bolivian salt flats and the Earth looked flat. I mean, so what? I mean, it doesn't matter. So what you can do is you can measure. The Earth is supposed to curve, basically, right? So it's a curve at roughly 8 inches per mile squared. So if the Earth isn't doing that, then it's not a ball. At least not a ball the size they say it is.
I mean, the model of the ball doesn't work with 7 heavens and 7 earths. It just doesn't work.
The model of the ball don't work at all anyway. works in people's minds, because that's the only place where it exists. It exists in the mind only. Doesn't exist out there in nature. That's really what we try to tell people is that, you can think Earth's a ball, you can think it's whatever you want, but eventually you have to go out into nature, into the natural world, right? And demonstrate that, whatever that ball or shape is supposed to be, that's what it actually is out there, not on a piece of paper.
But if you think about it, that means Galileo was wrong, and he was the only one who was wrong. Like there existed a time where the majority believed it was flat.
Galileo thought comets were optical illusions.
Can you say that again?
Galileo thought that comets were optical illusions.
Okay, so he was
obviously wrong. He was wrong about a lot of things.
Interesting. I remember the beginning of a scientific thinking course.
Well, they tested a lot of some stuff he did, right? They tested like the rotation of the Earth, like at Galileo's time. The way we hear it now is like everybody just believed it, and they were like, "Oh my God, Galileo, you're so smart." But people at the time of his time didn't buy it, and they did things to prove him wrong. And they did prove him wrong. Like, you know what they did? They took like a cannon and they stuck it like in the back of a wagon, and they would shoot it straight up in the air. And the cannonball would land back into the freaking cannon. Now, if the Earth is spinning, how's that possible?
Good point.
So they like all sorts of these tests were done. This is back during Galileo's time. So the thing about the globe Earth thing is that like the only thing you'll hear about are the things that work. But there's lots of things that don't work, but you'll never hear about them. The only way you're going to hear about them is if you're in here, because you're going to hear them from us, right? The globe is like a used car. Oh, I want to buy a car. Well, here's a car. The engine's good. The tires are awesome, brand new tires. And the stereo's mint. What they don't tell you is the brakes are failing, the clutch is gone, there's a hole in the gas tank, right? They don't tell you all that stuff. They only tell you stuff that works. That's what the globe is like. They tell you the stuff that works, and the stuff that don't work, you don't even know it exists.
Yeah, at some point. But why do you think governments and like scientific institutions wouldn't admit that? Or do you think they don't
know any? Because they don't know. They don't know any better.
Wow.
Think of any scientist. Which one do you think, out of any scientist that you can think of, actually tested whether the Earth is a globe or not? Actually went out and did an experiment.
It's such a primitive idea. You wouldn't actually think of that every day, but I would point.
Okay, yes, you answered your own question. Why do they think this? Is because they think it's already been figured out and they don't need to test it.
Yeah. If you get your point.
Yeah, I don't need to test that. Somebody else figured it out. They'll say ships over the horizon, air dots, and all the stuff from 2,000 years ago. But if you actually analyze what they're saying carefully, right? So ships over the horizon. Okay. What does that mean? Ship sails away, It disappears hull first, and then the mast, and then the top of the mast, and then it disappears because it went over the curve of the Earth. Well, if you actually analyze that a little closer, you'll find out that the horizon moves around. So one day you'll go out and it'll be 5 miles away. Another day you'll go out and it'll be 3 miles away. Another day you'll go out and be 30 miles away. So when you see the ship disappear and the horizon is not actually a fixed location, what's the ship disappearing behind? An optical illusion? An Earth that's changing in size? Because how can it be the curvature of the Earth if it's changing? Is the curve changing?
No. Someone told me that that's the projectile of your eye, and that light can bend, and that's why it happens. Like you see the curvature because of gravity, not because it exists.
No, I'm talking about the horizon. You know what horizon is?
Yeah, it's like the end of your sight.
Yeah, it's the end of your sight, but people think that's where the curve starts, the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, and that person was trying to explain that that curvature exists because you see...
That's not curvature of the Earth, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It can't be. And I told you why. Because it moves around.
Yes.
Okay, so if that's the curve of the Earth and it moves around, does the curve move around?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, okay, because the Earth would have to change size, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so we know that's not possible. So that can't be it. It can't be the curve of the Earth. Because we can observe the horizon being 10 times too far. We can observe it being 10 times too close. Because the globe Earth model makes prediction of where the horizon should be. It's 1.22 times the square root of the observer height in feet. So however many feet high you are, you take the square root of that, you multiply it times 1.22 in miles, and then you'll have the horizon distance, what it's supposed to be. But you'll never actually see it there. You'll see it everywhere but there. You'll see it 10 times farther away.
That's interesting.
I'll show you. I'll show you right now. I'll show you these oil rigs, right? So these oil rigs, they're 10 miles away from the camera. Just give me a second to pull it up.
Take your time.
Yeah.
I had a friend though, he made a statement that I don't find too extreme. I'm not sure what to believe at this point, but he told me.
So just hold that up for 1 second. We'll get in the side chat.
Yeah.
Okay. So this camera is 8 feet above the ocean water. Now the globe Earth says that the horizon from 8 feet should be like 6 kilometers away, something like that. 8 feet is like 1.6 meters. Okay.
That's not 6 kilometers. I think that's a bit.
The furthest oil rig is like 16 kilometers away.
The
horizon should be 3.4 kilometers away. Now, if you look closely at this video, you can actually see land beyond the oil rigs. Okay, where the horizon is. That land is 30 miles away, which is about, 48 kilometers or something. So the horizon is like nearly 48 kilometers away, but it's only supposed to be, not even 4 kilometers away. So why is the horizon so far away? That's where the curve of the Earth is supposed to start, like you were saying, right? This is what people think. But the horizon is not the curve of the Earth. Horizon is created visually by a small angle of view and the meteorological condition, whatever that is, depending how dusty, how much water vapor, how clear the air is, the humidity, the temperature, all these things they create the horizon, the combination of all these things.
Yeah, I see your point.
So I'm just saying is if you take an average scientist, right, and they think, "Oh, is the Earth the globe?" They go, "Okay, ships over the horizon." They go, they might see a video and they go, "Oh shit, yeah, that's the curve of the Earth," and they're just taking it at first glance, just saying, "Hey, it's curve of the Earth." I don't have to investigate any farther. I saw that video. I know the Earth's the globe. I saw that, but they never investigated whether the claim that the horizon is the curve in the first place, whether that's true, and it's not true. That's the thing. So that's just one example of why they don't investigate. You know, I've talked to PhDs, and Matthew Lawrence, who's in here, he ain't a PhD, but he teaches at university. He's a professor. Yeah. So like we talk to academics, you know, scientists, you name it. We talk to people, and typically, invariably, and Matthew can confirm this, they don't actually know anything about. They don't know anything about this subject. They don't know anything.
I agree.
Yeah, go ahead. What was that, Matt?
That's true. I agree. They don't know much about the flat Earth or the globe Earth ideas. I did my own research, but most people don't.
Yeah, Matt is yeah, I'll give Matt credit. He's actually put some work in. He didn't just like ChatGPT his way through this shit. So, credit for that.
I'm sorry, I was cut off. You said you talked to scientists and
yeah. Matthew learns. He teaches at he teaches mathematics course at university.
That's what you said.
Yeah. And he's just confirming that most.
I teach. Yeah, I teach mathematics part time at a local university. And I'm a Glober.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought like physics and math people would figure it out first.
They could.
Yeah.
But like you said, most people just think, "Oh, it's an old idea. I don't need to investigate it."
Probably.
They just automatically believe it because they think everybody else believes it. And they think, well, if everybody believes it, then there must be a good reason to believe it. So I'm going to just believe it too. They never really thought about it at all.
I don't think this is up to democracy. Like, you should prove that shit.
I agree.
But I had a friend that he told me you would disrupt a lot in the system. And I asked him, how so? And he said to agree that it's a flat earth, that means that, which I didn't know, like I didn't understand why he made that connections. But he said that means that we're not revolving around the sun, and like the planets will be revolving around the earth, and also discredits the moon landing. And he kept, like, he jumped from one point to another, and I did not understand why is that related. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, there's consequences to saying that the Earth is flat, because now it's not a sphere and it doesn't spin on its axis, and it's going around the sun, and the moon is in orbit around the sun. It changes the whole cosmology.
Yes, he referenced that before Galileo, it was not a heliocentric design. Actually, the Earth was the center of the design. And you have the sun on, like...
Well, to be fair, so hold on, to be fair, okay, you're talking about the West, okay? But you're not talking about the world. So the world did not think the Earth was a globe. So it started in Greece. So some Greeks thought the Earth was a globe. Okay? And then as time progressed, some Persians and some Greeks thought the Earth was a globe. And then that kind of permeated through Europe. But the rest of the world thought the Earth was flat until the West, people from the West, went to their countries and, you know, I'll be nice and say they introduced it. Though they introduced it with cannonballs and fucking gunpowder.
Yeah. Shared it.
It's one way of progress. Like, yeah.
They painted up the cannonballs with globes and then shot it through their teepees or whatever.
It's interesting. I wish I understood more about that kind of science. but I know this. I'm a developer. I do a lot of coding, and I know that Google used to, much like airplane systems, they used to have a 2D system. So they didn't use any kind of I don't know. Like you can see a linear Earth, and they used to like map their systems based on that. And I think
still do.
Matthew can correct me here, but this is just the difference between the Cartesian and the polar methods. Like there's equation to convert that globe kind of map into a flat map. There's no problem with that. Like it's another perspective as far as math concerned. Is that right?
Yeah, we know all that. We know that the map is just an arbitrary coordinate reference system. Doesn't mean anything. You choose Cartesian coordinates. Now the Google Earth uses the web. It's called the Web Mercator. So it's a Mercator map, which makes the Earth like a cylinder. So Google Earth's a cylinder that's wrapped on a ball. Got it?
Yeah.
It's just the way it is, right? So you know this from video games, right? You could take any like little 2D fucking image and wrap it on any wireframe 3D model that you want, right? You just project it and wrap it around there.
Exactly.
So it doesn't. Yeah, none of that crap. Like, but people we get a lot of is like, hey, dude, if I look at Flight Aware 24 and it shows a plane flight, the plane's path is curved, so the Earth has to be a ball. Like, no, you're looking at a Mercator map, and if you put a straight line on that, it's going to appear curved. If it's traversing the coordinate system that they chose, this dual pole coordinate system, right? When you do that transformation, that geometric transformation, that's the way the line's going to look. And then I have to show them, right, a polar coordinate system, literally from pilots in the cockpit of an airplane, that shows that they're taking a straight line. Right? So in that projection, it's a straight line. You switch it to Mercator projection, it looks curved. But they think the plane is actually flying a curved line. They take that idea, right, that mathematical construct, and they reify it and think that that's what's happening in the real world. Right? As opposed to just having like arbitrary coordinates assigned to places. Well, they're not arbitrary. They're based upon the celestial sphere, but you know what I mean. That shit is not real. There is no objectively true map. There's only choices of coordinates. That's it. And you can place things relative to some other thing following some rule, and that's all you can really do.
But I'm sorry, can I like highlight a phrase you just said? There's objectively no true map?
No. This is called the map territory problem. You ever hear this?
No.
A map is not the territory. To make 100% accurate map, that map would be as big as the territory you're making the map of. Right?
Oh, you don't need a carbon copy.
Well, I'm just saying, it's got, like, no map can be absolutely true, because you're going to pick and choose the things that are important to include in the map, and things which need to be, you choose things that you have to throw away that can't be displayed on the map. So we'll take a map, right, and then like, now how you want to take it this way, for instance. Now, say I have 2 points on a map and we have topography like a mountain.
Yeah.
Now, how far away are those 2 points? Well, I could drive over the surface and drive up one side of the mountain and down the other. And if I was going to put that on a flat map, how am I going to show that distance? But then there's the crow's fly distance of how far away those points are, as to how far the crow would fly. And then there's the distance to what it would look like if I was like taking a photograph of it. Okay, projecting to a point. So you would have a central projection with parallel lines, or you could have a single 1 point observer perspective, like taking a photograph. And then how I make that map, like how I display those distances, is going to be different for each one, right? So You're arbitrarily choosing how you want to display the map based upon what you want to show. But none of those maps are wrong, and none of those maps are true. They're correct for their purpose, but they're not correct for all purposes. You understand?
Yeah, like you can have a right map, but it's not as accurate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're going to throw out, like, if you don't want to display the topography, like the actual ground distance, the surface area, right? If the ground is lumpy, you're going to have more surface area than if the ground is smooth. But my map, my piece of paper is smooth.
Mm-hmm.
So how am I going to show the ground distance, the actual surface area of the terrain, and how far you would actually have to travel if you walked or drove a car? Because you're going to walk according to the, say you have to go up and down hills. It'd be different if I was walking, like, say there's, like I said, a mile between points and it's flat. That's just a mile. But if there's up and down hills, I might have to walk freaking 2 miles to move along that 1 mile, right? So we're choosing what we want to display. That's the point.
I see. And does it have to do anything with the moon landing?
Well, the moon landing is just bullshit. I don't even know what to say about that. Hold on, Ray, should I bring it up? Should I bring up the fucking Greenpeace?
Yeah, I mean, get the lights out in the shadows. I mean, the only real relevance I can
did you
see
hear
is
that earlier, Jedi?
No,
why they couldn't do the tapes anymore? The moon tapes. Why they had to tape over them and they lost all the moon tape? Oh, because they couldn't. Because to make the tapes, they had to hunt whales.
What the fuck?
Because the material, like some substance, came from whales to make the tapes. So they banned whaling.
Oh God!
So
okay.
So Greenpeace is the reason we don't have the evidence of the moon.
That's fucking brilliant. Oh wow!
And the thing is, I'm not joking. I'm actually being serious.
I know you know. I
can't wait to drop this on a normie, dude. I'm like, man, the moon landing's fucked up, man.
Hey,
they lost all those tapes and the evidence. It's fucking Greenpeace's fault, and they're gonna look at me like I'm crazy. Like, Greenpeace? What's Greenpeace got to do with the moon landing? Well, let me tell you something. Yeah. So they lost all the moon landing tapes. You know that, right?
The one that was
all the tapes.
I know there was a case that was advertised on TV where
3,600 boxes of tapes gone.
Oh, tapes. Okay.
Tapes. So, like, all the recordings, the evidence, the proof they went to the moon, the dog ate it.
Okay.
I'm dead serious. You can go read the NASA report on, like, what happened to the tapes. Oh, we just lost them. We taped over them. We did this. We did that. We threw them away. We lost them in the couch. The dog ate it.
It's all the stuff with all the computer readouts that are recorded, all of the telemetry data, right? All of this stuff that was recorded on tape. It's gone.
Magnetic tape.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's according to IBM, they're still considered the most lifelong or like long-lasting form of storage so far, and I don't think
not if you can't find them.
Or tape over them.
Yeah, but I was done when I heard about the case, like the court case from I think it was the guy was from Texas and he was the congressman and he was killed, and his wife and a lot of people in the case, and I was like, okay, this is enough evidence for me.
Oh, the NASA guy. I know what you're talking about. The one that was investigating Gus Grissom's murder.
Yeah, I think so. I can't remember the names.
Yeah,
but I know
that's what it is.
Yeah.
He was murdered for investigating a murder.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, the proof that they went to the moon, which would be the telemetry data, which shows you where the rocket actually went. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would prove the moon landings happened. They lost it. That's what they say. They lost it. They taped over it. They lost it. It's gone.
I remember we were invited to a conference once, and we were watching drones race or like having a challenge of who can. They were not drones. They were like RC cars, yeah, and they were challenged to run for 1 kilometer on the surface of the moon. And I was like, how come? Like, how can you get the RC cars there? And if you check the project with the font of a size 4, I guess, because you have to squint to see such font, it says that the space conditions and moon conditions are recreated on Antarctica. So this is all on Earth, but with the smallest font, with the biggest headline, 1 kilometer race on the moon. You see how deceiving that is?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's all propaganda and bullshit to keep the narrative alive and in people's minds.
But I get it. Like I get why they had to fake a moon landing. It was a space race between the Russian, Soviet Russia. You don't want to appear as like less. You want to be the more advanced country. I get that, and we did reap the benefits a lot. Like a lot of internet technologies came from that space project. I have to admit that because like
the internet came from DARPA. Didn't have nothing to do with space. Had to do with the Cold War and not wanting communications to have a single point of failure. But what you said about the United States, we got the documents, bro. So when NASA was formed, they said the classified documents on what their motivation for forming NASA are public information now. They said that they just wanted the rest of the world to think that we were technologically superior so that no one would attack us.
Mm-hmm.
So Yoder, he's a flat earther. He's one of us. I don't know. It might be in my DMs. He might have sent them to me. But he's got the actual documents that show it. What they said at the time. They used to be classified. They're not anymore. They said that it's basically a psychological operation to project power and the idea of technological superiority so that no one will rise up against us as a competitor. Basically,
Hasn't President Trump moved that agenda along recently? Saying that NASA's like a spy and surveillance agency and a few other things.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But still, they have like I understand why this is happening. Like this, I consider this some kind of political scheme, right? But when it comes to flat Earth, like what do you benefit from it?
I'll tell you.
The lie. Like what do you benefit here? For?
Oh, what do you benefit about the lie? I don't know. There's lots of things, dude. Right.
Do you think if we knew, we would tell you? We'd be freaking in on the grift, dude. What are you talking about? Getting my money.
I don't know, man. I had a friend, and he was like the very same friend that was making the link with the moon landing and the Earth being in the center and stuff like that. He said the same bullshit is happening with genetics, and I told him how come, and he was like, the idea of us evolving from the apes and stuff like that. And I said, there's a lot of scientific papers written based on that. And he was like, yeah, I can write a paper opposing that, and I can find people to endorse it. That's no problem. But he told me as a religious, or like he follows the Abrahamic faith. So he tells me the Abrahamic faith has a start. There's Adam, there's Eve, and this is how humanity started. So you have kind of an alternative story, a fake one. And still I asked him why, like who would benefit from that? And I'm not sure at this point. I believe him. I don't believe it started from the
Okay, I'll tell you, dude.
The idea of God.
Yeah, so your friend, assuming it was a friend,
no, he is.
Well, listen, he has a point, right? So the current cosmology, they have a creation story, right? How reality was created. Does the Bible? Yes. Right?
Is still there?
They say the Big Bang created everything. They have a story how man was created. The Bible says God formed Adam out of the dust of the earth, and their creation story is man arose by evolution from a black fucking goo slime pond that got struck by lightning or some shit.
I'm sorry. I was cut off. You said your friend, and I said he means well. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
No, what I said was
the majority of what you said, though.
Yeah, so I'll start from the beginning. They have a creation story in the modern so-called science. The Big Bang.
Yeah.
That created the universe. Just like in the Bible, God created the universe. In the beginning, the Lord God said, "Let there be light." Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay? Right? So,
yeah.
They have a creation story. The science have a creation of man story. How man was created. Yeah, we evolved from apes. Right? And in the Bible creation story, God created man out of the dust of the earth. Right? So they both got that.
Okay.
Okay, so the claims of the Bible, can you figure them out yourself, or do you have to rely on priests and prophets? Yeah, right. You get like in the Bible is the prophets that tell you the word of God, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who tells you the Earth is a globe? Can you do that yourself, or do you got to rely on other people?
Mostly.
You got to rely on astronauts.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that claim they've seen the Earth as a globe, right? Everybody else is just believing on them. So it's the same thing, right? There's these special people. They have the special knowledge you don't, and you can't get it. It's the same thing. It's all the same, right? And as far as like why would people want you to believe that nonsense? Is you got to think of where it leads to. It leads to freaking nihilism and solipsism, that life has no meaning, and that you're a small speck of dust in an infinite, uncaring universe, right? And on top of that, you have to believe this other thing, which is particularly insidious. And I harp on this a lot because I think it's very fucking important, that you have to believe your entire experience of reality is an illusion. So when you go to the ocean and you observe the Earth to be flat, that's an illusion. It's actually a giant fucking ball, and you can't see the giant ball. You only see something flat, but that's not the way reality really is. It's some other way. So you can't rely on your eyes to determine where you are. And then they say the Earth is spinning. The sun's not moving. You're moving. The stars aren't moving. You're moving. The moon's not moving. You're moving. So now reality is exactly the opposite of what you see.
Exactly.
You can't trust that either. So what do you trust? That you can't trust yourself and trust your senses. So you get the drift. So let me tell you something that happened for real 2 days ago. Kid came in here. He said, "Give me a credible source that the Earth is flat." I said, "You." He said, No. What do you mean me? I said, "Oh, well, if you go to the ocean looks flat, right?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Okay, yeah, you're your credible source." He was like, "No, I'm not a credible source." He literally just started throwing his own self under the bus so that I could give him some other person to tell him what reality was. That he couldn't rely on himself to figure out what it was. That he needed to go, "Hey, I don't know anything. I need some fucking someone smarter than me to tell me what everything's about."
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's the purpose, is to freaking basically turn you into a mental fucking slave.
Interesting. I mean, my friend got there in a different route, but he got to the kind of the same conclusion. He was like, they're creating, and I'm not sure who are they, but he said they're creating systems that are fully fake, and you get lost in them, and you're very far from reality.
They're telling you reality's fake. I mean, people say to us, "Well, you guys think gravity's fake?" They're literally saying the reality's fake. I go to the ocean. I go to any ocean or large body of water. Go to. It's flat on its surface. It looks flat. It's measured as flat. It's used as flat. But all that is fake. That it's actually a big ball. Why? Because some fucking special astronaut said they saw the Earth as a ball when they got on a giant fucking Roman candle and flew really high in the air. And then, trust me, bro, I saw a big ball. Or I can just rely on myself and go, well, I didn't see a big ball. I have no reason to fucking trust your bullshit. You're a fucking government agent. You're in the military, sworn to whatever they want to swear you to. And no, I don't have to believe that bullshit story.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
So that's what people get confused, as if they're being forced to believe that the Earth is a globe, and people say, "Oh, who's hiding the flat Earth?" It's not being hidden. It's right out there in front of your face. You choose individually to go, I don't believe. I want to believe something else. Someone said the Earth is a globe. I see it flat. I don't care about that. I want to believe what this person said. Instead, they choose that. Maybe they chose it when they were a little kid, when they were 5 years old in kindergarten. They chose it then, and they never revisited the idea. But at some point in time, they chose it. They chose to believe that because they sure as hell weren't shown any evidence that it's true. No one showed you evidence in kindergarten the Earth is a globe. No one showed you in first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, whatever grade. No one showed you anything.
Yeah, I mean, if you're taking that perspective, they feed the other like the global idea is fed through movies, through schools, through everything.
It's everywhere. It is everywhere.
That's the default. Yeah.
So let me tell you this: when I first realized the Earth was flat, that was literally the first thing I noticed. Is to how much globe, astronaut, space, imagery, propaganda, stories, how much it was surrounding me. It's everywhere. It's like you can't get away from it no matter where you go. You turn the TV channel, go on the internet, read a book, go in the bookstore. It's everywhere. You're completely surrounded by it. And I never realized it before. It's like think about it like this. Say you're in a secular country, and then you go to a foreign country that's like really hardcore into some religion. And like they have say they're Buddhist or something, and everywhere you go, there's fucking little Buddhas everywhere, and mandalas, and fucking prayer bowls, and all the stuff that goes with that religion, and it's everywhere, surrounding you everywhere. Of course, you're gonna notice because you're from another country. You're not used to seeing that. So I'm from America. I'm used to seeing like globe stuff and all that all around me, and I never noticed until I realized all that was nonsense. And then I'm like, oh my God, I'm underwater in this stuff.
It's like in
bro,
that movie. I
walk by a van.
Glasses on.
Yeah, exactly, Matrix. Exactly. It's like freaking They Live, man. And like, I go by like a place. It's a plumbing store, and it's like Global Plumbing. What the fuck does plumbing have to do with a globe?
I don't know.
You see what I'm saying? It's like people use it in advertising because they think, oh my God, people. Well, I know what we can do. I want people to think that we're modern and high tech. So we'll throw a globe on the side of the van. We'll call ourselves Global Plumbing, and people will fucking call off the hook, dude. It's like advertising.
But it's synonymous. Like they can call themselves international and will give the same idea. They don't have to use the globe.
They can call themselves quantum too. They can call quantum plumbing, right?
You'd be surprised people do that.
Yeah, I know. I know. That's why I brought it up. So they could call it scientific plumbing, right? They could call it any number of stupid shit that's like that's in modern society.
Mm-hmm.
Evolutionary plumbing. That would be cool. How about dino plumbing? Plumbing dinosaurs. Freaking.
Everything has an AI tag these days.
It's never referred to as Earth either. It's always referred to as a globe.
Yeah. Not Earth warming, global warming. Around the globe.
It's a
Yeah.
global community.
Global warming, yes. I did not realize that.
It's the global village about 10, 15 years ago.
Dang.
Everything's branding these days, right? They want to sell it to you. It will sound cool. It might even sound in these instances with scientific, like it's comes from some type of authority, because they can slap words around it. Even with like the letter I, these days we get sold a lot of things, right? We get sold this dream, but yeah, the propaganda tools everywhere.
True. I used to believe in scientific papers, but I know that they're not all accurate. Like
they contradict each other and have different ideas.
Exactly. You can easily
And the
find
cybersecurity
papers
is
that
correct.
are canceling each other.
I mean, modern science is in crisis. I think everybody knows that. It's falling apart. The wheels are coming off that wagon.
I think people who got to like go through further studies realize that, but mostly, like the most people would believe modern science still. Like they don't know how much, like how credible the papers are or not. They think this is a product.
Well, hey, let me tell you, what was the last great actual scientific achievement? An actual one. The last great scientific discovery. When was that?
It's very specific though, because I used to check the history of Nobel Prize for Science specifically, and there's stuff like.
I mean, like fundamental shit, dude. Like fundamental physics.
No, nothing that big. I think you go back to Einstein being like discovering the photons and proving radiation.
Well, think about this: is that science kind of got solidified, like frozen, in between like 1908 and 1928. Like all the ideas, quantum physics, relativity, special relativity, all these ideas, they come from that, like a time period. That time period. And since that time period, and they came up with those ideas, there's been almost no actual progress in fundamental physics. Now they've added freaking bells and whistles to the standard model and, bullshit that no one cares about. But they don't know, which is the standard model is probably fucking wrong. And I could go into why it's wrong. The standard model of particle physics is because there's a value that from which all that is calculated, and that value is unknown and not actually correct. And they actually cheated to even have a value. It's called the G. It's called the G factor, and it's based upon what's called Larimar precession. Larimar is a guy, so the guy detected that. Just like the precession, they say of the Earth, right? That the Earth wobbles. They say that electrons wobble, and this is kind of how nuclear magnetic resonance imaging works. So, based upon this wobble, it has a certain energy, and if that energy has one value, then that for the standard model to be correct, this has to have a certain value within some range. And the thing is, they know this, and they've been fudging that value for fucking 60, 70 years. It's a very hard value to calculate. So what's happened is they did the test to find the value. And then that test revealed that their calculation and that value did not match. So because it's like a 12-order polynomial equation, and this is pre-computers, then they have to calculate. So they calculate another polynomial, and then they have another value. And they do an experiment, and that's wrong. Well, first it's right, and then it's wrong. It's very funny. But the thing is, well, there's a guy named Freeman Dyson. He was a famous physicist at Princeton. He was so aggravated by what they were doing in physics is that he quit. He quit physics and went to be an astronomer. Okay. So it was highly controversial at the time, but it's something that's forgotten about now. It's things like neutrinos, like there's all sorts of shit that are wrong. But the point is that the fundamental physics, it hasn't progressed any. We're still stuck in ideas from the 20s. 100 years ago, we're stuck in those. And are we going to sit here and say, oh yeah, because they're right? You think they're going to still say they're right in 500 years? Like 500 years from now, they're like, oh yeah, 20th century, they fucking figured it all out, man. What a good century. No, they're not going to say that. They're going to say those dudes were fucking retards. Just like we say people are retards from 500 years before us, right?
I mean,
you got to think, dude, that everything you think you know is true right now is probably wrong.
But I believe that like some of the Middle Ages were they had some decent discoveries. If you go back to Plato, Aristotle, they had a functioning model.
What? Functioning model of what? What did Plato and Aristotle have a model of? They were philosophers. If you're talking about a globe model, that was Eratosthenes, and they used something called epicycles. Or not Eratosthenes, Ptolemy. But that's not important. Just because you have a working model, we just talked about this, reifying the mathematics and saying the mathematics is real. That's a reification fallacy. And yeah, that's no go.
Yeah. I actually heard the same argument about the theory of relativity because it works at some point and other points it doesn't. And that doesn't work mostly in like science. That's not how it should go. But you seem to be like you know more about the topic. And I have a final question. I watched the documentary on Netflix that tried to prove it was flat. You remember that? Okay.
Yes, we're well aware of it.
Why didn't it work? That magnet they got at the end, or I can't remember what kind of device.
The fiber optic gyro.
Okay.
Is that what you're talking about? There was two things. There was Jeranism, and he did. There's supposed to be a laser test. The laser melted, so they used a flashlight because they had like 100 people there. They didn't want to just fucking do it for no reason. They didn't want the people to just completely waste their time. They're like, fuck it, we'll try it with a flashlight. And obviously it didn't work with a flashlight. It couldn't have worked, and probably wouldn't even have worked with a laser because it's too hard to actually accurately line up the holes. Think of how hard that is to line up holes that are like 1.6 kilometers apart, that are 8 inches around.
As long as the divergence rate of the light beam wasn't too big, they should have been able to do it with a laser, as long as it was strong enough to go that far.
Yeah.
Like if it was only a pissy little laser, then you just go, yeah, nah. But if it was one of those high-powered bastards that they're using to go across lakes and shit like that...
Maybe. I mean, maybe, but, you know...
And the gyro didn't work because...
well, first of all, Bob, the person in that place, he never did the test. He never actually owned a gyro. It was other people. And the results he said they got are not what they got. He was misinformed. So that gyro was owned by a person named Rick Zimmerman. His name on YouTube was Seventh Day Truth Seeker. They nuked his channel during COVID because he spoke up against that shit. So they nuked his channel. So he's the person that actually owned it. It was a fiber optic gyro, cost about $7,000. And they never measured 15 degrees per hour, and they couldn't have done that because you would have to be at a pole to actually measure that. And I don't think he was at the North or South Pole. So the Netflix people that made that admitted that because there was flat earthers on there teaching their kids to be flat earthers, they felt a moral duty to basically turn it into a fucking hit piece.
Interesting, but doesn't the flat Earth model assume there's only one pole? Like if you have the North Pole, you don't have the South Pole.
There's no flat Earth model.
Yeah, there's no flat earth. And the pole thing is just a reification, dude. You can freaking take New York City and say this is the North Pole and create a whole coordinate system based upon that.
Okay.
The pole is not the Earth. The pole is the stars. Understand?
Not really, but let me ask you this.
Okay, well, what's it? How would you know you're at the North Pole?
With a compass.
Let's say you're lost, you don't know where you are, and you want to go to the North Pole. How do you know when you got there?
Wouldn't you test that with a compass?
No. It's not the same
Come
thing.
on, there's a red and white candy cane in the middle of it. You know exactly when you're there. The
Yeah, when
pole's
you
gonna
find
be there.
Santa's workshop. Fucking jackpot.
The altitude of the sun doesn't change.
We're looking to get to the North Pole. There's a star called the Pole Star. Do you think that when we get to the North Pole, we'll know that we're there when we look up and Polaris is above our head?
Okay, so the South Pole doesn't mean that we are on the a line on the other side. It just means that we're on a star
Under
that
some
defines the
different
South Pole.
stars. Yeah, we're just under some different stars, dude.
Interesting. I did not see it that way.
Here, I got something for Santa's Widow Workshop.
Yeah. Wow. Thanks.
Hey, Matrix,
Thanks
look
for
at the chat.
explaining all of that. I mean, it's a lot clearer now.
Very nice.
I had AI make this.
Santa must have delivered that to the wrong house.
New gun manufacturer, Santa's Workshop.
You'd have to name the gun Santa's Little Helper.
You got it.
All right. I think I should bounce. But
Okay, so listen, hey, just to tell you, this isn't our main server. This is kind of like a road trip thing we do. So our main server is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The invite is discord.gg/Flat Earth. We have information channels there in alphabetical order, A through Z, everything you could possibly imagine to think of has been covered there, right? So in the information channels, they're not chat channels. They're just information channels. So you can basically, they have videos to peer-reviewed sources. They have videos to academics. They have all sorts of shit, dude. Like, you have to see it. They cover every possible aspect of this topic and then some.
That'd be really cool. Flat Earth is just written Flat Earth? Is it?
Yeah, one word. Yeah, one word. Discord.gg/Flat Earth.
No capitals.
No capitals, no.
Okay.
Also, if you go into Discover, like server discovery, and type in Flat Earth, you'll get it. It's the one with the most people on it.
I found it.
Yeah, cool. Awesome.
Perfect. I'm gonna check that out later.
All right. Good talking to you.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks a lot, man. Jedi too. Right.
See you around, buddy.
See you around.
We need more people like him.
Yeah, it was a good lad. Good questions. obviously been across the subject before and been speaking to his mate about it and whatnot. So I've obviously come in a little bit far into the conversation. But yeah, it seemed like a good
Yeah,
one.
it's pretty much the same. Going over the same type of stuff. The someone I met thing. Someone I know.
Yeah.
When he first said that, Indio, that it was one of his friends, I just got this image of you lowering your head down so you could see over the top of your glasses, as if to say, yeah, right. And the reason I say that is I did the exact same thing myself. I was looking at one screen, like looking through my glasses, reading the text, and then I heard that and I just looked at the other screen, tilted my head down. It's like, yeah, nah, this is for you. Oh, shit. He might be legit. He didn't lose his shit, so that's a good start.
I think about what's next. What's he going to say next? You know, which way is this going to go?
But you can tell the difference between the ones that are honest about it and that are sensible about it. Like, look at him. He was asking all sorts of random weird shit. It's not like he wasn't asking stuff that we've never heard before. He was asking all the usual weird stuff, and he was cool, calm, and collected the whole way through. Whereas others will ask weird stuff, and you can hear them giggling in the background and carrying on like idiots, and when they don't get the answer that they like, they have a flip out. He was pretty chill.
Yeah, I think he's listened to us before or something. I highly doubt it if he just came up with that out of nowhere. That it was organic. I don't really think so. It's good to see Stone in here. I only seen the very beginning of the Gold Busters, like basically the map. That's all I saw, the very, very beginning. I'm gonna go back and watch that.
Oh yeah, it's a hoot. I pretty much nailed it.
Is it IFR one?
Sorry, ILS, yes.
Yeah.
It is indeed. And hi, everybody.
Did you
Post a link if you can.
Or is it the presentation? Or are you presenting how to do it? Or did you guys actually do it?
Well, it's actually a 3-part story about the data that I have collected.
Oh.
And the data that we're seeking to collect now. Oh yeah, no, it's a well-rounded recap as well as an official response to the objections that the Globies pretended to make at the quote summit last month. I'm sure you guys are aware of that. Yeah, well, I don't know. The Globies,
flames? Or like what's the status of that? Did the summit go down in flames? Like,
well, not in their opinion. I think they plan to meet again in a couple of weeks for the solstice to take an observation of the sun at that point in time and see if their math still holds up or something. I really don't know what their plan is right there. But yeah, it's pretty sad. No, the what I did yesterday has more to do with the direction that I'm going. The stupid bug here. It's one thing to show it to these guys, but really, I guess the real net effect for me was wider exposure. On another social platform, because I really don't spend a lot of time on Twitter for fairly obvious reasons. I think most of the time, I'm there Friday night, but that's about it. Yeah, so the first part is, of course, is the data that I've already collected over the past couple of years. I mean, this concept is not new for those who are in the loop. I started all this in 2021. And then part 2 came out in 2023 in September, and we're actually witnessing, or part 2 rather did, and we're witnessing part 3 now in 2025, starting in January with Dave Weiss. and Shiva. So by the time we get to the summit here, we're looking at a modified experiment, actually, because it's not the same method as where I started out 4 years ago. 4 years ago, it was about appealing solely to commercial jet pilots, because they have constant opportunity where they're intercepting the glide path every day. They're on the plane.
Yeah, 1,000 times a day.
And I wanted to meet those guys at their level of need. So typically, ATC will vector a plane in to intercept the glide path at 10 nautical miles away, roughly. So I wanted to make use of that data point. And over a 2-year span of time, there were 2 pilots in particular who responded to me and started to send me videos straight from the cockpit, their own iPhones and stuff, shooting the primary flight display. And I put together a small body of data based on an intercept at 10 nautical miles away. And if you haven't seen that, get over to the Rumble channel, Flat Earth Man of Stone. Just type in FEMA, and by the time you get that far, the autocomplete will show you that it's right there. And grab the ones about that I took Eric Dubé. I deconstructed him, I tore him apart and reformulated him 4 years ago. And then there's the one that's 2 years ago, titled that the Earth is not convex. And then you're catching up to now, where you got to check both the beginning videos listed chronologically on that channel and the most recent ones chronologically on that channel, because in between that point of time, when I opened that channel just in September of this year, I put a couple of videos up relative to the summit, and then I migrated the vast majority of the videos that I've produced and put up on BitChute, and that's nearly 50 videos. Relative to Flat Earth. And I did that because, ironically, it's a UK corporation, but nobody in the UK is allowed to visit their site to watch videos on BitChute, unless you got a VPN or, you get up to some other skullduggery. So fuck them. We're done with BitChute for a number of reasons, that just being one. We're over to Rumble with the rest of the content. So you'll find it, bookending the current collection of what I have on that channel. When you do, you're going to see some really entertaining stuff about Shiva and MC Goon, our favorite anti-hero, in prep for the summit, to which you guys know quite well now that I was uninvited purposefully, so that they weren't going to let me anywhere near that thing. So yeah, that's what yesterday was about. Was following up to everything they threw at Kevin and exposing some of what they said as bullshit and giving real figure to the figures that they, some of which they asserted in complete error, grievous error. And we came to the conclusion in the end,
showing the error on the screen while they're saying it.
Pardon?
Like in the first one, right? It's going to be on the screen while that guy was talking. Whatever, not McToon, the other anti-flat earther,
Dan.
Right? Yeah, they're showing a screenshot of that. It doesn't match the spec on the screen, and he's saying, "Well, the spec says," but the words say that it doesn't match the spec, and that it's way better. Like. You can't make that stuff up, man. They're utter clowns.
They really are. And that, again, is what I spent a little bit of time yesterday exposing, is that there was a point in day 2 of the summit on the 15th where Goon came back to the table with his assessment, trying to produce this, quote, equation, this mathematical model that she was demanding. And in the middle of his calculations for margin of error, he starts to talk about the glide slope emitter angle precision. Yeah. And as he does so, he pulls up from the FAA Instrument Flight Manual, the page which details the error margins or the beam spread for the localizer, not the glide slope emitter. The localizer is a single beam instead of a pair like the glide slope is, and it's got totally different figures. It's horizontal instead of vertical. You know what I mean? And Goon is just too stupid to even see that.
He makes so many mistakes. It's almost
he takes
scary.
that margin of error and then applies it to subsequent additions and, trying to get the final figure of what the total margin of error might be like. And of course, he's way off, he's just completely out to lunch. So, yeah, yesterday I pulled up all the relevant FAA standards, specifications docs, where they list minimum tolerances or maximum tolerances for error, like how tight things need to be, both in the glide slope situation as well as the distance measuring equipment. The DME is the thing that works in tandem with this tower to tell you your slant angle distance from the tower while you're trying to figure out whether or not you're on that 3-degree path. So we put that together with the other incorrect assertion that Goon made about altimeter error. And we threw all those together with a 4-part set of trigonometric calculations to show what the total error would be with those 3 actually relevant margins of error combined. And then I put it out graphically in an overlap layout where you see, okay, according to the flat Earth scenario, here's what the error margins represent. This is the total range of expected values, minimum possible, maximum possible values for the scenario, and then the globy ones next to it. And you see that the overlap between them is only 0.93 nautical miles, and that the medians for both of them are outside of the overlap, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And finally, I end with a comparison in terms of the expectation of the data we might be getting from these pilots. And I show 4 case scenario, or 4 scenarios, I guess, 2 being inclusive, or Jesus, get my brain straight, 2 being what it would look like to receive inconclusive data. If it was just all over the fucking place, it would be inconclusive. And if it was all just within the overlap, then it would be inconclusive. And, if it's hanging over each side, it's obvious what the data represents. And I kind of left it there. And I spent some time also dealing with their bizarre objection about cost. I mean, seriously, anybody from the mainstream who has a problem with the cost of renting a civilian airplane for a couple of hours on a single day to get a data point, or 8 in a single flight, is out of their fucking mind, when it comes to, hey, look, what if you were going to take into account mainstream physics and the average cost of their budgets to perform experiments? What do you think that figure would be? Into the hundreds of thousands, right? Like they blow money like oxygen. And so at the end of it, actually, I put together another vector where both pilots who want to do this experiment but might not have the funds, and groups of people who pool their money, you know what I mean, and are prepared to send it to a pilot, that they could all of them could just email me and I'll put them in touch with each other. You know what I mean? And completely blew that objection out of the water as well. So it was a good session. We wrapped it up pretty tight.
You do realize these are not actual objections they have. They're doing
of course not
tactics, right? Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. They're just trying to do FUD. It's nonsense.
Oh yeah, that's
everyone. All of us see right through it. It's like
Yeah, no, I mean, all the flat earther guys could see it instantly, but I mean, that's why I went to this amount of effort to produce graphics that are fully quantified in terms of the expectation of what the data might look like as well in the end. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, you say it's going to be inconclusive. Well, here's the 2 cases where it might be, and what do you think the chances are that that's actually what's really going to happen? I mean, really, especially based on my previous data that I've collected at 10 nautical miles. Because we're working at 20 now, and that's where they all just fall off the cliff, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, are there any outlier like airports that would where they pick up the glide slope from even further away? Because there might be the typical practice, but there might be like weird airports where they have to do it from like farther.
Oh, well, I also present 2 still frames from the second pilot who contacted me over that length of time. The guy from Vietnam, who, as a part of his job, trains other pilots too, right? Like he's the right guy for this job. After he sent me data from Hanoi and 3 approaches going into Ho Chi Minh City, all that excellent data, and I present all that in the video, he also sent me some still frames of yet another approach where he first picked up, I think, possibly just the DME signal from 130 nautical miles away when he's up at 30,000 feet. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And then he sent me a second frame where he's at 59 nautical miles away, and he is indeed picking up glide slope signal as well, because you could see the ID in the lower left of the flight display. The tower ID and its distance, you know what I mean? And then a third frame from 35 nautical miles away when he's right on the path. And I do the math out for that and say, okay, well, if we were just going to do the trig and reverse engineer that figure, how far are we off on that altimeter to the figure that it should be if we were right on the path at 35 nautical miles away? And the answer is 1%. That we were like, what was it, 110 feet out of 11,020 feet he is up in the air, that he should have been at 1,130 feet or something like that, you know what I mean? Or 11,150 or whatever the hell it came out. You can check out the numbers. It's all right on the screen. When I present it, the point is that, you know, he was 1% away from the expected target figure, but of course, still descending at a few hundred feet per minute at that moment in time, right? Still going pretty fast. So that may cause some, and obviously does cause some altimeter lag in a barometric altimeter. So if he had leveled off and then hit that, it probably would have been exactly right. Like bang on at 35 nautical miles away. So, you know, when we're doing it at 20, I don't think margin of error is an issue at all.
Radar altimeters, though?
They do. Like, well, no, the smaller planes don't, but the big commercial jets definitely have a radio altimeter. But again, this is something I discussed with that very same pilot 2 years ago. And it's straight in the manual. It says, look, you don't actually turn that thing on until you're down to 2,500 feet above. They just don't use it that far up.
Yeah.
It's not a useful piece.
Probably not strong enough transmit. Right, they're too far away to get a.
Well, you get fuzzy bounces.
Signal. Yeah.
When there's topography below you, it's also a doubtful reading, and it's not. They don't need that kind of precision when you're still that far up in the air. They don't use it, so it's a waste. So yeah,
that's why the horizon dip thing. That thing kills me. They're not like the horizon dip in an airplane. They're like, look, the horizon's above, or the horizon's below their artificial horizon. Yeah, because if they pointed the plane, they lined them up together, they'd smash into the ground. They're like, what are you talking about?
The whole dipping the nose thing as you fly is actually one of 2 original premises around which I designed the opening of the first, like the part 1 video 4 years ago. That it was a story about Eric Dubé and Derek Marbles and the things that they say. You know what I mean? Like, this was me keeping flat earthers honest. Yeah, that was my original intent, and I'm utterly dismayed at the Globies. Although, of course, I expect it from the anti-flat earthers. That look, I started this out by smacking down 2 prominent flat earthers. You know what I mean? I'm interested in the data, not the dumbass things that these people say. And I went to my typical level of detail to explain one that, you know, you level in the plane. Like, let me back it up again. Derek had the big idea that he was going to grab his spirit level, jump on a jet flight, and put it on his tray table.
Oh, you're talking about D-Marble. Oh, yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
Man,
right? Right? Yeah. And he's like, oh, man, 15 minutes have gone by at cruising altitude, and this thing still shows level. It must be flat. Blah, blah, blah. No. That you're doing it wrong is the expression that I used at the time, and I took a piece out of Mr. Mom to highlight that. And then, of course, a nice shiny graphic, which I also present yesterday, of what is called a moving reference. You know what I mean? That vertical moves with the craft.
Oh, of course. It was silly. He just blew up on the algorithm got him, and he blew up and got internet famous for 5 minutes.
For being a dumbass. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Great.
But that was the thing. He made the Golbies mad too. So the Globers were posting, "Look how stupid this flat earther is." Like, yeah, we kind of agree.
And that's why I did it. Is because I don't want flat earthers making us all look stupid. You know what I mean? And I will call anybody out when they say something stupid. That if it's just incorrect, it's incorrect. It needs to be corrected. Hey, let's get back to the facts. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter who it is. Even me. If I say something stupid, cut me in half, man. Here's my invitation right now. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's my
your MO?
My methodology, and for I would rather say something and be corrected and then learn where I was wrong than keep silent and not learn that I was wrong this entire time.
Exactly. So like 4.5 years ago or whatever, when I first started to produce these kinds of videos, one of my very first one was about what I called a gravity test. That we were going to take GMM over R squared into account, and we were going to get some data all over Earth. That was the intent anyway. And I designed an experiment, a drop test, that people could build themselves using a $15 Arduino board. You know what I mean? Some really cheap materials around the house. Just set it up and connect the wires. Here's the programming. I handed people everything on a platter except the actual hardware. You know what I mean? Here's how you do it. Here's the code. Here's a spreadsheet. Go ahead. Just send me the data. I'll play with it. You don't have to do anything except the test. You know what I mean? I was interested in getting the data, and nothing has changed for me. But that is still my sole intent. And that's what this current thing is all about. It's about getting the data so we could talk about something real. We don't have to go, oh, no, man, if this, then I bet that. Oh, no, you can't possibly be right about this. Well, because it's that. Well, if you don't have the data, why are you even talking about it? Why would you assert something where you don't have the data?
The data is the arbiter. That's what's happening. What you imagine is the cause or whatever, it doesn't matter. The data speaks.
That's right. That is totally right. So that's what yesterday was about. It was a day of reckoning for me.
Because we deal with it all the time with all these Globers, right? They want to come in here and it just becomes story time. Explain this. I have an explanation for that. Yeah, but do you have actual empirical data to back up your explanation? And you know, that's a big no. They don't. Like, they just have a story that they like.
They have appeal. They have nothing but appeal. To authority, to possibility, to incredulity. There's a lot of appeal going on. To credential.
Probability, to begging the question. It's all
on and on. On and on. Nothing but appeal. So, yeah, they make it so easy for us to own them. You know what I mean?
But ironically, they think... This is the thing I've noticed with Globers, right? They're like, well, science is on my side. I go, okay, well, science is empirical, right? Right. Okay, so give us the empirical data to back up anything you say, and then it becomes story time.
Yes. Man. But it was a fun romp.
Good story.
It's too bad more people yesterday didn't have more questions for me. That would have been a way to enrich the experience, I think.
Yeah, I'll definitely watch it. I didn't know it was like, I just didn't have time to watch it yesterday.
Oh, yeah, it's full on. It's like I did not pull any punches at all. I wrote the thing out. It came to over 6,000 words and 30 pages of images and stuff. I also brought a full-on animation, 94 seconds long, that I put together, showing both scenarios concurrently, where the planes are up in the air. You're looking at the cross-section. There's the path of the planes, there's the curvature of the Earth, there's the flatness, there's, here they are flying at 100 knots, and also here's the primary flight display of each craft and what it looks like to fly that in real time at 100 knots, etc. You know what I mean? Like, I took every possible unknown right the hell out of this scenario. And what I find really disturbing is even after I go that far and give those materials to Kevin to present, etc., Shiva either pretends or just doesn't understand what he's looking at, because it's not in the form of a, quote, mathematical model, which is nothing more than an equation. Y equals X plus or minus this, plus or minus that, plus or minus this, plus or minus that. That's all he was prepared to look at. And that's tragic, because I over-delivered. You know what I mean? I didn't just give him that. I gave him the equations for all scenarios and the expected outcomes for all scenarios. I put all the math right up on the page for him, and Kevin presented that. And the guy acted like that never happened. It was tragic.
I would say that he doesn't even know what he's looking for. I don't even think he understands the fundamental claim based upon that interview I saw with him and Dave.
Yeah.
Right? And then they were going over the math, and he seemed genuinely confused.
He couldn't figure out the geometry of a 100-mile drop.
Yeah, but that's kind of scary.
Yeah.
In a way. Because what he does, if you look at what his field is, right? He's just finding statistical correlations between two phenomenon, which is a totally different thing than a geometric proposition, right? He's just out of his element. He has no idea. He's like, well, we'll do some trig. I guarantee that if I showed him a diagram of what a trig function actually is geometrically, he wouldn't even recognize it as that, right? So it's a right-handed triangle inside of a circle. I bet you he wouldn't even know that that's what that actually is.
I find it the height of irony that guy claims to teach mathematics at the post-sec level.
Oh, I know.
And the best that he could come with analogy to the table was F equals MA. And I think I mentioned this to you before last time I was here, that F equals MA is an incorrectly constructed fucking equation. That it's actually A equals F over M.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, we were talking about that last time you were in here. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was. It's all about putting the independent variables on one side of the function sign and the dependent ones on the other. The known on one side and the unknown on the other. You know what I mean? The one side where you can fill in the variables and you get the other one as a result. That is how you put an equation together, and he can't see that. He's not even that literate. All he does is repeat the curriculum to the students.
Oh, obviously.
He's never thought about the curriculum. Pardon?
He has 4 degrees, dude. Of course,
that's right.
There's no way you're getting 4 degrees unless you're a parrot.
I would concur. I would definitely concur. I paid for one of them. I got a degree, and frankly, I want my money back.
Hey, I got 3 degrees.
My condolences.
Let me prove it right now. Hold on, I'll prove it.
So entertaining.
Yeah, look in the chat. You proved it.
Do you guys have any questions?
Working outside.
Any of you guys currently in the room that you have seen yesterday in its entirety yet?
I literally watched the first 30 seconds.
Okay.
I didn't have the time because I know I need to watch it and think about it. It isn't something I can skim through.
That's true. Yeah, it's detail intensive. That's for sure. Now you got to have eyes on screen. Yeah, and even then, there's no guarantee.
Yeah, especially when I knew about their objections, right? So I knew what they whined about the last time. So I gotta pay attention.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I just look forward to looking at it. That's what I said.
Good thing. Yeah.
What's the
it's up on
status of Globebusters? Has Shane and Alan taken that over for good? Is that theirs, or is it?
I don't know if that's the proper verb to have taken it over.
Okay, let's put it this way. I watched Globebusters. They turned to shit, and I stopped watching them. But now Shane and Alan are doing it, and I watched the presentation Shane gave, and I watched a couple other ones. So I'm like, I'm non-committal because I don't know if am I going to go back on there. Then I see some freaking woo-woo shit. So but you know what I mean? Because I get the notification, Globebusters is streaming live. I'm like, should I even look? Like I'm scared still.
Well, yeah. I mean, you just don't know which member of the team is up unless you memorize the schedule. We're doing Sunday afternoons. That's when you're going to find the three of us doing our thing, and we're just rotating around, and we're bringing some other people in here and there.
Well, that's when they did it. It was a regular Sunday show. And I just stopped watching it just because they started going off the frickin' rails on speculation, and that's not my thing, really.
We did one in August with Cammie and Karen together with us as kind of a handoff.
Yeah.
And so in that way, I mean, you could use the verb take over, but I think it's more like they just handed us access to their platform. And from what I saw in the comments yesterday, and I haven't even looked at the Globebusters channel as a whole, but I'm pretty sure that guys like Kevin and Cammie are still also putting out stuff under the same channel at different times in the week.
Okay.
Right? So it's just the team got larger, I would say.
Oh, cool. What Karen does is useful. I'm not saying that, like, the sociological parts of this flat Earth versus globe are important, but I don't have to watch that. I live it every day in here. The mental disorders that I come across. So.
Yeah, I guess there are other people out there who are interested in the different angle, but frankly, the only thing that matters to me is the physics of it, the reality of it. You know what I mean? That
you're a nerd, just like me.
Totally.
Okay.
I prefer the word geek, but that's it.
Oh, geek. So you bite the heads off of chickens? No, I'm just kidding.
No, I'm the electronics geek type. I don't know how much of my history you know about Idio, but I've done a lot of prototyping. Yeah, like I'm the in the lab guy building shit, 3D printing, designing shit, and designing electric circuitry to replicate things that are in the papers that we read sometimes. Like, did you see what I did with the Marinov motor, for example?
No.
Okay.
I don't even know what a Marinov motor is.
Well, shit. I don't know.
Electric motor?
Maybe I should supply you guys with a list of. Well, you know what's faster? You guys are on Telegram too, right?
Yeah. I think I joined your Telegram channel.
Okay, which one though? The Stone Cold Truth channel or the Stone's Very Own channel? Because one of them's a group that where you can discuss it and talk to people that are there, and the other one is just broadcast of my work. And it's that one where all of the stuff that I'm talking about is on display. I originally started that Telegram broadcast channel as an Urbano Monte map channel. And right up at the beginning of its history, you can still see it. There's 25 tiles of this gigantic digital map of the Earth done by Urbano Monte, or whatever the hell his name was. And it's beautiful. I know a guy who pulled it down and turned it into the top of his coffee table, for example.
Wow.
Like really big, like 12-foot square. And like the tiles are 400 megabyte a piece. Just gigantic files. Anyways, that time went by, and I uploaded more and more of my own stuff to it, so I just changed the name of the channel to something.
Did you do over Unity stuff? Didn't you?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. We started back with Tesla and Bedini, and those guys. We did a little bit
Yeah,
of Meyer
Unity
with
Motor.
resonance mixed in there. Absolutely, yeah. No, I did that shit for years, and I
Yeah, that's right. I've seen
back
your
then.
stuff before. Eric Murakami and Dollard and
Yeah, I
the
posted
other
a bit of
guy.
that.
Yeah, and you know Ken Wheeler and.
No,
I used
I
to
don't
be in
touch him too
Energetic
much.
Forum. I made a lot of posts in there. I've probably seen your stuff. I'm
Gotcha.
sure
No,
you were in there.
you probably have. Oh yeah.
I had a big freaking beef with Ken Wheeler. He blocked me. He was mad.
Oh really? That's cute.
Yeah, he was quoting some guy about reductionist logic, and then I posted what he actually said, and then he blocked me.
How mature.
Yeah. I wasn't even trying to argue. Like, oh, you know, he didn't say that. He said this, and I just went to archive.org, right, and took a screenshot of his book and posted it.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh well.
Ken is yeah, he's a little. He's nice until you kind of say, "Nah, Ken, I kind of don't agree with you," and then he's not nice.
Pleasant until challenged.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And like he had a lot of posts, and I don't know when the last time you were over there. I haven't been over
Never.
there in a while, but he has a lot of posts.
Never.
It's Eric Murakami's forum. It's called Energetic Forum.
God,
Dollard
that's
would
one
post
place
in
I
there.
probably will never go. You know what?
Why? I don't like him.
I know too much about Eric's history.
You can tell he's a snake oil salesman. Just like.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's just the beginning of it. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. I've heard some pretty bad stuff about him. So I'm not gonna.
Yeah. For 20 years, man. It's a long sordid trail with that guy, and no, I don't give him any airtime at all. There's so much more to expose myself to out there. I don't need his output.
I don't know what Dollard's problem is. Like, he's just like he promising stuff for years, dude, and not a goddamn thing has come out of it. That's all I know. Maybe there's something I don't know about.
Dude.
I'm sure you have your own opinions, though.
Dude, his name is Dullard, not Go Get Him.
Not
What
sure
I'm
what you
saying is
mean.
Dollard talks a big game, but you know.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the game he's talking about at the time. Because when he does lecture on history and stuff,
His history,
you know what I
yes,
mean?
exactly.
That shit's great.
His history and theory of electricity and magnetism. That's like freaking phenomenal. It's the best. It's the best on the internet. It's the best I've ever seen by far.
I would
Him going
agree.
through the history of everything.
Yeah, you know, and it's just, it's not even that. It's the stuff that he was doing back in the 90s with the crew, with Brown and Lindman.
And Lindman's the other guy. Was Peter Lindman.
Yeah. Well, that's another guy that I'm really not impressed with over the years. I saw a
think
video.
that they're stuck like in their era, and they haven't like advanced, right? Like people kept working on the work they started or branching off from it, and they kind of stayed fossilized in like what they were doing at the time, and haven't kind of. That's just the way I see it from the outside.
I saw something that he did at an energy convention a couple of years ago to do with, oh God, I could barely remember it. Some high voltage spark gapping. And I don't even think he was magnetically quenching at the time either. But yeah, he had these other old farts, these gray-haired guys standing around him who were trying to pick his brain about what he was displaying on the table. And when I'm looking at the setup that he brought, I mean, as somebody who is, quote, skilled in the art, I know exactly what I'm looking at, so to speak.
Oh, yeah.
And it was really deceptive. And you could see that it was purposefully so. Hold on a second here. I got a bug problem to deal with here on the desk here. There we go. Anyways.
Funding.
Yeah, he was definitely looking for funding. He was looking for something to finance his next phase of development, quote, of this particular technology that he had on the table. And it was...
That's what irritates me about these guys. I've been watching these guys on YouTube for freaking almost 20 years, and that nothing. You know what I mean? There's two types of people that do the electricity stuff. There's people that are just like pure experimenters. They're not trying to sell you anything. They're not saying, hey, give me some money so I can develop some new gadget, and this time it's really going to freaking give us free energy. Because there's those guys. right? The fundraiser guys, and then there's just like the pure experimentalist guys. You know.
Yeah,
I have respect
do
for
know.
the pure experimentalist guys because that shit's hard, dude. Inexpensive.
It is. It's a lot of effort and fairly expensive, but
So many things can go wrong, as you know.
well, yeah. But when I talk about myself in that context, for me, the focus is more about I want to know about it, and I'm up for that kind of cost and that kind of effort and that amount of time. Those many years that I'm prepared to spend on a particular technological vector. I'm into that, and I like to share what I find. You know what I mean? That I don't need to be able to sell something at the end in order to call it a success.
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, Lindemann in this case was the exact opposite of that. He was bringing something to the table where he says, okay, the message he's delivering here is, look, I've got a mechanism at work here. I'm figuring something out. And here is something representative on this tabletop scale that I'm showing you that I'm intending to build. But I just don't have the funds. Jeez. And if I could have your money, then we could do this big. Now, the three guys with the white hair that are standing around, these fat fucks that are looking at it on the table, these guys are trying to pick his brain so that they can just go do it themselves, right? And Lindemann knows that. And that's why he did what he did on the table here. He used completely inappropriate parts to get the job done, such that it just barely, exactly, because these guys are not, quote, skilled in the art. You know what I mean? That they haven't learned what they need to learn in order to manipulate this technology correctly, and they just kind of want to skip that. So Lindemann pulls out this piece of crap and puts it on the table, although it does demonstrate the science, of what he wants to get across to these guys, but it's a really piss poor contraption, And frankly, I think he shoots his own foot by doing that, because to the person who's not considering the analysis on this level, it appears that that's the best he's capable of.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The whole thing is just like. Did you ever see that? I think the channel was called Old Man or something, like Old Man Electrician, or he made this like looked like a freaking Buddhist Vajra. It was like a double Tesla freaking. Dude, it's hard to describe, right? So imagine imagine a Tesla coil, right? The upright with the ball at the end. He made a double one of these that was like handheld. Dude, it was freaking retarded.
Oh, it sounds like you're talking more like a Van Raff generator contraption that just happens to be transformered up.
No, it's like he connected two Tesla coils like end to end. Right?
So he just up the voltage, and then what?
Yeah, he was just showing it on a table. I can't remember, but this guy made like all these. He was really into like the Tesla coils, so he had a whole bunch of versions of it. But that's all he did was like experiments. The dude never asked for money. He was just like experimenting with different pancake coils.
That's what I was about to bring up.
Yeah.
When you mentioned Tesla coils and he had one end to end and he was doing that and this, you know what I mean? That when I look at the lay people,
bifilar coils, I think that were. I can't remember how he wired them. I can't remember. This is a long time ago. This is over 10 years ago.
That's something that I wish the audience would take the time to, avert their gaze from the standard cylindrical transformer that is known as the Tesla coil, which is nothing more than a flyback. You know what I mean? It's just a couple of turns of the primary and thousands of turns in the secondary, and oh boy, the voltage is really high and you can run it resonant. Okay, great. That is really just
really.
It's scratching the surface of what Tesla did. Like in my mind, the first thing I would like audiences to check out is exactly what you just mentioned. Bifilar pancake coils are the shit. In terms of inductance and what they do.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The self-capacitance, that was like a.
Yeah. Evo was getting onto that for a while. Did you see his stuff?
Yeah. The self-capacitance of the bifilar coil. The other thing with that is he showed an animation of what the magnetic field is. I'm really curious as to what the actual magnetic field of a bifilar coil looks like, because some of the turns are running in the opposite direction. So,
well, that's creating a bucking field within the strata itself, if you're going to do that. No, you actually have to run the coil in the same direction again and again in series to get that kind of benefit.
Yeah.
It's you have to run them congruent polarity in order to achieve that alteration in inductive rate, for example. You know, what's going on on the hysteretic side. Because you could core these things too. I never saw anybody even think about that. You know what I mean? That you could drop a nice short squat cylinder and wrap your bifilers around that. Flat pancake bifilar style, right? Further, yeah. I don't see anybody engaging in Litzwire with the same concept. That it was always parallel, side by side, bifilar windings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That there's no twisting going on. And there's mutual inductance benefit there that nobody's thinking about. It boggles the mind when I look at the lay people who think that the Tesla coil, quote, which is nothing more than a high voltage transformer, cylindrical, plain, and it's two pieces of fucking wire, is the answer to free energy.
It just certainly is not.
You know what I mean? And it is the lay people have given this contraption just immense amounts of godlike qualities. Mystical qualities that it doesn't have, never did, never gonna.
It do. I mean, he used it for that purpose, right? To fascinate crowds and light up light bulbs, and he's guilty of it too. Like
to introduce a really large voltage potential, sure, that's what you use it for. Great. All this one-wire technology that people keep talking about, that's nothing more than carelessness. That's setting people up to get electrocuted by becoming human spark gaps. You know what I mean?
That's a bad idea.
Very, very bad idea. Unless you really like the idea of having your skin punctured by thousands of electrons in an instant.
I mean, we should do, not tonight, but sometime in the future, we should get, because I have a couple questions that you might be able to answer about, the magnifying transmitter.
Yeah, that'd be hot.
Because I don't think anyone's ever actually done a replication of that. I know people say they have, but every replication I've seen is missing a key part in the patent.
Oh, right. Well, that brings up 2 points, and I guess we could just bridge it all into 1 point. If you're going to bring up questions like that to me, the requisite is that you bring detailed diagrams, whether they're correct or not.
The patent.
Don't matter. I mean, the patent ones are intentionally vague. I mean, Meyer is a classic example, and that's something you'll find on my very own channel in one of the 2 live streams that I've got up there from years ago. That they do that to protect themselves, just like I spoke about Lindman with his contraption, that he's changing it, but it's still the same thing and still displays the technology that he wants you to learn about or he wants to showcase, but it really isn't doing it the best way. And Meyer was a classic example of that, throwing a blocking diode into his circuitry when he's claiming a resonant function. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Yeah,
I'd be interested
think a lot of the geometric configuration of these electrical systems is way more important than people have, I think, ever realized. They're always the voltage, the resistance. All those things are important. But how they functions as a system, I think, a lot like the bifilar coil, right? And whether you stick something in the center of it, right, a cylinder, it totally changes the geometry of the electric field, the magnetic field. There's so many configurations. How can any human being or even any group of human beings go through every possible one? I don't know. I just think that we've only gotten so far in electrical engineering because that key component, having a theory, a geometric theory that matches the phenomenon, right? The actual physical geometry of how far apart are the wires? How long is the wire? What is their shape relative to each other? Is it a square? Is it a circle? Is it a
orientation?
Cylinder? Is it you know what I mean?
Yep.
I think that part is if someone figures that out, that'll propel us forward. And people will be making these 3D printed circuits that do way more than any old circuit could ever do.
Pyramid-shaped coils, magnetically quenching the spark gap, on and on and on. The things that are not being embraced by the mainstream is just such a long list, tragically so.
So that's one of the things about the magnifying transmitter. If you read the patent, it says the top is covered in a bunch of hemispheric domes. I'm like, why the hell does he have a bunch of hemispheric domes? And it was to make sure that there was no sharp parts sticking out, and then maximize the surface area. That's what he's trying to do, to maximize the surface. Why the hell would he do that, right? So just that like if he would have made it out of something else, because like a Tesla coil on the top is just like a globe, right? It's just a sphere. Mm-hmm. Well, if you have a sphere covered in a bunch of hemispheres, it has a lot more surface area.
Well, just consider that it's dome-shaped due to radiative formula. It's all about R squared.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's why it's dome-shaped. And you're right that he wants to have nothing sharp on it to eliminate the possibility that it's just going to arc to the ground through somebody when you rank up the voltage. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a whole theory about that, but I don't want to get into it now.
Yeah, sure.
It's supposed to be a flat Earth server.
Well, we're kind of near. We're flat Earth adjacent, I think.
Yeah, we're definitely.
All right.
I think we still just got in under the wire so far in this conversation. It stemmed from something flat earthy.
Well, speaking of flat Earth, and Ken Wheeler, that's how I found Bill Gaty. Bill Gaty, who runs Rational Science, had a challenge to flat earthers, which was why when a car accelerates, does the balloon not accelerate as fast? You know that classic.
Oh God,
balloon
not
thing?
that shit. Oh God, William, of whatever the fuck is
his take on it. His take on it was very interesting because I don't know if you know that guy, but he's famous for what's called rope hypothesis.
It rings a bell. With the balloon in the van,
stealing AMD's blueprints and then fleeing to Cuba.
That's just all
What?
about.
He did that?
Oh yeah.
What was that? I missed that.
He was an engineer at AMD and or Intel, and then fled to Cuba with specs or whatever for the design of some chip Intel or AMD.
God, why would he go to Cuba? Holy crap!
Because he was a communist.
Maybe he knows the family. Then I can see that. But anything short of that, that's dumb. Cuba's a shithole. I mean, I speak from personal experience. Okay,
I've watched some videos about it. It's pretty them going into restaurants. They're like, I don't even know what this is.
I think it was 3 years ago that I actually went for my birthday for a solar return. That I was just west of Havana for the second week of November a couple of years ago, and oh my God, there are the places around wherever in the countryside where the white man has come in and developed a tourist zone. You know what I mean? And then there are the in-betweens where the natives live, and they have their schools and their malls and their shopping centers and their bus routes and their banks and and a lot of their houses in betweens. And the contrast is staggering. Let's just put it that way. Anyways, much farther off the flat Earth topic. But no, I can't picture why anybody would want to spend some time in Cuba. That's just insane. Yikes. I mean, if you had the choice to pick the country, that would not be my first 20. You know what I mean? If I were going to flee, I would pick Uruguay. Which is, of course, where I'm at right now. But that's another story.
Rich people live in decent areas in Cuba.
Yeah, all 80 of them. You know what I mean?
Let's do a lighthearted quiz.
Sure.
So first, I got to remember this guy's name. India will help me. It's the guy we always quote from MIT about certain optics things. Who has crazy hair.
Llewellyn?
Yeah, Llewellyn. So who has the best hair? Bill Gates, Llewellyn, or Einstein?
Oh, wow. I guess that's a subjective call. No, I don't think I could answer that one. I'd have to see pictures side by side, and I could give you an opinion, I suppose. Just answering Sheepdog's almost hour-old question there on the DM. Sorry, guys. All right, I'm back to focusing.
So, Stone, have you heard some of the new Flat Earth music on the Flat Earth radio?
No, I haven't.
It's playing 24/7. If you scroll up in the server, you can find it.
Okay, so skill testing question. How much of it is produced using AI?
Currently, all of it, because I am just populating the radio with AI.
Gotcha.
But it's the infrastructure is there for other flat earthers to add their music to the radio bot to have it played.
Okay, feel free to extract mine. And just throw my label on top. Just say, hey, yo, Stone wrote this. I do a little bit of parody. Have you guys heard my tunes?
That's awesome. I can add your socials or links to your channels into the metadata, and if they do /info, the bot will give them the lyrics if I have them, or just the embed with the link and the basic metadata.
Oh, well, that's something you could easily produce, because I subtitle all my music videos as well.
Oh, brilliant.
So,
I'll extract it from there.
So on Rumble, just type out FE Man of Stone, all one word.
Yeah,
I'll
add that to the radio. I'll consider this auditory license to play your music on the radio.
Yeah, by all means. The first song was called Lats and Longs, and I co-wrote that with Dave.
That's funny.
New Perspective. Yeah, that's a great song.
For everybody, just so you know, I posted Stone's Rumble link. It's in the content creator channel. So
cool, man.
That's up. I also posted in the main chat. So
we did a spoof of Hey There Delilah called Hey NASA Liars. And you'll find one in there about light propagation, and that is the Green Day cover of the Who song My Generation, and it's called Light Propagation. Shane loves that one. Let's just put it that way. That was a blast, and I think there's one other one in there somewhere too.
Yeah, I used to perform my own rap songs myself. I just don't think they're as good as the AI songs I make.
Cool, man. Well, actually, now that you mention it, I am trying to pull it off of the back burner. I've already written out the lyrics to a rap song, and it's MC Hammer, a parody of one of his tunes, of course, the famous tune. Everybody knows it.
That's cool.
Yeah, but I'm not letting the cat out of the bag until I release that. You guys are going to love that one. It's hot. But it's another thing I just got to get done. So many things in the way, not just real life, obligations, Yesterday, one of the comments came from another Globy Zealot named PD194. You know that guy?
I've spoken to him many times, yeah.
Okay, well, he's got a video that he was pointing at in his comments, saying, "Hey, you're looking for curvature. Well, here it is," and he just drops the tag to his video, which is actually a photograph he claims somebody else took, Jack somebody or other, at Southport. So that's the southwest corner of the UK, looking across the water through an amusement park, and where a big tower is at the mountains on the far side of that in the background. And it's the standard, okay, how come the tower's higher than this when it should be that, or that, the other way around, right? It's because there's drop. Yeah, game over, Flurf. Well, I took a quick look at that last night, end of the evening, right? So I didn't have a lot of time, and frankly, it looks fake as fuck. So I responded to him, and I said, frankly, that's how it looks. And after I do more digging, and when I do prove that that's actually the fact, I'm going to make a video to expose you. You know what I mean? That I don't smile, I don't act kindly to people who drop propaganda on us as if it's fact. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
He's offering this picture as proof of curvature when he didn't take the picture, for one, and it's probably fake, for two. And he's slapping it around. It reminds me of this other guy, Christian Avalos, I think his name is, something close to that. The guy's barely English literate. He's doing the same kind of shit. He shoots or brings pictures of stuff and says, "Okay, flatties, explain that." When all you got to do is a little bit of digging, a little bit of homework, and plot a little bit of topography, and the answer just pops right out. Why we're looking at what we're looking at, and it's not fucking Earth curvature.
I know what you mean.
You know,
I just like to listen, but then they come in being super fallacious, and I'm like, bro, just stop. This is a fallacy. Like, I can't listen to that for too long.
Yeah, no, neither can I. And when I come across stuff like that, I am divinely inspired to put together the debunk. The data-driven, definitive debunk to expose these people for what they are. You know what I mean? And make it public. I am absolutely driven. Like I feel it on a deep inner life purpose kind of level. That is how I derive joy in this arena. You know what I mean? Shining the big giant flashlight of truth on the whole thing and watching those little bugs crawl into the corner.
Yeah. When you're passionate and inspired about a subject or you're talking about a thing, it's easy to get lost in it and just like flow. I totally get you.
Yeah, and that's what's keeping me from putting up my rap tune. Is that like now I got this dude on the front burner. He's in my crosshair right now in my mind. Like when I'm going to sleep at night, I'm thinking, dude, Petey, your moment is coming. I can feel it. You know what I mean? And I need to do that before I'm done, before anything else can happen, you know? Soon.
Where did that happen on? Was it on Aether Cause or was it on another Discord?
Right on the Globebusters channel. He dropped that. Okay. He actually interrupted a dialogue I was having with Jenna Ferrari, who originally commented on the video yesterday after watching it, and she was asking a clarifying question on what the slope looks like in this area and that scenario, and she was kind of missing the point. So I responded. I said, okay, well, actually, it's like this, and you need to consider that. And while she was busy responding to that response, Peter just dropped right on and shit on it with his video. That's like not relevant to what we're talking about at all, other than, hey man, you're looking for Earth curvature, why are you going to spend all this money renting planes and stuff? I got it for you right here. Come check out my 4-minute video. Stupid flurf. And yeah, he's asking for it. He really is.
Is that in the Globebusters video?
It's in the comment section of the one I did yesterday. Yeah, it's in the streams tab, not the videos tab, right?
Okay, all right.
Yeah, no, I spent an hour and a half laying this down yesterday. This was 11 pages.
Coming in and not even talk about the subject
text
that you're talking about, right? Is just rude.
Yeah, he's just spamming. Rude, really rude. So yeah, we're gonna respond, I think. Well, we're gonna look into it first, and if it goes the way that it invariably has gone in the past, he's gonna get his.
I mean, it's the same thing all the time. It's just really weird. I've never seen a flat earther fake stuff yet.
What would be the motivation? You know?
That's what I mean. I don't understand. Like, why would you want people to believe the Earth is a globe because you faked something and they believed it and was like, oh, there's proof?
The only scenario I can think of is if you also want to sell them something.
Maybe.
And I, only until recently, earlier, I think this year, did I create a coffee account. And that was on somebody else's advice or request. You know what I mean? And then that guy dropped me $100.
I totally get you. I've been making music, and people have been telling me, make some way we can contribute to you, and I'm like, nah, I don't feel like.
Well, some
this
do.
is not about money to me. This is about just the truth and what's observable and basic logic. The money doesn't matter at all, and I recently put out these 2 albums, and somebody bought them. So I'm like,
cool.
Well, I'm not gonna use this money on myself. I'm gonna somehow roll it back into the community. I'm gonna find some way to invest it back into the community. That's
as noble as it gets, man. No, for sure.
It's for the community. It's by the community. So why would I waste it on me?
I just attribute it to my materials cost of what I've been doing for years. You know what I mean? This is just I'm getting paid later in life or whatever, how you want to think about that.
You're using it for the community, for the material cost to get you more information, more data to expose this shit.
For sure. Conversely, I've never paywalled anything ever. Anywhere.
You know what I mean? You mean you don't have a course that teaches you how to be a man to help your wife out for $350?
I don't sell my personal time for $1,000 a session like Jay, the Mr. J does. No, I don't do that. No.
Dude, my favorite was the virtual dinner where you just eat dinner while you're on cam with them. I'm like, what?
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm chewing my mouth out, but I have to pay for that shit.
Well, when it came to the coffee account, I just saw it as, again, I'm just meeting people at their level of need. Some people need to donate. Some people want to throw cash at a situation and think that's a solution if they can't be part of the people who are on the team to build the gear or solve the formula, get the data, you know what I mean? That some people just are so busy in their own lives, and they're just like, well, I want something to happen here. Who can I give some money to? How can we get this going? You know, I will get this ball rolling, and I want to meet those people at their level of need too, so they feel better about themselves. Even that'd be fine. Yeah. But it's not so I can get rich.
If you don't want the money, just send it my way. I need to raise $300,000.
Oh no! Every once in a while, like on my Telegram channel, we talk about projects and what we could be doing, like building a rocket and driving down to the south tip of South America, which for me is not a very long drive, and firing southward up at 45, and maybe we'll hit the firmament down there when it's presumably at a lower altitude, and do it in a way where we're not going to get caught, etc. It's like, okay, hey Stone, what do you think that kind of budget would be? You know what I mean? Hey Stone, what if we're going to build a fucking airship and just do it ourselves? What's the budget? You know, what would you need? That kind of thing. I get those kinds of questions. Not that we ever act on them, but that dialogue comes up a lot.
Well, I want a multi gyroed unit that can be taken over the surface of the Earth from one location to another.
You're kind of breaking up there. You want to build a gyro?
What? A gyro unit which has multiple gyros that are completely open. So what I mean by that is there's some gyros out there that they have proprietary data inside them. So you want ones that don't have that stuff. Everything how it's working, right? So you can see the raw data, not any processed data.
So you're thinking mechanical gyro, not a fiber optic or anything like that?
All of them. Oriented in different directions, spun up. Some spun up this way, some spun up that way. At least in 2 axes, right? The vertical and the horizontal.
A multi-type gyroscopic array.
Yeah, in a box that's being live streamed, recorded, all that stuff, and then have 2 of them that are redundant. So one can go from the East Coast to the West Coast, from the West Coast to the East Coast, and then back again. and then from north to south, south to north, and back again. And if they're not displaced, yeah. So for example, I was thinking, I think it's I-40 goes all the way from Boston to the west coast. It's like 3,500 miles.
Oh yeah.
And then I-95 is like 1,500 miles. And so either one of those you go, you're going to get about like 17.5 degrees displacement north to south, and then of course you're going to get 50, I think, east to west.
Yeah.
West
so you
to
just want to take advantage of rigidity in space, but I think the problem here is that as it would be, gyros, regardless of their nature, are simply not fit for the task. Have you guys seen my 35-minute analysis of Bob's fiber optic gyro data? Nobody.
No. Even if they're not fit for the task, it wouldn't matter because it zeroes out and it would still debunk some Glover claims. And I already got plenty of Glovers that said if this result doesn't come out to Globe results, they would be forced to accept the Earth as flat. So at least for them, it'd be definitive.
No, it won't. We need to end this entire chapter of the argument definitively, and I thought I had done that. The problem is nobody's seen the bloody video, and I put it out quite a while ago, and it was a lot of effort to produce.
You're a horrible self-promoter.
It's something that nobody had done up until the point when I actually did fully analyze the data of the experiment itself and the readings they took in multiple locations at multiple times. You know what I mean? They had all that data and they sat on it for years until after Bob freaking died. And then somebody, years later, no, I'm not kidding. Years later, someone said, hey, Chris Matra, hey, dude, where's the data? And I was one of those people asking for it. You know what I mean? Because I'm tired of listening to people saying, oh, thanks, Bob, when they don't know what the hell they're talking about. You know what I mean? Because they've never seen the data. Nobody ever had. It had never been looked at.
Every time.
It was ridiculous. So, guys, that is a requisite piece of information. Anybody
you have it on your Rumble, the video?
You bet. You absolutely bet. It's
what's the title off the top of your head, if you know?
Let me just jump it up for you. I'll find it for you.
I would love to see that. We had Bob explain it to us in person. But what about infrared cameras? This is one of the tests I would like to have repeated a lot so that we have confirmations that we can shove in their face. And that's having infrared cameras mounted right next to visible light cameras.
Okay, hold that thought.
So you're looking for when you see too far beyond the geometric horizon, and then looking in the infrared to see if the horizon appears closer to the observer. That debunks their ad hoc assumptions that light is hiding the Earth curve, etc.
Yeah, Jay Tolan has a lot of data on that. A lot of flights, a lot of shots, a lot of setups, a lot of camera work. I leave him to that argument.
But I think it would be more conclusive for the Globers to have more data.
Oh, it would, from more people. I agree. But frankly, I consider what he has done as fairly conclusive. So I don't personally feel the need to add.
He's done great work. I'm just, we're dealing with people who don't have a rational standard of evidence, and they have a very double standard.
Oh, for sure. So the video in question here, it's called Fiber Optic Gyroscope Analysis Globebusters, Bob Nodell. You know what I mean? Real easy to find. And it's up on the Rumble channel. Okay. I mean, it's got hundreds of views over on BitChute. Pardon? Oh, yeah.
So when they were doing it way back when, I got to see some of the data, like a little teeny piece of it, less than maybe 100 entries of the output in a spreadsheet, and that's all I got to see.
Okay, well,
I'm not going to say you gave it to me, but
all right. Let's say that. Let's pause for a second. Let's say that's all well and good, and you're correct. But there's plenty of people who have no idea what you're talking about because you haven't even gave a little primer about what it's about.
Who are you talking to?
We like me and you are talking shop, and nobody.
We all know. Yeah, we all know. Like the in guys know, but nobody else knows.
Yeah, very true. And this is why I'm saying, look,
so I'm
everybody
just saying,
needs to see this
take a
video.
primer and sell it. Yeah, that's great and all. Sell it real quick.
Well, we're gonna give I'll give the exposition. So
here and now.
Yeah, I'll just do it right now. Well, I mean, we are live streaming, so we try to.
Okay.
Because people listen and they're like, "What the hell are these two talking about?" Okay, so Bob Nodell, there was a Netflix documentary, and Bob Nodell said in it that they measured 15 degrees per hour Earth rate drift of the fiber optic gyro. Well, on Netflix, they claimed there was a ring laser gyro and a bunch of other stuff. That's not important. But the actual data was never revealed on if there was any Earth rate drift, and if there was, what was actually measured.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what anybody listening, that's what we're going over. What the actual data was, the actual gyro output.
But even when Bob was telling people about his results, he had not fully analyzed this data, and he never did. They took summary computations from some of the data, right? And there were just so many aspects of the method that were confounding. I can't believe they did what they did when they did what
Weren't
they
they
did.
doing the data I saw? They were taking 1 minute time intervals.
No, quite the opposite. They were taking it at the millisecond kind of resolution.
Oh my goodness gracious!
That one data pass. We're talking hundreds of thousands of data points for 10 minutes worth of data. Because it's 3 axes, and it's temperature data also coming out of it at the same time. It's been a while. I mean,
Sure, the temperature was pretty high. If it's freaking, dude, because
no,
in the digital signal processor, right?
Dude, they created a thermal gradient across the unit itself. No, really, you need to see this 35.5-minute video that I put together, man. Really. Remember when I was talking before that it was about Eric and Derek when they said some stupid things?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that.
My goodness.
And I don't necessarily tear Bob apart so much as I do Chris. Because he's actually the guy who did a lot of the moving and shaking on this one.
What do you think about the Pikes Peak stuff? The one where they got the Seventh-day Truth Seeker got the. He put the fiber optic gyro in a vacuum chamber and evacuated the air and got a lower drift rate.
What?
Yeah, his channel's gone now because he freaking said some stuff during COVID. But there was a video called Pikes Peak Data where he had the spreadsheets I have a link to the paper still. So they take a fiber optic gyro, they evacuated it in a vacuum chamber, and the so-called drift rate decreases.
Well, that's kind of bizarre because that's not how they work. How do you?
I know, but that's what the data said.
How do you change the vacuum state of the chamber through which the light is traveling through solid conduit, a fiber optic? You know what I mean?
In the description was hold on. Son. In the description for that video that existed, along with his, he has a link which I still got the paper. It's a paper. It's in Russian, but they got the same result in a published Russian paper of lowering the pressure and getting a different output out the gyro.
I've heard.
I'll DM that, by the way. I mean,
I've heard
Russian,
about.
You can read the graphs, you know.
The arena where I've heard of that kind of manipulation in the technique, where it's have any efficacy at all, is in interferometry, where the light is passing through open space, through air, you know what I mean, or vacked out, like with LIGO or whatever else you want to think about. Since then, I don't know if it was Wang. It might even have been. So it was a Russian guy, and I don't think it was Galev either, but somebody else, not Adsikovsky. Excuse me, but it was, I believe, a Russian or somebody who's not so good at English wrote up the paper And his assertion was part of the sensitivity problem, the resolution problems, had to do with vacuuming it out and like putting the whole mirror setup in a completely depressurized environment, that they got different data out of it.
If you look in the live stream voice text, you can see I have already screenshotted some of these things.
All right.
And the reason they tested it in the vacuum chamber is because they were because they were in Colorado or whatever. They were getting different results, and then they thought, dude, we're at different altitudes. Maybe the pressure is doing something, and then to see Rick Zimmerman, whose gyro it actually was, put it in a vacuum chamber, and he had a video of the vacuum chamber and the outputs and all that stuff. But he said some stuff during COVID and got his channel nuked.
Okay. Let's see.
I'm just telling you. I'm just reporting. I'm just reporting what I've seen.
I don't think this is the paper that I was reading, but it could just be another one that is congruent. Based on the polynomial first degree. Yeah, get into the math, boys. Having a good time. Atmospheric pressure effect on output signal of the FOG. That just seems entirely antithetical. It's.
I know it doesn't make sense.
No, none whatsoever.
Unless outgassing or something of the frickin'
of the strata. Yeah. I possibly
outgassed, right? It's not. It's a glass.
But still,
glass,
that's
right?
only going to be a superficial effect on a solid.
Yeah, but it's glass.
That's what I mean.
I mean, glass is like an amorphous solid, so there might be entrained air inside of it that's outgassing and changing, because it is an interferometer, right? It only has to change like the refractive properties because it's a fiber optic, right? So it has a radial refractive index gradient, and maybe if it changes that, because you got to remember the thing is calibrated to get in a certain expectation value, right? It expects a certain value for us to give it gets a certain value, it gives a certain output. And if you get a different value because the properties of the light are different in the fiber in that condition, then it'll just read as some different output.
I can't even speak on
obviously.
it. Yeah, I can't even speak on that. I wouldn't know what to say. You know what I mean? I'd have to look at the setup.
I mean, it's the only thing I could think of.
Bizarre.
Because inside it, so this is drawn, like fiber optic cables are like drawn glass, right? And glass is technically still, it's actually not even a solid. It's supposed to be still in some quasi-solid liquid state. Right? They've said, I've heard when I was a kid, I've never verified, that very old glass is thicker at the bottom than the top because it's flowing.
Nah.
So if that's true, it might be more susceptible to outgassing than a regular material. I don't know. I'm speculating. I'm just guessing.
I'm just trying to throw this Bob Nodell video tag into the same chat.
Yeah.
With and without the tracking data to see if the thumbnail comes up, and neither is the case. So I'm going to take the tracking out again.
Indio, you ever seen the pitch drop experiment?
Pitch drop? I don't think so.
It's like back in the day they used to think pitch was a solid, and then somebody's like, "Oh, it's a liquid." Yeah, and then they put the pitch in this thing like a funnel, and like I can't remember the amount of years. Maybe Homeboy will help me out here, but I think
it was like 19 years per drop.
Yeah. So it's like it's like a leaky faucet, right? But it takes 19 years for the stretch of pitch to drop off.
They also say that really old glass panes eventually become thicker at the bottom than the top.
Yeah,
because it's
I've heard that. Because it's a semi-solid.
Yeah. Wait a minute, was that deja vu?
Yes. There's a glitch.
Mandela effect.
Was that the same black cat or a different one?
Hidden plant race. Okay, let me stay out of that. And lobby. I'm just trying to catch up on all the text that's been going by here.
Yeah, I read that comment, and that guy, I don't know. That dude's a doofus. I can't even find the video he's talking about. The guy in the Glowbusters comments.
Oh, Petey?
Yeah.
Yeah, Timbo actually posted it. It's all about this Blackpool Tower thing. Where was that?
What? They're still doing Blackpool Tower?
Live stream voice text. Yeah, Timbo posted that. Let's see, at 41 minutes after last hour.
Okay, so I'm aware of this one.
Yeah.
This Blackpool Tower image, this isn't the full image, the one that he posted. It's cropped. And you know why they cropped it? Because the horizon is too far away.
Yeah.
So they crop out the edge of this land so you can't see the water, because then you would be able to see that the horizon's past 9 miles and it should be 6 miles.
Well, the one that Timbo posted, where it is indeed zoomed in and cropped, I think this is entirely photoshopped.
It's not entirely photoshopped, because that's what I thought when I first saw it. The original of this was published in some, I think, the Irish Times, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And the person captioned it that said this is like an enhanced image or something like that. That they use some sort of color correction to fix it.
Enhanced, hey?
Like he doesn't say, he didn't take it for the purpose of proving the globe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was trying to get art and then like get it into the newspaper. He's like a freelance photographer.
Yeah. Well, then we have this one that Rayleigh Criterion posted, the 2-framer. And stacking 25 images to produce it. I think there's a bigger issue with both of these frames, and that is observer height. That if you were looking from an observer height of what Petey claims was 8 meters in the other shot that Timbo posted, you would not see this much of the foreground detail, you know what I mean, over tops of houses and shit. 10, 20,
Here, I
30,
found it. I got the
miles
original.
away.
There's so much crap in this server, bro. Like, all I had to do was search my name in Blackpool Tower, and I found the original link to the original image. Here, I'll post it in the chat.
Sure.
It's on his Flickr page.
Loading up Blackpool Lakes, yada, sure. Oh, this is supposed to be the original?
Yes. That's the original photographer right there, Kevin Jackson. Shows you the camera.
Yeah.
Show settings.
Okay, well, if...
But he does say it's edited, I think.
I did a quick perspective check in Google Earth, and I don't like to do that as a typical method, but just something quick I did last night that I was mentioning. And in order for the roller coaster on the left to be so far or so close to, far away from, so close to the tower with respect to what's going on behind it, to squeeze that many peaks in between, this is how you're going to triangulate your observer distance. And when you do that and match it on Google Earth, or at least remotely closely to the one that Timbo posted a minute or 41 minutes after last hour, you'd be out in the fucking water taking the picture, not on the land farther away. You know what I mean? This is why I'm saying that I think this is total contrivance. The look at the hills; they're all white in the background. All the the whatever they called them, the DAG or some stupid get back to the other tab. What do you call that thing? The Dow crag, right? That there's that peak, and then there's the one to the left, and then there's the one to the left, and then there's the one to the left, and the one to the left, and one to the left. That all of those peaks show the sun way off to the left in the picture. You know what I mean? At this moment that it was taken. But nothing around this amusement park or where the tower are is lit from the same angle. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
The lighting is all messed up. None of it makes sense.
It looks like a totally contrived image. And that's my problem.
Hey, brother, let me ask you this question. Have you ever seen, there's this Google Earth, and then there's a similar database, similar to Google Earth, but it's just for shadows. And it can tell you shadows at certain times of day. Have you ever seen that before?
I've heard of it. I've never been there.
Well, maybe it would help you I'm not sure because I've never used it myself, but supposedly it could help you in your deep cracking this one.
Possibly. But again, I relied on Google Earth to identify the peaks and what I should expect to see in a width and an FOV like this. And I'm pretty happy with that level of precision. But I suppose, yeah, I could be doing that too. We'll see how far I have to go. You know what I mean? How much effort really is required to prove that this is bullshit. I mean, I can appreciate that it's a low tide shot, but I don't think he took it from let me again go back to this parking lot that he claims he took it from, and I'm gonna boot my Google Earth right now because I saved it. I've already started pinning these locations, and it was the Velvet Trail Car Park, if that rings a bell for you guys. He claims that that's where this picture was taken from.
I do remember back in the day, some of the anti-flat Earth Globers were doing a lot of like composite shots with this because they were trying to do that, that back and forth shot where they say, "This is what you see, this is what you should see," and then they flip it back and forth. And so they did a lot of overlays. And maybe somebody came across one of those overlays and just thought it was the actual image, and then tried to lie and say they took the photo.
Could be. Wouldn't put it past them for a second.
Oh yeah, it's definitely happened in here many times. Not with this one, but other ones.
Okay, so let's just save that image to my old desktop. So when I follow up, I have more data. That's awesome. Thanks for posting that. Really? Good stuff, man. But yeah, to me, that's just irritating when I see that kind of thing. Maybe it's just their response to us posting stuff like Canagoo. You know?
Well, obviously the guy's just trying to run interference. You're talking about something new, and he's going to post something that, I posted this. This is back in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
6 years ago. Why are you bringing up old stuff?
Yeah,
If
why
that
are they
didn't do it-
still talking about it? Yes.
Yeah, it didn't do it then. What changed?
I guess they still haven't found a significant life purpose.
You know what my favorite?
I think they did. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Indio, you know what my favorite one is of that? It's that table with the red pieces of metal against the horizon, and then they zoom in on it and squinch it, and the red pieces of metal are curved, but they always forget to show the table in the same shot, and they keep bringing that up, dude. It's like, dude, why did you crop the table out? And they're like, I didn't. This is the image, I promise. And then I'm like, okay, let me search our history. Here it is. Oh, there's a table, and guess what? The table's curved too. Wow.
Table looks like a curved meat cleaver chopping block, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. Another good one for that type of example of exploitation is Pontchartrain. Taylor took them to task on that one. Had a great time. She went straight to the people who built that bridge, who maintained that bridge, and obtained all of the physical plans of both phases of the project. You know what I mean? And she sent them to me. So, of course, then I mapped it out to scale. And I've got a fair bit of history looking at architectural plans and stuff. And I noticed that there are no mentions of curvature, anything to do with elevational change other than strictly referring to water level. To the city indexed terms, and they're right on the plan, to do with that lake and the expected levels over time, and that it's the same data point across the entire 24 miles. You know what I mean?
It's funny how all these things segue, dude. It's funny how all these things segue together. I just searched our back history for the curved table. That came up immediately, and then other images talking about Pontchartrain also came up.
Small
That's
world.
so sad, bro.
Small world.
My goodness. I mean, Pontchartrain. If you just thought about Pontchartrain for 5 minutes, 30,000 plus cars go over that bridge daily. Right?
Yeah.
It should be like modern folklore that you could see the curve of the earth there.
Yeah, should be. There should be a sign-up place and a place to sit and look and observe it from there.
Dude, that's what I've been saying. It would be a tourist trap. Right at the end of the bridge, there'd be a little thing with binoculars and
yeah, the little put your quarter in there for 20 seconds to look through it and
globes.
Yeah, people
I used
from
to
all
think
over America, from all over the world to see that.
Yeah, but remember when Brian Mullen was doing Force the Line? I used to think that would be a good place to put Force the Line, right out against the side of the bridge. So as you're driving along the bridge, you can see the Force the Line, stay parallel with the water, or raise up.
Well, I don't know, man. With Force the Line, there's so much room for physical error. I mean, you got to get those suckers exactly square and support the weight and no. That's so much work and production cost. And frankly, I don't know. Conversely, I guess other side of the coin, it would be exactly the kind of thing I would expect to see in a Disney park to demonstrate curvature. You know what I mean? The guys at Disney, they've got the budget to produce something that has that kind of physical demand on tolerance.
You know what, brother? You know what? It would be a sweet roller coaster, but it's almost like a straight line where you just get on this really fast roller coaster going straight, and then you see this line on the side of you, and you and the line diverge because it's raising in altitude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If it was proven the Earth curve
or lowering, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be fun to see, along with a Cavendish experiment. That's the one I sack Globies with on Friday nights a lot, is that if mass really did attract mass, why don't we see that in Disney parks where they have gargantuan masses floating on near frictionless bearings, attracting each other over and over and over? Why don't
actually, you know what I just thought of something, dude. The best place I know Disney could pull it off, but they wouldn't do these speeds. The best place to pull off to Force the Line to where you could be on the side of it watching it would be like on a maglev bullet train, going 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, Elon, all the way. And
yeah, because you'd be able to see it. Because otherwise, like if you're going on even if you're going on a 60-mile-an-hour roller coaster, it'd be like 3 minutes minimum.
Yeah. I think we should just get the plans off the Japanese for their trains. Like they laid track, and it's all maglev, and it's all 220 miles an hour or whatever it is. You know what I mean? There's the precision demands on a layout like that are through the roof. If you want to have an avoidance of absolute disaster when you run something across it that fast. Like it's got to be dead straight And it's the reason that SR-72s don't turn while they're going really fast. You know what I mean? It's one of those. There's an inertial problem you cannot ignore at that kind of velocity. And you're right, it would be an absolutely cool thing to see. Right side by side, out your window. You know what I mean? That'd be neat. Really neat. Oh well, too bad I don't own one of those. Cool. Railway. Yeah, that'd be hot. Okay, so yeah, Kevin Jackson. That's the guy who took the picture, or claims to, back in 2021. With his Nikon. Yeah. Yes, we'll be looking into that. Just to see how things go. But guys, it's 20 after 2 my time right now. So if there's any other questions or comments you want to throw my way, now would be the time. Otherwise, I'll be doing the crash thing.
I got no questions. I'm going to be watching your videos, so...
yes, by all means.
I had a good time.
Yeah, and if you guys feel like it, the detail is everywhere. It's probably on my BitChute channel the last time I remember actually putting it somewhere. But the invite link for the Stone Cold Truth channel on Telegram is a great place to find me, other than just plain old @ManOfStone on Telegram. You just hit me up there, DM me, and I can send you the links to the relevant places. And yeah, get any subsequent questions answered, etc. Oh, there was one I was going to answer here, and it was, I believe, Wesley who just posted something. I got to find which text place that actually happened, though. And he's not in the VC with us here. So where did it go? Walk around. I should have tagged it when I found it. There it is in the lobby. Was there a reason you gave a budget for a plane that can't even fly on ILS glide slope? Well, okay. Wesley, if you're listening, if you watched my presentation yesterday, you'll notice that when I was handing out price quotes for renting planes, I also brought into the discussion protocol of calling up these people and asking them if they do indeed have ILS-related hardware on the craft as well. That I don't necessarily know that I did give a budget for a plane or recommend a particular plane that can't fly an ILS glide slope. More than that, I also pointed out that in more recent years, especially in the Garmin end of the hardware that you find in typical civilian aircraft at this level, that the graphics capabilities have really come along, and that they're using GPS-assisted function now in producing 3D representations, graphically speaking, in the display of your position relative to that glide slope. That it's not just a pink diamond on a vertical slider anymore. It's far more enhanced in terms of the experience for the pilot. So I really don't understand the question. Let's just put it that way. All right, that clears that up. And if Wesley doesn't hear this and you see him before I do, feel free to forward my answer. Or refer him to the live stream point where we're talking about it right here. Yeah. But really, when I look through the comments, and there were only half a dozen at the time immediately after the stream yesterday, there was another butthurt Globie who decided to just puke all over the place with a comment to the effect of, "Oh man, this thing has so many flaws in it, I can't even count. It's just ridiculous why anybody would even consider this thing," but gave absolutely zero substance in his comment. Just the nuh-uh hand wave, and that was it. And, geez, I wish the Globies had more to offer. Then we would have something to talk about.
Yeah, we all wish for that, man. It's not in the cards.
I guess not. Or yet, or whatever. Maybe I should watch what I asked for. But no. That's exactly what I'm asking for. Is we're in the pursuit of truth here. This is why I have been handed the title, "The Blade of Truth," by the Ether Cause boys. That it doesn't matter who says it. I'm going to objectively look at what is said, and I'm going to give my opinion on that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
We just gotta keep trucking, because it doesn't matter if they all want to slide backwards. If we don't do it, who's gonna?
Yeah, I like the other question that likes to get asked on Friday nights, and months ago even, I remember it being asked that, okay, and I think FTFE Craig is hot for this question, inclusively. It's like, okay, what kind of evidence would you need to see in order to become a Globie? And I think I've answered that question yesterday. You know what I mean? That's the kind of evidence, that's the data set that I'm looking to amass, regardless of the result. Do you know what I mean? I'm on the path towards truth. I'm walking the walk, and maybe it'll even come out.
Speaking of that, brother, can you post a link where you can get the refund if you donated to his leg surgery?
Good question. Good question. Good question. Hilarious. No, I think some effort should be put together to get the court record of how it went down when they dragged him in front of the judge for whipping out his cane and whacking somebody who wouldn't give back his wife's bike or something, whatever that story was about the dude who bought a bike and he got violent over it. Maybe connect him up with Owen Benjamin and they can swap horror stories about bikes. Just a thought. All right, gang. Well, it's been a blast, but we're hitting 2:30, and I think I better call it for now. Feel free to invite me back sometime for a specific thing that's going on. Not just the regular drag a Globie through the muck kind of thing. If something's happening, I wouldn't mind coming by and checking it out. It's kind of fun. And I'm gonna grab my fly blat and kill that bug.
Have a good one. You're always welcome back.
You too, guys. Have a good one. We'll catch you guys soon, and enjoy the stream. It was a blast to produce. Catch you then, hey.
Yeah, Giga, you don't have to think the Earth is flat to be in our channel. We have Globers that have been hanging out with us for years. Because, you came in saying like you think the Earth might be flat, but I don't really think you think that. That was my question to you when then you went back to satellites. I asked you what evidence you've seen that makes you lean toward the flat Earth, because that was your premise coming in, that you were only hung up on satellites and hurricanes, but really you really believe in the globe, right? You're a Glober, right, Giga? That seems to be the case.
Well, I don't know what shape the Earth is. I've never been to space. I've been right here on the surface the whole time.
Yeah, so what leads you to doubt the globe then?
Let's see. Laser observations at the ocean. So you can see laser light much further than what is it, 8 or 12 miles, the globe Earth say. You should be able to see. You can see lasers for like 30 and 40 miles. And that shouldn't be possible if we're on a big ball, you know?
Yeah, a lot of the laser tests, are demonstrating lasers hitting a target at distances that would be impossible on the ball of dimensions claimed. That's right.
That makes me question the ball. But also, there's things that make me question flat Earth too. So.
Yeah, I mean, if you understand laser tests and long distance observations and you've looked at the multitude of different laser tests and long distance observations that have been done, each one which is a counterexample to the geometric claim of a 3,959 mile radius sphere, then these other incidentals that are happening in the sky and could just as easily happen on a flat surface are irrelevant to the lack of curvature on the ground. The globe's just not there. If the globe were there, then the curvature would be observable and measurable. So you don't have to go to space. You said you hadn't been to space, so I don't know, like, which laser tests have you looked at?
I can't remember what the name of them was. It was just some guys on YouTube, and they were filming it, the whole thing. It's been many years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, I could show you some if you're interested, and you could look at them in more detail, because once you have an understanding of those, then these other questions about things in the sky, they can be interesting side notes, but they have no effect on the ground measurements, like you discussed. The laser
Right.
tests are conclusive. There's no globe. There's no curvature that's been measured. For example, I'll share the FE core laser test. Their longest test was 25 miles. There's a 28-mile laser test that was done in British Columbia. Can find that one for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember it was like over 20 miles away. They were able to see a laser. It was like over the water.
Yeah, so those, for example, the longest laser test for the first link, FE core, the target should have been hidden by 297 feet of drop, but the laser hit the target. So the distances, the missing curvature, it's very large, 297 feet. So it's not even close. Yeah, and the Matrix put another one in there, the Great Salt Lake laser test, 21 miles. That's cool. You've actually looked at evidence and you remember it. That's way ahead of most people that come in here.
You know what the best cure for hiccups is?
Being scared.
Globe evidence cures hiccups immediately.
Oh, I thought it would be flat evidence for Globers who would cure it. They'd be so scared. They usually seem kind of scared of it, don't you think?
Yeah, they're scared of globe evidence.
They're scared of anti-globe evidence, or they're scared?
No, they're
that
scared
there
of
isn't
globe
any?
evidence.
Yeah, because it's not there. That why they're scared.
Well, they never bring it here, and they talk about all the things that aren't globe evidence. So they must be scared of it.
Yeah, I guess so. Sounds about right.
Exactly. Because the globe evidence that's required is directly, demonstrably measured surface curvature. That's what they're scared of. That's why they always want to talk about things that aren't that, like the sky. Right? Because there is demonstrable measured surface curvature. 0. That's the value. There you go. So if they have to talk about it, they have to talk about 0 curvature as the value for the measured curvature. That's why they're scared to death of it. But our friend who was previously speaking isn't a Glober, so it doesn't apply to him.
I just looked in my DMs. I got a DM from Fight the Flat Earth that says, "When are we debating?" How should I reply? We're not booger eater, or should I just like post the gif of him eating his?
No, dude. Be like, I showed up to the place for the debate. You didn't show.
We already did. That wasn't you. Like I debated someone. They said they were Fight the Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, that'll really drive him nuts. Send him an invite to the channel. Yeah, right here, right now, 9 p.m. Politics channel. Let's go.
Yeah. Or you can eat boogers. You're welcome.
He's got to bring his own though. He's not eating mine.
That was at 3:11 p.m. Too bad I missed it.
Tell him he has to donate all the proceeds to the gynecomastomic surgery center. For the guys that didn't catch that, that means dudes with boobs.
Thanks, mate. I was wondering.
And for the other people who really don't understand what's going on, that's dudes that just look like they have these massive boobs because of their fat condition, not necessarily because they wanted to look like they have boobs, if you catch my drift. Sorry, I had to caveat that in these times.
Oh, Geiko's back. Did you watch one of those videos? Is that why you're deafened, or is that just too optimistic for me to be thinking that?
A little optimistic. I did pull the video up. I've not watched it yet.
Okay, well, I hope you will. I hope you will.
Yeah, it says this one 21 miles out. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a good one.
There's someone that did one over land, 35 miles over land on a Salt Lake bed.
Oh, were they at the same elevation? I guess so.
Wouldn't matter. It's a salt flat. It's the bottom of a lake bed, and it's the elevation profile is like maybe I can't remember exactly, but you're talking about 35 miles away. You're talking about hundreds upon hundreds of feet of differential. So it's not even close. By differential, I mean if the Earth is a globe, it's supposed to curve down and away from your observer's point at a specific rate.
What is it, like an inch for 8 miles, or what is it again? I forget. It's like
8
inches per mile.
See if I can do it real quick.
I love flat Earth. Do you
That's
love flat Earth?
great. That's beautiful. Yes, we love the flat Earth. It's so wonderful.
Oh, yes, I love it. I love it. I want a flat Earth disc for Christmas.
Flat Earth is not a disc. 23 Hashem. You're misinformed.
Oh, I'm learning more about flat Earth. Oh my God. Tell me more.
You came to the right place.
Yes.
Yeah, the misconception of a disc in space, as popularized through ridiculous internet memes, is nothing more than a
So wait.
let's say propaganda
Is the Earth
campaign.
not
Propaganda campaign.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where is
yeah,
it?
Yeah.
Like,
That's the end of my sentence. Go ahead.
Are we the center of the universe?
Many say that. Many say that. Is that what you're saying, 23 Hashem?
No.
I just burped because I'm drinking
No,
wine.
he's so gross. Somebody else could talk to him.
I'm sorry. No, they know me here. I'm a normal guy, but I'm drunk right now, so I'm a little bit exaggerated right now.
But run that ball Earth propaganda.
Are we like okay? If it's flat, does nothing exist outside of the disc?
There is no
Yes or
disc.
no?
Oh, it's you again. Get muted. Yeah, get muted, bro. LARPing ass, LARP-tastic. He's a LARP earther. He only comes here to make flat earthers look stupid by acting like a flat earther and being stupid.
Yeah, I just told him there wasn't a disc. Yeah, then he said disc again. Then Matrix had to tell him no disc. I mean, how hard is that? No disc. It's not that hard. We'll go back to Giga. Maybe it's Giga, like 1.21 gigawatts.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Put the math in there, brother.
It's more like giggity.
Says
nasty.
So the at 35 miles would be 816 feet of raw drop from a level line if the Earth was curved. But it's even worse than that because you have the off angle from the apex of the arc, right? To which would make your sight line increase even more. So I mean, seeing a laser on the ground 35 miles away while you're on the ground. I mean, it's just not possible, bro. And if I'm not mistaken, they put it in a pickup truck, shined it back at the observer's location, and then drove the truck away, and they saw the laser the whole time.
By the way, that dude 23 Hashem has Earth is round in his bio, in case you didn't notice.
Yeah. Dude, he has Earth is round in the inflections of his voice. He has Earth is round, it is permanently attached to his lips.
Also, in
Yes, Earth is round in the contours of his shadow.
It also says in the next sentence in his bio, the government is full of great people. He might as well have said the Earth is round twice.
Hey, did you know that Globers can actually prove the Earth curvature rate? Did you know that, Indio? I just realized that 3 minutes ago.
Oh,
Simple.
for you, Studio
I
Man.
want to see if you can figure it out. No, I just want to see if you can figure it out. Take like 30 seconds before I tell you the answer. It's so simple.
How globe earthers can prove the Earth curvature rate.
Yep.
They could measure it. Or did you want me to be more
Right.
specific?
And then they'd prove the Earth curvature value, correct?
Yes.
Which would be?
Proof of a globe?
No, 0.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Karma called it. I was thinking.
I told you it was so simple, dude. Like, it's so simple. It's obviously simple and so simple, but then it's like, it sounds complicated.
It's R equals 0, man.
Well, actually, me and Dandelion were talking. I was saying, Globers are afraid. I can't remember why we were talking about fear. Globers are not afraid of flat Earth evidence. They're afraid of globe evidence because the only evidence would be direct surface curvature measurements, and the curvature rate of the Earth is 0.
We were talking about it as a cure for hiccups. You brought it up.
Oh yeah, I don't have hiccups anymore. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Dude, that drunk dude was like, I've been a flat earther. I've been in this channel for 2 years. Everybody knows me. That's what he said last time he was here.
There's one the other day that said he'd been coming in and out of here for the last 2 years or over 2 years, and you look at his bio, and his account was only created 2 months beforehand.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Well, let me ask you this, Peter. Who is actually a good globe Earth debate partner? Notice I didn't say opponent. I said partner, because you'd be engaging in a debate, actually answering each other's questions, actually working together. Like, who would be a good guy to have on the other side?
Let me think. That guy, I had a good debate once on TikTok with this PhD relativity guy that looks like a nerd. Dr. Galaxis or something weird. He at least let me speak, so, at least we had an exchange there for 10 minutes.
Let me ask you this, Peter. Other than yourself, what person globe earther that debates this topic is the most substantive? Meaning, they stick to the topic, actually present evidence for their claims, actually know what the evidence says about in their claims, and have actually evaluated whatever the fucking evidence is. Who does that as a globe earther?
Mordy did a good job debating Shane and that other idiot.
Mordwin?
The ether hallucinating boys, yeah. That was a good debate about maps.
I have to give him the title, even though all his shit is retroactive. See, what he does is he goes and tries the bullshit, and then he gets cooked, and then he goes reads the shit he should have read before he said it, and then tries to take another bite at the apple.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's what he does, but at least he's trying. I'll give him credit for that.
Yeah. Well, okay, so not so bad. I think
he's just a shit debater, so I mean, not
Professor Dave would be good,
with all due
but
respect to them.
he'll never agree to.
Oh, he said it.
Are you kidding, dude? Professor Dave is the most disingenuous a-hole, dude. He's not a good debate partner. You kidding me, bro? Dude's a total loser.
Now, give me one good reason why I should let him continue. Just saying that name makes my skin crawl. He's a muppet. Fair income. It concerns me that we've got this whole pile of this young generation that look up to Professor Dave because he's got so much knowledge and wisdom and he passes it on. And all I want to do is not throw up.
Intelligence agent left because I wouldn't sign his contract.
He's probably concerned that what was coming next.
He's allergic to Matrix. Matatrix. Listen here, Matatrix.
Matatrix. Matatrix.
Isn't it Matrix?
Yeah.
Mate.
Matrix. Sounds kinky.
Oh, well.
Anyway, I can't think of a single upside thing to fight the flat earth that wouldn't be just completely ego driven. So everybody goes, "You kicked his ass." Like, so what? I wouldn't even feel good about that. It's not an achievement. Oh, I debated to fight the flat earth, then I won. Yeah, and where's the rest of the story?
Yeah, it'd be like a high schooler going to the kindergarten playground. I beat them all up.
Yeah, dodgeball, dude. Just oh, Doyle rules. Freaking just smashing him with the dodgeball.
If FTFE wants to crawl out of the primordial soup and climb his way up the ladder and come and visit us, he's more than welcome to do so. But I can assure you now, I am not going to chase him down. And I doubt it. I wouldn't expect anyone else to either, in all seriousness.
Hey, listen up, bro. He may or may not have had his leg amputated. I need to find out for sure, because I could have sworn he was having it upcoming. He was on he was on a Creality show, which, oh man, who's that guy? Flatzoid. And he was saying, "Oh, I'm going to have this done soon," and he'd be willing to accept his prayers. And so I was like, "Wait a minute, is he had his leg amputated?" But I never validated whether that was happening or not, so I'm still out in the dark.
He took money for that. He owes us the amputation. Hey, did you see that QNF video about his amputation?
What? You stream
it? I've seen it, man. It's so fucking funny, man. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Is it about FTFE's amputation or about QNF's amputation?
FTFE's amputation.
Oh, I gotta watch that.
Like, you owe us an amputation. You took my money.
Wow, I gotta watch that, dude. Well, dude, listen, dude. If you ask for an amputation money from Christians and then ask for prayer, and then you don't get amputated, it's because it was a miraculous healing. It's a good scam. And I had to go to Mexico to get the doctor because I can't afford a U.S. doctor. And then they stole the money, and I was like, "Oh my goodness, I don't know what to do." But then my leg was miraculously healed from all your prayers. And now this new yacht in my backyard, I don't know where that came from. It was just a gift from somebody.
And on this latest episode of Judge Judy, the money or the leg?
Flicks at you.
No.
Flicks ahead.
Yes. Tell me more.
You guys are a bunch of stupid buttheads, and the Earth is a globe.
Prove it.
Oh, Mansky's in a bad mood today. Gosh. I didn't expect that.
Bad mood today. Oh my gosh.
Speaking of copers,
You know,
here's
mock
number
is
two.
really the most childish thing one can
I
do.
know.
Imitation is the greatest form of flattery.
Yeah, it makes me want to talk like a valley girl more for Nables. Hey, Nables, gag me with a spoon.
That was like that can be done, but I was more so mimicking your southern accent.
Oh, yeah, I wish I had a southern accent. That'd be so cool.
I'm going to stay by telling them what kind of accent you have.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think I've been accused of having a southern accent before. So, yeah, maybe once or twice.
You don't go too far south, you'll end up sounding like me.
Wisconsinner?
Yeah, I just want to point out. The other day, me and AV were speaking to Maz, and we wanted him to have a debate with Peter, right? And Maz was acting all like he didn't know who the fuck Peter was anymore, even though they were GF6 squad, right? Best buddies. And then they both fucking pop in there, right, at the same time. And they're on this drive to get Indio to give FTFE content.
Yeah, exactly.
Are they getting a royalty?
So, yeah, Peter, still highly sus.
Dude, I don't know if you know this. I told Peter on X, man, when he first started this little shtick he's doing. Tom said, Peter, you're never going to be considered a flat earther until you debate a Glober. Like, actually debate a Glober, like, on YouTube, the same way you debated flat earthers on YouTube. So, because he can't say that he's averse to that, because he's already done it.
I haven't even seen him, heard him put forth coherent arguments as to why he knows the Earth is flat yet in here.
True. I mean, that's true. But I wasn't even holding him to that standard. Because that's not enough for me. Not from him, because he could parrot the flat earth arguments. If he wants to convince me, him, that started I can't say it, GF6, insert the whatever F word you think appropriate after the G. Yeah, so since he was like in a cult against flat earth, he needs more than just parrot flat earth arguments to convince me. He needs to actually put his face, like he already has done, on the internet, debating the other way, which he'll never do.
I'll put my face on the internet against flat earth.
No, you don't understand. Look, Peter has debated flat earth and put his face on the internet for the globe side, and now says he's a flat earther. So in order for me to believe that, he needs to do the same in the opposite direction. I don't care about your face.
So he needs to put his face on the internet, and then
he already did.
And then dissolve.
He just needs to do the same thing in reverse. Do you understand? I'm holding him to the same standard he held himself to.
Does this guy even understand the context of the conversation here? Who are you?
He needs to argue against flat earth in favor of the guard.
How much heroin did you do?
Sir, I've got a question. Sorry. How
Less
can you
than you to believe in flat earth.
I don't believe flat earth, though.
Oh, okay, cool.
It is flat. Like, I don't have to believe it.
Some of us.
Yeah. I can just go, like, I go by the Atlantic Ocean. I can just walk over there and look at the earth being flat.
Yeah, I understand your mistakes.
Want to know what looks flat? Flat things.
Okay, right.
You know what also looks flat? Big round things.
How do you know that?
Because I'm on a big round thing.
That's circular logic.
Yeah, you talking about fallacies. You talking about fallacies doesn't make any difference because you don't understand the biggest
still circular logic
of fallacies, which is the one that you're promulgating right now.
Which one?
The oldest conspiracy theory.
Which conspiracy theory is that?
The one where people thought that they were going to fall off the edge of the earth
No one ever
when they
thought
went
that.
sailing.
No one ever
Yeah, they
thought
did.
that.
Yeah, they
Okay,
did.
but I
If you
want a
read a
primary
history
source.
book, if you read a
I know I
history
want a
book, then you
primary.
would know that.
No, I don't. Look, that is apocryphal. Okay, I want a primary source.
You want a primary source of all
A primary
of the
source is
historian...
someone writing that shit down that the contemporary people of their time thought they'd sail off the edge of the earth. Like something from the 1600s, 1400s,
Yeah,
1200s.
look
That's
it up,
how you do
brother.
history, right? I mean, look it
Yeah,
up.
look it up. Look it up.
Where
I'm
do
not
I
gonna
look? Tell me where to
spoon
look
feed
it
you.
up.
I'm
Tell me
not
where to
going
look
to
it up.
spoon feed you.
It's your
Anywhere.
claim. You need the evidence.
Yeah, the evidence is everywhere.
The evidence is your claim?
No, the evidence is
The
everywhere.
evidence is everywhere. But, like,
Everywhere.
in my cupboard.
Okay, you're just going on mute. I'd rather talk to the other guy that had a legitimate question. Go ahead,
Hummus.
Hummus? Was that what it was? Hummus? Hummer.
Yes.
Oh, right. Someone called my name. Yes, I had a question. Right. So, I don't know how the flat Earth is still a thing after the 24-hour sun. Like, what on earth is going on over here?
Okay,
It's just preposterous now.
Okay,
This
so
is counter.
can you tell us how the 24-hour sun disproved the flat Earth?
You just.
I asked a question. I want you to answer it. How
Okay,
did
this
the
is
24-hour sun
team
disprove a flat Earth?
Right. Make a circular table. Go to the edges
we're not
of the
talking about a table. We said
and
the
try
flat
to
Earth.
simulate a sun.
Sorry, why?
The inability to make a simulation is not a disproof. Okay.
Sorry, India. Why is this table circular?
It can be whatever you like. It can be whatever you like. The idea is that you've got some sort of table. You go to the edges of.
Your ideas are not proof of anything. Now I asked you again, how does the observation of a 24-hour sun disprove a flat Earth? I don't care about your imagination.
You're on the edges.
I want a logically coherent statement.
If you simulate it, you go to the edges.
A simulator of what?
The sun is supposed to go around.
Okay, a simulator of what? What is this simulating? What is this simulating? What is this simulating? What is this simulating?
Okay, I want to say something, right?
I'm going to ask you for the fifth fucking time. What is your simulator simulating?
I want to say something. Just before I answer that, I want to say
No, you're getting muted. Dude, answer the fucking question. Or shut up forever. What is your simulation simulating? Hummus, what is your simulation simulating?
Oh, did you unmute me? Thank God. Goodness gracious, what the fuck is that?
Okay.
Fucking embarrassing.
You got one more chance to answer the question. What's your simulation simulating?
Let me say something before I answer.
No. You're not the mod. This isn't conditional on what you fucking say.
You're also fucking stupid. My God.
That's really a great argument. You really cooked us. You said we're stupid. Oh, you're amazing. I want to know. You made a claim, and I'm just. Well, you made a claim.
I'm not a scientist. I'm a simpleton.
We were well aware of that.
I'm a simpleton, and I'm just echoing simpleton thoughts. So let me just echo simpleton thoughts. Okay. So prior to the 24-hour sun, you had multiple flat earthers say that, well, a 24-hour sun would pose serious challenges.
Like who?
I think Baronism did that. I think Whitsitt did that. I think
he didn't.
multiple people
No, Whitsitt did not say that. You just made that up.
Not Whitsitt. Jeranism did do that, though.
Jeranism said a lot of things, hasn't he?
Yeah, but
and what does that mean if Jeranism says whatever Jeranism? We don't follow Jeranism. We've never followed Jeranism. Nobody follows Jeranism. The only one that seems to be obsessed with him are Glovers.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
And even if see, this is what you Glovers don't understand. You try to apply the way you think about the world to us. You think about the world. No, you think about the world in an authoritarian hierarchy in which the edicts come from on high and people believe it based upon something that somebody says. That's not how we formulate our worldview. Our worldview is created by the natural world and empirical evidence of that world, not what Jaren said. We don't care what Jaren said. Who cares what Jaren said? What does that mean?
Look, I don't care what Jaren said. I'm collecting people's thoughts. It's not an absolute thing. I understand that.
Jeranism is an idiot.
Or something.
Dude, listen. Most flat earthers think Jeranism is an idiot and have thought that for a long time.
Okay, right. Well,
going way back, even before Beyond the Curve, that documentary, people thought he was a fucking idiot. Even way back then. You guys give him merit.
Okay, right.
You guys are obsessed with him. Real flat earthers ignore him.
Okay, right. Well, I'm still telling you.
Bulbers watch his shit. That's the crazy thing.
If you create, your own little experiment. So, not an experiment, your own simulation, right?
Of what?
I told you, like, you've got a little table. It's flat. It's
what are we simulating?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what we're simulating.
It doesn't make any sense. A sun going around.
You're not making any coherent argument. You can't tell us what we're simulating, and then you're saying it doesn't make sense. I agree. If you're making a simulation of a thing you don't know what you're simulating, that makes no sense. Then it's not a simulation, because similar means similar, and you don't even know what you're making similar to. So simulation of what, dude?
What do you mean simulation of what?
You said
my word.
Simulation of what we're experiencing.
So what is your simulation a simulation of it? This is your idea. Don't ask me to fill in your blanks.
Okay,
what is your little tabletop test? Simulate.
Okay, right. You're on the edges of it, supposedly.
Why?
And,
why? What edges?
Well, that was the idea of that experiment, unless you believe it's some sort of hoax.
The idea? So simulating a round table. What are you simulating, dude?
When were
Bro,
this is what you don't.
No, you're trying to gaslight me out of my experience.
No, you made up a flat Earth in your head and then tried to push it on.
Going to fall for it.
No, brother. No, the flat Earth you don't believe in. We don't believe in that flat Earth either. So the table simulation that's simulating a flat Earth, that's a flat Earth we don't believe in.
Okay,
that's why I asked
you. Did the experiment take place on the edges of
the edge? What edge? Who believes in an edge?
This is why I stopped you at table, right? Because that would have a finite distance and have a shape to it. Like, you circular table. This is where you keep getting edges from. No flat earther in this room is making a claim to the shape of the table. We can't do so.
How are we doing today?
Shh. Clearly talking. So at the moment, you'll be annoyed you interrupted.
Clearly? I'd rather find...
Okay, right. Guys,
you understand what Ego's trying to point out, my friend?
How does it even work on any sort of...
Well, darling, if the Earth was flat, would there be a sunset? Would the sun set?
Okay. Yeah, well... I mean, I think according to the flat Earth idea is that it's going to...
I'm not asking about what a flat Earth idea is. I'm asking you, sir.
This is where he's got a problem, right? He thinks that we think the Earth is a disc, like an AE map, like people have made claims to, and he thinks that this is a true representation of flat Earth. We don't make this claim to the dimensions of the Earth. To tell you it was circular and people are standing on the edge of it, looking inwards. We don't make that claim, dude. That's a map. That's a bit of, I don't know, a straw man, let's call it that, because it most definitely is. So that's not what we say the Earth is. So this observation of a 24-hour sun doesn't really debunk a measurement of the surface of the Earth anyhow. It might, from some people's point of view, debunk a map, but those people would be stupid if they reified a map, wouldn't they?
Okay, right. So the measurement of the Earth, you measure it as flat, but the globe
Earth is a horizontal reference datum.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I've seen this line of reasoning before, but the globe Earthers are going to say that, well, refraction.
They can say refraction all they want. They still don't have a direct measurement of Earth curvature.
That's the problem. They can't justify the refraction claim.
Right. So the globe Earth,
How would they justify? No. This is very fundamental.
Right?
This is very fundamental. You just don't, you're trying to whisper past
I'm giving
radio
you.
to
I'm
get
giving
free
you points, dude.
What's the justification for refraction? What is it?
So it's flat refraction makes it a ball.
What is the justification for refraction? Do you want to know what their justification is? That the Earth looks flat. That's their justification.
That's great.
Okay. Well,
is it not? Is it not the justification for it that the Earth looks flat? And the flatter it looks, the more refraction there is.
Okay.
Think about that for a second. They have no justification for that other than a flat Earth.
No. I've heard it said before. It's respectable.
You've never heard that before, okay? You've never thought about it that way before. You've never heard that before because only I've said that. Okay, the only justification.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about it's the idea that the globe Earth idea, it depends on refraction.
It's worse than that, brother. But it depends on gravity. So check this out, Hummus. You probably never thought of
What?
Check this out. No, just listen for a second. You might find this interesting. Okay, they say in the globe Earth idea is that gravity has a bunch of particles and then it forms the Earth into a ball. That gravity then makes the air form a pressure gradient. And that pressure gradient causes light to bend around that ball in such a way that that ball looks flat. Now think about that. Gravity creates flat-looking balls.
Right.
Yeah, dude. That's how retarded their fucking worldview is.
Okay, look. I'm not saying that I'm not even a globe Earther.
I know that I said their worldview, not your worldview.
I understand. Okay.
I know it's not your theory. We realize this. And nobody that comes in and defend it, it's not their theory, but they defend it like they're the ones that invented it.
Sorry to interrupt. You must understand that any claim of refraction is just be the backwards engineering of any observation to the preconceived idea that the Earth is a sphere. You understand that, right? No matter the conditions of the day, refraction takes place, so any observation has got to be backwards engineered to the Earth being a sphere and those diagrams. So we must bend the light in our mathematical formulas and little diagrams to conclude our worldview that we preconceive. Refraction's not a good answer, dude.
Okay. But I want to circle back to the 24-hour sun with all due respect.
Okay.
So I just bear with me.
Okay. All due respect, you change subject. Okay.
So the guys that went, to that planet and they conducted their experiments and whatnot. The flat earthers, when they witnessed the 24-hour sun, all of them, I believe, they said that it poses, it throws a curveball, right?
Which is still a flat earther. What are you talking about?
No, I understand. They're still going to hold to their beliefs, but it did throw a curveball.
What does that mean?
Sometimes I don't have the time to research the topic.
What does that mean?
What do you mean hold to his beliefs?
And so I sort of appeal to the opinions of experts in certain scenarios until I've done my own in-depth research.
All it was a debunking of a preconceived. Sorry, my friend. All it was a debunking of a preconceived idea. That idea was a reification of a map.
Right.
And again, this is no fault of anyone. Right, this map was really here when we all got here, right? So don't really know where it came from. It's not my map, not India's map. It wasn't Whitsit's map. It's not Jerenis's map, right? It's just an idea that maybe it looks like this, but it's just a reification of a map, and that map is a projection of a globe. So that's a globe map, really. But ultimately, from no fault of anybody's, this straw man was burnt down in Antarctica. People are coming to understand that we shouldn't really reify maps.
So, Hummus, okay, before this test was ever done, they were told no observation of the sun can prove what the Earth is, just as a matter of logic. They were told this. They knew this. They should have known this because it's very simple. Can you prove what your house is made out of by looking at your neighbor's house?
No.
Okay. You can't prove what the Earth is by looking at something that is not the Earth. You know that, right? So, very simply, simple logic. It's not even complicated. Another thing they should have maybe checked out is how the 24-hour sun's even predicted in the first place. You know what? They don't use a globe to predict whether a 24-hour sun would happen or not. They use a different model, a model in which you are the origin of coordinates no matter where you are. No matter where you are. And it's relative to the celestial equator and where the sun should be at that time of year. That's it. There's no globe. There's no flat Earth. There's nothing. This is what time and date uses, sun calc, and all those things. And thirdly, on my X account, after the 24-hour sun, I posted a thing, and all the main frickin' Globers, it's a simple question. Yes, the 24-hour sun was observed. Please put it in a logical syllogism. How this proves a globe or disproves a flat Earth, and no one could do it. Because it doesn't do it and can't do it as a matter of logic. It's not possible. I don't even. But the main thing is, you can't even claim that it matches a globe prediction because you don't have a globe prediction that it happens. You have an explanation. You have a just so story that it would happen, but you don't have any mathematical model that predicts it would happen. Because you can't even do that. How would you even do that? Think about it. You want to predict where the sun is on the sky. Hold on, dude. This is important. If you want to predict where the sun is in the sky in the globe model, how are you going to model that three-dimensionally? A fucking sun 93 million miles away? You sitting on the surface of the Earth, where the Earth is relative in the height of the orbital plane, where it is in the fucking what do you call it? In obliquity of the fucking orbit, and you're going to position it, and then you're going to have to project that onto a fucking plane to see where the sun looks like it is. That would be an actual globe model of a 24-hour sun. No one does that. No one's ever done that. No one can do that. Okay, so you don't even have a globe model that would even predict whether that would happen. You have a half-ass observer-centric model assuming a celestial fucking sphere. And that's what exists. Not an Earth sphere, a celestial sphere. And maybe they should have told everybody this before they went on their little adventure to Antarctica to prove nothing. All they proved is there's a 24-hour sun at some spot on the ice in Antarctica.
And that's quite pertinent.
But it doesn't mean anything other than there's a 24-hour sun on some spot on the ice in Antarctica.
No, this is all malarkey. I mean, if you didn't witness the 24-hour
that's nuh-uh is not a reputation, dude. Nuh-uh is not a reputation, brother.
It's just nonsense.
Yeah, that's not a reputation either.
What's the 24-hour? What does it mean when you see a 24-hour sun?
No, we're just dancing around.
What does it mean?
Yeah, you said I gave you substantive arguments, and you said nuh-uh.
No, I mean, look, you can't model it on a flat plane.
Yeah, I gave you substantive. Yeah, that's cool. What flat Earth is that you're modeling it on?
No matter what you do. So
what model are you using? What model are you using? Yeah, what model are you using?
It's literally impossible.
I just gave you a model that works on a flat Earth. The model that's used now, time and date, which is an observer-centric model.
So we're no longer using AE, we're using something else, are we?
The AE works to tell you your local longitude and the time. That's it. That's all it's ever meant for. That's what it's designed for.
Okay.
It says that's what it's patented as a longitude and time calculator. You know that's what it's printed on the map, right? That's what the patent is for. Longitude and time calculator.
So you're saying that?
It's not what I'm saying. It's what the U.S. Patent Office is saying.
Okay. All right.
What the patent says. What's the map says? They printed right on it. You know, maps come with instructions on how to use them. The Gleason's maps got front and back instructions on what it is, how to use it. It's an extortion of a globe, though there's other extortion means a twisting. So they added some features to it, which are a little different than a straight AE projection. I'm not going to get into the details of that. But if it's wrong, the globe's wrong.
Okay, I'm not a globe, just to clarify. But okay, whatever.
Well, you have to understand that the coordinate system itself, latitude and longitude, are a projection of the celestial sphere. They're not a projection of a globe, because you can't find latitude and longitude without the sky. You can't use purely terrestrial means to find your latitude and longitude. You have to reference the sky. This proves that the coordinate system is based on the sky. Okay? It's very simple. And since the coordinate system is based on the sky, you don't need to assume anything is under you. All you have to do is look at the sky and disregard the ground. So the way a 24-hour sun is predicted now uses a certain model of being underneath points on a celestial sphere. A flat Earth, it's just as justified for a flat Earth to use it as a globe. In fact, it's more justified because we're measuring 90-degree angles from a plane. We're not measuring the 90-degree angles of the solar elevation and the azimuth from the surface of a curve. We're more justified to use time and date than you guys are to say this is the globe model.
Okay, all right.
Do you understand that the globe model for predicting it? I just want to make sure you understand this. The globe model, the so-called globe model for predicting a 24-hour sun, doesn't actually use a globe within the mathematics.
We're getting quite complicated with all due.
It isn't complicated.
No, it is. You're delving into mathematics now.
No, listen. In the mathematics,
I can't verify any of this information. I need to
you can. You go on the U.S. Naval Observatory website.
No, dude. You're talking about mathematics now. Look, you're making things needlessly complicated. And
you're doing. No, you Globers are doing stolen valor. No, you Globers are doing stolen valor. You're claiming you have a globe model of the sun and you don't. You're just claiming it.
No, I don't. Look.
Okay, post right now the globe model for the 24-hour sun. Post it in the chat right now.
I'm not a glober. I'm simply posing problems.
Post their model.
Yeah.
Post their model, 24-hour sun in the chat.
He wouldn't be able to tell if a model would work or not because he doesn't know the globe, how it would work on a globe. So how can he say if it would work on flat Earth or not?
He doesn't know how it would work on a flat Earth either. He doesn't know how the sun works at all. That's the whole point of this.
If you're not a glober and you're not a flat earther, what are you?
I'm a questioning agent. That's what
Maybe just agent.
That's hilarious. I'm an agent.
It's really simple. What you've been sucked in by stolen valor. You've heard a whole bunch of You've heard a whole bunch of times that there's a globe model that predicts a 24-hour sun. There is not.
Look,
what don't you understand?
Famous.
Hummus, I'm going to ask you one more time. Let me ask you this: do you think there exists a globe model that predicts a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? That they're out there somewhere. I can go on the internet, look at a textbook somewhere, and find the equations to predict. Why are you talking over me? Why are you talking over me? Do you think that I can go find a globe model that predicts the 24-hour sun somewhere out there in the academic literature based upon a globe?
I haven't looked at it. But
okay, so why do you think that the globe predicts 24 hours?
It's probably easier to explain it. It doesn't mean that it's true, but it's probably easier to explain it more so than an FE. And like I said, many, FE thinkers, they do admit that it is a curveball. That's all I'm saying.
No. You just tried to move it. You just tried to get in the same bullshit.
Look,
Hummus. No, it's not going to be allowed. Okay? No. You just said many FE people. You could only name one fucking person.
No, I swear,
and you just tried to go right back to the same bullshit guy you told in the beginning.
No, it is
Dude.
a curveball. Oh my god.
It's not. It's a curveball to Jeranism.
Right.
That's all
Well,
you've established.
Jeranism is a thinker, isn't it? Like he's done
Jeranism's
more
a
research
fucking-
than I.
Oh,
He's
really?
a proponent. He's a proponent for the globe. Jeranism is a glober.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought. Did he change?
Changed a while ago.
He's a grifter.
He stopped calling himself a flat earther almost 5 years ago.
Okay, all right.
He made
called
enough
himself
money
a
on
true
Flat Earth.
earther.
Now he's
That's
trying
what
to
he
make
started
money off
calling himself.
Globe Earth.
Jeranism
Still don't
started
think-
calling himself a true earther 5 years ago.
Still don't think it's a curveball. Right?
I think
What do you even mean by that?
Like
no, this curveball to you, my friend.
unmodelable. It's unmodelable.
But the
It's
globe doesn't.
unmodelable.
You are correct. It is unmodelable in 3D space for the globe too.
No.
That's what I was just explaining to you for over 5 minutes. That it is okay. That is true. Okay, Hummus, post in the chat the globe model that predicts a 24-hour sun right now.
I never looked into it.
Okay,
Based
then
on
why are you
my
telling me
intuition,
it's
though.
not true? Because I have looked into it.
Okay, fine. Based on my intuition, though.
Your
I just-
intuition.
Because it's a
We're going to
fucking
go with
globe,
Hummus's
dude.
intuition.
If you're on a spinning globe, it's more explainable. Come on, just using your.
What does that even mean?
brain.
More explainable? What does that mean?
It doesn't mean that it's true. It just models that
It
phenomenon.
sounds better. Makes you feel better. No, you
That's
don't
all
have
that
a
he
model.
knows.
You just keep
That's
saying
why.
model when you don't have a model. You got told there's a globe model.
No one
of
has a model.
No,
dude.
shut up,
Dude,
bro.
no one
Shut
has
up.
a model.
Shut up, dude. You got told there was a 24-hour sun predicted by a globe model, and that was false.
Right.
And you believe it, and you still believe it, and you're fighting for something that
Right.
doesn't exist. You're literally fighting for something that doesn't exist, Thomas.
No, I'm not a glober, nor am I a flat earther, so I'm immune.
But you're fighting for a belief that there is a globe model of it that predicts a 24-hour sun when there is not.
Okay,
How many times am I going to tell you this?
If
You
what you're saying is
adopted a
true,
belief that is untrue.
You are a person on Discord. I need to do my own research.
That's fantastic.
But I never looked into the other side.
Okay, I told you what would
Because
be
I was-
required to even do it, right? Do you think
Look,
a model?
I'm scientific. I eliminate all possibilities, and whatever remains.
You have no. I am scientific. No, you're not.
No,
You're
I
very
truly
far
think
from
I
it.
am. I truly think I'm scientific.
Go do some
Oh.
science.
Yeah, you might want to rethink that thought.
Yeah, you might want to reevaluate your aptitude.
All right.
You're making claims with no scientific basis, and you're calling yourself scientific.
No, on what claim did I make? That the 24-hour sign is unmodelable.
No. What you said was it's easily explainable, but that's not how science works. Science is based upon empirical observation, not explanations. So you have an empirical observation of a 24-hour sun. Well, you would need to fit that into some geometry to infer that the Earth is a globe from that. And such a geometric calculation does not exist and is not done because it's nigh impossible. Because you got to convert an orthographic coordinate system with fucking large numbers and large uncertainties because the small angles, right? You have very small deviations of angle, which will cause a large deviation in the way something appears, right? So if you're off by, I don't know, one 1/100th of fucking degree in the direction the sun is, right? The sun is going to be displaced at the other end by freaking hundreds of thousands of miles. Okay? Not only do you got to take this orthographic coordinates and then turn them into a projective coordinate perspective, right? A perspective projection to see what the sun, quote unquote, looks like. Because we're talking about what the sun looks like, right? Is that not what we're talking about? What the sun looks like?
Okay, right.
And we see in a projective geometry. So you have to convert the Euclidean orthographic coordinate system into a perspective projection, and then do that math, and then to see what it looks like. No one does this. It's fucking nearly impossible.
Okay, right.
Okay, so there is no globe model for where the sun should be. We use a simplified model based upon a celestial sphere. This is easily verifiable, and it's just as justified for us to use it as it is for the Globers because it is agnostic about the ground. It doesn't say anything about the ground. It only says something about the observer. The observer is at the origin of coordinates. If the Earth is a globe in that model, the Earth is a point in space. A point, a geometric point with no dimensions.
Right.
Okay? This is what the math says. So when you say there's a globe model of this, no, there's a fucking story. There's no globe model about it. Stolen valor, bro. That's all it is.
Stolen valor.
Stolen valor, claiming that a model that is not a globe is a globe model. Like when someone goes on Time and Date or SunCalc or the U.S. Naval Observatory and looks up when the sunrise is, they think that that is using a globe model when it is not. They just make it up in their head. They have no basis for thinking it. No one ever told them that. They just fill in the blanks. Earth's a globe. That must be what they're using. The same with eclipses. Oh, eclipses? They predict eclipses. Oh, it must be a globe they're using. They're not using a globe for that either. People just fill in the blanks with their imagination.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think eclipses use a globe to predict them when they happen and all that shit? They use some heliocentric model with orbiting balls and all that?
Okay, I've got a question. Let's say
I had a question.
Let's say you went to Antarctica or whatever, wherever, right? And and let's say for example you didn't observe
fucking eating a penguin
a 24-hour sun, right? Let's say you didn't observe a 24-hour sun. Do you think you would use that as evidence?
No.
For a flat plan?
Wouldn't prove flat Earth.
Do you think you would?
That's the point. You can't disprove
the globe Earth or something.
No. Because listen, they could go to Antarctica and see the sun.
Isn't it valuable data though?
India already answered this question earlier.
You can see the sun.
Dude.
It's valuable data about the sun, though. It's not valuable data about the Earth.
India answered this question earlier. Why are you asking again? He gave you the analogy of looking at somebody else's house.
Needlessly complicated.
Don't look at somebody else's house to figure out the dimensions of yours.
Okay, I'm going to be blunt. I'm going to be blunt. I can't process all the information that's coming at me.
Okay, so I'm just gently reminding you. Answer this question. Don't make observations of the sun to determine the Earth shape, much like looking at your neighbour's house to figure out the dimensions of yours.
Come on, dude. What?
You can't prove the thing by looking at not the thing. You understand that? What's so hard to understand about that?
You can't prove the thing by not looking at the thing.
No, by looking at not the thing. By looking at something that is not the thing in question. You can't look at something else. If I want to know what you are, I can't look at what somebody else is. Do you understand?
Right, and so what you're looking at, quite clearly, so you're looking at the Earth, and quite clearly it is that.
You're looking at
now
the sun.
I'm looking at something else to try to prove that that original thing is not the thing. Is that the idea?
That's basic logic.
Okay,
not even an idea.
Okay, I've got
like the law of identity, bro.
I've seen this sort of reasoning before. What if
in the law of identity?
I should fucking hope so.
What if your senses? Why are you laughing?
Because you've seen that reasoning before, when you were in preschool and you put the square block into the square hole and you put the round block into the round hole. Yeah, you saw it then. Yeah, it's patronizing. I'm glad you identified it. Good job. You're getting better.
My
You
goodness,
identified
you guys are
patronizing. Well done.
How rude. How rude. This is
Yes,
just a
he's now,
troll. And
he's now identifying reality. He's identified rudeness and
guys, no one's
patronizing.
stepping in.
Well done.
No
Well
one is, you
done.
fucking assholes. Goodness gracious.
It's funny.
You're a troll with a You're so clever. Look at you. You're so clever.
Yeah,
I'm a
your voice
dumbass.
is changing.
We're clever
Your voice keeps
hillbillies.
changing. It's very weird.
No, that's because you muted me and I got angry. Don't do that, please. I was respectful all the way through. Please don't
Everything
mute.
that's been spoken about in the last 20 or so minutes has been basic logic and
Fuck
reasoning.
Discord. Like, this is Discord. What do I expect?
Dude, if you were paying attention, it is real basic stuff.
No, okay, right. Maybe I'm a dumbass. Then treat me like a dumbass. Okay?
No, not treating you like a dumbass. Just pointing it out. You probably haven't thought. Hold on.
Right.
Trying to give you a bit of a knowledge branch. You probably haven't thought about it from the point of view before because it's a preconceived notion and a foregone conclusion that the Earth is a sphere from many people's points of view. And they probably haven't really thought about it. But when you think about it, it's kind of really simple and it's basic. Really, it's logical. That's all we're pointing out.
Have you ever considered that the globe idea is built completely on fallacious reasoning? Right from the ground floor.
Right, I'm not a globe earther. Quite possibly. That's true.
Well, it is.
Okay.
It's based upon affirming the consequent. You have to assume a globe, and then you go out into nature, and then you cherry pick and look for things that confirm it. And things that don't confirm it, you ignore or come up with some phenomenological thing that can't be measured or verified to say, hey, it looks flat, therefore refraction, or something like that. They do this all over the place. That's just one example, but this is done all over the place. It's like duct taping the globe together. Things like tides, seasons, there's all these anomalies, right? That they have some justification that, it fits within the globe. With this, we're gonna just talk about there's some special phenomenon that happens. And how do we know the special phenomenon that happens? Because it doesn't match the globe here in this particular phenomenon we watch, such as tides, right? So people think tides are caused by the fucking moon pulling the oceans of the world. What they don't know is that most of the oceans of the world experience no tides at all. The vast majority, I would guess probably like 60% of the ocean has no tides at all. What do we do with that anomaly? How do they explain that away? Why isn't the moon pulling on that water? Why? We know the Earth's a globe. It's got to be something happen. No, they've come up with some crazy model with 20 variables called an anthropomorphic point or something. Right? So they have some convoluted model to how to maintain how this body of water negates gravity using 50 variables like current, temperature, wind, all these sorts of things, because you got to negate the tides there. So they create a complex model on how the Earth is not subject to gravity at that place. In the same way that it affects the other water. Okay, this is done all over the place, where they have these band-aids that they stick on shit. Selenelian eclipse. That's an eclipse where the sun and moon are above the horizon. And the Earth, the so-called shadow of the Earth is moving down the moon. It's called the impossible eclipse. They say, hey, dude, that's refraction causing that. But even so, that refraction explanation can't account for the shadow coming from the top because it's coming down from above the sun and the moon. But you're standing on the Earth, which is under the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon are between from where the shadow is coming from and where you are. It's physically impossible. Can't be caused by fucking a globe Earth. But, they just say refraction. And everybody's like, oh, refraction, fine. No, that makes sense. This happens all over the place. And the reason we're here is that people just don't understand. I don't know what people think, why we're here, but it's a very simple thing why we're here. There's a bunch of claims on the table that people have made. And that has been pushed around Western civilization. We went out and we tested that shit, and the real world doesn't agree with what they're saying. It's literally that fucking simple.
There's a lot of preaching. tonight.
Well, I'm just giving you the basis. It's not a preaching. I'm telling you,
No,
like,
it's quite
the
religious,
intellectual
darling. It's quite
foundation.
religious. It's symptomatic of a
Oh,
religion.
shut it.
What did I say that was religious?
You don't need to do all of this talk. Honestly, it's fatiguing.
It's not for
What
you.
was
Yeah, he
quite
could have just
religious
said
when I
it's
said
flat.
we go?
Deal with it.
Fine.
It's just I don't have time for
Was the
it.
religious part the
Just
part where I
go.
said we go check in the natural world? Was that the religious part?
Just wait.
No, it's just typical. I mean, goodness gracious.
Was that the religious
Pearls to
part?
swine,
Going on
India.
ways of double think, aren't there? It's going
What are
to
you?
manifest.
So now
It's
you
going to
can't
manifest
address in substance
long.
anything that was just said to you. So now you're going to talk
Yeah.
about us and make social commentary because you can't address
Yeah.
anything of substance.
I don't have
Why
time.
don't you actually address what I said?
It's just a lot of info, dude. Look,
Dude,
I've
I
got a
can
short
summarize all our conversations very quickly. You brought up the 24-hour
I need written shit to be submitted to me. I don't.
Dude, I don't
pay
write in
attention.
fucking Google Gaga. This is
Yeah,
like baby
fuck
talk
that.
level, bro.
Yeah.
No, you can't look, you're confused about basic shit.
Maybe I am.
By the law of identity and saying the law of identity is like you recognize that logic.
No. Don't strangle me on that. It was just a misunderstanding. I know what you're talking about. It just took me a while to latch on because it's been a long day or whatever.
I think you have a bias.
People are going through different things in life, right? But anyhow,
sorry to hear that.
Yeah, dude, it's just a lot of information, and
it's really not.
What can I do? No. Okay, you know what? It isn't. At the moment, it is for me.
Okay. Well, do you want me to summarize this so you can internalize it? I can summarize it in probably like 7 sentences. Okay. It's really simple.
Go on, I'll pay very close attention.
They made a false. They had a false premise that somehow looking at the sun could prove the shape of the Earth. They also had another false premise where they thought there was a globe model that predicted the sun in the first place. Okay, they can't actually say how the 24-hour sun or any other sun could prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth, no matter what they observe. They can't say in any way how observing the sun do any fucking thing, no matter what it did, can prove what the shape of the Earth is. Sun could have done fucking loop-de-loops and fucking whirls. That wouldn't have disproved the globe or a flat Earth. At best, it could have disproved the heliocentric model that did whoop-de-whoops and whirls, but the Earth could still be a globe just flipping around in space like mad, right?
Right. Okay, so from what I gather, right, you've got the law of identity, and they're using a different, observation to disprove what's apparently apparent, and they can't even use the flat Earth. And they can't even use the 24-hour sun. They can't model it effectively in a globe Earth. So why am I here complaining about it being modeled in the flat Earth? And both sides should shut the fuck up because no one really knows anything now. Is that the idea?
No, it's more. I'd say almost. You're a 75% there. You slightly
What's the 25% that I'm missing?
Okay, the 25% is the model that's used to predict the 24-hour sun works. It's agnostic. It doesn't say anything about the surface of the Earth. And the main problem with looking at the sun is that any conclusion you're reaching about the Earth is an inference using inductive logic, which by its nature can't prove things at all. All you can do is say, I'm confident in this. It fits this model. It correlates with this other thing. That's all you can say. You can't make any claims to prove is or anything like that. You can just have some personal certainty about the inference. That's all you can have. So you can, like you said, you kind of revealed the truth when you said, well, I think this explains it better. Well, that's fine, but that's like a personal evaluation based upon how you feel. That's not objective in any way. Right? And these inferences aren't objective in any way.
Right.
The only thing objective we have here is there some people that went and stood on some ice somewhere and saw a 24-hour sun. That's the only objective statement we can say. The conclusions reached from that observation, other than the observation itself, descriptively. Why does it happen? How does it happen? They don't have enough information from that observation to reach any of those conclusions. And I pointed out they don't even have a model that is what would you call an actual geometrically physical model that geometrically physically represents the environment that they were in that makes that prediction. We have some abstract model which assumes the celestial sphere of infinite radius and observing from a point in the origin of coordinates. That's what the model is. Now think about it like this. It might sound confusing to you. You know what a grid is, right? A Cartesian grid, X, Y, X,
no doubt.
Y.
No doubt.
You don't know what X and Y Cartesian grid is?
I do.
You never
I
seen
do.
a map before? You do?
No, I know what a grid is.
Okay, so the origin where the X and the Y meet, that's the origin of coordinates. In the model for predicting the sun, that's where you are. You're at that point at the origin of coordinates. You're not on anything. You're not on a globe. There's not a globe underneath you. It's not the globe at the origin of coordinates. It's just you. And that model can work anywhere. It doesn't matter what you're on. You could be on the back of a freaking rabbit. You could be freaking on a, surfing the freaking big kahuna waves. It doesn't matter what you're on because it's based upon what you observe. It's based upon from your viewpoint. That's why you don't have to do the conversion that you would have to do for the globe model because it's literally modeled from your eyeball out. It's an inside out, not an outside in. Understand?
Right.
So, that being said, there is no globe model for a 24-hour sun. There's no flat Earth model for a 24-hour sun. There's only a point-based observer-centric model. But, like I said, they do have an explanation, right? Which is a cool story. I mean, we could make up a story too, but we just don't. Why don't we?
With all due respect, I think it's because you can't.
Feel better if we made up a story.
That's my point.
Like was palatable.
Okay, so now that we've delineated what we're talking
should we make up a story?
Yes.
No, let me ask you. We should make up a story that we can't prove.
No, this is needlessly pedantic in my view.
No. It goes to the crux
now
of the
we
problem.
need to name it. I think
it goes to the heart of the problem.
It's pedanticism.
No, it is pedantic. No, you're using the word pedantic wrong, number one.
Am I?
Getting to the heart of the problem. We have an observation. We can make an inference that supports a flat Earth and make up a whole fucking story about it. But that inference also would not prove a flat Earth either. And we'd be in the same position of the Globers, right? Making inferences about observing the sun and applying it to the Earth and not actually knowing anything. Just saying, yeah, well, it's a good explanation. It makes me feel better. We can make that flat Earth explanation that just makes everybody feel better. Okay, let's do this. I'll do it right now. The sky is like a hamster, like a hamster in one of those hamster balls when they walk around when you move around the world, the sky spins around you. Like you're a hamster in one of those little balls. Now imagine inside that ball, there are little stars poking holes in there, right? He's running around the ball in the dark and he's got holes poked in his little hamster ball. That's how we move around the Earth. There's a little hamster ball spinning over us. So there's your explanation right there.
That doesn't work.
It would work perfectly. Just stop.
No, it wouldn't. Because then half the Earth will be in darkness at any one time.
Yeah. No, dude. The hamster ball, half the hamster ball is black, bro.
Yeah. So half the hamster ball will be underneath the Earth.
Depending on where you
are.
You
wouldn't be able to see the sun.
Dude, you can't see the sun in South America.
Try again. What's your other inference?
Can you see the sun in South America from North America?
No, but you can see the sun in South America from South America.
So your little argument meant nothing. So you're just going on mute, Mez, because you're just trying to run interference like you guys always do. So, and this was just the motto anyway, by the way.
So if you went on mute, that's not.
Do you know him? Do you know him? Do you know his history here?
I don't.
Okay, then don't white knight for him. He doesn't.
Okay, fair enough. But I'm going to trust your judgment.
Out of anybody, he don't deserve it. Believe me.
I'm going to trust your judgment blindly.
Well, I mean, you can trust there were many, many, many recordings we have of him over the last 2 years of him just being an absolute fucktard. So we'll give you an example of something he did. Him and another Globe Earther and several others, they started a group called Globe Force 6. So there were 6 of them that would come in here and argue with us. Peter is one of them. Mez was one of them. Today, Mez claimed he didn't know Peter at all, that he never met Peter in his whole entire life. Mez is a compulsive liar.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Mez never met Peter now.
The fuck, dude? These people, man.
Well, because they don't know them by their name. They only know them by, like, their, you know...
He was Peter there, too. He's always been Peter, though.
To be fair, if you're going to talk about him like this, you should unmute him just so he can defend himself.
No, I'm not going to talk about him so he doesn't have to defend himself.
You're going to be worrying about your own mute in about 5 seconds, dude. Don't white knight for Mez, bro.
No, it's just like kind of like a backbiting, you know, when you can't.
No, I'm banning him so I can solve the problem. No, we don't have to talk about him no more. I don't even know how he keeps getting back in here, quite honestly.
That's the best.
Because you only banned him for 2 days?
Yeah. Oh, I can ban him for longer? How do I do that?
No, I think bans now default to 7 days.
Really? It's just 2 days in my chat. Anyway, the point was we could come up with some
maybe that's for guest rooms.
explanation.
For the creator rooms, it's 7 days.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we could come up with some cockamamie explanation. We could just make some shit up. If you don't think we can make up a fucking cool story for a 24-hour sun on a flat earth, dude, you seriously lack imagination. We could do it if you're properly motivated. But it wouldn't prove anything just because we have a story. And you might like our story better than the Globe story.
Okay, I understand your line of reasoning. I never thought about it. I respect it. Okay. Oh,
yeah, so there's this thing that like we often go through in this topic of explanation versus the empirical evidence. Now, what we do is modern, let's call it science, for lack of a better term, they have a lot of explanations. And people think the explanations are the science. But the science is actually the data, right? The observational data, the results of the experiment, all those things. But that stuff's boring. Looking at fucking charts and graphs and freaking spreadsheets, that shit's boring. So people don't want to talk about that. What the data actually says, they want to talk about the explanations. So a lot of times people come in here and they'll give us some explanation. And then we go, okay, where's the evidence for that? Meaning, where's the data? And they don't know what it is. They try to chat GPT or Google it or find it, and it's not out there. So what's passing as modern science is just a bunch of explanations, but science is empirical. It's based upon empirical evidence, not based upon storytelling. And that's what explanations are. They're just storytelling. In fact, it's so bad that people such as this, I'll give you an example. This is a prime example of the eclipse. The eclipse is, I saw a solar eclipse. I saw the moon go in front of the sun. That no one's ever seen that, ever. Do you know why no one's ever seen that, ever? Because you can't see a new moon. So no one's actually ever seen a new moon on the day of any solar eclipse, ever. So descriptively, that's actually not true. So they confuse their explanation of why it happens with the description of what it looks like. See what I'm saying? One is true, right? I saw an eclipse. I didn't see the moon. That's factually true. The explanation it was the moon that caused that, even though I couldn't see the moon. But they don't say that because that don't sound as cool. Don't sound as cool as, well, it got blocked by the moon that I couldn't see. Then that makes it sound a little shakier. People might question, like, well, why? How did you reach the conclusion if you couldn't see it? And then they might go, oh, because we have a globe model that predicts when that happens. Okay, show that to me. And then they can't do that, right? You go, okay, you can't actually predict that when that happens with a heliocentric model. How do you predict it? Oh, well, just regularly happens at regular time intervals. That's how we predict it. Has nothing to do with a fucking globe or a flat earth or any other thing. This is just typically what we deal with on a daily basis here. People with their fucking stories and explanations versus what does the actual data, the empirical data, what was it has been observed in the natural world. Here's another one. Outer space is a vacuum, and there's an atmosphere that's pressurized. And the gravity is holding the air away from the vacuum. Well, yeah, that's a cool story. What does the data say? The data says that's fucking impossible. Fuck the data. I got a story. It makes me feel better. I'm going to Mars, bitches. They ain't going nowhere. Because the place they think exists can't exist. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir here.
Oh, well, maybe Hummus is listening. I don't know.
Maybe. And I'm not going to... Everything I'm saying is factually true. I'm not making anything up. I'm not putting in speculation. I'm not making claims. This is just basic fucking reasoning.
Right, yeah, right, okay.
Before I said no one's ever seen the moon block the sun during a solar eclipse, did you think you saw the moon?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Well, it's well known. Solar eclipses only happen during a new moon, and lunar eclipses only happen during a full moon. And eclipses happen at regular time intervals. It's a coincidence of 3 periods. It's called an eclipse year, the animistic year, and what's called like the metonic year. I'm not trying to look. I'm just saying that when these time periods are up, right, this cycle of each one of these 3 cycles, when they end at the same time, on the same day, at the same moment, there's an eclipse. You don't need to know anything about any space balls or heliocentric model or anything like that. They've been using this method of predicting eclipses for 4,000 years, well before the heliocentric model even existed. And this is another instance of stolen valor. Because if you look up how does NASA predict eclipses, you're going to get the solar cycle. Everything I just said.
Mm.
The bigger question is, you weren't taught this any of this in school, and the question is why not? I'm not blaming the teacher. I'm not blaming the school system. I'm not blaming anything. But how come is like, are these lies by omission? Should they have taught you the full truth? They sell you a used car, man. They're like, man, the engine runs great. Should they tell you the brakes don't work?
Yes, they should.
Yeah. Might be a good idea. Safer for everyone involved and people not involved.
We have Fry. feminist, atheist, vegan, authoritarian, left, and anti-authoritarian. I think we've talked to you before. Yeah.
Jesus, you're a little bit of everything.
Did you have any questions about the globe or the flat Earth, Fry?
Nah, not really. I'm just listening. I just wanted the chat permissions though. I don't know why that was revoked.
Seems to be a common.
Yeah, mine were revoked too. Like 3 weeks ago by old dude, maybe a month ago.
Yeah, me too.
Did you deserve it?
No, he just hates me. He thinks I'm a fake.
Wait, what about me though?
Who was it that revoked yours?
Fake Fry.
What's that?
Somebody probably hates you too.
Oh my god.
I don't know how to take. I don't know.
I'll do it. I like you.
You're gonna fix it, good. I don't know how to take him away or put him back. I guess India knows.
Old dude is here, so I'm not gonna pull rank on him. So you're gonna have to ask him yourself.
Yeah. No.
Maybe that's why he hates you. You don't bow to his
No, he hates me because I think it's because I'm, I'm proponent of wraparound, and I think he thinks I'm trolling or just faking or something like that. So he accuses me of being a fake flat earther.
I thought you were trolling until you told me why.
Yeah.
I don't believe it, but at least you have some basis. Because of Islam, right?
Rolling my boulder.
That and all the real world data, every projection basically is debunked by real world observations. So, the only thing that brings them all together would be wraparound. You're either a globe, in my books, you're either a globe earther because of all these real world data points, or you're a wraparound earther, flat earther, or you're just you just haven't figured it out yet. All of the flat earthers that don't believe in wraparound, I feel like they're still late to the game.
What the fuck is wraparound Earth, dude?
Like Pac-Manning type thing, but not so obvious.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you say that, but you can't have a working flat Earth with it's been debunked. Any kind of
you have
projection
no idea
that you imagine, any map that you imagine,
how the sky works or how anything works. You have no idea. Saying it's impossible and you can't do this and you can do that. So since you can't prove any of it, it's silly for you to even talk like that.
According to what you know, it's impossible, %. Okay.
What? Sorry?
According to what you know, it's impossible.
No, I'm saying by the observations that we have via deduction, that's the only option that remains. Because every, whether it's a dipole model or AE map, whatever it is, they've all been debunked individually.
The same problem is that these are models of the sky; they're not models of the Earth.
But the sky has GPs on the Earth, the sun has GPs on the Earth. So it doesn't anyone who says we can't tell
GP shit, dude.
What do you mean, man? On the equinox, the sun actually has a GP along the path that they call the equator. It's
but bro, those GPs they're fucking approximations. It just gives you in the general area. They're not fucking actual points in space.
So you're saying on the equinox, when the sun rises from the east,
Statue of Liberty, right? Say you get the GP for New York, dude. That's 50 miles off. You're still gonna get to New York City.
Yeah, no, of course. But I'm talking about on specific times, like the equinox, the sun rising from the east, setting the west. Its GP is going along the equator. So for instance,
that's disputable. Antonio Subratz had a bunch of video from on the equinox, and the shadows were casting. They weren't casting east-west. There was a problem, and when the sun were at the solar point, there wasn't a shadow directly under. They have an obelisk there. You know how you have Kahana noon where nothing casts a shadow. So at noon on the equator, on the equinox, nothing should be casting a shadow.
Subsolar point, yeah.
Yeah, so when it was at the subsolar point, it was casting a shadow. So it's debatable whether this happens. There's also other problems with the equator. I'm not going to get into. I'm sure you've heard it before from me. So there's issues with all this. Listen, I mean, there's this idea that somehow you can align the Earth to the sky, and we can in a very general way, in an approximate way, but it's not as close as people think. I mean, they've known this for a very long time. This is why we have that fucking curved plumb lines and shit, dude.
All right, forget the sky.
I don't think you guys understand the import of what them curving plumb lines is doing. They are curving plumb lines to quote unquote fix the coordinates to the Earth.
What do you mean by curving plumb lines? You talking about like reciprocal zenith angles, or?
No. So what they say is, so say you go to a spot and you're supposed to be like at the GP under a star. But then when you set up your theodolite and you look straight up, the star is not right directly above your head. It's not at zenith, it's somewhere else. What they say is, the gravity vector is tilted, right? The direction of gravity, because that's how you set up the theodolite, right? You level it, and level indicates the direction of gravity. That you're actually not vertical relative to the surface of the Earth. You're slightly tilted, and that's why you're not matching the celestial sphere, because the Earth has lumpy gravity. So
that sounds
this
kind
is
of
all over the surface of the Earth. This isn't at one place. This is at every place you could possibly measure. There's an infinite freaking vertical deflections everywhere.
Why wouldn't they just
doesn't align
chalk it up to refraction? You know, like minimal refraction.
As zenith, there should be no refraction if it's directly overhead.
I mean, that's if the air above is perfectly isotropic, but you can assume that there's some variation, so it wouldn't be perfectly.
Well, I mean, don't give them any ideas. They probably will chalk it up to refraction if you tell them enough.
But anyways, leaving this guy out of it.
The way just let me tell you how this was figured out. So what they did is this happened like there's a book called Determination of the Figure of the Earth, and they go to kind of through like all different tests that were done. So like sometime in the 1400s, they started at like the end of the boot of Italy, and like work their way north. Now they use two different methods to determine distance. They used celestial navigation, and they used chains where they actually physically measured the distance by pulling chains. And then when they got to the end, they noticed that there was like a fucking 10% difference or 1%. Yeah. So you're like, hey, how could this possibly happen? And it took over time. It became the lumpy gravity, that we have vertical deflections. So when we try to actually that the instrument isn't exactly perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. And then we get the oblate ellipsoid, and because you got to think, if you have an oblate ellipsoid and you're on 45 latitude, that line, like say you took the tangent at 45 latitude and took the perpendicular line to that and drew it straight, it wouldn't intersect the core, the center of the Earth. It would be off a little bit. So you have these problems. This is what the globe is. It's just this fucking band-aid, duct tape here, sew here, staple there, all over the place. But the point is that we know that we can't get the sky to exactly align to the Earth one way or the other. We know that. So I don't have a lot of confidence in, things like GPs, and because it's so hard to sail anyway.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but like even if you leave the sky out of it, like say, the dipole model, you have a straight line equator, and you have like the Pacific Ocean on both sides of the map, for instance, if that's where they want to, put the ends of the Earth or what have you. But we know that there's like freightliners and stuff like that going trans-Pacific every day, so they're either all, wrapping around, or like the map is just wrong, right? So the dipole model's out because you have to have some sort of wraparound on the equator, or the AE map. As you go down towards the pole from different continents, or up towards the pole from different continents, you're going to see that on solstice that the sun's going to level out on the tropic. Like in the nights in the sky, it won't rise and lower. It'll just be a straight line on the tropic. And as you kind of come together from different continents, you're gonna meet up with these people as if it is a pole. You know, so in the south that'd be an issue because it's supposed to be a ring all the way around. So the AE maps out. You know, like all these maps are.
Ever done what you're proposing anyway, brother?
No, I mean even with this, I think when they went for the TFE thing, they went from different. Like a couple of them went from different places, and they saw that the sun was leveling out as they were traveling south. So the idea would be that when they get to the pole, it would be completely, you know, even in the sky. It wouldn't lower and rise.
Well, I'll say this: they did measure the solar elevation angle, and it wasn't what the globe predicted. I do remember that. It was off by like 7 degrees or something.
I'm very, like I'm certain that if they were to do this, they would see that, you know, as they came from different continents, they would meet up. Like that the ring works as a pole for the AE map, at least. You know, that there's wraparound in that aspect.
Maybe like there's an extra dimension.
Maybe, but I think that would kind of like, you know, work towards wraparound too, because the Mobius strip is kind of like it's weird like that.
Look, I'm just not one of these people that think that I'm not a uniformitarian person. I don't think that like the sky has to match the ground, and I don't think it ever will and ever does. I think we just have misconceptions about how reality actually works.
Yeah, but I'm not just talking about sky. I'm talking about people, like people in a boat traveling across the Pacific, or people, you know, traveling down, you know, towards the south.
It's always, but like it always comes down to, okay, what that person is experiencing, and trying to turn their freaking observer-centric experience into some external one, and then make some universal claim about all observers. That's what we're trying to do.
Well, I'm saying it's not a subjective thing. I'm confident that
they did some things. They moved a certain way. I get to the other spot, and you're like, well, if I over here, I take this other observer, and this observer saw the stars move a certain way. How would this other observer see the stars move? Right? Like, we're always trying to transplant our observation to some other place and try to make some uniform rule that applies across all of them. I just don't believe in that. I just don't think that's justified. Not only do I not like it, I just think no one ever thought this way. This uniform thing of like the celestial the celestial geometry and the terrestrial geometry, I've talked about this being the same. This is new. This is new human thought. This isn't old human thought, if you believe the timeline.
Yeah, no, to be clear, that's not where I'm going with it at all. I'm saying that if you have these different people traveling from south from different continents, on the AE map, they're all going outwards towards the southern ring, if you will, right?
Outwards relative to what? From where?
Relative to the north, the central north. They're all going to be going south outwards, right?
Which is designated by what? Polaris?
Whether you want to use the geographical north or the celestial north, the point is
I'm not even
traveling
sure.
south.
I'm not, but I don't think that Polaris. I don't think it's been shown that Polaris is above the geographical center of the Earth. I just don't. I've said this before. It could be completely fucking asymmetric.
Sure, but either way, if they're all traveling south, or like they're traveling away from each other on this AE map, they shouldn't ever meet up. And I'm confident that if they were to do it, they would eventually meet up. You know, people actually traveling would meet up, not relying on sky or anything. Just they're traveling all in different directions.
Possible. Have you seen the map Yoder's posted with the magnetic field corrected map?
I can't say.
It was. He hasn't. Not today. He did post it today, but way earlier today. It's a magnetic field corrected map. So the magnetic field lines are straightened out, and then the latitude and longitudes are twisted to make the the compass line straighten out, and it looks totally fucking weird, bro.
Okay.
And this is just if you go, okay, yeah, my compass, when it says north, it's actually pointed north. And the fucking stars, if they don't align with it, fuck them, we don't care. Right? So you could use this coordinate system. This is an absolute coordinate system that you can use anywhere. Just based completely on the compass, you wouldn't never need to look at stars.
Okay.
But you wouldn't be able to use latitude and longitude. That would be completely freaking useless. Not the celestial latitude and longitude. You might be able to concoct one with a north and south magnetic pole. No, you'd end up in the ocean or some shit and twice. I mean, does that make more sense?
It makes sense, but
the magnetic poles are in the ocean. That they're both in the fucking ocean.
Oh, I don't know how they would explain that, but yeah.
Well, I mean, that would make more sense. Well, as far as like a uniformity thing, because the geographical North Pole, it's like that's water, and then the other one's land covered with ice, right? So you got the Arctic, and then you got the Antarctic, and those are like quite different. Whereas if you go by the magnetic pole, they're at least in the same environment. They're both in water, underwater somewhere.
And it's like maybe the salt of the oceans is like playing a factor or something.
Who fucking knows, man?
Yeah.
I don't think that the Southern Ocean definitely has not been explored, probably at all. They'll explore. I think they explore like close to the continent, close to the ice or coastline. But like, actually, the seas are too rough. You can't like anchor a ship there and hang out. You'd be freaking deader than a doornail. We're gonna do some submersibles in the Southern Ocean. Oh yeah, we'll just sit up here up top with 60-foot waves. Like, no one's doing that. Maybe if you submerge the entire ship.
Yeah, I mean,
but the
I'm not sure how relevant it is to what
I don't know how I feel about that, unless it's some extra dimensional thing, which seems weird that I'd accept extra dimensions before Pac-Man, but it's kind of the same thing.
It is, yeah. But my point is that it's just
the thing is Globbers. Here's the ironic thing that Globbers wouldn't accept it. They'll believe in fucking wormholes where you can traverse the fucking universe. They'll believe in that extra dimensional space, but they won't fucking believe in extra dimensional Earth.
Yeah, they'll never believe in it because it presents as a globe basically. So they'll stay positive. It's kind of like why Jaren went with the globe, because he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that there would be this dimensional type stuff going on.
Dude, Jaren couldn't wrap his head around the fucking basic arithmetic, probably.
No, see, he's viewed the AE map being broken, and for him that was like
he doesn't even understand what the AE map is.
I don't know.
You know what I mean? He doesn't understand what it is. What was Gleason trying to do? What did he make? What's the patent say? How do you use it? Like, what is it? He doesn't even understand what it is at all. That's why it's like his opinion about whether the AE map works or not. He's not capable or is too lazy to even evaluate what it even is. I mean, he's like the Globbers, dude.
I think he was.
Well, he's like the Globbers. He doesn't understand that, like, on the AE map, all the distances actually are correct if you measure the way the map says to measure. They actually are, well, I shouldn't say correct, but they match the globe. But he'll run around just like a Glober and say, none of the distances work. Right? He should know better by now. Like, by now, after being a so-called flat earther for 10 years nearly, he still doesn't know what the AE map, the map that he fucking pimped out, he doesn't know what that is. He's not, look, I don't want to call him a grifter, but I will call him fucking lazy.
I don't know, man, because, like, I'm not going to speak for him, but for me, the AE map is broken as well. I share that with him, but I have
it works for its purpose. It's not broken for its purpose. It works for its purpose.
For its purpose, yes, but as a representative of the true world,
what you have experienced every day your entire life. And they've convinced you so hard that you think the experience you have is the misleading one. You think, whoa, if I trust my senses and what I actually experience, I must be crazy. That's how much they've controlled your mind. And most people's mind.
The best way I can put it to you, man, is I believe that there is a God. I do. I think it gave us
that's
a
not
life.
why are you talking about God? We're not talking about God.
That's not secular.
I'm just saying, like, if that's the case, like, I don't know how the government can keep this a secret for so long, and
Well, it's pretty easy. Think about how much you've critically examined and challenged their argument. Tell me one aspect of the globe that you've ever critically challenged.
Well, Cyclone, they didn't keep it a secret. We're out here telling these guys now. They couldn't keep it a secret, dude. We're telling you.
You can't hide reality.
I'm respectfully asking. I know I have friends that have been in the military and they know coordinates and everything. I've met people that went everywhere. You know, like
they went all over a flat Earth. That's fine. So do we. So you should be asking yourself, how did they convince you? And you're saying, I can't believe people would be tricked like this. How could they? You've never challenged it. You were taught it as probably a baby, right? So you've never even thought to challenge it. So of course they can easily convince people.
No,
like you never challenged it.
Like I would admit to ignorance, but would you be able to admit to ignorance if it is actually round?
Well, we're the ones who've examined that question, though. So,
I don't like most of the facts don't really add up in my like just
but that's no offense because you don't know any of the facts.
But like yes, but like you're completely certain it's flat, completely certain.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. There's no doubt. It's measured that way, right? Like I'm sure you have no doubt how tall you are. Because you've measured it. It's like that. We're talking about the physical geometry, not speculating on why liars would lie. We're just measuring it.
I just know, like, coordinates-wise, like, people have circled the Earth, like, completely.
Yeah, the coordinate systems, I mean, they're just, you can make a coordinate system any shape you want. You could model it into a cube if you wanted to. But the base measurements that are being taken are off of a flat surface.
It's just hard for me to believe, but I respect everything you're saying. Like, that's...
I can understand it's hard for you to believe, but really, belief isn't coming into it. I'm talking about reality, what can be empirical. Do you know what the word empirical means?
Without denying, for sure.
No, empirical evidence would be evidence that is observable, measurable, testable, repeatable. Science is empirical, right? That's what we're talking about. That's what we are interested in. The globe, if you go looking for some globe evidence, you're going to get cool stories, cool images, cool videos, none of which you can verify from cool space, and a bunch of claims, logical fallacies, and assumptions. And theoretical math. You're not going to get any measurements. You're not going to get any observations that can be verified by human beings on Earth.
Can I ask you, like, why would all of existence want to hide it so hard?
No, they don't. It doesn't. All of existence shows you a flat, motionless Earth. Someone's come along and made excuses for why it looks so flat and motionless, and you've believed those excuses. And you believe the additional story they've told about how it's actually a big spinning, wobbling space ball tilting and hurtling at millions of miles an hour through an empty space. You believe all that.
Why does everybody teach that then?
Through a giant space of nothingness.
Well, yeah.
Just a speck of dust that it means nothing to anything. So it doesn't matter what you do in your life. It's pointless. That's why they do it.
Yeah, just to make you feel meaningless and make you easier to control and comply, basically. But that's a good question you should be asking yourself. Why have I been taught this? Where does this idea come from? Why do I believe it? These are all questions you should be asking yourself and pursuing.
Okay, that's fair. like I said, I respect every answer you gave me, and I appreciate your time, man. I genuinely do.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for coming by. We're here 24/7. We're on YouTube live 24/7. You can find us there. We've also got a home server with terabytes of information if you want to research in your own time. That's discord.gg/flatearth.
I would like
do some research. Come and discuss.
Yes, sir. I appreciate the hospitality, and I would like to banner with you some more. Like, it's not even really banner.
Well, you're welcome anytime, bro.
I'm curious, so I appreciate that. You've given me more hospitality than any other channel on this like politics thing.
Well, we're just looking to have honest conversation with curious people. So yeah, if you're into that, you're welcome anytime.
Oh, I appreciate all the hospitality. I promise you, I do. I genuinely do.
No worries. Well, if you want resources, just ask in the chat or ask in the voice, and people can give you resources.
I play a lot of Rocket League, and I will tomorrow. I'm going to get off work, and I'm probably going to have a couple beers, and I'll just listen. And if you want me to chirp up, I will. But like,
yeah, listen in here for a while, and you'll understand. You'll learn a lot just listening into the conversations here. Whether you agree, that's up to you. Whatever.
Yeah, I promise you I'll always be respectful, and I thank you for being respectful towards me, because like that's the only point I had is a lot of people aren't anymore these days, and I appreciate.
That's fine, dude. You're welcome.
All right, well, you gentlemen have a wonderful evening.
Yeah, you too. Let's check back in with Junkie. Junkie, did you watch that laser test yet?
I don't think Junkie is still here. I went
pulled the ripcord, did he?
He watched it and took off. He was like, "Nope, I got nothing to say."
Well, at least I know
he's actually he's my friend. I like him, and he had a lot of beers just like I did, but he thought that
he's all right. He was starting to figure out that the Earth isn't a globe, but he got a little bit triggered. So that's okay. That happens.
I mean, I'm not super convinced, but I'm respectful. Like, I don't know. It is.
Well, we're not here to convince anyone, but we are here to defend reality. So,
all right. One thing that I've met a couple individuals that they say that there is realms underground. That
really? Did you ask them what they were like?
No, like people talk about aliens and actual people underground, and a lot.
Yeah, there's lots of cool stories out there, dude. See, that what we're encouraging you to do is when someone presents you with a cool story, you say, okay, what is the evidence for this story? Is the evidence something I can verify to be true? And if not, file it under the useless waste of time folder.
I feel like people's experiences are experiences, and if they feel strongly about something, I need to listen to it. I do.
Think about it this way: like, if there are civilizations underground, like mole men or whatever, what's the point of talking about it if you'll never interact with them and they'll never interact with you?
Can I ask you a question? Have you ever have you ever met a ghost? Have you ever met something that you think is a ghostly entity in your life?
We'll just go with both yes and no, and then drive on to whatever point you want to make using either answer.
No. I wasn't trying to make it. Like, I'm not trying to argue, man. I was just
not an argument. I'm just make the point that you want to make.
Oh, I feel like some people genuinely think they've met a ghost, and I'm like, I doubt it. Like, I don't know. I would like to.
All right. Well, some people also claim. Do you know what? There's way more evidence for people encountering ghostly apparitions than there is that men flew away from space away from Earth, and it was a ball, and they went into a vacuum, and they went onto the moon, which was also a ball, and they drove a buggy around and they played golf. There's way more evidence for ghosts than there is for that crazy story, and yet so many people believe the crazy moon golf story. Why should you believe either?
I just I just want to hear people's. I respect you as a person. You've been nothing but nice to me. I respect you, and I'm going to listen to everything you say. I honestly, like, I made it clear that I'm not completely sold, but I like to listen to what you have to say, and I respect you.
Well, we focus on the evidence, not the stories. The stories are cool, but we want the evidence that we can verify. That's all we're interested in. And the verifiable evidence just tells us that the Earth is flat, motionless, and contained. Not a ball spinning around, flying around a big vacuum. Do you know what?
So the seasons don't mean anything.
What do you mean seasons don't mean anything?
Well, I'm just saying, like, if we're just here,
seasons don't mean we live on a ball, if that's what you mean. No, of course not. It's just the sun's position over the Earth, because the sun is moving over the Earth, which you'll have noticed, but they've told you a story to make you ignore the fact that you observe the sun moving across the Earth.
So does the sun revolve across the Earth?
So it seems to do, doesn't it? Yeah, that's what we experience directly. Unless you could prove otherwise.
No, it has to. How would you get a suntan if the sun didn't move?
No, I was just talking about the different.
Well, this is it, right? You observe the sun moving through the sky every single day, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's a fundamental first principle.
So, and then ask yourself, right, why do I see the sun moving across the sky every day? What do you think?
You only get half of it. It makes sense.
Why do you think? Well, why do you think you see the sun moving across the sky every day?
Because you can only see it half of the day.
No, like, why do you observe the sun, this light in the sky, to be moving through the sky every day, east to west? Is it because the sun's moving?
I feel like if it is just a completely, like, just the government trying to hide something.
Okay, no, try to focus, okay? If the sun is moving, is it the sun that's moving, or it's not the sun that's moving, if the sun is moving?
I think it stays in a pattern enough to where, like, I have an app to let me know whenever the International Space Station crosses over. And
okay, dude, you're
like
stay focused again. I got jingle some. Okay, a bird flew across my window. Did the bird move, or did my whole house move?
I have no understanding of how, like, it's the secret to where it's a lie.
Okay, dude, try to focus. Focus.
Okay. Yes, I will.
Okay, don't worry about conspiracies or secrets or apps on your phone. You look out your window. A bird flew past your window.
Yep.
Okay, figuratively and literally. Did the bird move, or was your whole house moving?
I feel like it'd probably be kind of both. I would. I don't know, like, me talking probably.
Okay, how about this? You got a finger in front of your face. Okay?
Yep.
We'll break it down even more. You're moving your finger back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Is your finger moving, or is it your head that's moving back and forth?
I understand your ground, man. I'm not trying to be disrespectful towards
Holy crap,
anything.
stay focused.
Like,
try to stay focused. Okay?
I am trying my best. I am trying my best.
Dude, let me just help you out. We're just looking for straightforward. We're just looking for straightforward responses, honest responses to the questions asked. Right, that's it.
All Right. So it's like being on a train. You jump off the train. What happens? Like,
does the train keep moving if you jump off it?
oh no, you'll feel the energy from you being on the train whenever you hit the ground. Yes, absolutely.
So the train was moving, not the ground.
In that circumstance, when you're on the train,
perfect.
yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. So the ground is stationary, the train was moving.
Yep.
Now do the same thing for, say, like a boat, a car, the sun. Say you're on the sun and you jump off it and you land on the ground. Was the sun moving or was the ground moving?
So you're on the sun, you jump off the sun?
Or, okay, let's maybe make it easier, okay? You're on your dad's shoulders and your dad is walking across the ground. And for some reason, you decide to jump off. Was your dad moving and you jumped off, or was the ground moving the whole time?
I had the momentum of my dad when I jumped off.
And then what happened when you hit the ground?
It's probably not good. Like, I got a little bit of momentum.
Did that momentum stop?
I mean, after...
Or did it keep going?
It kept going. Yes, sir.
So the momentum... So you stayed in lockstep. So both you and your dad and the ground were all moving at exactly the same speed.
Yep. Wait, no. Not the ground. The ground was stationary.
So the ground was stationary.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got the concept. The ground is stationary.
In that aspect, yes, absolutely.
Okay, in all aspects. When do you ever see the ground moving, other than, or say, an earthquake?
Oh, it's where you... I understand your point now. I do.
Okay.
You can understand that we're trying to rewire your brain. And we're doing it in a way that points out that for most of your life, you haven't thought about what you see in the same manner as how you see it. We're trying to bring these two things into alignment so that you can think about what you see exactly as you see it.
Like I said before, man, you've been the most respectful. Both of you gentlemen have been the most respectful people. Yeah, I don't know. I might be a dingleberry. I understand that, like, it's ground for
it's
what I know.
It's a non sequitur. Okay, dude, the level of respect is really a non sequitur. It doesn't really matter. Because somebody else could be listening to this and say that's the most disrespectful conversation they've ever heard. It's really subjective.
I don't know. I appreciate you, gentlemen. Both of you. I do. I can't agree with you if I don't believe it, though.
Okay, so if I tell you the ground is stationary, you're moving, you're going to say you disagree with that because...
Because you believe in something that you've never experienced so wholeheartedly.
NASA told you.
Yeah.
Look at how bad this is.
New propaganda agency told you that.
Look at how bad this is. I asked you earlier, I said, I'm sitting on my chair, I'm not moving, and I see a bird fly past my window. I know the bird was moving, and you're like, you disagree with that.
Outer space has been so detrimental, dude. Like, it's created this cog diss in so many people. I didn't mean to cut you off, just add commentary.
Yeah, no, it really does. It makes them, like, jump outside their lived experience where they don't know anything anymore. Like, they can't figure it out. They're like, and then the example they give you, like, hey, I'm on the train, I jump off a train and land on the ground. And I'm like, okay, so what was moving, the train or the ground? Like, well, in that case, it was the ground. But in the case of a bird, that's the earth. The earth is moving. Like, wow. And then, yeah, dude, it's not about being respectful. Sometimes, like, disrespectful conversations go a long way. Because you are disrespecting somebody's faith-based belief system. And it can be difficult. That's why a lot of the atheists come in here and they're very upset with flat earthers because they see flat earthers as a disrespect to science, to religion.
Are most flat earthers God-fearing men?
Most everybody is. So that's a non sequitur again. Almost every 99.999% of the population. Yeah, space cowboy. You're like, hey, are most flat earthers humans? Are most flat earthers have a mother and a father? Do most flat earthers get up in the morning? These questions are completely irrelevant because that demographic fits.
I didn't mean to disrespect you like that.
Not disrespect. No disrespect. Okay. When you say are flat earthers on Discord? How many flat earthers? These questions are non sequitur. They don't answer anything because it doesn't show one way or the other. It's like, how many flat earthers live on Earth? You're like, holy crap, dude! Like, what is that question even?
I was just curious, but like we can level a little bit if you genuinely believe. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry, I was shut up.
Why do you gotta have noise
I just
changer
wanted to come
on?
in real quick. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
I hear you.
I just wanted to add there are a lot of flat Earth women, but a lot of us don't like to be debating, and we don't like being active online. So a lot of the flat Earth women don't go on Discord as much because we're more conflict avoidant, or we don't really feel like dealing with globers. Sorry, just wanted to add that.
Oh yeah, I think the question was more about God-fearing men. Didn't really have. I don't think gender was brought up yet.
I never mentioned gender. I don't like to. I feel like in this server particularly, like a lot of people hate women. Like they just want to hate everybody. And like,
I think the idea
gay men in this server.
When you said God-fearing men, I think you just were saying it colloquially as like mankind. You weren't really talking about.
Yeah. I didn't mean anything by it. I genuinely didn't. I was just saying, like,
sorry if I made that too gendered. I was just saying because a lot of the females in flat Earth aren't online, so you don't see as much of them. But like for instance, a lot of them are like believe in Creator, are Christian, stuff like that. But I'm just saying, like, there's a majority of female flat Earthers aren't online, so you gotta account for those guys as well. So I just want to throw that in there.
The only thing that I'm saying is, like, I try to submit to a higher power because I believe a higher power brought us here, and it doesn't matter gender or anything else like that. I try to do better for me. You know, I'm God-fearing because I feel like God created whatever we are doing, and that's the moral of the story. That's genuinely it. And I don't know what it is, and I don't know how it is. I'm trying to look. I've went to church. Christian books say Matthew 7:7, ask and you shall seek and you shall find, knock and the door will be open to you. And I try to live by that.
Well said. I mean, I think this topic you'll find is often seen as somewhat rebellious. And there definitely is like a rebellious strain amongst many flat earthers. And you kind of come to this potentially once you realize that the earth is flat and you realize, oh my gosh, like they've lied about the moon landing. And I've been deceived in so many ways. And at some point, you're going to face a challenge. You're going to find that most people in the world are saddled with this delusion. And it's almost harder to believe that the whole world has been deluded into believing the globe than it is to accept the reality of a flat and stationary world that you experience and you can measure and you know to be true by every sense of it. Like, I'm a flat earther because I can measure the earth flat and I observe and experience it that way from first principles. I also know that nobody's ever measured the globe. I've been looking for years for globe curvature measurements, and I can't find any that are valid or verifiable in any way. And third, I figured out how the globe was created out of math and out of people's interpretive frames when they looked up at the stars at night. And with these three chair legs, I've got a solid foundation to sit on and know for sure that in this world there are very few things you can know, but knowing that the earth is flat is one of those things. And this puzzles people when they come in here and talk to us.
Yeah, and then the other chair leg is the history of the globe, where it came from, how it got here. Like, once you understand how defunct its evidence is, and you understand where it came from, it's pretty easy to see through this.
Oh, I don't know. I'm about to go to bed, gentlemen. But I really I will be back if I'm allowed to. You guys gave me so much hospitality, and I appreciate it.
Yep. Well, tune into us on YouTube. You can chill out and just listen to conversations. You don't have to interact. You can even come in here and stay on mute if you want. It might help just to absorb at this point and let your brain decompress. So I hope you can get some sleep.
Yeah, you gentlemen have been nothing but nice to me, and I really appreciate it.
Okay, well, we'll welcome you back when you do. So, good night.
You guys have a good one. Nice talking.
That was some genuine cogdis coming through. You got to have compassion for that.
Yeah, you guys dealt with it real well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my I wish I was more like that when I first heard flat Earth. You know, I've brought this up multiple times over the years now, but I was pretty bad. I was like, what the actual fuck? You know?
Oh yeah, I went through my anti-flat earther phase. I LARPed as a flat earther on Reddit for a little bit. I mean, I resisted so hard.
I didn't go anti-flat earther. I just resisted it, and I didn't believe it. I thought it was retarded, and I was going to get my experts to debunk it.
Yeah, it's like one of those things that was not a very good showing. I look back at that time frame, I'm like, yo, what the fuck was wrong with me? You know, why was I so,
right?
You know, like seriously, like I even back then I fancied myself sort of like a logical thinker, and I enjoyed minority points of view. You know, I kind of like, you know, whatever. You know, I like they used to, you know, like into role playing games and would, you know, role play like alien life forms with like completely different, you know, understandings of even their senses are different. Like the way they view just physical reality. And yet somehow I couldn't even interact with somebody who said the earth was flat. It was embarrassing. And I really don't like to bring it up, but it is kind of important to highlight that patience is important, because had they not been patient with me, I wouldn't be here today. Had they just been like, yeah, fuck this dude, let's get him out of here, then that would have been it. That would have been the end of the story.
Yep. I've seen that many times as well, where people kind of, they get into the cogdis, and then they say stuff that triggers the other side, and then it kind of escalates and spirals out of control. And then years later, the same person is like, yeah, well, I kind of get it now. And so, like, it took them extra long because of that negative spiral.
Right. Right. There's a ton of subconscious processing that sometimes needs time to play out, that the participant himself can't actively encourage along. It just needs to unfold on its own. And time is the best recipe for that to take place. Got to provide that space. I think this guy would do well to take a break and maybe listen to us for a bit and then interact after a few days or a week.
Yeah, and he could like collect together different points, think about them for a while, let them ruminate, research them a little bit, and then come back instead of like knee-jerk reaction, come right back, spiral out of control. That way, the conversation is going to be really interesting, because it's when people research things that they bring something to our attention that we haven't seen before, which is rare these days, but sometimes happens.
Yeah.
It's also, once they've actually looked into it and researched it themselves, they'll actually understand like what was done, who did it, etc., instead of being on the fly asking AI or Googling it and then just not understanding what they're reading. So they're too panicked in the moment, trying to find something to latch onto.
There's a certain sense of humility that I think you have to find and dig deep within your character to begin to accept this. And then once you do, you start to see the magnificence of creation in a different way.
Yeah. I would say it kind of kickstarts your wanderlust that you had as a child when like the world was amazing and there was things to discover.
Yeah.
I remember the moment in school when that died for me, when the teacher was like, oh, like here's the map of the world, this is what it looks like, and I was like, okay, so there's nothing left to explore. And she was like, yeah. I was like, fuck.
Yeah, we have it all figured out, guys. We evolved from monkeys. The monkeys came from a big bang. The solar system, galaxies, all of it. It's scientific materialism shoved down your throat with no sense of humility, really, except in the sense that, oh, Earth is so small and insignificant amid this gigantic, explosive self-created universe. And all the scientists. Sorry, go ahead.
They don't foster the curiosity of the children. That's the problem. Like,
yeah,
like show them that we don't know everything. Show them that this is our best guess, but it could be something else. We don't know yet. We need to be extra explicit so that the kids go like, well, there's things to be discovered. I want to learn more. But when you frame it all as like a dogma, you have to accept this, even though like we didn't actually like. You're taught about Newton and excessively much, so much so that we see people today that think Newtonian gravity is how gravity works. Like, that's an issue. Same with like Lorentz contractions. Because they tell you like Lorentz contractions exist, and because Einstein used Lorentz contractions within his thing, or called it the same thing, same name, people default back to Lorentz's description of those contractions being physical, like matter actually compressing. But
they equate the magnetic field with the space-time.
Yeah, but in Einstein's conception, no matter is getting compressed. It's just the observer's interpretation of the event.
Yes. Yeah, it moves everything from determinism into probabilistic, and this is part of a broader push, I think, in society to get everybody to accept this postmodern relativism on a moral level, which is much deeper than all of this.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's much deeper than just like the shape of the Earth. It's a psychological level.
Yeah. So, kind of related, the other day I was researching geodesy, and I was like, man, there's got to be a great YouTube video that explains F.R. Helmert's higher geodesy and the process that he unfolds in his 2-volume set. He was a German physicist and surveyor. He basically is the father of geodetic surveying. And he described a process. It's in about 10 steps, but you can distill it down to 3. The process is survey the world flat, make observations of the stars, merge your flat world observations with your celestial sphere star observations, and come up with a ball for Earth. That's it. And I'm like, great. I'd like to see, there's got to be a YouTube video out there on this. So I start searching, and instead we get the modern process, which is backwards. We have satellites doing scans, and they measure the globe. And then from the globe, you can project it flat like this. And I'm like, no. Let's go back to the beginning of this, the genesis. The early geodetic surveyors, before satellites, before they even had a reference ellipsoid to begin with, and they were creating it, what were they doing? And I finally found a few resources, and it is amazing. I posted it under CellNav and surveying in the home server, and under various surveying channels and other servers that we are in. And the video lays it out very nicely and is very honest. It's refreshing. It's an online course on geodesy. And the lecturer describes the process exactly as Helmer did. You begin with physical measurements of a flat Earth. And then you take a survey of the stars. And if stars do not quite appear in their exact time and location that you'd expect them to be on a ball, it's because of gravity warping the starlight, causing what's called a vertical deflection. And we'll take that vertical deflection and we will incrementally rotate it around a ball. And this allows us to take our flat survey, and armed with that vertical deflection and rotation, we can start mapping a globe out of it.
We should be able to tell you the strength of gravity then, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, right. I mean, so this is what's interesting is that it falls in line with the same nonsense we've seen earlier, like what Drace was explaining with the Lorentz contraction. Some unfalsifiable explanation that is required in order to suit a preconceived notion of the world as it ought to be in your mind, and not as it really is. So when you know that the globe was constructed in this manner, and then you weigh this against the lack of evidence for physical measurements of curvature, and then you weigh this against the surmounting evidence of a flat world that we can directly measure and experience, you're left wondering what the hell happened. How did society get to the point where it seems like every single thing that people do in modern science and surveying is to shoehorn their data into this globe concept, into this mathematical reification that doesn't exist in reality, that exists as insofar as a Lorentz contraction of space-time exists to explain how relativity needs to be true to uphold the space fantasy. It's amazing. And I really meant it earlier when I said to that guy, I said, look, it's going to be harder for you to believe that the world is crazy with delusion than it is to accept the world as you directly experience it. And for me, this has been the most difficult aspect of this whole venture into flat Earth. It kind of sucks in a way because people say, you flat earthers think you're the only ones that got it right and the whole world is wrong. It's like, I hate to say yes, but I have to say yes. I really do. I don't want to say yes, but that really does seem to be the case, guys. And I can support this position.
I like saying yes, though.
I know. It's fun. It's fun, but
you guys think you know everything.
That's what makes it evil.
Yes, of course we do, and that just makes them want to smash their computer screen in.
Yeah, I mean, it can be fun to get rises out of people. I get that too, but this is deep, guys. I mean, if you don't have the right approach, it's going to chew you up and spit you out. Look at all the people that try to make money off of this topic. Everybody who has tried to monetize flat Earth have had their lives turned upside down. Everyone. If you monetize it, you're not expressing and approaching it in a humble manner. So, yeah. Very something fucky going on. The world is not what you think it is, folks. We don't know what it is. People say, oh, you flat earthers think you have all the answers. No, it's the opposite. We're here to say that nobody has all the answers. You don't have the answers. We don't have the answers. The only thing we know for sure is what we can measure, which comports with our observations in the first place. We have a consistent worldview. You don't. So what now? What is the sun? What is the moon? What are stars? We don't frickin' know. But this world is quite amazing and beautiful. Let me go find that video that I posted. I'll post it in here for everybody. I mean, for flat earthers who've been researching this topic, it's not going to be too advanced. But for a brand new Glober coming in, you're going to look at this video and be like, what the hell? It's on geodetic surveying. So give me just a moment. All right, here we go. The master key, right here. All processes to convert the measurements at the surface of the Earth to counterparts on the ellipsoid. It's called a mathematical reduction of the horizontal. This is taking your flat surveys that you do in reality and bending them to comport to a geometric representation of the globe. Which means your headings are all going to change direction. And over long distances, your orientation of things are going to change. Even though you didn't measure them. This is putting the map before the territory.
They do this a lot in the globe, where they take the model and then use the model to reify the model.
Yeah.
But the basis is all like derived from reality, where we're dealing with horizontal.
Right, and not just the local horizontal, but horizontal at all scales that have ever been measured.
But what does that mean, though? Is it like we're prisoners due to a lack of knowledge or something?
No, it means we're self-deluded.
But I think there must be a reason for saying the Earth is round. I mean, what if there are other continents or something out there?
No, I mean, historically what happened is some of the early thinkers, like Pythagoras, like Epicurus, like Hipparchus and Aristarchus, when they looked at the night sky, they saw the stars and they conceived of the stars as lights on the inside of a gigantic black ball. This is an interpretive frame of reference. Okay, it's not the only way to conceive of how the stars appear and move.
Yeah, and they had that.
That's how it began.
They had that view of the world because of their association with initiate orders, fraternities, and all of this idea of looking at the world like this can be traced basically back to Pythagoras and that original cult.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
the idea of a ball being a perfect shape because it's got one face with infinite sides.
Yeah. Yoda.
Yeah.
Have you ever considered there might be truths we're not ready for?
There always is. Yeah. There's always truth we're not ready for.
So then what if the round earth theory keeps us from truths that we're not ready for? Have you considered that?
Well, the globe is an idea, and what people from criticizing the globe is social pressure. Right? If you were to tell your friends and coworkers and family members that you're a flat earther, see what happens. I mean, they'll think you're the dumbest person they've ever met. They'll wonder what's wrong with you. They'll talk about you behind your back and say, he's a flat earther now? What the hell happened? Did he have a stroke? Does he have a brain aneurysm? What the hell happened to him?
That's how your parents think about you.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. This is what we deal with. Now, here's the funny thing, right? Here's the funny thing. We're the ones with proof that the Earth is flat. We can measure it flat. We can show you that the measurements are flat.
You're better than everyone else.
For the globe.
You're the better one.
No, it's not being about better. It's about being accurate.
The smarter ones of us.
We're more accurate than others. We're more accurate and precise than others.
Everything humanity has ever done, you're the best of us.
I was just addressing this earlier. Yes, I can prove that the Earth is flat. You can't prove that it's the globe.
You're the best of us.
It's harder to accept that the world is delusional.
You're smarter than Einstein. You're smarter than everyone.
That's not what we're claiming. That's not what we're claiming.
I'm smarter than Einstein because I have better ones than Einstein.
You're the
not a matter of intelligence,
you're the
dude.
best of us.
Yeah, Jay, where's that coming from? How you doing that? Where's that coming from?
Everything. Well, when you go against what these people say, act
bottle of Jack.
Okay, I'm going against what? What people?
Act accordingly.
Which people?
Who are you acting against?
Yes, this is your worldview we're using right now.
Are you saying someone said they're smarter than Einstein?
No, you said that.
Oh, this guy's a retard.
And someone started trolling you rather than engaging.
Okay, bro, I've already moved on.
Hold on. Stick with Power Lover because I'd just like to
let's
highlight Power Lover's actually saying some good things, right? He just said, "Are you saying that we're like prisoners through ignorance or something like that?" Quite an insightful realization. Yes, you could look at things like people are imprisoned by the ignorance of their own reality. And then he also said, what was the next thing he said? He said, "Is it possible that it's a truth that we're not ready for?" Again, that's a pretty nice philosophical, insightful question. It is something that you could consider. Like, if this is what it is, if it's flat like it's observed and measured to be, why are these people lying all those questions? You could arrive and say, maybe they think that the society aren't ready to know this, and the chaos that would unfold if society were to be made aware of it on a mass scale would just lead to the end of society as we know it. So that is a possibility. So Power Lover, I commend you for your insightful thoughts today. Well done. That's the kind of thinking we're actually interested in. Jair, if you'd stop being a brain dead retard for a second and clogging up the airwaves, that'd be nice. Because Power Guy here is actually saying some good shit. You should listen to him.
You've been yapping for a while.
Yeah. I'm going to keep yapping while you shut the fuck up. So stick with Power Lover. He could be a good chat. Welcome, Power Lover. Good for you.
I'm also afraid of I don't know, like, imagine you're a scientist, right? And you've just finished a paper or your life's work, right? And then you publish it and it's like deemed irrelevant. Yeah. I think probably there's also a scientific side to that, you know? Like there's certain sciences that are kept because they have value, but then if a greater truth breaks that value, then if you're a descendant of Einstein, for example, or some major scientist, you have nothing left.
You ever heard the story of the emperor who wears no clothes?
No.
Okay, well, it's essentially getting at that idea that a society can be so blinded to reality if an authority tells them to be so, but simple, curious honesty can break the spell. And it's essentially that the emperor walks around the city naked, but none of the people have the courage, or they actually are convinced that he's not naked because they're being told he's the emperor, he's in the finest garbs. But a child points out that he's naked, he's without clothes. And that's kind of the idea that you're getting at and that we're getting at, right? There's this masquerading idea of a globe in space, and no one's calling it out, but the truth is evident for anyone who's curious to go and seek and find, right? So again, that's another fairly insightful point. Yeah, it's all psychological. People tricking themselves. There is no globe. We're talking about physical measurement of the surface, and it's flat. So keep searching. You'll figure it out.
Okay, so you're up. You're up, freak out guy. There you go. You're up. Freak out. Go ahead.
No, thank you.
Oh, now you don't want to spaz out when there's actually room to. Come on, Jair. You're the dancing monkey for today, so get going.
I ain't your daddy, man.
Do you believe in
I ain't your
gravity,
daddy.
Jair?
I don't need to fucking show you shit.
Yeah.
Hey,
Why do you believe you live on a ball?
Hey, JR, is
I
gravity
ain't your daddy, homie. Relax, kid.
Is gravity keeping you down?
Gravity's keeping you away, and I don't understand why you don't like it.
Does gravity keep you down?
Does the syndrome keep you down?
What do you not like about it?
Dude, it's a yes or no question. Does gravity keep you down?
Absolutely not. I'm chilling. What are you doing?
Chilling means up?
Yeah, you want to try again?
Yeah.
So gravity sound
doesn't
like an
keep you
idiot.
down?
Go ahead.
Gravity doesn't keep you down.
No, sir. What?
Sweet.
Jeez.
Welcome to
For the
Planet Earth.
audience listening, this is the third drunk in 30 minutes, and it's 8:30 on the east coast of the U.S.
I think it's the fourth drunk, actually. I
say one thing,
Fourth
they
drunk,
say
fourth
five,
drunk,
and I'm the
yes.
drunk one. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you Globers just
Come on, you
always
guys are
sound
embarrassing. At least fucking try, though.
You guys just sound wasted even when you're not. I think it's just what the globe has done to your brain.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. We know.
Guys, what about like
the world's waiting on you?
Oh, sorry, Jair. An intelligent person started speaking again. You're gonna have to go back on
Oh,
mute.
my bad. The world's waiting on
Alright.
how you think. I forgot about that part.
Your weird insecurity thing that you're doing is a bit weird, dude. Just put yourself on mute instead of embarrassing yourself.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Power Lover?
The world's
Me, I'm
waiting on
just
you. I forgot.
I'm looking at the I think
You're more important
you-
than the
if you-
rest of the entire world.
Oh wow,
Forgot
this
about that
dude's,
part.
this dude's insecurity is too much. Continue, Power.
It's like, you know how they get
like if I was,
drunk, how they keep
I was-
talking to themselves when they're drunk? That's what he's doing.
Yeah. Well, go on, Power. We'll let him go.
I'm afraid of the you know, like there has to be like tiers to life, like maybe like categories to expression or like knowledge, you know, like this is how much you know and this is how much you can know. If you go above it, you become like tested, like the cultivation principle, like your tribulation kind of thing. So what happens now, like let's say as a flat earther, you know too much to the point where you see things you shouldn't see, you know, like the example of people ostracizing you for a belief. and it's an opinion, or it's something that you hold fast to. The same thing that people are criticized for religion, right?
I kind of feel like that's pretty incoherent.
Sorry, go on, Crit.
That's pretty incoherent, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was trying to.
No, I mean, like, if I was to explain it, it's like, there's people that are really, really knowledgeable on like occultic stuff, right? Like Satanists and stuff, right? And they live moral lives.
Right.
So, if your worldview gets shattered at some point, and let's say flat earthers get an edge, would you then concede, or would you still hold your position?
Well, no, we're the people who did have our worldview shattered. We did all think the Earth was a globe, and then we found out it's not. So yeah, we conceded. We're the ones who have the flexibility when presented with new evidence to change our mind. That's what flat earthers have shown they're capable of.
Yeah, we are the ones. Just like you said, we changed our minds. Yeah, we gave in. We said we concede.
So then what happens next is the people that say what there's parallel dimensions and they prove it, and it's like
parallel. Why are the parallel dimensions flat?
I don't know, like there must be like mysteries, like for example, for certain things to exist like Egypt and stuff like that, and the correlations and the kind of historical evidence behind it, and certain other spaces that resonate at the same frequency. All that energy over time must have created something, right?
you.